The International Brigades. For my mother, Berenice Tremlett, and dedicated to the memory of my father, Edward Tremlett. Also by Giles Tremlett. The International Brigades, Spanish Civil War 1936–39. Countries of origin. In 1936, many of today's countries were colonies or part of larger sovereign entities. Volunteers in the International Brigades came from some 4/5 of the fewer than 80 sovereign countries and dominions then in existence. It is impossible to calculate how many non-sovereign countries, colonies, and other territories were represented, but there were at least 25. Sovereign nations and dominions. Albania, Egypt, Peru, Andorra, Finland, Philippines, Argentina, France, Poland, Australia, Germany, Portugal, Austria, Greece, Romania, Belgium, Hungary, Russia, USSR, Bolivia, Iraq, San Marino, Brazil, Iran, South Africa, Bulgaria, Iceland, Spain, Canada, Ireland, Sweden, Czechoslovakia, Italy, Switzerland, Chile, Latvia, Syria, China, Lithuania, Turkey, Colombia, Luxembourg, United Kingdom, Costa Rica, Mexico, United States of America, Cuba, Netherlands, Uruguay, Denmark, New Zealand, Venezuela, Dominican Republic, Nicaragua, Yugoslavia, Ecuador, Norway, El Salvador, Panama, Estonia, Paraguay. Non-sovereign nations, colonies, protectorates, international zones. Soviet republics and others. Algeria, Indonesia, Scotland, Lebanon, Armenia, Slovakia, Belarus, Macedonia, Slovenia, Croatia, Montenegro, Tangier, Cyprus, Morocco, French, Ukraine, Danzig, Morocco, Spanish, Vietnam, Ethiopia, Pakistan, Wales, India, Palestine, West Indies, French Indochina, Puerto Rico. Map. Introduction. Virgilio Fernandez del Real came through the doorway to my Madrid apartment in his wheelchair, dressed as theatrically as always. A thick, black, maroon-lined Salamanca cape was wrapped around his upper body, keeping out the March chill. Pinned onto his black beret were a ribbon bearing the purple, red, and yellow stripes of Spain's lost Second Republic and a badge in the same colors carrying the triangular symbol of the International Brigades. A luxurious white beard, topped by roomy blue eyes and bushy white eyebrows, occupied much of the space between beret and cape. First reactions to him differed. Some saw a stern sort of gravitas, others an adorable abuelo, or grandfather. Either way, he impressed. On this day in 2018, however, Virgilio was a shadow of the vigorous nonagenarian I had met just 3 weeks earlier. He looked pallid, pained and listless. 2 weeks of illness and hospitalization are debilitating at any time, but more so at 99 years old. I had offered him a place to recover from the after effects of a virus until he felt well enough to return home to Mexico. Despite the constant reassurances of his wife Estela Cordero, I found myself silently panicking that he might never recover. The next morning Virgilio, now dressed in a soft scarlet leisure suit, still looked wan, but when I offered him breakfast he asked me to fry 2 eggs with costera sausage. Clearly, he was feeling better. Virgilio lived in Guanajuato, a quaint, former silver mining city built atop a crisscross of tunnels in a steep-sided river valley. A retired pediatrician, he had made his home in a colonial-era hacienda with a walled garden full of exotic plants. It also serves as an arts center named after his deceased former wife, the Canadian-born artist Jean Byron. Virgilio returned to Madrid every year or so, answering the call of those seeking to remember the more than 35,000 foreign volunteers who came to Spain to fight in a war that pitted fascist troops and weapons, provided to the reactionary General Francisco Franco by Hitler and Mussolini, against those defending the Democratic Republic. To some, Virgilio was a hero. The queue of people traipsing through our kitchen to pay homage over the next few days was remarkable. To others in my conservative neighborhood, where a deep-seated suspicion of the political left has passed through the generations, he may have seemed like an elderly devil. More than a year later, in May 2019, Virgilio sent me a message after Madrid city elections saw conservatives take power with the backing of a new far-right party, Vox. We have to prove that we are the immense majority, and those fascists can start getting ready to ir a tomar por culo stick it up their arse, he said. Virgilio, by then a centenarian and still an avowed communist, had lost none of the political indignation that saw him join the international brigades as an 18-year-old ad hoc anesthetist. Earlier that same month I had planned to visit Geoffrey Cervantes, the only remaining British brigadier, at his retirement home in the Forest of Dean. Cervantes' Spanish experience began with a bet in a Soho pub in the summer of 1937, where he overheard someone saying that it was no longer possible to join the international brigades. They told him that the politics of fascist appeasement, masked as non-intervention in the Spanish Civil War, had forced the French to close the land border while warships from Britain and elsewhere patrolled the coasts. "I bet you 100 quid I can do it," said Cervantes. The former Royal Marine, educated by Jesuits and uninterested in politics, beat the blockade. Unlike the fifth of British volunteers who died and the considerable number who were injured, Cervantes survived the war unscathed. 2 In fact, his small artillery unit took part in no major battles and his stories suggest that Spain was mostly fun and games. Perhaps everything was like that to him. A mischievous grin crosses his face in photographs from those days, but also in more recent ones. He never collected his bet money, however, since the man who offered the wager died before he returned home. I had just obtained Cervantes' daughter's email and was composing a message to her when I typed the family surname into an online search engine to check the spelling, remarkably close to the Spanish Cervantes, but on Forest of Dean records for several centuries. That is how I discovered Cervantes had died 2 weeks earlier, aged 99. I had spoken to other brigaders from Britain, the United States, and elsewhere, before, and was always impressed by the intensity with which they recalled their experiences, but was particularly sad to miss Cervantes. He had been one of the few vocal survivors who openly fitted a description that more piously political brigaders, who were sometimes known as 100%ers, called adventurers. Such men wore their experience more lightly, and were rarely heard from afterwards. He was probably more representative than we imagine. Virgilio did not return to Spain. In November 2019 he sent me a video of what, in his now wheezing voice, sounded much like a last public proclamation. "I will be 101 on 26 December, he said, before calling for Mexican domestic servants to be given proper labor rights, and declaring Viva la República Española, long live the Spanish Republic. He never did celebrate that birthday, dying just 9 days before the date. I hug him and it is as if he is still here, but also far away," Estella wrote in a message sent 15 minutes after his death. Only 2 other veterans of the international brigades, living in France and Spain, since the brigades, in a largely ignored part of their history, also recruited locally, with Virgilio one of the first Spaniards to join, becoming part of the diaspora of Republican exiles after the war, are now known to be alive. Even they may well not be with us by the time this history of the international brigades reaches readers' hands. In a way, that is a relief. There is no one to offend or argue with, and the brigaders were a strong-willed, disputatious lot. It also makes this an apt moment to write their history. Apart from their historical relevance, they deserve to be remembered not just by those who sympathize with their mostly leftist politics but by anyone who believes Western democracies were right to fight fascism in the Second World War. The great Republican senator and Vietnam veteran John McCain, hardly a radical leftist, noted shortly before his own death in 2018, that many brigaders had just come to fight fascists and defend a democracy. I have always harbored admiration for their courage and sacrifice. Point 3. War is often binary. You win or lose, are victorious or defeated. There are usually only two sides, forcing a choice between often imperfect opponents. The volunteers who joined the international brigades formed a veritable Tower of Babel, speaking a cacophony of languages from around the world. All the nations of Europe and the Americas, bar the occasional archipelago or island state, were represented. No single nationality can claim predominance. More than half the foreign volunteers were communists, and their well-structured national parties were crucial for organization and recruitment. Yet this does not define the brigaders. Volunteers did not pledge allegiance to the communist cause. Nor should they be called an exclusively Comintern army, with the implication that they were run directly from Moscow by the Communist International, even if this, again, oversaw both the creation and organization of the brigades. In political terms, they saw themselves, like the republic they came to defend, as a broad popular front force of the kind that voters in both Spain and France had recently placed in government. Within their ranks there were left-wingers of all kinds, centrists, Catholics, Protestants, atheists, practicing and secular Jews, Muslims and, also, agnostic adventurers. Given that people from China, Vietnam, Indonesia, Syria, Abyssinia, Turkey, and Latin Americans of mixed, indigenous or black African roots also joined their ranks, there were many other belief systems. 2.4 Jews from across the world were so numerous that they provide an alternative narrative to the traditional lament for a people passive in the face of the coming Holocaust. In Spain they consciously fought against fascism, bravely and well. Most brigaders fitted into one of two overlapping categories, the devout and the displaced. The former were highly politicized, while the latter belonged to a first or second generation migrant diaspora in Europe and the Americas that had suffered the hardship of economic or political exile. These were not uniformly good people, as this history makes clear. That is too much to expect from 35,000 soldiers, however idealistic their task. Desertion was frequent. Prisoners were shot. There were cowards, psychopaths, and rapists in their ranks. Nor did that idealism, which was extraordinary in terms of race, providing, for example, the first black American commanders of white troops, and the attempt to unite people across national and cultural boundaries, extend to everything. Stalinism lurked, and not just in the wings. Homosexuality was punishable. Women were looked down upon or mistreated by, amongst others, the misogynistic International Brigades chief André Marty. Those women who joined the brigades mostly served as doctors, nurses, translators or propagandists. The front line was reserved almost exclusively for men. Yet the writing of these women and of other female observers is often more revealing than the dutiful memoirs of the men who fought or, in an organization obsessed with its own narrative, were employed to write. Separating truth from wishful thinking and propaganda is the greatest challenge for anyone investigating the international brigades. Although the international brigades are often referred to as a transnational army, they never formed, in the operational sense, an independent, self-sufficient army or any other kind of autonomous unit. Instead, they were a provider of frontline shock units to the Republican Army, and also of smaller artillery, anti-aircraft and medical units. The half-dozen brigades mostly operated as separate units, and the 3 to 6 battalions in each one, and, occasionally, smaller companies, were sometimes deployed independently, or loaned out to Spanish brigades or divisions. The international brigades, in other words, were grouped together for recruitment, training, and administration, and sometimes fought side by side, but took their orders from the Republican government. At full strength, the brigades numbered more than 42,000 men, according to paymaster records from December 1937.5. Some 32,500 foreign volunteers passed through their ranks, according to the brigade's own records, while Spanish recruits like Virgilio made up the rest, and often became exiles after the war. Given the early chaos in record-keeping, however, I estimate the overall total of foreign brigaders at 35,000. Despite the outpouring of literature by, or about, the international brigaders, and one incomplete bibliography contains 2,317 books in dozens of languages. 6. There has been no comprehensive, global history in English for 4 decades. 7. Even in Spanish, and with the exception of Remy Skoutelski's French-colored but excellent Novedad en el Frente, the 1974 edition of Andrew Castells's Las Brigadas Internacionales de la Guerra de España remains the most complete study. Almost all published books concentrate on individual experiences, or on volunteers of a single nationality. A wealth of primary sources has become available since then, especially with the opening of the surviving parts of the International Brigade's own archive in Moscow. I am fortunate to be the first historian of the brigades to have unlimited access, since a digitized version of these records became available shortly before I began my research 6 years ago. This narrative history uses that archive extensively, and others in places as far east as Warsaw, Poland, and as far west as Stanford, California, to retell their story and reassess the brigade's role and impact, which extends far beyond Spain and the Civil War years. As a result, the number of countries that sent volunteers must be revised upwards. The standard figure is 52, but the Comintern files reveal 65 named countries. 8 While 5 of these, Palestine, Armenia, Cyprus, Ethiopia, and Puerto Rico, were not fully or properly independent, many of today's sovereign states either did not exist or were in those parts of a world still dominated by large empires. In fact, men and women from almost 4/5 of the world's sovereign countries or empires were present. Volunteers from within empires were often listed by their metropole. Algerians, Vietnamese and some Moroccans, for example, were registered as French. The half-dozen Indian volunteers mostly appear as British, though 35-year-old Gopal Mukund Hutter from Nagpur, who used the nom de guerre John Smith, is also being listed as coming from Iraq. Indonesian Chinese Dr. Teo Onbik was counted amongst the Dutch. 9 The Ethiopians, then Abyssinians, mentioned by some brigaders were mostly registered as Italian. The story of black volunteers, indeed, is wider than the Americans and Cubans who are usually cited, and includes Ivan Dina, a 23-year-old French law student and battalion commander from Martinique. Some volunteers are impossible to pin down by nationality. Who is the single Moor who crosses the frontier late in 1937? Maybe Palestinian communist Najati Sidkai, who went to defend Jerusalem in Cordoba. 10 Where should we place those who arrived from Free City of Danzig, or from internationally administered Tangier, at the same time? In today's terms, 2, we would have to divide up Yugoslav volunteers into 7 different countries, or those from Czechoslovakia into 2. Even the Indian recruits included men like Dr. Ayub Ahmed Khan Naqshbandi, from Lahore, now in Pakistan. I have been unable to ascertain how many of the roughly 200 Russian exile volunteers were originally from what today is Russia, and how many from other parts of the Soviet Union. 11 It would be surprising if some were not Georgian, or from elsewhere. Volunteers came, then, from 60 sovereign, or mostly independent, states in 1936, and more than 80 of today's countries. How many died? By the end of March 1938, with the carnage of the Ebro battle still awaiting, the brigades counted 4,575 foreign volunteers dead, or 15%. The overall figure is much higher, since another 18% were missing, either lost in action, or having deserted, and the Ebro accounted for between 10 and 15% of the total number of dead. In fact, more than half of the volunteers were out of action by then, since a further 16% had been repatriated, usually wounded or unfit, and 7% were in hospital in Spain. The most reliable national studies, for France, Canada, and the United Kingdom, show up to a quarter dead, depending on nationality. My final, conservative estimate is that 1 in 5 volunteers died and became, in the words of Hemingway's eulogy to the Lost Americans, part of the earth of Spain. 12. Only one political and moral category fits almost all the brigaders. They were anti-fascists. The crucial binary choice for foreigners in the Spanish Civil War, which stretched over most of the 3 years prior to the outbreak of the Second World War, was between fascism and anti-fascism. This choice was explicit at the time, made obvious by the units sent by Hitler and Mussolini, and often expressed as fear for the future. Although few could foresee the full ghastliness of that, it was effectively a choice between the coming fascist aggression of the Second World War, including the Holocaust, and its most elemental opposite, the absence of fascist rule, genocide, and wars of racial superiority in Western Europe. As Western democracies would eventually realize, this fight required the help of Soviet Russia. For Spaniards, the war was a far more complex clash, fueled by both national history and ideology. Franco and the generals who destroyed Spanish democracy were not all purebred fascists, though they belonged to the wider family of violent, far-right regimes inspired and backed by the dictatorships in Germany and Italy. Their hybrid ideology mixed the extreme intolerance of entitled, reactionary Spain with the stiff-armed ceremonial and new beliefs espoused by Mussolini and Hitler. Franco incorporated fascist parties and ideas to reinforce an otherwise flimsy set of political beliefs and, crucially, would have lost the war without Hitler and Mussolini's armed forces. Franklin Roosevelt was amongst those to recognize the violent, dangerous, and ruthless nature of a fascistic Spanish ideology built along totalitarian lines and locked into a mutual embrace with Nazis and fascists. 13. It was Hitler's Luftwaffe which, on the Führer's personal orders, flew Spain's most potent and experienced fighting force, the Army of Africa, with its hardened legionnaires and colonial mercenaries, to the mainland. Otherwise, Franco's side would have been defeated within weeks. Some 90,000 well-trained troops sent by Hitler and Mussolini, more than twice the total number of brigaders and other foreign volunteers in the Republic, helped tilt the balance after that. They provided 2/3 of an air force that eventually dominated Spanish skies. It is not surprising, then, that the word fascist was used by brigaders, other Republicans, and supporters abroad to describe Franco's army. The Republic, abandoned by other democracies, was left to rely on the distant and unreliable Soviet Union of Joseph Stalin. The dictators used Spain to train soldiers, hone strategy, test weapons and, above all, see how far Britain, France, and the United States were ready to appease them. The greatest lesson, indeed, was that these countries were prepared to go a long way. They also discovered the brilliance of blitzkrieg and became convinced of the tactical benefits of blanket bombing cities and spreading terror amongst civilians. The Spanish Civil War was, in many ways, the opening engagement of the Second World War. Most of those who volunteered came to see it as a dry run for the much bigger battle against fascism that followed. With the recent experiences in Afghanistan and Syria, it no longer seems quite so remarkable that volunteer international armies can suddenly emerge, however much these may diverge in their origins and ideals from the international brigades. In the 1930s, however, only the medieval crusades seemed a relevant comparison. As then, the brigades were formed at a time when people rarely traveled beyond their own nation's borders. Those who chose to enlist were doing something that seemed remarkable, even if many were already migrants and some were sailors. Jobs, families, and safe futures were abandoned, though unemployment was also escaped. The brigaders fascinated contemporaries, especially those drawn to witness a war whose impact on global public debate outstripped even that of the conflict, 3 decades later, in Vietnam. Writers like Ernest Hemingway, André Malraux, George Orwell, and John Dos Passos came to gawk, or join in. Just as Spain was the most important lifetime experience of many international brigade veterans, eclipsing even their later fight against fascism in the Second World War, so it became the inspiration for major works of literature. Hemingway's For Whom the Bell Tolls, Peter Weiss's Aesthetics of Resistance and, in a different way, Orwell's Homage to Catalonia, were all inspired by the experiences of foreign volunteers in Spain. The war itself became, in the words of the British poet Stephen Spender, the center for the struggle of the soul of Europe and a poet's war. 14 This was also hailed as the first photographers' war, where the likes of Robert Capa and Gerda Taro would make their names and produce iconic images of the brigaders. Great future politicians and intellectuals such as future German Chancellor Willy Brandt, the first Prime Minister of independent India, Jawaharlal Nehru, and the French philosopher Simone Weil also came to look, learn or participate. The brigaders would not have identified themselves as individual history makers, but their future impact was considerable. Two of my favorite examples come from Britain, where by 1974 one veteran, Sir Alfred Sherman, had become future Prime Minister Margaret Thatcher's free market guru, while another, the Transport and General Workers Union leader Jack Jones, was deemed in a nationwide poll Britain's most powerful man. 15 The final chapter of this book explains their considerable future impact as resistance fighters, partisan leaders, spies, generals, police chiefs, ambassadors, politicians, ministers, prime ministers and, especially behind the Iron Curtain, senior communists. In that sense, they were as potent a generator of elites as any Ivy League university, Oxbridge College, or French Grande École. The brigaders are normally viewed as experiencing defeat, rather than victory. I disagree, since this ignores the full nature of what they were fighting for, the destruction of world fascism. It is true that Franco was victorious on the battlefield and remained in power as the vengeful dictator of Spain until 1975. No one captured the poignancy of that quite as well as W. H. Auden in his prescient 1937 poem Spain, which not only saw the urgency of today the struggle, but also recognized that history cannot help or pardon the defeated. The brigaders, however, saw the fight against fascism in broader, global terms. They continued their struggle when the Second World War broke out 5 months after the war in Spain ended, playing a remarkably important role in resistance movements across Europe. Most decent citizens of the Western world, and many other places, joined them as avowed anti-fascists, and the defeat of Hitler and Mussolini became their final victory. Indeed, the international brigaders and those foreigners who volunteered to defend the Spanish Republic without joining their ranks, some of whom are also mentioned here, can claim the moral virtue of having begun that fight long before others realized that it was necessary. In order to stop a destructive or corrupting idea from spreading, it must first be identified as such. The men and women in this book did exactly that with fascism, taking up arms against an ideology that went on to systematically murder over 6 million Jews as well as an unknown number of gypsies, homosexuals, people with disabilities, and others, while provoking a world war that claimed 50 million dead outside the Far East. They were amongst the few prepared to risk their lives to halt the descent into all of that. This does not make them saints or excuse the later political choices or behavior of some of them in Soviet-dominated Central and Eastern Europe, which this book also explores. Some individuals, indeed, fail badly on any reasonable test of decency, or of the desire to promote liberty and democracy. We should not fool ourselves about that. Final judgment, however, is best left to the free and democratic Spain that re-emerged in the late 1970s after Franco's death. A law approved by all parties in the Madrid Parliament in 1996 awarded brigade veterans Spanish nationality, praised their defense of democracy and formally offered them the nation's gratitude. 16 It is a fitting way for them to go down in history. Madrid, June 2020. 1. Welcome to the Games, Barcelona, July 19, 1936. In the summer of 1936 Muriel Rukeyser, a young American poet and writer on her first magazine assignment outside the United States or Britain, spent the night in a cheap, windowless hotel room in Perpignan, southeast France, before taking a train towards the Spanish border. 1 After changing to a train with hard wooden bench seats at the frontier station of Portbou on July 19, she traveled through undulating groves of olive trees and almonds, occasional flashes of sparkling blue in the distance announcing to her the presence of the Mediterranean Sea. In towns and villages, small boys hung from the branches of yellow-flowered trees, whistling and watching the train chug by. Tall, full-faced, and intense, 22-year-old Rukeyser jotted down brief, telegraphic impressions in her notebook: cork oaks, olive trees, peasant women in her third-class carriage, and, everywhere, politics and discussion. 2 Nearby sat Otto Bach, an exiled young German cabinet maker with a gazing Brueghel face, square forehead and eyes, strong square breast, narrow runner's hips. 3 Rukeyser soon found herself deep in conversation with Bach, and other international travelers on the train, who ranged from a troupe of peroxide blonde English dancers, on their way to perform in Barcelona, to a Hollywood film director and his cameraman. For it was useful that her editor at the London magazine Life and Letters Today had equipped her with a guide to 25 languages in Europe, since, apart from the expected passage of Spaniards and French, the train was full of young Swiss and Hungarian athletes, all heading towards Barcelona for the so-called People's Olympiad, an alternative Olympics. That was due to start with a torchlit procession later that day. 5 The phrase book covered everything from Finnish to Esperanto but, annoyingly, left out the language of the provincial towns and small villages they were traveling through, Catalan. The train was traveling into a country where the ideological fires that would soon consume the Europe of Hitler, Mussolini, Stalin, and those who stood in fear of them, threatened to burst into life at any moment. Indeed, as it trundled through the countryside of northern Catalonia, the train slowed gradually and then came to a stop at the station in the small industrial town of Montcada i Reixac, just 24 kilometers short of Barcelona. Armed men appeared. Something was afoot in the city. In a Spain already used to periodic eruptions of political violence, speculation ran rife. An anarchist rebellion? A fascist coup? A communist revolution? Or, someone suggested, it might be an attempt to stop the leftist People's Olympiad itself. Spain had its own particular and sluggish history of emergence into the industrial era and of the political passions it had unleashed. In a century soon to be dominated by the violent clashes provoked by the all-encompassing, quasi-religious ideologies of radical left and radical right, Spain also served as a large, experimental crucible where everything might spontaneously erupt at any moment. One lucid observer would compare it to a cockpit. The author was referring primarily to the underlying conflict between Spaniards, but his metaphor also serves to describe Spain as a place where the great ideologues could send their strutting, plumed champions, and lesser, disposable fowl, to fight while the rest of the world watched from the barriers, placing bets on the winners. While Rukeyser, Bach, and the other sporting travel mates were making their way across the Spanish frontier, Barcelona was buzzing with rumor and intrigue. The great Mediterranean port, squeezed between steep hills and the sea, was a cauldron of tightly packed humanity, from the neatly ordered fisherman's quarter and laundry-adorned streets of its Gothic center, to the mathematical grid of bourgeois 19th-century apartment blocks. These, in turn, were ringed by smokestack industries and textile sweatshops, punctuated by rural small holdings and grand mansions creeping up the scrubby slopes of the surrounding hills. As if by weight of gravity, the city's central nervous system and energy seemed to run down towards its older quarters and along the busy Ramblas to the port, the great mercantile center built on centuries of Mediterranean trade, later expanded to Cuba and Latin America. This was currently paralysed by a dockers' strike. 6 The city's morning newspaper, La Vanguardia, carried other reminders of brewing trouble. An anarchist gang had been arrested on suspicion of wounding 3 civil guards in a shootout, while a collection of pistols, rifles, and a saber had been confiscated from the homes of 2 militant right-wingers. The regional Catalan government, meanwhile, had been forced to deny that it was arming workers' militias against the threat of a military coup. Barcelona had grown rapidly in the early 20th century, with the First World War providing a boost for a non-combatant country happy to feed and fuel those slaughtering one another for land or national pride. It now hosted a volatile social structure, a wealthy, Francophile bourgeoisie rubbed shoulders with idealistic or chauvinistic middle-class Catalan nationalists, while anarchists plotted the downfall of both. The latter's philosophy, imported from Russia via Italy, had attracted the city's industrial masses as well as landless, jobbing laborers across the country, making Spain the global capital of political anarchism. Broken-backed immigrants from poorer parts of the country scrabbled to make a living amongst the shacks and shanties on the hills and beaches. Shot through with the lifeblood of trade, Barcelona boasted that it was more cosmopolitan than the distant capital, Madrid, 500 kilometers away in the middle of the high, thin-aired meseta plain of central Spain. It was a relatively benign summer, but even at night the temperatures remained stubbornly in their 20s while daytime humidity sat at a shirt-drenching 65% 7 at night. When temperatures cooled, the Ramblas Boulevard bustled with people. Subtitled Hollywood films filled the cinemas, with Johnny Weissmuller as Tarzan of the Apes while Clark Gable and Joan Crawford pursued their on- and off-screen romance in Chained. 8 But that afternoon it was the Ode to Joy from Beethoven's Ninth Symphony which rang out from the Palau de la Musica, a wedding cake, Art Nouveau opera house dripping in elaborate, glazed ceramics. The great Catalan cellist Pau Casals held the baton. His symphony orchestra was practicing for the opening ceremony of the People's Olympiad, a counterpoint to the Summer Olympics to be held in Berlin that August, which Hitler was already preparing as a propaganda exercise for an emboldened Nazi regime that had extinguished democracy in a matter of weeks in 1933. On the other side of the Atlantic a black American athlete, Jesse Owens, was training for the Berlin Games in Cleveland, Ohio. Under international pressure, Hitler had reversed a decision to prevent blacks and Jews from taking part. Earlier that summer, Berlin police had been told to take down signs reading "No Jews" that had proliferated ever since the 1935 Nuremberg laws had declared them non-citizens and banned Jews from marrying pure Germans. Back in Cleveland, Owens himself was no stranger to race laws. The previous year he had set 3 world track and field records in the space of just 45 minutes, a feat that will likely remain unmatched forever. Yet he was still forced to eat in black-only restaurants and sleep in black-only hotels. No one yet knew that it would be his legs, muscles and flowing stride that would ridicule Hitler's dream of using the Olympics to prove the superiority of the Aryan master race. Mostly, however, the world stood by and let the Führer realize his grandiose fantasies, with Rukeyser already detecting, on her way through London, the feeling of Hitler in the sky, very highly regarded by many, and the feeling of Mussolini 10. In contrast, the official poster for the People's Olympiad bore, as one of 3 faces, that of a black athlete. Organizers specifically requested that the U.S. team include Negro sportsmen because we are defending the real Olympic spirit, which stands for brotherhood between races and peoples. Our Olympics will give an opportunity to those races who are being outlawed or discriminated against, such as Negroes, Jews, and Arabs. 11 The U.S. team duly included Charles Burley, a talented black 19-year-old Golden Gloves champion boxer from Pittsburgh, 49 fights, 43 wins, including 13 knockouts, and 6 losses, who had refused to try out for the U.S. Olympic team in protest at racial and religious discrimination in Nazi Germany. 12 Black trade unionist, sprinter, and hurdler Dorothy Dodd Tucker also traveled across the Atlantic with the 10-person team. 13 Dressed in their white singlets, Burley and IRV Jenkins, a Cornell University heavyweight, had sparred on the deck of the liner that took them to Europe. It was still strikingly unusual in both the Americas and Europe for the lines separating race, education, and class to be so roundly ignored. Rukeyser's German friend, and, soon, never to be forgotten lover, Otto Bach, and the Swiss and Hungarian athletes on her train were coming to take part in an event which was due to start that same Sunday afternoon, with a ceremony welcoming 6,000 athletes at the hilltop Montjuic Stadium. A British team had been assembled and was staying in a hotel in the portside Barrio Chino, the infamous red light district. 14 Nat Cohen and Sam Masters, Two East End Londoners from the Clarion Cycling Club, their wittily ironic motto, "We have nothing to lose but our chains," were pedaling across France to join the spectators. In the city itself, idealistic young men and women had been drawn into organizing the games, including a handful of foreigners. One of the most striking was the tall, hard-smoking 24-year-old Dutch freelance journalist Fanny Schoonheid. Spanish volunteers were amazed by the towering blonde Schoonheid, who seemed to them like some Nordic screen siren. 15. For locals, the Olympiad was a chance to meet new people and learn about other cultures. In Barcelona, streets were plastered with posters proclaiming, "A week of people's sport and folklore." Catalonia's curious and sometimes incompatible mixture of ideological radicalism and local nationalism meant that these games doubled as an internationalist proclamation of left-wing solidarity while also being billed as a celebration of local tradition. Some of the world's smallest, colonist, and even non-existent, nations were invited. Teams from Alsace, Algeria, and Palestine were to be there, representing, like the Basque Country and Catalonia itself, places where people still only dreamt of being independent. Teams of Moroccans and Jews were also due, according to one leaflet calling on people to offer rooms. 16 The raised fist, the delicate but dull Catalan sardana dance and the gravity-defying Catalan castells, the human towers built from people perched on each other's shoulders, were all to be symbols of this mixed bag of sporting events. Even Swiss yodelers, some of whom were on Rukeyser's train, were expected to take part. In public, at least, this was about returning to ideas of fair play and true sportsmanship in the face of Hitler's belligerent, bullying use of the Olympics. "Sport is war minus the shooting," is how the writer George Orwell, who appeared in the city a few months later, summed up the increasingly nationalistic use of sport. 17 Opponents routinely denounced the Olympiad, which some called the Spartakiada, as a celebration of communism, anarchism, and separatism, or all three at the same time. While they are all busy playing with balls, boxing, swimming and running around, we can at least be sure that they won't be carrying out the revolution, snorted Barcelona's conservative View de Catalunya newspaper. 18. Hotels were full, especially around the Plaza de España at the foot of Montjuic where the grand buildings put up for the 1929 International Expo still stood. Visitors wandered idly down the Ramblas Boulevard, past stands hawking flowers, books, and postcards. Others were attracted to the Barrio Chino red light district. U.S. gymnast Bernie Danchik would take home a photograph of a smiling prostitute posing on a shiny Citroën car, her breasts enveloping the vehicle's double chevron bonnet ornament, and a card for an establishment run by Madame Albina, promising modern comfort and discretion. 19 Meanwhile, some athletes climbed the steep hill to the Montjuic Stadium to attend last-minute training sessions. Elsewhere in the city, and across Spain, others were preparing for a different, bloodier sort of public spectacle, a military-led, fascist-backed coup d'état. As locals and tourists strolled through the streets, the tension of that hot and humid night grew. After decades of infighting, which had seen the left split into a multicolored array of social democrats, Republicans, socialists, Trotskyists, Soviet-style communists, and anarchists, the sportsmen and women gathering in Barcelona were an expression of a new, if brittle, peace reigning across the left. This had only recently begun to unite against the threat of fascism, with broad popular front governments being formed in both Spain and France over the previous 5 months. Barcelona had long been a city of sporadic political violence. 27 years earlier it had gone through the convulsion of the Tragic Week, when workers' organizations rebelled against a mass call-up of military reservists destined for Spain's troubled colonies in North Africa. Down with war. Send the rich instead, they had shouted as some 80 churches and religious buildings were burned, amid popular belief in the Roman Catholic Church's role as a pillar of the exploitative elite. The army was called in, and 75 people were killed. In the early 1920s, violent anarchists had filled factory owners and managers with fear. They, in turn, hired gun-wielding pistoleros to kill union leaders, and shootings had become common. When miners in northern Asturias launched a revolutionary strike in 1934, the regional government of Catalonia took the opportunity to declare a new Catalan state within the Federal Republic of Spain, although Spain was not, and never had been, a federation. There were barricades in the street, rebels on the Ramblas and machine guns in the broad, square Plaza de Catalunya. 46 people died across Catalonia. In the weeks running up to the Olympiad, police discovered small stockpiles of arms being hoarded by suspected fascists. A long-running dispute between a British factory manager, Joseph Mitchell, and his employees at the El Escocisa textile factory, had seen him gunned down. 20 rumors circulated that generals, backed by right-wing parties, were preparing a coup. Barcelona had been the focal point for the country's last successful putsch, when Catalan elites and conservatives enthusiastically sent local military commander General Miguel Primo de Rivera off to Madrid to install a dictatorship backed by the monarch, who hailed him as "my Mussolini," in 1923. It seemed logical, therefore, that the city should once more be a prime target. Max Friedemann, a political exile from Nazi Germany, found himself both helping to prepare the Olympiad and taking part in unarmed workers' patrols, keeping an eye on the port and on army barracks. The city had become a modest gathering point for exiles from Germany, Italy, Poland, and other places where left-wingers were being pursued. While France, Switzerland and, to a certain extent, Czechoslovakia, remained the favored refuges, a significant number of social democrats, anarchists, communists, and socialists had found safety in Barcelona, forming support groups based on nationality or political inclination. Nazi persecution in Germany had seen several thousand Jews arrive in the city. Some spent their first few nights huddled together on the benches of the Ramblas, which they ironically referred to as Hotel Catalonia. One of the attractions was that, under Spain's 5-year-old republic, Jews were once more able to openly practice their religion. 21 A left-wing group called the Jewish Cultural Association had more than 100 members and was involved in preparing the Olympiad, their activities watched closely by Nazi agents, who were also active in the city. 22 On July 18 news began to trickle through of events elsewhere in Spain. In the Canary Islands and Spanish-controlled Morocco, army units had rebelled against the elected government. More worryingly, they had done the same in Seville and appeared to be gaining control of the biggest city in the south. Some kind of military pronunciamiento, normally a relatively bloodless coup, of the kind Spain had suffered dozens of times in the previous century, appeared to be underway. This time, it was the reactionary right, a coalition of authoritarian Catholics, landowners, and army officers, that was rebelling. In the Palau de la Música, a frantic messenger rushed into the rehearsals. "We have been warned that tonight there will be a coup attempt. The concert and games have been suspended. Everyone must leave immediately," he said. 23 But the balding, bespectacled Casals, a man of well-shined shoes and gaiters, raised his baton for the last time, insisting they play Beethoven's Ode to Joy once more. 24 There we were, singing the immortal hymn of brotherhood while in the streets of Barcelona, and elsewhere, a bloody battle was being prepared, he later recalled. The Ode to Joy, repeated on the radio, would form part of the soundtrack to events over the coming days. 25 That evening, Barcelona's usually bustling nightlife was dimmed by anxiety. An anonymous Dutch woman journalist, perhaps Schoenheit's freelance rival, the sometime actress and writer Marichka van Toren, arranged to meet friends at a seaside restaurant, which she found half empty. Waiters, chefs, barmen, and the cigarette boy clustered around the radio, listening to news of the distant uprising. The atmosphere, she said, was high voltage. The foreign guests at the dinner party made world-weary small talk about the regular outbursts of violence and agreed that trouble had been brewing for months. The group tried to go dancing, but found the singer at the chandeliered Miramar Club crooning to just a handful of people, while only the in-house dancers shuffled across the floor. The foreigners downed their whiskies and left after an hour. "It's just as boring as in the rest of Europe," one of the party complained. Barcelona is the only city left with a decent nightlife. What a pity. 26. While some partied, others were preparing for the worst. Several of Friday Man's group of Germans, along with a handful of Polish, Hungarian, and Czech exiles, had spent 2 hours the previous day visiting hunting shops in the city center, buying up shotguns, plus a solitary revolver .27. These were our first trophies, Polish exile Josef Winkler recalled later. 28 Friday Man and his wife Golda were exhausted after 2 days with little sleep. That evening, they took a suburban train back to their home in Soria, a neighborhood on the hillside above the city. Around 4 a.m. the next morning Max and Golda were awoken as violence erupted. Military units from barracks on the outskirts of the city were heading towards the center with horses, armored cars, and artillery. The troops themselves were not all aware of what they were doing. Some, for instance, thought they were being roused to protect the Olympiad. 29 They were soon met by gunfire from loyalist police units, who had been expecting trouble and were quickly backed by armed trades unionists. 30 Athletes woke to the sounds of barked orders and marching feet, followed by volleys of rifle fire and the boom of artillery pieces. Black American sprinter Frank Payton heard what seemed like several thousand machine guns and rifles. 31 As the sun rose over the harbor, fierce fighting continued. New York Times correspondent Lawrence Farnsworth saw how riderless horses galloped over the bodies of the dead and the dying. From windows and rooftops everywhere spat more rifle and machine gun fire. Shells tore through the length of the streets, slicing off trees, exploding against a building or blowing a streetcar or an automobile to bits. 32 He was exaggerating, but not much. There were fierce clashes outside the hotels in the Plaza de España, where many of the athletes were staying. Some rebel troops made it into buildings around the Plaza de Catalunya, which sits at the top end of the Ramblas and acts as a gateway between the old and new quarters of the city. These and other key buildings occupied by the rebels were cleared, floor by floor, in ugly hand-to-hand combat. In those first, few, early morning hours, the fighting was intense. 33. The city's trains, buses, and trams stopped running, so Max and Golda walked back into the city before separating on the broad diagonal boulevard so that she could go to the Plaza de España to check on the visiting athletes. Max, meanwhile, headed towards the Communist Party offices, running from doorway to doorway, and seeking cover behind trees, where he had been told there would be guns. At the offices he was informed that none were left. If he wanted a weapon, they said, he would have to seize one from somewhere. Nobody seemed to find it a strange piece of advice to give a man with a German accent. Later that morning, despite the continued fighting at various spots around the city, U.S. Consul Lynn Franklin felt safe enough to walk to his office on the Plaza de Catalunya. He found the square littered with empty trams and the corpses of mules. A dead man lay prostrate beside a machine gun on the pavement. Barcelona spent much of that hot, bright day in a state of eerie paralysis, punctuated by occasional battles that erupted at crossroads or in major buildings. Most people hid indoors. At midday on July 19, General Manuel God, who was meant to be leading the uprising in Barcelona, landed in the harbor in a military seaplane and went straight to the nearby Capitania, or regional military headquarters, a large, converted convent near the port. The building was already surrounded by militiamen, with Max Friday Man amongst those taking cover behind trees and in nearby buildings. A tense standoff saw pro-fascist soldiers take up positions behind sandbagged windows, while the motley crowd outside, only a minority of them armed with pistols, hunting rifles, and carbines, wore cotton neckerchiefs with the colors or stripes of trades unions and political parties. A loyal army unit then arrived and, with a single cannon shot, blew open the Capitania's gates. Friday Man was amongst those who rushed inside. The soldiers did not even shoot at us. Only a few officers resisted. They were overwhelmed. We pushed forward into the armory and confiscated the whole stock of weapons and ammunition. 34 The munitions were immediately transferred to the headquarters of trades unions and political parties. To the amazement of some observers, and to many of those taking part, the street fighting that day was not just a man's business. Fanny Schoenheit, dressed in a bright yellow short-sleeved shirt, joined a mixed group that crept over nearby roofs into the building. "I had to steal my first weapon," she wrote excitedly in a letter to a girlfriend in Rotterdam, adding that her rather conspicuous shirt made her an easy target. "It is a miracle they didn't shoot me." Perhaps they were so surprised that they forgot to react. 35. With the streets empty, shops closed and the shooting mostly sporadic, only the curious or foolhardy stepped out to see what was going on. Felicia Brown, a young British graduate from the Slade School of Art who had traveled to Spain a few days earlier seeking artistic inspiration, only avoided walking into the Plaza de Catalunya battlefield because a policeman hiding in a doorway blew his whistle at her. "Between the firing you could hear the wind going through the trees, peaceful as hell," she wrote in a letter home. 36 For Brown, peering out from underneath a pudding bowl haircut, through round-framed glasses, it was a thrilling contrast to a comfortable London upbringing where she had feared she might drown in the well-upholstered family household. 37. By the end of the day the rebels had been pinned back and were holed up in a few barracks, a convent, and a handful of other buildings scattered around the city. Loyal Air Force planes bombed them. General God was captured, admitted failure and ordered the few troops who still backed him to desist. "Luck has gone against me and I am now a prisoner. If you wish to avoid further bloodshed, I release you from your pledge to me," he said on a radio broadcast that was heard across Spain. 38. Franklin had little doubt about the political leanings of the military rebels. "Fascist uprising in Barcelona" was how he headed his cabled report that afternoon. At 6:00 p.m. 5 fires in the city could be counted, 3 of them reliably reported as churches, was his final update. 39 Although Franklin saw God's anti-government reactionaries as fascists, that did not mean he approved of those fighting against them. In fact, it soon became clear that the streets no longer belonged to the government, but to the unions and left-wing parties who were arming their people. Some of these returned to one of the perennial activities of Barcelona's enraged working class, church burning. A day that had started with a fascist coup was now producing something very different, a left-wing counter-revolution led by a hodgepodge of radical workers' groups and trades union militants, or sindicalistas. Many of the syndicalists' automobiles have rough-looking women in them accompanied by armed men, and the sign given by those who pass, on foot or in automobiles, is the raised fist, Franklin reported. Felicia Brown was impressed. "The women are fine," she wrote to a friend. 40. Some athletes thought, initially, that the explosions and gunfire were part of a fireworks display for the games. The U.S. athletes largely hid in their hotel by the Boqueria food market, 400 meters from the Plaza de Catalunya. "They don't do things by halves out here," wrote Bernie Danchik. "Every time we shove our heads out of the windows, we are shot at." From this privileged position in the center of the city, he soon realized that the rightist uprising had mutated into something completely different. "Sunday, comes the revolution," he jotted in his papers. 41. German Gerhard Wallrath had camped overnight with his Swiss girlfriend Kathy Hempel on the beach at Arenys de Mar, 40 kilometers north of Barcelona, after finishing what they thought would be the penultimate leg of their bicycle trip to watch the People's Olympiad. They awoke to what sounded like a thunderstorm breaking over Barcelona. Plumes of black smoke were visible in the distance. In small towns like Arenys and Montcada, where Muriel Rukeyser and her lover Otto Bach were stuck, the counter-revolution began immediately. Houses along the coastal road were decorated with Catalan or red flags. People were crowded on the streets around loudspeakers. Some wore rifles on their shoulders or pistols in their belts, Wallrath recalled. 42. That evening a relative calm settled in the Catalan capital. Armed militias dogged requisitioned vehicles with their acronyms, guns jutting out of windows like porcupines, according to Rukeyser, and raced around the city at high speed. These militias rounded up real or imaginary rebels and their supporters, while, in the first few hours of chaos, others took advantage of the situation to pillage or burn churches. One of the more macabre entertainments was to open the tombs of nuns and monks and display the desiccated corpses to the public. The city's main arsenal, at a barracks in the neighborhood of San Andres, was in anarchist hands that evening, and some 30,000 rifles were distributed. Armed anarchists, Franklin reported, were now the greatest danger. At some stage Dutch athletes were surprised to find their mentor, Fanny Schoonheid, stride into the Hotel Olympic with a weapon slung over her shoulder. This was a trophy from the previous day's raid on the Capitania. She informed them that she, and the armed men with her, were there to inspect their quarters. Rukeyser and Bach, meanwhile, had been driven into town. Machine gun nests stood at crossroads, overlooking the corpses of dead animals and the skeletons of burned-out cars, many of which had simply smashed into each other as excitable youngsters sped around the city. White sheets hung from balconies and windows, a way of proclaiming one's home non-belligerent territory and of keeping the people with weapons away. Even though civilians out on the streets made sure to carry white handkerchiefs. So-called pacos, or pro-rebel snipers, were still a problem. Shooting is heard, again and again, not cannons or machine guns, except once, but guns. My teeth feel the shots, described Rukeyser. Ahead of us a man falls, and our truck swerves and turns, taking a detour as some street corner battle opens up. Later, she surveyed the city from the rooftop of the Hotel Olympic. Overturned cars, dead animals, coils and spires of smoke rising from churches, she wrote. In the streets, there are no cars that are not armed and painted with political initials or titles 43. That evening Rukeyser was transported up the hill to a dinner at the Olympic Stadium in a car pockmarked by bullet holes and stained with blood. 44 The shooting was not just from fascist snipers. In some quarters the violence was already being used for revenge attacks on small businesses, church property, priests, and conservatives, or to carry out personal vendettas. Anarchists opened the gates to the Modelo prison, releasing its population of common criminals back into the city, where, as a prison official dutifully recorded it in his paperwork, some appear to have taken advantage of the chaos to return to their ways. Today this prisoner effected a violent escape, along with all the others 45. Schoonheid was not the only foreigner to be caught up in the fighting. An American athlete found himself using a crowbar to help lift flagstones and build barricades. 46 French long-distance runner Ange Cassar, meanwhile, claimed to have seen 3 athletes fall to rebel bullets, though he did not provide names. 47 And an Austrian athlete, known only as Mector, was said to have died during an attack on an army barracks. 48 Yet those who tried to help the militias were often reprimanded. This was not their business, they were told. 49. After an emotive goodbye march and ceremony in the cobbled Plaza San Jaume, the Olympiad athletes were shepherded down the Ramblas towards the docks and under the figure of Christopher Columbus atop his towering column. Even the snipers seemed to respect their passage. When we get to a corner, they stop the war so that we can pass, commented Danchik. 50 The facades of buildings along the way were scarred with bullet marks, and small flags or bunches of flowers marked the places where people had died during the fighting. The fighting had been particularly intense around the artillery barracks housed in the medieval Drasain's shipbuilding yard, at the end of the Ramblas. A small passenger vessel, the Ciudad de Ibiza, waited to take Rukeyser and the Belgian and Hungarian teams to Sète, across the border into southeast France. The ship traveled overnight, since submarines from fascist Italy were already rumored to be patrolling the coast, ready to sink Republican shipping. You came to see the games, and have remained to witness the triumph of our popular front, the athletes were told in one of the many send-off speeches. Now your task is clear. You will go back to your countries and spread through the world the news of what you have seen in Spain. 51. Not everyone, however, boarded the boat. Emmanuel Mink, a 23-year-old Polish amateur soccer player exiled in Belgium, had already agreed with Abrasza Krasnoyewski, an agile, terrier-like Hungarian friend, that they would stay. They had bumped into Winkler's gang of armed exiles and been invited to join them. 52 Of those who boarded the evacuation vessels, several, including French distance runner Jules Burgat and American wrestling coach Alfred Chick-Chock-In, would return to Spain months later after news began to spread that an extraordinary foreign volunteer army, the so-called International Brigades, was being formed. 53. Some of those who decided to stay and fight were women. Kate Hempel and her boyfriend Walrath remained, as did Clara Thalmann, a Swiss anarchist sympathizer and swimmer attracted by the revolutionary tone of the city. "I don't want to leave this country," Felicia Brown wrote in a letter home, and she also avoided the exodus that was overseen by the various consulates. 54. Indeed, in these early days it was common to see women bearing arms. German photographer Hans Gutmann had already taken an iconic picture of the coming war, with Schönheit's 17-year-old friend from the Olympiad organization, Marina Ginesta, smiling on a roof overlooking the Plaza de Catalunya. This was to be the first great war for press photographers and looked as though, rather like the Russian Revolution, it would also be one of the first for women fighters in Europe. Ginesta's face broadcast a smiling, naive image of defiance, that of a beautiful, daring young woman, apparently ready to fight for life and freedom. In fact, this was the only day Ginesta, a French-speaking translator and interpreter, carried a gun. At this stage she was still convinced that, rather than a coup, the violence was simply an attempt to stop the People's Olympiad. She was by no means alone. Amongst the handful of athletes who ignored the instructions to leave was Otto Bach. From the very first day, when their train had ground to halt in Montcada, he had felt liberated. "You don't know how much joy that Sunday brought, to be able to raise my fist to give the German Red Front salute after 3 years without being allowed to," he explained. 55. After years of political exile in France and Italy, the young Bavarian finally had a chance to fight fascism. Bach told Rukeyser that he was not going to miss it. "Otto, on the dock, look deep into me. You will do what you can in America," he said, "and I in Spain." He smiled, with his own happiness. "We spoke of my coming back to Spain, but it was not very real. These days were all we could look at. Gifts of the revolution," he said. He had been waiting to fight against fascism since Hitler came to power, she wrote. 56. Many of the exiles already in Spain had nowhere else to go, or shared the political idealism of those imposing a new, revolutionary spirit on the city. They were already part of the worldwide tumult provoked by what the Anglo-German historian Eric Hobsbawm, then a student at Cambridge, later called the Age of Extremes. That spirit was increasingly visible on the streets, where people were abandoning ties and jackets for blue workers-style cotton overalls. These were often topped with the colors of a favored political faction, be it the red of socialists and communists, the red and black of the anarchists, or the gold and red of Catalan nationalism. Some foreigners had found their way to the Hotel Falcon on the Ramblas, sleeping on the checkered tiled floors and damask-covered sofas in its Art Nouveau reading room. The Falcon was where those whose politics did not fit that of the anarchists or Stalin's Soviet communism were brought together by the influential POUM, the Workers' Party of Marxist Unification, a local anti-Stalinist communist group, under the leadership of Austrian Kurt Landau. They included German Socialist Workers' Party, SAP, members such as the chisel-faced future Chancellor of Germany, 22-year-old Willy Brandt 57, or members and sympathizers of the Britain's Independent Labour Party, ILP. They would eventually include the writer George Orwell, Eric Arthur Blair, who joined the militia in December. 58. American Mark Sharon, who later became Leon Trotsky's bodyguard, snored so loudly that the reading room lodgers tried to stick plasters over his mouth. 59. By the time Rukeyser and the athletes boarded the Ciudad de Ibiza, Barcelona had been saved from the generals. Apart from later bombing of civilian neighborhoods by Italian aircraft sent by Mussolini, and as a place for violent factionalism, the city would see relatively little fighting in the coming war. Yet here in Spain's second city, a young Jewish-American woman from New York and a German from Bavaria had, in their own way, already defied the fanatical intolerance of fascism. The mixture of love, sex, war, and revolution, all kaleidoscoped into a few days, had proved intoxicating. The young lovers would never meet again, since Bach was one of the first foreigners to pick up arms in defense of Spain, and was also amongst the many to die. Rukeyser would never forget him, returning time and time again to that single week in her poetry. It represented, she wrote, the beginning of pride and a moment when she saw the future stand up /free and alive. 60. Spain was about to become much more than a poet's inspiration or the romantic backdrop for a young couple thrown together by exciting, exotic circumstance. News of the attempted coup was spreading quickly across the world. For people in faraway places, Spain's civil war would be the burning political issue of the next 3 years. It was soon to be a magnet for idealists, adventurers, journalists, artists, writers and, above all, those who felt sure that this was the first part of a much bigger battle, against the dark and destructive ideals of fascism. From factory floors and intellectual soirees across Europe, to the White House in Washington and the Kremlin in Moscow, Spain was already the subject of heated debate. For most of the estimated 40,000 foreign volunteers who eventually came to fight in defense of the Republic, it was, when not their grave, the defining experience of a lifetime. 2. The Workers and the Army, Madrid, July 20, 1936. Mika Echebahiri had arrived in Madrid just a few days before the generals and their fascist allies rebelled. A 34-year-old Argentine, whose Jewish parents had fled the Tsarist regime in Russia, the dark-haired, broad-smiling Mika had come to join her French-Argentine husband Ippolito. He suffered from recurring bouts of tuberculosis but had been in the capital for 2 months, writing about Spain's novel experiment in broad, left-wing coalition government for the Paris-based magazine Que Faire. Immediately she had noticed the political strains that racked the 5-year-old republic and its latest iteration under the Popular Front government elected just 5 months previously. An agonizing tension kept everyone awake, she observed. It was as if they were watching over a dying man. Within 4 days of arriving in the Spanish capital, Mika found herself joining crowds of workers as, with news of events in Barcelona and elsewhere spilling in, they wandered from place to place, demanding that the government arm them. Rumors of a coup had been sweeping through Madrid for weeks. They had started, indeed, on the very same day that the left won elections in February. So, too, had the plotting. Reactionaries on the political right, parts of the church, some wealthy businessmen and, above all, army officers, especially those in the Army of Africa, were all ready to join. Armed men cruised Madrid streets in their cars at night. Political or police killings were resulting in an average of 1 corpse in the city every 2 days, 3 with some 70 people a month dying in the political or police violence across Spain. This was not enough to make people fear for their personal safety but allowed the plotters to paint a picture of a collapse into chaos, anarchy, and disorder. The underlying battle pitched the ordered, timeless hierarchies of church, army, and landowners against the large urban proletariats of modern industrial Spain and their peasant allies in the poverty-stricken countryside. The moderate left-wingers who led the Popular Front government refused to believe the army would rebel. A failed coup against the Republic, led by General José Sanjurjo in 1932, had put the army off such adventures, they thought. When officers brought Prime Minister Santiago Casares Quiroga proof of an imminent uprising on July 16, he sent them away. 4 The Prime Minister came from President Manuel Azaña's moderate Republican left party and led what the well-informed British journalist Henry Buckley, probably the only foreign correspondent to fully comprehend the complexities of Spain at that time, saw as a government of quiet, middle-class liberals, since the socialists had refused to join, who made British liberal. David Lloyd George appear radical. They thought they had guaranteed peace by sending potentially troublesome generals to far-flung garrisons. The young, ruthless, and successful General Francisco Franco was in the Canary Islands, on Tenerife, and General Sanjurjo, the former coup leader, was in exile in neighboring Portugal. Azaña had commuted his death sentence, ignoring a warning by Mexican President Plutarco Elias Calles that to avoid a bloodbath he must execute Sanjurjo. 5. A classic coup d'état takes place in a capital city, with the seizure of the most important government buildings. The plotters, however, were planning something very different. Their coup would begin outside the capital and be followed by a quick, short war as rebel columns fell on Madrid. The growing strength of Madrid's working class, which had been displaying its muscle with strikes, made it a difficult place to launch a right-wing revolt. 6 The Spanish capital had grown rapidly over the previous 50 years, doubling in size to vie with Barcelona as the country's most populous city. What it lacked in ancient architecture, it made up for in street life. Madrid was reputed to have cafeterias that simply never closed. At Chicote, a new bar with Art Deco interiors on the central Gran Via Boulevard, bow-tied waiters served what were deemed the best cocktails in southern Europe. Workers, bureaucrats, aristocrats, and foreign visitors, meanwhile, flocked to the global mecca of bullfighting, a brand new, neo-Mudejar bullring at Las Ventas that boasted horseshoe arches, colored tiling and geometrical brick patterns. The mostly conservative bullfighters, however, were currently also on strike to protest against Mexican matadors competing with them. A booming construction industry and timid industrialization had increased the size of the city's working class and seen it become increasingly well organized. The Communist Party, though much smaller than the Socialists, had quadrupled their membership to 83,000 in just 4 months, and the two parties had recently fused their youth organizations, which totaled 140,000 members. 7 Santiago Carrillo, a pudgy-faced 21-year-old revolutionary socialist who had returned enthused from a recent visit to Moscow, was the leader of the booming youth wing. Meanwhile, the head of the socialists' powerful radical wing, Francisco Largo Caballero, was on record as claiming that the revolution we want can be achieved only through violence. 8 Talk like that saw the 67-year-old former stucco worker dubbed the Lenin of Spain. It also divided the party, with the moderate Indalecio Prieto warning against the rise of revolutionary infantilism on May Day in 1936. 9 The communists were equally critical. For months they had fretted that strikes, talk of revolution and violence, especially by anarchists, whose CNT union had 7 times as many members as the Communist Party, would provoke a coup. 10 Indeed, the line dictated from Moscow from 1935 onwards was that Democratic Popular Front governments were the best response to fascist growth in Western Europe. This made the Communists a voice of relative moderation and reason. 11 Revolution could, indeed must, wait. 12 With their disciplined, impressive May Day marches, however, the Communists had added to the growing fears expressed by those in Madrid who supported a coup. Crucial to the projected coup was the Army of Africa. Its base in Spanish Morocco was so far away that Madrid barely contemplated it as a threat. This is where the idea of rescuing Spain was born, Franco declared later. Without Africa I can barely explain who I am to myself. 13 This 35,000-strong army was a world of its own, consumed by conspiracy theories and resentful over reforms that had seen some officers downgraded. It saw itself as the standard-bearer of national pride, having maintained Spain's protectorate against ferocious local resistance. At its core lay the Spanish Legion, founded in 1920 by the battle-scarred, irascible and, eventually, one-armed Colonel José Milanestre, with the help of the then-young Comandante Francisco Franco. The latter was widely admired as a brilliant and fearless officer, despite his priggish nature, short stature, high-pitched voice, and a broad bottom that had seen him dubbed Paca la Culona, or Fat-Arsed Fanny by a hard-drinking colleague, Gonzalo Quipo Delano. The legionarios expressed a virile disdain for danger in their suicidal battle cry "Long live death." General Emilio Mola, an embittered Army of Africa veteran who signed his secret instructions as the director, became the chief architect of a plot that originally aimed to install General Sanjurjo as dictator. 14 Mola was based in Pamplona, in the Navarre region of northern Spain, where, usefully for his purposes, the ultra-conservative Carlist monarchists were strongest. These had their own candidate for king and a 25,000-strong militia, the Requates. 15 Majority support for a coup amongst Spain's outsized officer corps was also crucial. This formed a state-subsidized, conservative middle class of 21,000 men who, until recently, had provided 800 generals for just 80 posts. Backing could also be found amongst most of the country's 115,000 churchmen and churchwomen, who accounted for almost 1 in every 200 Spaniards. 16. The Casares Quiroga government missed several opportunities to quash the coup before it could be launched. The Prime Minister personally interviewed one of the main plotters, Lieutenant Colonel Juan Yag Blanco, to test his loyalty in June. "He has given me his word, and men like Yag keep their word," he said afterwards. 17. A request to arrest Mola while he was holed up in secret enclave with the heads of various northern garrisons that same month was similarly dismissed. General Mola is a loyal Republican who deserves the respect of the authorities, Casares Quiroga insisted. 18. A rambling letter of June 23 from Franco expressed loyalty but warned of a serious state of unhappiness amongst the officer class. "Those who paint the army as being against the Republic are not telling the truth," he claimed. "Those who portray the concern, dignity, and patriotism of officers as evidence of conspiration and disaffection are rendering wretched service to the nation." 19. He was, in effect, muddying the waters in order to play both sides of the game until it suited him. The conspirators, indeed, were still not sure whether he would back them, complaining of his hesitations and parsimony. 20. As the plot advanced, Mola began to issue precise instructions. He demanded the use of extreme violence and the arrest or punishment of all opposing politicians. In the Ketama region of Morocco's Rif Mountains, during maneuvers shortly before the coup, Yag's tent was a center of plotting for what he already called the crusade. 21. At a farewell dinner, drunken young officers shouted secret Falangist greetings like Café, an acronym for camaradas. Arriba Falange Española, or comrades, up with the Spanish Phalange. 22. While the plotters prepared to launch their coup, the Phalange was stoking tensions on the streets of Madrid. This tiny party, backed by, amongst others, Mussolini, had gained no parliamentary seats in February. 23. The Phalange's leader was José Antonio Primo de Rivera, the tall, cultured, and good-looking son of the last man to launch a successful coup in Spain, General Miguel Primo de Rivera. His father had run the previous dictatorship under the monarchy between 1923 and 1930. Guarded by armed toughs and adored by his followers, Primo de Rivera gave rousing speeches attacking everything from socialism and anarchism to unfettered capitalism. While an authoritarian Catholic party, the Spanish Confederation of the Autonomous Right, CETA, led Spain's right-wing opposition in parliament, the Phalange led it in street fighting and assassination. Above all, the Phalange was nationalist, pledging to pursue holy civil war to rescue the fatherland. Its militants were meant to be half monk, half soldier. 24. To foreign observers, and many at home, though, they were simply fascists. In the weeks before the uprising, the Phalange had murdered liberally. Journalists, a judge, police officers, and workers were targeted, with a machine gun attack on striking construction workers especially provocative. On July 12, just 6 days before the coup attempt, Phalange gunmen killed José del Castillo, a left-leaning lieutenant from the Assault Guards police force, which had been set up as an urban counterweight to the conservative, rural civil guard. Married 3 weeks earlier, Castillo's bride had apparently received a letter saying, "Why marry a man who will soon be a corpse?" 25. In a fit of fury, Castillo's colleagues detained and shot one of the country's most prominent and reactionary right-wing politicians, José Calvo Sotelo. Many blamed this murder for sparking rebellion amongst the generals. In fact, it served as what Henry Buckley, a supporter of the Republic, and then writing for the Daily Telegraph, called the big dramatic act on which to hinge the coup, which had been constantly postponed since February. 26. Logistics had been prepared as far away as Rome, Lisbon, and London. Orders for 43 Italian aircraft, and 220 tons of bombs, had been placed in Rome on 1 July. 27. The industrialist Juan March, a former tobacco smuggler who had become one of Spain's wealthiest men, stood surety. Over lunch at Simpson's restaurant in London's Strand, plotters had asked the right-wing Catholic publisher Douglas Jerrold to charter an aircraft that could fly to the Canary Islands and transport Franco to Morocco, so that he could take control of the Army of Africa once the coup had started. They requested that the aircraft take some English platinum blondes to the Canary Islands, so that it would look like a tourist trip. Jerrold rang a pilot called Captain Cecil Bebb, whose passengers eventually included retired Army Major Hugh Pollard, his daughter Diana and her friend, Dorothy. They set off from Croydon Airport in a de Havilland Dragon Rapide on July 11, 2 days before Calvo Sotelo was killed. 28. 6 days later, news reached the government in Madrid that a rebellion of some kind had started in the Spanish North African city of Melilla. Plotters in the enclave had launched their revolt a day early after their plan was discovered by local Commander General Manuel Romrals Quintero, described by one historian as the fattest of Spain's 400 generals and one of the easiest to trick, 29, who then dithered about how to respond. They followed Mola's instructions to use extreme violence. 30 Some 225 soldiers and civilians were shot that night in a town of 62,000 inhabitants. This was 3 times that year's monthly toll of victims across the whole of Spain in the political violence from which the plotters now claimed to be saving their countrymen. The same fate awaited Romrals, who was deemed an extremist for opposing the coup. 31 The entire plot had to be pushed forward, with Franco seizing control of the Canary Islands before flying off in the Dragon Rapide to take command of the Army of Africa as it rose in cities such as Tetuan, Ceuta, and Larache. 32. Few people in Madrid were told of the uprising. Government censors banned the press from reporting on it, even though, by midnight, every journalist in the city knew. Eduardo de Guzman, from the anarchist newspaper Libertad, was amazed by the patina of normality, with most people completely unaware of the approaching storm. 33 A fine bourgeois gentleman would not have noticed anything amiss. He would not have realized that, moving amongst the street clowns and musicians who occupy the pavements in the Plaza de Sol most nights, are a handful of workers. They chat and stroll around peacefully, but they have a hand in their pocket. And in that pocket they have a gun, lovingly oiled just a few minutes earlier. 34 He said. The following morning the government continued to negate the obvious. Radio broadcasts claimed that no one on the mainland had rebelled. Casares Quiroga assured people that Franco was safely in storage in the Canary Islands and told a friend that this coup is guaranteed to fail. The government is master of the situation. It will all be over soon. 35 Government spokesmen continued to claim that General Mola and others remained loyal at the same time that news drifted in that Mola had rebelled and that northern cities were falling to his men. As the situation worsened, Casares Quiroga remained paralyzed. The rebellion was, nevertheless, slower to take off in Madrid than almost anywhere else. A key Madrid plotter, Colonel Valentin Galarza, had been arrested the week before and other co-conspirators were in hiding. In barracks around Madrid, officers stayed up late into the night arguing about whether to rebel, or not. 36 This was fortunate, for the government was also racked with indecision. Crowds had gathered in the streets crying Armas! 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 And the government had to decide whether to arm them. 37 There was not a single minister, from the premier down, who did not hate the idea of arming the masses and know the dangers involved, wrote Buckley. 38 If the coup succeeded, however, the other choice was military dictatorship. So Casares Quiroga bent, and then resigned. Over just 14 hours, Spain had 3 governments, as a replacement cabinet was appointed, and tried, but failed, to negotiate with the rebels, then dissolved, before a third government led by the mild-mannered, bespectacled chemistry professor José Giral 39 was formed. Yet there was still no sign of a coup in Madrid. The city remained in a state of suspense. On Sunday, July 19, the 57-year-old reactionary general, Joaquim Fangel, dressed in civilian clothes and sneaked into the huge Montana barracks that lay just beyond the Plaza de España Square, at the end of the Gran Via, Madrid's central street. 40 He had come to lead the rebellion in Madrid. The imposing, 3-story high, oblong fortress was perched at the top of a slope that ran down towards the river Manzanares to the spot where the city's washerwomen labored. Two huge interior patios served as parade grounds. High walls and the reduced number of entranceways made it a perfect place for rebels to gather and await the arrival of the relief columns that were meant to descend on the capital from elsewhere. It was, however, the height of summer and half of the men were on holiday, as were many of Madrid's diplomats, newspaper correspondents, and government officials. Only about 1,400 troops were inside, though armed phalangists, retired military officers and other supporters slipped in to join them. Machine guns were set up in the main doorway of the barracks as a motley crowd gathered in nearby streets. They included assault guards and militiamen, most of whom still had no weapons. Some rifles had already been handed out, but many lacked bolts, 47,000 of which reportedly sat inside Montana Barracks. 41 A beer truck helped pull two artillery pieces into position nearby and leaflets were dropped calling for a surrender. 42. Mika and Hippo Echibahira, meanwhile, followed the crowds that milled around the city, searching for guns. They began at the Socialist Youth Headquarters, where a young man told them it had only received 2 rifles and 5 pistols, but more were expected. "We hope to get them tomorrow," they were told. In the chaos of the first days, some militia units were ready to accept any volunteer. "No one asked if we belonged to the party," explained Mika. "It was seen as a revolutionary right, whoever wanted arms should have them." At a dingy, smoke-filled hall taken over by the POUM, Mika came across 100 people packed onto benches or sitting on the ground, including a group of strange-looking women. "Someone told me they were prostitutes from a nearby brothel who wanted to join the militia." 43 In her middle-class way, Mika found them more frightening than the generals. It was not until the morning of July 20 that proper fighting started and the Montana Barracks was stormed. By that stage other barracks around the city had either declared, or been won, for the government. Some units had simply turned against their treacherous officers. 44 The attack on the barracks provided an early warning of just how ramshackle the Republic's military machine was to be in the first months of the coming war. When a white sheet appeared in one window, a group of militiamen rushed towards the gates, only to be mown down by machine gun fire from elsewhere. Artillery fire eventually opened up breaches in the walls and a few hours later soldiers and militiamen stormed in. While loyal regular army units took prisoners, others did not. The writer Arturo Beria saw a giant militiaman hurling soldiers down, one by one, from the upper galleries overlooking a courtyard. One of them fell through the air like a rag doll, and crashed onto the stones with a dull thud. 45 Soon the ground was littered with corpses of soldiers, many of whom appeared to have been indiscriminately machine-gunned, others had committed suicide. One Republican soldier came across a mess table surrounded by more than a dozen dead officers and NCOs. At the head was a major with a bullet hole through his heart, all the others were slumped with similar bullet holes, he said. 46. An English nurse, Mary Bingham, saw a 10-year-old boy save his father by begging with the militiamen and telling them that his family were Republicans. 47 Virgilio Fernandez, a 17-year-old medical orderly, waved his Communist Party card in the face of anarchist gunmen who wanted to shoot some of the wounded at his hospital. "I told them they had to be healed first. Then they could be put on trial and shot," he said. 48 Most of the phalangists and officers were killed. Many of those who survived would be executed within days or murdered by militias at Paracuelos de Jarama, just outside Madrid, several months later. Some hid in foreign embassies, along with other coup supporters and scared members of the upper class or right-wing elites. An armored car had to be brought into the barracks to prevent Fangel, a rather pompous little man, according to Buckley, from being lynched. Instead, he was court-martialed and shot. The armory was sacked, the 47,000 bolts distributed and, in effect, the coup was over in Madrid. Enthusiastic crowds brandished their newly captured weapons or paraded their prisoners. This, some claimed, was Madrid's equivalent of the storming of the Winter Palace in St. Petersburg. Revolution was in the air. There had been fighting at barracks elsewhere, but with most of the police and the Air Force remaining loyal, the rest of the city remained largely untouched. 49 Madrid was euphoric. The coup, it seemed, was bound to fail. Buckley, having dizzily compared the taking of the Montana barracks to the fall of La Bastille, felt sure that the revolt would not work. A military coup which does not succeed in the first 24 hours has failed, he typed confidently. In historical terms, he was mostly right. But Spain was to prove an exception. In fact, Mola's plans make it clear that the plotters had always known it would be almost impossible to succeed in Madrid. He blamed the working class and gave instructions for rebel columns from other cities to converge on the capital. The rebel generals, in other words, expected civil war. 50. By the third week of July, at least 46 religious buildings had been subjected to arson attacks, great or small. 51 groups of anarchists piled up pews, pictures, and statues, before setting light to them. Mika Echibahira found a crowd cheering and singing outside one burning church. Buckley passed by the Covadonga church in Plaza Manuel Becerra after it had been set on fire by militiamen, who claimed that priests had fired on them. A worker ran down the street in pursuit of a boy who had stolen a chair from the same church, confiscated it from him and then smashed it to pieces. "This," he told the boy, "is revolution, not robbery." 52 Everywhere militiamen claimed that priests, or someone, had been shooting at them from church towers. 53 Buckley could find no proof of that, but he found evidence that other church buildings, including one in the Calle Ayala, were being used as sniper emplacements. Beria saw his white-haired, 80-year-old former chemistry teacher, Father Fulgencio, being taken away on a stretcher from the flame-licked Escuelas Pias school. He was certain that the church was an evil force, but found himself worrying about the illuminated manuscripts and fine science books he had previously perused in the library. 54. Some of the seized weapons, including a machine gun with no tripod, eventually arrived at the POUM hall where Mika and Hippo Echibahiri had established themselves. The militia members had little idea what to do with them, so Hippo offered to instruct them. This was enough for them to appoint him their chief, as they formed an independent militia group of around 100 men and women, including Mika, who would later lead the unit herself, 2 lorries, 3 cars, the machine gun and 30 rifles. It was just one of the many inexperienced and ill-coordinated groups that appeared in the city almost overnight. On July 21, their militia set off blindly looking for, and failing to find, General Mola's column as it marched on Madrid from Pamplona. On the way back, they stopped at a school that had been turned into Communist Party barracks and met the legendary firebrand Dolores Ibarruri, the 40-year-old member of the party leadership who used the pseudonym La Pasionaria, or Passion Flower, though it was also a reference, ironic or not, to Easter week and Christ's Passion. They reminded her that their POUM group's sympathies lay with Stalin's arch-enemy, Trotsky. "That doesn't matter," she replied. "Because we are fighting for the same cause." The next day the small troop joined a larger ad hoc column of all political colors led by a regular army captain, and caught a train to the front near Sigüenza, 120 kilometers to the east. 55. The French-Argentine couple were now fully integrated into the fight, like dozens, quite possibly hundreds, of foreigners who had been swept up by the wave of enthusiasm which engulfed those cities that, by reacting quickly and arming workers' groups, had quashed the first attempts at overthrowing the government. More foreigners were already on their way, either individually or in small groups, heading for the French frontier by train, truck, bus or, even, bicycle. Already, to them, this seemed like a fight that was about much more than Spain and its internal politics. Those early volunteers, like Mika and Hippo Echibahira in Madrid, and Otto Bach, Felicia Brown, and Fanny Schoenheit in Barcelona, or the mixed band of Mussolini opponents who gathered together in an Italian column 56, felt sure that the war would be over in weeks. Victory seemed certain. And when that victory was achieved, some also hoped that the revolutionaries who now swarmed around the streets of Barcelona and Madrid would run the country. 3. Amateur Warriors, Tardienta, August, September 1936. Through the sight of her machine gun, Fanny Schoenheit watched as a single file of armed, blue-uniformed phalangists made their way through a wheat field towards her position on top of a small hillock outside Tardienta, in the north of Aragon. A peasant farmer, frantically whipping the horse that drew his cart, had warned her small machine gun team that the enemy were on their way, giving the group time to prepare to fight on a front where neither side had much idea about how to conduct a war. With those blue uniforms you could see them in the wheat fields from miles away, she recalled. A burst of fire mowed down the first line of soldiers. The others turned and fled, but rather than splitting up, they stayed in a neat line. Easy prey, she remembered later. 1 A bullet had punctured her metal canteen, but that was the worst that happened to her. At some stage a young Spanish photographer called Agustí Centelles spotted Schoenheit outside the headquarters of the Unified Socialist Party of Catalonia, PSUC, a brand new party which had brought together Catalan socialists and communists, at the Hotel Colón in the Plaza de Catalunya. He took out his Leica and snapped a picture of the tall, blonde Dutch woman in uniform. A smiling, unarmed Fanny stands beside the sandbags at the columned doorway with her tasseled forage cap set jauntily to one side and a khaki shirt hanging baggily from her shoulders. As a young, sporty, upper-middle-class girl in Rotterdam, it seems that Schoenheit had been taught to shoot. She was also strong, with an athlete's build and broad back. That made her valuable to those now patrolling the city with guns they barely knew how to use. In the first few days Fanny helped hunt down snipers, crawling over rooftops and firing up from the streets. 2. Schoenheit's real baptism of fire, however, came after she joined a PSUC armored column of 2,000 men and women that left Barcelona on July 24, as it made its way towards Tardienta and the northern city of Huesca, which, like Zaragoza, had been taken by the rebel generals. 3 bridges had been blown up along the way, slowing progress, and, as they waited to cross one, enemy bombers appeared. Most of the bombs fell wide of the target, but a man near her, who had just lit a cigarette, had his head blown off. Immediately after the air attack, the column diminished in number, as many volunteers simply turned around and went home. Fanny was not one of them. Instead, she was seconded to a machine gun unit of 50 people where she soon impressed with her cool, stamina and skill. Legend would give her the ability to shoot aircraft out of the sky and to walk for miles carrying a heavy gun on her back. She admitted, however, that her feats were often exaggerated by others. A visitor to the front found her sheltering in a self-built straw hut, nut brown and wearing shorts and a man's singlet. Schoenheit declared that she was not just there to fight for the Republic, but also to show Spanish women how they could carry out their duties in a country where men and women will have the same independent rights. 4. Schoenheit was by no means the only foreigner on the chaotic Huesca front, which was little more than a series of loosely connected positions in the vicinity of Tardienta. Muriel Rukeyser's boyfriend Otto Bach served as a machine gunner with the same column. 5 In a postcard from the front on July 31, he told Rukeyser that he was with 10 fellow Germans. 6 Many of the other athletes and Barcelona-based exiles who had volunteered to fight the fascists were on the same front. Schoenheit recalled a group of Italians who took part in an attack on the town of Almudvar while she laid down machine gun fire. 7 They were led by a man wearing grey pants, jacket, and a hat, as if he was walking down the Ramblas. As the attack failed and the group retreated, he walked calmly back behind the group, even though the enemy were now aiming their fire directly at him. This could easily have been Carlo Rosselli, a leader of the anti-fascist Giustizia e Libertà movement that brought together Mussolini opponents of various political colors. He had helped form an Italian column of several hundred fighters. At least 10 Italians would die here over the next 2 months. 8. In early August, after being turned down several times because she did not speak Spanish or Catalan, artist Felicia Brown joined the column with a new batch of volunteers whose mismatched uniforms made them look, she wrote, like pirates. 9 Doubtful and insecure in her earlier letters, the war infused her with purpose. One journalist claimed that he had heard Felicia boldly insist that she was unafraid and could fight as well as any man. 10 As if to prove it, she volunteered to join a 10-strong unit who, on August 22, went behind enemy lines to sabotage a munitions train, only to see the train run straight over their dynamite charge without it exploding. The blasting cap merely produced a tiny puff of smoke. 11 They were then attacked by an enemy patrol and Brown rushed to the aid of a wounded Italian fighter, dragging him behind a rock and drawing their fire until, according to one of the party, with several wounds in the breast and one in the back, Felicia sank dead to the ground. 12 Women were a celebrated part of the hodgepodge army that was emerging spontaneously from the combined ranks of army loyalists, workers' groups, and ordinary volunteers. Golda Friedemann was also nearby in Tardienta, having helped her husband form one of the first all-foreign units. Their Thalmann Group 13 was named after the German communist politician Ernst Thälmann, who had gained 13% of the vote in presidential elections in 1932, before being arrested by the Gestapo and imprisoned. He remained in solitary confinement until he was executed at Buchenwald in 1944, on Hitler's personal orders. Although initially only 15 strong, the Thalmann Group included 3 couples when it joined the Carlos Marx column that headed northwest from Barcelona towards Huesca. 14 A photograph from these weeks shows the Thalmanns marching 3 abreast through a square, their mismatched uniforms, weaponry, and differing heights fitting perfectly Felicia Brown's description of the Republic's pirate army. At a time when militia units were refusing to adopt the bourgeois trappings of rank, discipline and, sometimes, orders, their attempt at marching must have made a strange sight. Indeed, one of the onlookers appears to be scratching his head in disbelief. 15 Unlike many of the Spanish fighters, the Thalmanns did not disappear home in the evening in the belief that war was a daytime activity. This was just one of several international volunteer groups. Brown reported seeing a lot of French chaps and was very impressed by what she called, in the terminology of the times, 3 Yiddish tailors from Stepney. In those early months, a Manchester Guardian newspaper correspondent reported coming across volunteers from Italy, France, Belgium, Germany, and a young woman who was described as half Czech, half British. The latter was, in fact, the British-based German exile and translator Liesel Carrot, who had insisted to the Thalmann Group that she wanted to fight with a gun in her hands, rather than work as a nurse. After some discussion, she was allowed into the unit, where she was deemed well prepared and showing fine initiative. 16 Elsewhere in Spain, foreign volunteers appeared either on their own or in small groups. At the Basque border town of Irun, French police counted 226 international volunteers crossing the border before it was closed on September 5. A section of Polish machine gunners fought bravely there, though most would be killed. 17 An armed battle against fascism had appeared in Europe and, for varying reasons, many non-Spaniards felt an urgent need to be there. A number of women attained legendary status during this stage of the war. The French journalist Louis Delapre dubbed one famous militia woman from Granada, whom he encountered with a cavalry unit while he was accompanying a group of British MPs on a tour, as Amalia the Amazon, real name Amalia Bonilla. My 2 daughters were militia women. The youngest was killed, Amalia explained, as a recently captured dapple grey thoroughbred wheeled around nervously underneath her. This woman, who has killed 5 men, turned out to be an excellent introduction to the Spanish War for the English visitors, Delapre commented. 18 The German ambassador at Franco's headquarters was shocked to see him approve the execution of a group of captured militia women with only minimal interruption to his lunch. 19 The official enthusiasm for militia women did not last long. By the end of August, the socialist youth newspaper Juventud was proclaiming that in these moments the role of a woman is to help men, not supplant them. 20 The women fighters, including foreigners, lasted longer in the anarchist and POUM units, not least because these were less concerned with hierarchy. Mika Echibahira, for example, defined herself as a captain mother who watches over her soldier children, and claimed that she did not know how to command. Or, rather, I don't have to impose myself, she added. When an order arrives, I inform my company and between us we carry it out. Echibahira eventually recruited 2 women from a communist column, where they had been cleaning dishes and clothes. 21 I did not come to the front to die with a dishcloth in my hand, one protested. 22 Even then, Echibahira rode furiously with her anarchist commander, Cipriano Mera, after he chastised her for weeping over a mortally wounded young boy in her unit. Weeping, when you are so courageous? Of course, you're a woman after all, he sneered. And you, for all your anarchism, are nothing more than another man, as rotten with prejudice as any other, Mika replied. 23. The Republic soon decided it did not want women at the front and began to issue instructions for them to withdraw after just 3 months. 24 Exceptions would remain, including Fanny Skunheit and Mika Echibahira, but the several hundred women who arrived from abroad later would find it almost impossible to join a fighting unit. 25 Those who got closest were as medical staff tending to the wounded near the front. 2 such volunteers, German nurses Augusta Marx and Georgette Kokoznensky, followed Felicia Brown to the grave in October after being burned to death while hiding in a haystack, and thus, in the words of La Vanguardia newspaper, being subjected to an act of fascist barbarism. 26 Margarita Zimbel, a 19-year-old German who had already taken part in a failed landing on the island of Majorca, also died that month. She was described as a fighter and nurse. 27 As the dust settled on the first week of war, it seemed probable that the reactionary generals and their backers were heading for a quick defeat. Their most important fighting unit was the Army of Africa, but that was mostly stuck on the wrong side of the Mediterranean. This was because the lower ranks of the Spanish Navy had lived up to European sailors' reputation as the most rebelliously left wing of military men. A low-ranking Navy telegraphist in Madrid, Benjamin Balboa, had intercepted Franco's message announcing the rising and immediately arrested his own commander for being part of the plot. He then warned all signals operators in the Spanish Navy to watch their officers. A gang of fascists. 28 A gunboat, the Dato, was the only major vessel to end up in rebel hands in North Africa. In a celebrated message, the crew of the battleship Jamie I, which had been ordered to sail south from the major Navy base at Ferrol, signaled the Navy Ministry, "We have had serious resistance from the commanders and officers on board and have subdued them by force. Urgently request instructions as to bodies." They were ordered to lower the rebel officers' corpses overboard with respectful solemnity. 29 In Ferrol, rival warships had exchanged fire before the rebels seized control. 30 So far, whenever local workers' groups had been instantly armed, they had almost always held out against the plotters. Spain's 46 provincial capitals, where major army units were often based, were crucial and could dominate the surrounding region. 31 That put the reactionary rebels in charge of a small corner of the southwest, where Queipo Delano had seized the city of Seville and was carrying out his threat to hunt down troublemakers like vermin. 32 Nearby, Córdoba and the southern ports of Cádiz, Algeciras, and Huelva were also in the coup leader's hands, though Republicans held many of the populous towns and villages between them. The city of Granada was initially divided, but coup supporters gained the upper hand there, and the celebrated local poet and playwright Federico Garcia Lorca, author of Blood Wedding and The House of Bernarda Alba, would be shot and killed. A swathe of northern and central Spain, running from Teruel, Zaragoza, and Huesca in the east, to the Portuguese border and the western Atlantic coast of Galicia, also lay in rebel hands. To the north of that, the big industrial and port cities on the Bay of Biscay, including Santander, Bilbao, and Gijón, where several hundred rebels would, nevertheless, hold out in their barracks for a month, and their provincial hinterlands, remained loyal to the rightful government. On July 20, in a field in Portugal, the coup's nominal leader, General Sanjurjo, had excitedly jumped into a little de Havilland puss moth with a suitcase stuffed full of uniforms and medals in order to fly to Spain. Either the weight of his medals, or something else, meant that the aircraft failed to clear the pine trees at the edge of the field. The pilot was thrown out and survived. Sanjurjo, the planned caudillo of a new Spanish dictatorship, burned to death. 33. It was by no means clear who would take over Sanjurjo's role. In Seville, Quippo took to the radio to bully and terrorize with words, while the troops under his command carried out his threats. In the first of his regular broadcasts, when he promised that the Army of Africa was on its way, he both highlighted where the rebels' real power lay and identified its greatest problem. 34 For if Franco could not transport his army across the sea from Morocco, it would be of little use. Nor would he, personally, be in a position to take over from Sanjurjo. 4. The fascists are here, Seville, August 1936. Adolf Hitler first concentrated on events in Spain after attending a performance of Richard Wagner's Siegfried at the Bayreuth Festival on the evening of 25 July. 1 He was staying, for the duration of the festival, at the Wanfried estate that had belonged to the deeply anti-Semitic composer whose music so enthralled and inspired him. The Führer was, as ever, uplifted by the opera, and when emissaries from Franco arrived asking for transport aircraft, fighters, anti-aircraft guns, and rifles, Hitler cast aside his initial doubts about the plotters' slipshod planning. Instead, he ranted about the global menace of Bolshevism and dubbed his future operation against the Spanish Republic Operation Magic Fire. Having thus named it after the passage in Wagner's opera in which Siegfried battles his way through flames to rescue Brunhilde, he sent 20 large Junkers Ju-52 transport aircraft to carry the Army of Africa to mainland Spain. His decision turned a failing military coup into a lengthy civil war. It also changed a local war into an international one. The German Führer had not been consulted before the uprising. Mussolini, on the other hand, had pledged to provide the plotters with aid in the form of aircraft, though he was hesitant about delivering it. He wanted to see whether France, Britain, or Russia would help the Spanish Republic, in which case he might have found himself dragged into an as yet unwanted European-wide war. Within a week, however, he became convinced that France and Britain were not going to intervene, in part because the conservative-led government in London preferred the reactionary generals to the left-wing counter-revolution on the streets of Barcelona, Madrid, and elsewhere. The Soviet Union, meanwhile, also seemed unwilling, at least initially, to be dragged into a messy counter-revolution that it did not control and which threatened the alliances it sought against Germany. Mussolini signed off on the dispatch of a first batch of Savoia SM.81 bombers on July 27. A dozen of these took off for Morocco the following day, though strong headwinds saw two crash and another was forced to land in French Morocco, thereby alerting the world to Mussolini's decision to join the fight. The world's first major military airlift started on July 28 and, together with sea crossings protected by German warships, some 15,000 troops from the Army of Africa were in and around Seville 10 days later. 3 Most of the work was done by Hitler's Ju-52s. This single action, together with the constant flow of arms and ammunition that both Hitler and Mussolini now provided, saved the generals. The coup could now be turned into a civil war, and only one of the two sides boasted an experienced, efficiently led, and well-supplied army. 4. Amongst the first troops to arrive were those of the Spanish Legion. A reputation for ruthlessness preceded them. Arturo Beria, while serving as a sergeant in the Engineers, had accompanied the Legion as it razed villages in the Beni Arroz region in 1921. There was no limit to its lust for revenge. When it left a village, all that remained were burning buildings and the corpses of men, women, and children. He wrote. 5 Most soldiers in the Army of Africa, however, were Moroccan mercenaries, gathered into colonial regiments commanded by Spanish officers. The infamous cruelty of the Army of Africa's officer class was, perhaps, most obviously displayed by Lieutenant Colonel Juanyag Blanco. He had been Franco's right-hand man during the miners' rising in Asturias in 1934, operating with such sadistic glee that the officer in overall command, General Eduardo López Ochoa, withdrew his men after discovering that they were carving up captive miners with knives. They cut off their feet, their hands, their ears, their tongues, even their genitals. A few days later, One of my most trusted officers told me that there were legionarios wearing wire necklaces from which dangled human ears from the victims, he reported. I also had to deal with the deeds of the regulars of the Tabor, a battalion of Moroccan troops from Ceuta, rapes, murders, looting. I ordered the execution of 6 Moors. 6. Franco himself flew from Morocco to Seville on August 6. Bluster and brutality had so far allowed the rebels to hold on to the small part of Andalusia they ran. Now Franco was able to be far more ambitious, and he split his forces in two as they set off towards Madrid. One force under the infamous Jag went north towards Badajoz, where the sight of hundreds of unarmed prisoners being slaughtered in the bull ring drove the Portuguese journalist Mario Neves close to madness, before swinging east towards Madrid. A second column under Colonel José Enrique Varela swept through much of Andalusia, consolidating the nationalist zone by joining up the rebel garrisons at Córdoba, Granada, and Huelva. Mola, meanwhile, concentrated his forces on keeping the eastern front in Aragon stable while trying to shrink the large, northern Republican pocket that contained Bilbao and much of Spain's heavy industry. Air power provided by Italian and German Air Force pilots would be vital. 2 merchant marine ships, indeed, soon arrived with 12 Fiat CR.32 fighters, together with their crews, support personnel, and munitions. 7 They were the first of 377 such aircraft that accounted for the bulk of the fighters in Franco's Air Force. 8 French Prime Minister Léon Blum, as the head of a Popular Front government, initially wanted to help the Republic. A visit to London 10 days after the fighting started put paid to that, probably because British Prime Minister Stanley Baldwin said he would not help if Italy declared war on France. Britain was unprepared for another great European war, though it did not want Spain to become a fascist territory if that war did break out. When Blum proposed a non-intervention agreement early in August, Britain was quick to back it. 9 Other governments soon joined non-intervention, thereby sabotaging the Republic's chances of snuffing out the rebellion before it could spread. While the British and French governments helped set up a formal committee to oversee non-intervention, Hitler and Mussolini both paid lip service to the initiative and openly flouted it. Mussolini's unpunished invasion of Abyssinia in 1935 had already provided proof that fascist expansionism would be appeased outside Europe. The non-intervention agreement, signed in August 1936, was an early indication that the fascist powers might also be permitted to act with relative impunity inside continental Europe. In the meantime, the Non-Intervention Committee set up to oversee and, eventually police, non-intervention became what an American ambassador called the most cynical and lamentably dishonest group that history has known. 10. Hitler and Mussolini continued to pretend that they had nothing to do with the reactionary military uprising. At the end of August, the multilingual Hungarian writer and journalist Arthur Kestler, another Comintern man, used his press credentials to travel to Seville. He wanted to find out whether the reports that Hitler and Mussolini's airmen were helping the rebel generals were true. Kestler had originally asked to join the Republican Army, but was instead told to use his journalistic cover to spy. Given his political affiliation, Kestler was, in effect, acting as a secret agent for the Republic. In Seville, he soon found a group of Luftwaffe officers drinking sherry and enjoying lunch at one of the city's grandest hotels, the Christina, with the pro-Nazi journalist Hans Strindberg. The son of the great Swedish playwright August Strindberg, Hans knew Kestler because they had once worked together on a German newspaper. He was also aware of the latter's strong left-wing views. The encounter almost turned out badly for Kestler. Hitler was denying having dispatched aircraft to Spain, and Franco was denying having received them, while there before my very eyes fat, blonde German pilots, living proof to the contrary, were consuming vast quantities of Spanish fish, and, monocles clamped into their eyes, reading the Volkskursbuch Botter. There were 4 of these gentlemen in the Hotel Christina in Seville at about lunchtime on August 28, 1936. As I entered the lounge, the 4 pilots were sitting at a table, drinking sherry. The fish came later. Their uniforms consisted of the white overall worn by Spanish airmen, On their breasts were two embroidered wings with a small swastika in a circle. The 5 gentlemen put their heads together. Then followed a strategic maneuver. 2 of the airmen strolled towards the door, obviously to cut off my retreat. The 3rd went to the porter's lodge and telephoned, obviously to the police. The 4th pilot and Strindberg paced up and down the room. His friend, Airman number 4, joined in the fray. With a stiff little bow he told me his name, von Bernhard, and demanded to see my papers. The little scene was carried on entirely in German. I asked by what right Herr von Bernhard, as a foreigner, demanded to see my papers. Herr von Bernhard said that as an officer in the Spanish army he had a right to ask every suspicious character for his papers. Had I not been so agitated, I should have pounced upon this statement as a toothsome morsel. That a man with a swastika on his breast should acknowledge himself in German to be an officer in Franco's army, would have been a positive tidbit. 11. The only countries that appeared willing to help the beleaguered republic were Mexico and the Soviet Union, though Stalin was wary of getting too involved in a far-off war. Arms, fuel, and other support were shipped from both countries. Stalin sent military advisors to help organize the Republican Army. Several hundred Russians would also fight as pilots, anti-aircraft gunners or tank drivers, until the Republicans were able to train their own men. This was, however, a far smaller contingent of regular, professional soldiers than those supplied later by Hitler, with his Luftwaffe Condor Legion, or by Mussolini, who eventually sent entire army divisions. The number of foreign volunteer centurias continued to grow. The Italians, used to coordinating between opposition parties who had operated in exile for a decade, were amongst the most active, with more than 300 of the 650 who eventually joined Rosselli's Italian column already in Spain. 12 In what served as a test run for later recruitment, a group of 400 volunteers of various nationalities, including many German, Italian and Polish political exiles, had reached Barcelona from France on August 31. It was the biggest single contingent of foreign volunteers yet and had been coordinated by the Communists, who made sure they scored a propaganda victory. Cheering crowds gathered at each of the stations they passed through, and the president of Catalonia, Louis Companys, awaited them on the platform. Overwhelmed by the shouting, flowers, and hugs, we formed into a tight marching column and, led by a military orchestra, went down the main streets of the city to their Karl Marx barracks, recalled Antoni Mroisi, a Polish exile who had been living in Ailes, France. 13 By this time, however, the Republic was more worried about Madrid than the stagnant front in Aragon, which was fed by troops from Barcelona. Mroisi and 36 other Poles and Hungarians found themselves drafted to the Libertad column that was about to set out for the Spanish capital. It was now very clear, from the flow of people already crossing the border independently into Spain, that numerous foreign volunteers were willing to defend the Republic. By this stage, indeed, they numbered well over 1,000. If the deep well of sympathy for the Republic could be tapped and organized, then an entire new army might come to its defense. That idea was beginning to gain support in Moscow. Stalin did not want to commit the Red Army, but Soviet-style international communism had a well-structured global organization that was used to operating clandestinely and with disciplined efficiency, the Comintern. Its recent policy of pursuing popular front alliances with other more moderate left-wing groups in Europe and elsewhere had earned it goodwill and gave it a wide range of friends prepared to follow its lead. 5. A Professional View, Huesca, mid-September 1936. Tom Wintringham looked out at the city of Huesca, small but clearly delineated in the distance by the bright September sunshine. 1 In the background, the silvery grey Pyrenees rose up abrupt and fantastic, as if painted on the back cloth of a theatre scene. 2 Bald, fit and mustachioed, the 38-year-old former British Army officer and Oxford-educated barrister had been brought to the front line by another kind of volunteer, a student doctor from St. Bartholomew's Hospital, London. Called Kenneth Sinclair Loutet, who, ignoring a warning from his father that he would be disinherited if he left for Spain. 3 led a medical aid unit to the front from Britain. 4 This was the first properly organized aid from Britain to the Spanish Republic, enthusiastically backed by left-wing and literary luminaries such as Rebecca West and Victor Gollancz. 2 months had gone by since the generals launched their coup. Fanny Schoonheid was back in Barcelona, recovering from either nervous exhaustion, as one newspaper called it, or, more likely, a long-running kidney complaint. She had become a minor celebrity in Barcelona, where local journalists claimed the hospital room she occupied felt like a vedette's dressing room. Schoonheid does not seem to have returned to the front line, but her machine gun skills were too good to waste, so she was sent as an instructor and political commissar to a training camp outside Barcelona. 5 By now groups of all political colors were welcoming foreigners. Signs at Barcelona's railway station pointed them towards recruiting offices. Anarchists and others were joining the 2 major columns organized by the Federation of Iberian Anarchists and their National Labor Confederation Trades Union, CNTFAI, which were led, on the one hand, by Buenaventura Durruti and, on the other hand, by members of the Escaso family. They included the 26-year-old French philosopher Simone Weil, who joined a 22-strong international section of the Durruti column but had to be sent home after, on being asked to cook, scalding her foot with red-hot olive oil. 6 Like many who traveled to Spain, Weil had found herself struggling to jettison the pacifist ideals that the left held during and post the First World War. This was viewed by many on the left as an imperialist war, engineered by greedy European elites and paid for with working-class blood. "I don't like war," Weil explained, "but when I realized that, despite all my efforts, I could not avoid taking part morally in this war, by which I mean that every day, at all hours, desiring the victory of one side over the other, I told myself that Paris was like being in the rearguard and took a train to Barcelona." 7 She was shocked, though, by the casual way in which the anarchists shot priests and other people who were simply assumed to be sympathetic to the fascists. The death of a 15-year-old Falangist fighter captured by her volunteer colleagues, who had chosen to be executed by firing squad rather than repent, weighed heavily on her conscience, even though I didn't know about it until afterwards. 8 Tom Wintringham had come to Huesca to visit the Thalmann group, which is why he now found himself being served a plate of hot, pungent beans by the bantering cook and former People's Olympiad athlete Abrasha Krasnoyevsky, whose cheerful demeanor made him the heart and soul of the group. "Eat your bloody breakfast," Krasnoyevsky mock commanded, using up what appeared to be his entire reserve of English, while a Spanish sub-chef chuckled. Sam Masters, one of the Jewish tailors from Stepney alluded to by Felicia Brown, had joined this group of 15 where German, Spanish, and Yiddish were the main languages for communication. 9 With serious fighting a rarity at their position near Grainan in these weeks, Masters gained a reputation for being not always very interested in war, while showing a rare talent for raiding vineyards and orchards that lay between the lines. Wintringham was himself invited to gorge on a bunch of sticky, blue grapes. Wintringham was impressed by the camaraderie, but shocked by much else. During the First World War front-line trenches could be just 50 meters apart. But here in Huesca, they were 800 meters distant, making the machine gun fire that greeted his dash between 2 Republican positions a matter of random luck and wasted ammunition. 10 Both sides operated like this. Real fighting required daring raids across the wide no-man's land, but such engagements were rare. That did not stop Wintringham from instinctively diving into a hollow as soon as he heard gunfire, however badly aimed, he reasoned, real bullets were flying in his direction. As he ran from hollow to hollow he both worried about whether his bald pate would glisten in the sun, attracting fire, and became quietly furious at the casual way in which these foreign volunteers were putting themselves at risk. The Spaniards whom Wintringham observed seemed even more blasé. One kept walking slowly across the field, half a hundredweight of tomatoes and fruit on his shoulders, ignoring sniper fire. It was, Wintringham soon found out, not considered manly for a Spaniard to throw himself into a hole just because someone was shooting at him. Was I afraid? Of course, I was afraid. It is a soldier's job to feel afraid at the right time, wrote Wintringham. It was also a soldier's job to dig trenches, fortify positions and stand watch, but this was done only in a lackluster fashion, if at all. Positions that should have been joined up by trenches long ago still required dashes across open land. Those trenches that existed were too shallow or had been dug in a straight line that could easily be overrun. This was, in other words, still an amateur war where taking unnecessary risks was part of the excitement. Wintringham argued with Walrath, Friday Man, and the other foreign volunteers, who shared an unrealistic belief that, despite 2 months with only minor advances, Huesca would soon fall to the Republicans. We all hate digging. As well, we shan't be here much longer, one of them reasoned. Wintringham's only consolation was that the other side was equally amateurish. This was not the kind of war I liked, he concluded. Point 11. There were other problems. For most militiamen, discipline was something that the fascist army in front of them used to oppress its working-class soldiers. In the militias there was no saluting superiors and little recognition of rank or hierarchy. Militiamen demanded that military decisions be debated and taken jointly. Those professional army officers who had stayed loyal to the government were mistrusted, they were often blamed for failures, and sometimes shot by their own men. A newer, much larger German-speaking unit of 120 people had just established itself beside them. Confusingly, it called itself the Thalmann Centuria, and would later absorb some members of the more ad hoc Thalmann group. This was mostly filled with communist exiles from the Nazi regime, who were arriving from across Europe. The Centuria was, at least in comparative terms, a model of Prussian discipline and tidiness, provoking mirth amongst the anarchic Spanish militiamen. Wintringham, however, was admiring and believed a much larger international legion ought to be recruited so that it could set an example to the militias. Those Germans who knew Spain, people like Friday Man and Walrath, disagreed, saying they learned from the Spaniards too. We have to be close to them, mixed in with them, to do this, they argued. Point 12. At around the same time that Wintringham was throwing himself into the hollows of Grainen's dusty fields, another balding, experienced ex-army officer visited the same lines. Ludwig Wren was a Saxon writer and soldier, who no longer used his aristocratic name of Arnold Friedrich Vieth von Golsnau. He had sat on the opposite side of the trenches to Wintringham in the Great War. That war, with its 10 million dead, mindless nationalism and savage humiliation of defeated Germany, had continued to poison European politics and democracy in the years since the peace treaty was signed at Versailles in 1919. It had also brought old enemies like Wren and Wintringham together. The First World War was part of the cocktail of personal experience, along with the financial crash, depression, and rampant unemployment of previous years, that had driven people towards more extreme political options on both left and right. Wren had written War, a celebrated autobiographical account of life on the Western Front, and, after watching dozens of socialist demonstrators being attacked and killed by police in Vienna in 1927, veered to the political left and embraced communism, vowing never to sit by passively again. Point 13. Tall, skinny, and with a schoolteacher's wire-framed glasses, he was, according to one observer, an ascetic warrior, a soldier monk. Point 14. Others simply found him stiff and humorless. In Grainen, Wren had been surprised to find Fernando Trueba, the Union official commanding the Carlos Marx column, equivalent, in his mind, to a general, in a pair of grey dungarees. Since everyone else wore similar garb, he was unsure who of those sitting down to lunch with him were also in charge. The commander admitted that the largely self-formed units in his column were a hodgepodge of sizes and that he himself had little military knowledge. Wren asked if he had placed his units all in one long, and easily overrun, line. Of course, just like the fascists, came the reply. Wren was even more scandalous at the lack of reserves to fill gaps that might appear during an attack, or to fight anyone who broke through. Wren shared his worries with Hans Baimler, the jug-eared former German Communist Reichstag deputy who had helped set up the Centuria and was already famous for being the only escapee from one of the new concentration camps being set up in Hitler's Germany at Dachau. 15 Every unit must have reserves, however big or small. Any officer with even the smallest knowledge of modern warfare knows that, an indignant Wren told him. The fascists might be making the same mistakes, he pointed out, but their new German and Italian advisors would soon correct them. Yet here the leader of the column, although he is a good man, didn't even understand the reasons for my question, he complained. 16 That night, as if to confirm his diagnosis of a disastrously ill-prepared army, another aristocratic former German army officer turned communist who had volunteered to help organize and train the Centuria, Hubert von Ranke 17 explained why a neighboring anarchist unit could be heard blasting away at invisible targets in the dark. They always get these night panics. Then they fire madly until they run out of ammunition and ask for more, threatening to leave if they don't get it, he said. 18 This, he sneered, was typical of anarchists. He does not seem to have told Wren that one of the few early victories around Huesca had been won by a column including up to 100 Italians and other international volunteers, many of them anarchists, who took the Monte Pelado hill at the end of August. Mutual scorn and mistrust between communists, anarchists, and other factions was already weakening the Republican response. Wren's view of this chaotic army was colored not just by his Saxon upbringing and military past, but also by his attraction to the discipline of communism, which, as a prominent party member, had seen him imprisoned by Hitler for 18 months in 1933, following the Reichstag fire. 19 He liked things to be ordered, thought out and done properly. Indeed, he had already disapproved of the British hospital set up by Sinclair Loutet and his team of doctors, nurses and ambulance drivers in Grainen. Wren saw medical staff smoking in the wards while, given the lack of doors in the building, stray dogs sniffed around the patients. The nurses are bored petits bourgeois who want to experience something different, Baimler explained. They were fine nurses, he added, and good people, but they needed political education. This attitude irritated the volunteer nurses and doctors, who were by no means all communists. Baimler probably did not know that the British Medical Aid Unit's treasurer was Winston Churchill's cousin, Viscount Peter Churchill. 20 Some of those first medical volunteers, whose numbers swelled as they were joined by doctors and nurses from around the world, would remain in Spain for the next 3 years, outlasting the majority of armed volunteers. Wren and Wintringham may have fought against each other 20 years earlier, but they were both keen students of military tactics and now saw eye to eye on the Republic's need for help on the ground. In fact, the two men had made similar political journeys over the previous 15 years. Wintringham was nominally visiting as a correspondent for the Communist Daily Worker. Newspaper credentials were one of the easiest ways to get into war-torn Spain, but he had long been an operative for the Comintern, the international arm of Soviet-style communism. He had studied at the Lenin School in Moscow, where national parties sent their most promising cadres. Many of Wintringham's fellow alumni would soon appear in Spain. It can have been no coincidence that both he and Wren were reconnoitering the front lines, for the Comintern was already thinking about whether it should do more to prevent a fascist triumph in the Iberian Peninsula. 21 Wintringham had argued with friends in England about the need to organize a legion of international volunteers to join the battle. They had warned that Clement Attlee's Labour Party, although deeply sympathetic to the Republic, while being, as a later commentator observed, more Methodist than Marxist, would never back such a thing. They will think of the Catholic vote and the pacifists, he had been told. And such a legion would be sure to be labeled red and communist. We must avoid those labels being stuck on the war in Spain, which is a defense of democracy, of a democratic republic, against fascism. 22. Yet, Wintringham remained convinced that the Republic's amateur anarchist way of fighting would bring certain defeat. Even the Thalmann Centuria, whose discipline he admired, worried him, since its volunteers appeared to have adopted the Spanish militiamen's disdain for danger. One set of attacks on a hilltop hermitage dedicated to Santa Quiteria saw the Thalmann Centuria run blindly and willingly into enemy fire on repeated occasions, suffering heavy losses. Hardened by their encounter with Nazism, these volunteers were strong men who proved and overproved their courage, according to the future American volunteer fighter and historian Robert Kolodny. 23 In a bold, nighttime attack they had clambered up the terraced farmland in front of the hermitage and taken it, only to be forced out by enemy reinforcements, including experienced Moroccan colonial soldiers, coming down the hill in the opposite direction. 24 With little support, apart from a similarly courageous group of young Spanish anarchists, and even less information about how heavily fortified their objective was, the attack had been doomed to failure. 3 Danish brothers who had cycled to Spain, Harald, Kai, and Åge Nielsen, were the last to flee. They set an early example of what shock troops could be like. They tried to do the impossible, and paid for it, said Kolodny. 25. Wintringham was not impressed by an action that had seen the 125-strong Centuria, by now bolstered by a handful of Austrians, Poles, Danes, and Belgians, lose 19 dead and 52 wounded before being sent back to Barcelona to reorganize. 26 An army that consists of troops who are willing to do nothing much except at intervals find graves and glory, such an army needs an example and training of exactly the opposite sort given by the Thalmann Centuria, Wintringham observed afterwards. How could these incredibly valiant Spaniards get hold of the art, the science, the discipline of war? By example and by training, given them by foreigners, but not in this hopelessly slipshod, casual, unscientific way. 27 Agreed Wren. The sight of Hitler's Ju-52s flying above the lines at Huesca confirmed to Wintringham that the often shambolic enemy had already realized that foreign help was crucial, and he was cast down by the thought that his earlier proposals for recruiting men to defend the Republic had been so badly received in Britain. By the time he returned to England, however, he found that his friends had already seen the need. So, too, had Joseph Stalin. Wintringham had dreamed of recruiting 50 men for Spain. I did not know that 4 months later I would be helping to organize 528. 6. Creating the Brigades, Madrid, Moscow, Albacete, October 1936. Francisco Largo Caballero made it obvious that he did not like the foreigners who walked through his door on October 17, 1936. The Italian, the Pole and the Frenchman had come to offer help, but the man who was now both the Prime Minister and War Minister of Spain was suspicious of their aims and methods. Luigi Longo, Pierre Ribier, and Stefan Wisniewski were all Comintern officials. They had been ushered through the door by another Italian, Vittorio Vidali, a Comintern man who was already a senior figure in the communist branch of the Republican Army and called himself Carlos Contreras. They had been forced to wait for the meeting overnight, and Vidali had to explain to the frustrated foreigners that mañana was a very Spanish thing and that we shouldn't despair. 1. Largo Caballero walked towards them but declined to sit down, suggesting that this was to be a very short meeting. He did not like the idea of foreign-run units in his army, especially if they were organized by communists. 2 But these were Stalin's men. Russia was sending weapons, advisors, and instructors. Stalin was determined not to upset Britain and France, who were already terrified of Hitler's Germany, by sending troops of his own from the Red Army, but he still wanted international communism, or the part of it controlled by Moscow, to be present. The nearest thing he could offer to an army was the proposal now laid out by Longo. It included helping to organize several brigades of international volunteers, with tens of thousands of men who would come from a broad range of anti-fascist parties and movements. These international brigades would tap into a widespread desire across the left, and amongst others who simply feared the rise of Hitler and Mussolini, to fight fascism directly. It was obvious, however, that the organization would largely be in communist hands. Largo Caballero had taken charge of the government early in September after Giral proved incapable of organizing an efficient defense against Franco's skilled troops. These were now sweeping towards Madrid from the west, rolling over the undisciplined and poorly armed militia units that stood in their way. The latest disaster had come the day before Largo Caballero became prime minister with the fall, on September 3, of Talavera de la Reina, 110 kilometers from the capital and the last major city on the road to Madrid. This was as chaotic as the Aragon front, but faster moving. Trying to find the front to the west of Madrid, the German writer and First World War veteran Gustav Regler was told by his driver that it would be wherever they start shooting at us. 3 When they found Republican troops positioned along a road, ignoring the open countryside around them, they refused to discuss whether they risked being outflanked. It's not the custom. We only fight on the roads, the soldiers informed him. Polish volunteer Antoni Mroisi was amongst a group of foreign machine gunners rushed to this front from Barcelona, together with the 100-strong, mostly Italian Gastone Sozzi Centuria, to slow the advance just outside Talavera. 4 Under the guidance of regular army officers, they successfully held their positions for a month and helped to buy time for the Spanish capital. The reckless bravado of an anarchist unit with a dozen trucks which appeared out of nowhere summed up what, to the more disciplined communists, was the basic problem of the Republican Army. They drove cars through our lines towards the fascists, and soon disappeared from sight. After a dozen minutes we heard the sound of violent shooting, and a moment later we saw some retreating cars and silhouettes of anarchists fleeing in panic, described Mroisi. They then refused to dig in and help defend the line, charging back to wherever they had come from. Largo Caballero himself, often dressed in the boiler suit costume of the militias, promoted this kind of behavior, claiming that Spanish troops would never dig into defensive positions because their pride would not allow them to. They preferred to fight a pecho descubierto, literally bare-chested or like a fighting bull, head-on and without hiding, he claimed. That made Wren, who recalled the German army's suicidal Buffalo strategy in 1914, wince. 5. Largo Caballero clearly saw the international brigades as a communist invention. In Republican Spain, with the professional army mostly on the other side and the newly formed units already almost largely based on political or union affiliation, there was nothing especially sinister or strange about that. The Spanish communists were efficient organizers, and their vast 5th Regiment, which served as an umbrella organization for their own brigades 6, was acquiring a reputation as one of the most effective parts of the ragtag army that emerged during the first weeks of fighting. He listened in silence to the visitors, who tried to guess whether his occasional nods meant that he understood what they had said, or approved. "Do you have arms?" he asked, after Longo had presented the plan. Of course, Longo lied. It would be a vast popular front army, he explained, made up of workers from around the world of, almost, all left-wing persuasions. "It is good that you come to our aid, given that this way you will be defending yourselves," Largo Caballero said, referring to the regimes in Italy and Germany. "Since you wish to fight, the Spanish government accepts your help, though it must be clear that you will provide your own arms. They will be paid 10 pesetas a day, like our own militiamen 7. This was more than many militiamen earned in civilian life, and equivalent to 4 British shillings, or a fifth of a pound. 8 The interview was over and the group was offended by its brevity. Largo Caballero, they thought, looked annoyed that it had lasted for more than 5 minutes. Was that his temperament, or proof of his unrestrained hostility to the volunteers? Both, they were told. Longo blamed Caballero's military advisors for persuading him that the volunteers were the devil's tail, but Vidali laughed the episode off. "That's it," he explained. "We've achieved the most important thing, and can now form a Brigade 9. In fact, this meeting was really about rubber stamping something that had been agreed earlier. The international brigades, indeed, were already being formed. Popular pressure, Moscow straitgazing and Republican politics had combined to create them. On August 28 the Comintern's Bulgarian Secretary-General Georgy Dimitrov, based in Moscow, wrote in his diary that discussions were underway for a possible organization of an international corps. 10 The strands were coming together, and the Communist Party was doing the stitching. At a meeting of the Comintern Presidium on September 18, various measures were approved for helping Republican Spain, such as sending specialists to help its army but also to recruit, amongst the workers from all countries, volunteers with military experience, with a view to sending them to Spain. 11 The following day, the senior French communist André Marty, a cantankerous, walrus-mustached, former leader of a French Navy mutiny, began work on a general operations plan for Spain with the help of Comintern military advisors. The moody, blustering and insecure Marty was famous for his explosive temper and ability, in the words of one of those advisors, to turn a molehill into a mountain. 12 He was also one of Comintern's 7 secretaries, and his involvement was a sign of how seriously the organization took this new project. The plan recommended a foreign legion of shock troops, some 4,000 to 5,000 strong. 13 By October 10, a week before the meeting with Largo Caballero, around 500 of these were already sitting in the old fort in the northern Catalan city of Figueres, waiting for somewhere to go. 2 days later, very late in the evening, Longo knocked on the door of the Communist 5th Regiment's offices in Albacete, but was told to come back in the morning. He slept on a bench until the local commander arrived in the morning, and then warned the surprised man that not only was Albacete to be the International Brigade's headquarters, but that hundreds of men were on their way from Figueres. Another 800 were on a boat that had already sailed from Marseille and was due to dock at Alicante. 14 They looked at me as if I was mad, Longo recalled. 15 In less than 36 hours buildings were found, leaking roofs hurriedly patched up and floors covered with straw for the first contingent. Beds, food, kitchens, and latrines were still lacking, however. 16 From October 14 onwards, several hundred men a day would reach this charmless rural city in the flat farmland of La Mancha, which was conveniently situated on the roads and railways that led to Barcelona, Valencia, Madrid, or Andalusia. They included many of those who were already fighting or training in the various foreign units that emerged spontaneously in the opening weeks of the war. These included the Thalmann Centuria, the mostly Italian Gastone Sazzi Centuria, Rosselli's Italian Column, a French-speaking Commune de Paris Centuria, as well as the dozen British and Irish who, under the leadership of the Stepney cyclist Nat Cohen and his girlfriend, and future wife, Ramona Siles Garcia, had formed the untested Tom Mann Centuria in Barcelona. 17 They hoped that this foreign army within an army would prove to be a more effective fighting force than the militia units with which they had served so far. 7. The Tower of Babel, Albacete, October 1936. The journey to Albacete was one of contrasts. As the men rode down from Figueres by train, villagers cheered, bands played, flowers were thrown and alcohol was consumed in liberal quantities. Few of those foreign volunteers who made the trip in these early days forgot the wild enthusiasm with which they were greeted everywhere. Only the more disciplined, typically the most serious-minded and dedicated communists, remained completely sober. Political and national strains were already apparent, exacerbated by petty jealousies and the rowdy squabbling of overexcited and inebriated men, though these were mostly drowned out by the ecstatic reception and the shared sense of both purpose and potential glory. The volunteers were a mixture of intense, ideological young men, city toughs, manual workers from factory floors and mines, adventurers, and those with nothing better to do. They were also, disproportionately, exiles and migrants, or the children of migrants. Most were passionate left-wingers. Together they formed an army of the devout and the displaced. Paris became the main recruiting point for the new brigades, with organization mostly in the hands of the French Communist Party, the Confédération Générale du Travail, CGT, trades union and various spin-off committees. 1 Economic and political exiles from elsewhere drifted towards the main d'oeuvre immigré, MOI, offices in the communist headquarters in Rue Lafayette, with a union building in the Avenue Mathurin Moreau acting as a marshalling point for men who initially arrived from across Europe. 2 On trains heading south from Paris and boats leaving the harbor at Marseille, men began to learn to communicate with people who spoke languages they could not begin to understand. The Ciudad de Barcelona, a requisitioned passenger boat, had slipped silently out of Marseille on October 11, a lone sailor singing plaintive snatches of what passengers assumed was flamenco, sounding of southern grief on lonely arid hills, according to one of the more imaginative and poetically minded passengers. 3. A few days later a British Labour Party member called Esmond Romilly found himself wandering the Marseille docks, having lost his passport and most of his money while cycling across France from Dieppe fueled by cognac and black coffee. Romilly was by no means typical of the recruits, since his father had been the British military governor of Galilee and his aunt Clementine was married to Winston Churchill. The latter was now in his wilderness years and arguing vehemently for rearmament in the face of Germany's growing military machine, but had refused to shake the hand of the Republic's new ambassador in London, Pablo de Carrete, instead muttering blood, blood, blood in response to behind-the-line killings by anarchists and others. 4. Romilly had run away from a notoriously Philistine public school, Wellington College, where he declared himself a pacifist and set up a radical magazine called Out of Bounds, Public Schools Journal against Fascism, Militarism, and Reaction. 5. He was also an adventurer who described himself as belonging to that very large class of unskilled laborers with a public school accent. 6. Romilly had no idea that the international brigades were being formed, but he was determined to fight in Spain. After a few days sleeping in a church hostel in Marseille, he was rowed out to the Spanish steamship SS Mar Caspio, where around 600 men from across Europe were slowly being gathered together. They were, he noted, nearly all working class. A notice pinned outside the dining room gave an idea of just how mixed the passengers were: guard duties, 7 to 9 French, 9 to 11 Germans, 11 to 13 Italians, 13 to 15 Yugoslavs, 15 to 17 Belgians, 17 to 19 Poles, 19 to 21 Flemish, 21 to 23 Russians, 23 to 1 French, 1 to 3 Germans, 3 to 5 Poles, 5 to 7 Belgians. When Romilly told the serious young French official from the Communist Youth International who was in charge that he was not actually a communist, the latter was delighted and treated me with extra consideration to emphasize the Front Populaire spirit. 7. Not everyone was so welcoming. Another group of Frenchmen wanted him to explain how Britain's Labour Party squared the idea of non-intervention in Spain with socialist principles. That, of course, I could not tell them, he admitted. 8. The subject was hard to dismiss, since they could see British warships standing off Spanish ports and monitoring the shipping that went in and out of them. 9. In fact, the Labour Party and the powerful trades unions which backed them were initially mistrustful of the international brigades because of the role played by the same communists who, until the switch to supporting Popular Front alliances, had accused them of being social fascists. 10. In Valencia, Romilly's detachment of recruits was welcomed by huge, cheering crowds and entertained with dinner and a music hall show. A merry, if chaotic, column of men eventually arrived at the railway station. We learned new slogans: Viva las Señoritas Españolas and Viva Vino Blanco. Romilly remembered. 11. Viva Rusia, some people shouted back, reflecting a common belief that the foreign soldiers reaching Spain must all be from the Soviet Union. A bumpy 8-hour journey amongst a garlicky mass of men, sprawling on the floor under seats and sleeping on racks, was made more painful by his attacks of diarrhea and slower by the fact that the train stopped at each little station, where there was the same crowds, the same friendly words, the same forest of clenched fists. 12. Fortified by sweet muscatel wine and potent anise, they were also bombarded with gifts of flowers, fruit, and bread. A French volunteer remembered the haughty girls. Young women laughed nervously, making their beautiful eyes even more enchanting, he recalled. Despite the great modesty they impose on themselves, it seemed as if their beautiful lips burned with kisses for us. When a comrade showed his desire to kiss one of these pretty girls, her father exhorted her to accept the kiss as an honor. 13. Some of these would-be soldiers had never traveled out of their home countries before, and the nerves caused by their mission, to fight in a foreign army, were heightened by being out of their natural environment. Some sang away their fear and excitement with tunes from home. As often as not, Someone then started on the one song that almost everybody knew, even if the words came out in different languages, the left-wing anthem, the Internationale. Here were we, all young men from really all the nations in Europe, and some from outside Europe as well, joining in this one song in their own language, which seemed to express a yearning for the unity of mankind. I find it extremely difficult to explain how exhilarating this was. I don't think I've ever felt the same feeling at any other time in my life, a British volunteer who arrived later recalled. 14 The enthusiasm shown by Spaniards as the trainloads of foreigners trundled south remained undimmed over the coming months. "I'll never forget that journey," said French woman Lisa London after she was recruited by Marty to work at Albacete and experienced the station-by-station welcomes, where crowds of well-wishers offered arms full of flowers, fruit, food, jugs of fresh water, and bottles or goat skins full of wine. 15. For those who were not already exiles, the journey to Spain was one of the most remarkable of their lives. Few countries approved of men fighting in a foreign army, especially a red one, and non-intervention rules turned many journeys to Paris into clandestine or semi-clandestine adventures. Comintern and other organizers did their best, but chaotic improvisation was to the fore. Frontiers were crossed at night, rivers swum, trains clung onto and border guards dodged. Hungarian Istvan Bakaler set out on foot with 2 pengos, about 2 shillings, or £5 today, in his pocket and made his way through Italy, Switzerland, and France. He rode on the back of hay carts, hitched rides on lorries, jumped onto slow-moving trains, foraged for food, was arrested in Italy, and eventually, 2 months later, he reached Paris. Pole Julius Hibner was smuggled into Czechoslovakia with no passport and 20 zlotys stashed inside a false shoe heel, while his 18-year-old compatriot, nurse Rachel Schwartzman, known as Angeli, stayed with communist families as she passed through 4 different countries. 16 British volunteers would eventually be given tickets to Dunkirk or Paris, nominally to spend the day or the weekend. 17 The evening trains from the Gare de Lyon in Paris to Perpignan 18 or from the KQ Orsay to Marseille were soon full of small groups of young men from around Europe, mostly wearing working men's flat caps, carrying backpacks, and nonchalantly pretending not to have anything in common. Many different routes opened up, as some traveled on specially fleeted trains, or convoys of buses and trucks. 19. Volunteers were usually interviewed by a Communist Party or Union official before departure, though there were so many routes to Spain that no single system existed. Military training and some kind of political background were the best guarantees to acceptance, but the filters did not always work, and some of those who got through were completely unsuitable. Late in October, an angry Marty rebuked his party colleagues in Paris for sending a deficient selection of 515 men, of whom nearly half had not done military service and many were old, sick, or were simply unemployed and looking for something to do. "It will be extremely dangerous if you keep sending us such people," he said. 20 Half the Swiss recruits came from the ranks of the unemployed, and the mayor of Lyon was believed to have sent dozens of beggars as a way of getting them off his streets. As a result, several groups of men had to be sent back. 21. The knots of young men who stood around the Quai d'Orsay when the first batch of recruits left early in October included a 28-year-old Londoner called John Sommerfield, who had left school at 16, jobbed as a stagehand and merchant seaman, shown a talent for writing, published in the communist press, and composed 3 novels. His group of up to a dozen English speakers was the least typical of all, for it had been put together by 20-year-old Rupert John Cornford, a Cambridge poet and communist who had already fought with a POUM unit on the Aragon front. 22 Cornford was Charles Darwin's great-grandson and had decided not to use the first name given to him in honor of the family friend and First World War poet Rupert Brooke. Trying to keep up with this energetic, convinced and sports-mad militant was, in his brother's words, like standing on a railway embankment and trying to grab an express train. 23. The tall, stooping Cornford had initially recruited these men to fight in Aragon, before being redirected in Paris to the new international brigades. His group included not just the writer Sommerfield but 2 Cambridge graduates, including the future Yale and Harvard Classics professor Bernard Knox 24, an Oxford graduate studying medicine in Edinburgh, a London University graduate, an actor, 3 ex-servicemen and 2 unemployed workmen. Knox and Cornford had visited the latter's father, a Greek scholar at Cambridge, who handed over his First World War officer's pistol. Knox had smuggled it through French customs, because Cornford's passport already had Spanish entry and exit stamps, and his bags were likely to be given a thorough going over. 25 Standing on the platform, watching the other groups arrive, it slowly dawned on them that this was a much bigger affair than they had expected. Sommerfield felt delighted, not quite understanding, but full of hope. 26 Before someone stepped forward and proclaimed himself to be in charge. Railway union officials were on hand to smooth their path, but few had any idea about where they were going. Cornford's group still hoped they would be taken to Barcelona and the Aragon front. They had been recently joined by an English-speaking German exile, Jan Kurtka, adding a painter to their unrepresentatively intellectual and artistic group. Cornford's tales of the leisurely warfare on the Aragonese front and his insistence that both sides lacked the weapons for a proper modern war convinced the volunteers that they were heading towards something far more benign than trenches akin to those of the Western Front. In Cornford's telling, both Spanish armies sounded more like those led by the revolutionary Pancho Villa, who fought against regimes in Mexico at the time of the First World War, than those which had soaked the mud of the Somme and Verdun with the blood of young men. Along the way, his group idly debated whether prisoners should be shot. 27 Most agreed with the Catholic Irishman who joined the group and argued that they should not, but Kurtka reminded them that the other side would not be so generous. Many volunteers arrived in a state of total ignorance about both Spain and war. Men like myself did not speak a word of Spanish, admitted James Yates, an African American from Mississippi who would join the U.S. contingent that arrived the following year. To order a glass of milk, we would moo like a cow. We cackled like chickens to order eggs, and we touched our bodies in order to indicate that we wanted to use the toilet. 28 Northern Europeans were alternately delighted or dismayed by their first sight of a Mediterranean country. How beautiful Spain is! I had never seen olive trees and orange groves where golden fruit hung from tree branches and the ground was covered with a golden carpet of oranges. Alexander Surek, a Polish exile who had been living in rainy Normandy, recalled. 29. If alcohol often smoothed the transition, waking up the following morning was a different matter. Albacete is cold for most of the year, with October night temperatures sinking to an average 8 degrees centigrade, and as low as -20 at the height of winter. Conditions were rough. Somehow more than 1,000 men were stuffed into a former convent school, a police barracks designed for 80 families and one of the larger houses in the city. 30 For the first 2 weeks volunteers slept on cement and straw-covered floors. By morning the latrines were stinking and overflowing. There were 2 taps for 800 men to wash from. Plates and cutlery had to be shared. Water was scarce and men spent all morning queuing for lunch, and then all afternoon queuing for supper. 31, which consisted of a plate of soup, a plate of hash, and sometimes a pomegranate. 32 Spanish food, fried in olive oil, was, at best, unfamiliar. For those of us who were used to Polish, Jewish, or French cuisine, all we could do was hold our noses and swallow, said one France-based Polish exile. 33 They soon discovered that war was as squalid as it was heroic. The Latin type of latrine, at which you have to squat, is bad enough at its best, but these were made of some kind of polished stone so slippery that it was all you could do to keep on your feet, Orwell wrote later after joining a POUM unit in Aragon. In addition, they were always blocked. These latrines first brought home to me the thought, so often to recur, here we are, soldiers of a revolutionary army, defending democracy against fascism, fighting a war which is about something, and the detail of our lives is just as sordid and degrading as it could be in prison. 34 Olive oil, powdered peppers and chickpeas wrought havoc on northern stomachs. Diarrhea swept through the ranks. 35 As hundreds more volunteers arrived daily, men were billeted in the arches under the bull ring, while towns and villages in the region were told to expect to receive the units that were being hastily formed every day. All this was organized by a headquarters staff crammed into a few rooms of the former Bank of Spain branch in Albacete. 36 A sleepy provincial farming capital suddenly found itself hosting a large and chaotic military detachment which exchanged instructions, greetings, and insults in a dozen or more languages. It was impossible to ask the comrades not to go into town, or to drink, observed Pierre Ribier, who jostled with another Frenchman for control of their large contingent. 37 The rowdiness of some upset the local people, he said, making them look badly on the rest of us, as if we were undesirables. Several days later, after his trip to Madrid to see Largo Caballero, Ribier returned to find the situation little better. Volunteers were being allowed to wander around town, seeking ways to entertain, or simply look after, themselves. That was not the best way to instill the discipline needed by an army, he admitted. Makeshift kitchens were set up at the bull ring, with the men eating on the arena sand. 38. The early arrivals almost all came from the countries which would provide most volunteers over the next 2 years. They were mostly French speakers from France and Belgium, or exiles from Italy, Germany, and Poland, which explains why the first 4 battalions were based around their languages. 3 out of every 5 Italians arrived from France, while only about 1 in 15 came straight from Italy, with the rest from a million-strong community of Italian emigrants around the world. 39 Within a dozen days 40 of the first men arriving, a number of nearby towns and villages had been identified as places where the individual battalions of up to 600 men that were being formed around the main language groups could be based, reducing pressure on Albacete itself. 41 The French speakers went 35 kilometers away to La Rota, where they took over a convent and an aristocrat's palace, improving their living conditions instantly. Other battalions went to Mahora, Madrigueras and Tarazona de la Mancha. 42. When the already experienced volunteers from the Commune de Paracenturia, who had mostly fought at either the Basque frontier town of Irun or in the failed Majorca landing, joined them with their leader Jules Dumont, command of the new French battalion was handed over to him. 43 Dumont was a decorated First World War officer who had already fought as a volunteer in Abyssinia against the invading troops sent by Mussolini in 1935. A ragbag of uniforms and rifles arrived, leaving Ribier to muse whether the sans-culottes of 1789 might have looked smarter. They were forever being told that things would arrive mañana, he complained, and some of the volunteers began to look down their noses at Spanish indolence. 44 Ambition and envy within the ranks also made things difficult. The first commander of the Albacete camp, a former French regular army officer called Jean-Marie, who had already helped defend Irun, left after just a few days when he realized that he was not going to be given command of the 1st Brigade to go into battle. He was replaced by a senior French communist, Vidal Gaiman, aka Vidal, who had been working for the party for over a decade. 45. In theory, the volunteers were meant to do 3 hours of military training each morning and 2 more hours in the afternoon. But that rarely happened. Units were still being formed, instructors were few and guns mostly ancient. The first batch of 300 to 400 rifles, donated from across Europe, included at least a dozen models, often without the right caliber ammunition, and contained Chinese, Japanese, Turkish and Russian guns. It was, Gaiman said, like the collection from a weapons museum. 46 Even the arms being sent by Stalin were, initially, antique weapons that the Red Army was keen to offload. 47 So much time was spent just dealing with the basic requirements of feeding and organizing provisions or housing, that there was barely any time left for training. Wintringham became a machine gun instructor, and was given 10 days to learn what he said would normally take a year, before then trying to teach others. An additional problem was that the men themselves often simply failed to turn up. 48 Marching and saluting, for example, were anathema to some. "We have come here to fight fascists, not to march through the streets of Albacete," some complained. Others claimed that their experience on either side during the First World War, in the Balkans or in Italy's expeditionary force in North Africa meant they were already fully trained and prepared. The fact that many had years of political militancy behind them was another problem. They wanted officers who were comrades and a revolutionary army built on free principles, without order, without military discipline and with orders debated and voted on at assemblies. 49 Some officers were reluctant to issue orders, fearing that they would be seen as behaving like factory bosses. This absurd democratization was what Longo called the weak point of the Spanish militias 50, but many of those who had arrived from the Aragonese front wanted to maintain the tradition. Introducing the daily routine and organizing the most elementary drill quite often required a great deal of energy and frequently only succeeded after the suppression of opposition not just from the soldiers, but also from a significant portion of the officer corps. One senior officer complained. 51 They did not realize that the international brigades were meant to be Red Army-inspired units, based on discipline and absolute obedience. 52 Romilly came to accept that this was best. What matters is that the rank and file should volunteer, and that their officers should have military experience, he said. 53 Units were created literally within the course of 1 or 2 days from those volunteers who were on hand at the time, reported Polish officer Karol Swajewski, who became one of the senior field commanders. There were subunits that contained dozens of nationalities. One of the companies had 14. Furthermore, all of these people were absolutely unacquainted, not accustomed to one another. Representatives of the world's numerous nationalities, including blacks, Japanese, and Chinese, had to agree among themselves, found a common language, suffered the same adversities. 54 Volunteers swore an oath to fight for the liberty of Spain and the world. My eternal enemies are, like the enemies of Spain, the fascists. I know that if fascism is victorious in Spain, tomorrow it will come to my country and destroy my land. I prefer to die than live under its yoke. 55 Some of the organizational work was done by a handful of regular, non-Russian Red Army officers sent by Moscow as volunteers and destined to become senior field commanders. Most used aliases. Janos Giles became General Gal, Mate Zalka took the name of General Lukacs, Manfred Stern became Emilio Kleber, and Swajewski was Walter. Their non-Russian status allowed Stalin to maintain that he was not breaking non-intervention rules. Soviet advisors were often at the elbows of many senior Republican Army commanders, and Red Army tank drivers and pilots were also already in Spain. In all, 2,105 Russians passed through Spain in short rotations, and they probably numbered no more than 500 at any one time. 56 This remains modest beside the Luftwaffe's 19,000 men or the 76,00057 Italians sent by Mussolini. 58 In practice, Comintern officials held most of the important posts, and the international brigades would arouse suspicions that they were at the service of Joseph Stalin himself. For the purposes of this war, however, even the communist brigadiers were, first and foremost, Popular Front anti-fascists and members of Spain's Republican Army. 59 Political motivation was, in any case, seen as the crucial motivating factor that could turn this largely inexperienced rabble into efficient shock troops, willing to fight in the hardest and bloodiest fronts of the war. The morale of the brigades is strong. Lacking are automatic weapons and artillery, 1/3 have insufficient military training. The command staff is extremely small and insufficiently qualified, Marty reported early in November, as the first 3,000 volunteers were being organized. 60 Since equipment and training was poor, Marty tried to maintain the men's morale with rousing speeches that praised the courage of Spain's militias while explaining why they had not yet won. There are 3 things that they have lacked, 3 things essential for victory, 3 things we must have, which we will have. The first is political unity, the second is military leaders, the third is discipline. 61 He roared at the volunteers due to form the 1st International Brigade, in a speech delivered from a balcony at the Albacete barracks. They were no longer communists, socialists, republicans, or radicals, he insisted, but a group of anti-fascists. He then introduced the man who would lead them into battle, General Emilio Kleber, a Red Army veteran who had been a senior Comintern military advisor in China. 62 Kleber stepped forward, promised them proper training and warned against impetuousness. "We are preparing for war, not massacre. When the 1st International Brigade goes into action, they will be properly trained men, with good rifles, a well-equipped Corps." 63. The flow of recruits continued as the pent-up demand, which had even seen some French communists disciplined for traveling to Spain as freelance fighters, was released and organized. French police reported that discreet instructions had gone out within the Communist Party to find the most thoughtful, those best suited to take command under fire, and those willing to sacrifice their life for the Spanish Republic. 64 Fresh batches of recruits arrived once or twice a week. 65 Each trainload of new arrivals, several hundred men at a time, was marched to the outskirts of Albacete. There they were divided up into language groups, while specialists, from interpreters and mechanics, to cooks and typists, were identified, and anyone with military experience who had not been a lowly private could be expected to be given a group to command. Experienced officers were few, and those who had previously commanded troops often found themselves in positions beyond their previous rank and ability. 66. Overall, experience was more important than political affiliation, except when it came to choosing the commissars in each unit, who were charged with maintaining both morale and discipline. 67 The commissars were major figures, almost as important as the commanding officers, whose job mirrored that of the Red Army commissars and, before that, of the commissaires politiques in the French Revolutionary Army at the end of the 18th century. They played a pastoral role but also wielded considerable power and did much to shape the attitudes and culture within an individual battalion or company. His first job is welfare. He serves as a buffer between officers and soldiers. He endeavors to fulfill these tasks without possessing any kind of power. He cannot give orders but must operate almost entirely by persuasion, one British volunteer explained later. 68 At its worst, however, the role of the political commissar was more sinister. In practice, he may be something approaching a secret police spy, of whom everyone is terrified. 69 Unsurprisingly, they provoked intense feelings, of both love and hate, amongst the men. There were few volunteers for office jobs. They said they had come to fight, not to work as bureaucrats, explained Gaiman. 70 Even at this stage it was obvious that some of the volunteers were not fit for the task, with mailingers, vagrants, the lumpen proletariat as well as the puny, sick and old weeded out. This was done on first impressions only, since there was insufficient time for a proper selection process. 71 Early attempts to maintain the popular front spirit saw the Italian battalion of the 1st International Brigade commanded by a Republican, with a Socialist and a Communist as his political commissars, while the 1st Artillery Battery was commanded by a French Socialist. 72. This mismatch of experience and inexperience, of clashing national military cultures and the remainders of an anti-military culture amongst some of the volunteers, many of whom, responding to the senseless butchery of the First World War, had been proud pacifists just a few months or years earlier, produced moments of incomprehension that ranged from comic to lethal. The proud commander of the Balkan Battalion, for example, spoke to Spanish officers in his native Bulgarian. This was then translated by a Sephardic Jewish volunteer called Cesar Covo, who spoke Ladino, a version of the 15th century Spanish taken into exile by the Jews expelled in 1492. Passwords in Spanish sometimes proved unpronounceable for those unaccustomed to the language. The Spanish crowds who shouted Viva Rusia, when they saw the international brigaders, were not completely amiss, given that the first Soviet military advisors had already arrived in Spain. Pilots and tank commanders were also appearing with Polikarpov I-15 biplane fighters, known as Chatos, literally snub-nosed, and T-26 light tanks that Stalin began to sell to the Republic. 73 Two Russians, indeed, liaised with the army headquarters in Madrid and reviewed all the operational plans. Given that they were not supposed to be in Spain, because of the non-intervention pact, they were always referred to, like other Russian advisors, as either Mexicans or, for GRU military intelligence operatives. preachers. They generally used noms de guerre, with the senior of the two, Colonel Simonov, known as Valois, while his sidekick was referred to as Petrovich. 74 A military council headed by Marty was in overall charge, but even he admitted that any decisions on military operations were placed in a report to the Mexican comrades and that it was only after their examination that Army headquarters in Madrid was contacted. 75 Confusingly, those volunteers from other countries who had been living in exile in Russia or studying at the International Lenin School in Moscow were often also known as Mexicans. The true sign of a deep-level, long-term communist was often that he or she would be known by a single name, usually an alias. This was a take from their often clandestine pasts, though the telltale prefix of comrade was dropped. 76. Fewer than 3 weeks had gone by since the first men arrived in Albacete when instructions came to send a brigade to the front. Those were received on the evening of October 30 and the first hastily put together brigade left 2 days later. 77 Weapons had only recently arrived, the French battalion marching straight to the railroad yard and excitedly tearing open the huge wooden crates containing theirs. There were stamps and bills of lading and brand marks on the cases that showed they had made the rounds of the international arms markets. Some were in Arabic and one case was branded with the letters IRA, recalled Bernard Knox. They contained American 03 Springfields, the rifle carried by the doughboys in the Great War. 78. There had been little or no time to learn how to use them. 79 Four battalions had been hurriedly formed. This was enough, in theory, for a brigade of around 2,400 men. The Republican Army was now organizing itself around so-called mixed brigades that carried rifles and machine guns and often included small cavalry units. Each brigade was given a number, with 11 to 15 reserved for the internationals, and this first brigade was known as 11 International Brigade. Each battalion was organized around one of the main languages of the early brigaders, German, French, Italian, and Polish. 80 They were named, respectively, Edgar André, Commune de Paris, Garibaldi, and Dabrowski, or Dombrowski. Those who did not speak those languages were shoehorned into the battalions, forming small national units with a translator. There was no proper brigade staff and only a handful of people who could speak the 5 languages, including Spanish, necessary to make them gel. 81 We calculated that we needed at least another 10 to 15 days to be able to organize them into a brigade, said Longo. Improvisation and haste, however, were to mark the International Brigade's first few months. We left in a kind of rout, admitted John Sommerfield. On the afternoon of our departure we began to get some equipment. Some got extraordinary dark blue short coats, some ammunition belts, some caps, some vests, some boots, some bayonet frogs, some scarves, some gloves. Everyone got something and no one everything. We marched off looking like a lot of scarecrows, and in filthy tempers. 82. 8. The 1st Brigade, Gran Via, Madrid, November 8, 1936. On November 8, 1936, Jankerka found himself shivering in the cold dawn at the Mediodía railway station in Madrid's Atocha neighborhood. The weather was remarkably similar to the damp London mist which had swallowed him up when he had walked towards a tram stop 3 weeks earlier, wearing a felt hat and carrying a small bag that contained little more than overalls, woolen underwear, and a copy of Hamlet. The commuters making their way to offices in the City of London could not have suspected he was heading for war. On that occasion, the 31-year-old exiled German painter had kissed goodbye to his girlfriend, artist and sometime model Kate Mangan, who had stood in her dressing gown and watched his departure from the top-story window of the unfurnished, uncurtained house they had been loaned. He did not yet know it, but at that moment Mangan had vowed that she, too, would go to Spain. It was a grey morning in Madrid, the drabness made worse by fine, icy drizzle. 1 Even as it prepared to become the hub of a war on this grim Sunday, the city assumed an air of languid acceptance. Cafes slowly filled as people warmed themselves with coffee and chose, deep-fried bars of ribbed dough. At the lounge bar of the Hotel Gran Via, a correspondence hangout housed in the block bounded by Madrid's Central Avenue and the broad Montera Street. Waiters and a handful of clients were suddenly drawn outside by the noise of shouting and clapping, underscored by the rhythmic beat of marching feet and the clatter of horses' hooves. Up the street from the direction of the Ministry of War came a long column of marching men. They wore a kind of khaki corduroy uniform, and loose brown Glengarry caps like those of the British Tank Corps. They were marching in excellent formation. The tramp of their boots sounded in perfect unison, recalled Geoffrey Cox, a young journalist from New Zealand who tumbled out of the hotel to watch them march by. Many had scarred tin helmets hanging from their belts. Some were young, others carried themselves like trained, experienced soldiers too. Their uniforms still did not match, but it was clear that this was no ordinary militia unit. Officers were visibly in command, revolvers at their waists. They clearly were not Spaniards either, but nobody seemed to know who they were or where they had appeared from. People rushed up from side streets or leaned out of windows to cheer. A barman turned to Cox and excitedly proclaimed, "The Russians have come! The Russians have come!" Some Madrileños wept, convinced that a foreign army had arrived to help, while others up at this early hour shouted salute. Salute. The soldiers raised a fist and replied in the same manner. But when I heard a clipped Prussian voice shout an order in German, followed by other shouts in French and Italian, I knew they were not Russians, said Cox. The international column of anti-fascists had arrived in Madrid. We were watching the first brigade of what was to develop into the most truly international army the world has seen since the Crusades III. The Madrid into which the international brigaders marched that November morning was in dire need of cheer. 17 weeks after a failed coup d'état had turned into a vicious, full-blown civil war, the Republican Army remained so badly organized that, despite their lack of experience and training, these disciplined foreign troops caused a fine impression. Some 36 hours earlier, on November 6, a long black limousine had slipped out through the gates of the War Ministry into the late afternoon gloom, rounded the walled-up and sandbag-covered Cibel's Fountain, now sardonically nicknamed the Hidden Beauty 4, and turned towards the road leading to the eastern coastal city of Valencia. In the back sat Largo Caballero. The Spanish Prime Minister was fleeing the country's capital, as were the rest of his government and most of the staff and paraphernalia that went with it. Suddenly Madrid, a bureaucratic city par excellence, had no government apparatus, no senior civil servants. All that was left were its people, the refugees who had flooded in during the previous weeks, and the soldiers and militiamen whose task was to defend it. Madrid was a city preparing for a siege, or for a defense that many, including Largo Caballero, expected to end swiftly in bloody defeat. Amongst those to abandon the city was Ludwig Wren, who had been drafted in to write training booklets by the military command and was stopped in the street by the British communist journalist Claude Coburn, driving an official car. "6 Get in," he shouted. Wren asked where he was going and Coburn admitted he had no idea. "Anywhere but Madrid. The city may well be surrounded at any minute," he answered. When Wren protested, he was informed that these were the orders given by both the government and their Russian advisors. Communist discipline was expected from both of them. He squeezed himself into the car, feeling guilty about leaving, and they drove to Cuenca, spending the night in a town hall lit only by the kind of thin-flamed, clay or metal oil lamps that had existed in Spain for at least 10 centuries. General José Asensio, Caballero's Undersecretary of War, also left. General José Mayaja, a pudgy, balding and bespectacled 58-year-old who had remained loyal to the government, and General Sebastián Pozas were given 2 envelopes and ordered not to open them until the morning. They disobeyed, breaking the seals and immediately discovering that their instructions had been placed in the wrong envelopes. Mayaja, taking his instructions from Pozas's envelope, was to defend the capital all costs. 7 Pozas, whose brother Gabriel had joined the military uprising, was his superior, but in charge of a wider zone and would prepare a possible retreat eastwards towards Guadalajara or Cuenca. 8. General Kleber, whose job it was to lead the first group of international volunteers into battle, had been in Madrid for the previous 2 days, chivying supplies out of the Communist 5th Regiment. He found the War Ministry curiously empty, with just Mayaja and his deputy, Lieutenant Colonel Vicente Rojo, in charge of the units that had remained to defend the city. Caballero's departure had confirmed many people's worst fear, that the capital was about to fall. Franco's forces had been drawing ever closer over the previous few days, and Madrid had become the first European city ever to sustain prolonged aerial bombardment. 9 German Ju-52s and the infamous Italian Blackbird Caprese 10 were gradually intensifying a bombing campaign that, later in the month, would see them fly up to 4 sorties every 24 hours. 11 Civilians cowered in metro stations, others were killed in their homes or in the street, victims of shrapnel and collapsing buildings. It was a new, unexpected, and terrifying side of war, indiscriminate of age, sex, or uniform. Already in this, photography's first major war, the images of gutted homes, spilling mattresses, furniture, children's toys, were appearing in the world's press. After one nighttime bombardment some days later, the François correspondent Louis Delapre tripped over a dying young woman amid the rubble on the corner of Gran Via and Alcalá, while under a pile of glass, her small, flattened child lay. He accused his newspaper of not showing nearly enough of the suffering in Madrid because, adding bitterly, the massacre of 100 Spanish children is less interesting than a sigh from the royal tart, Mrs. Wallace Simpson, whom Edward VIII would soon marry. 12 Within a few years, many European newspaper readers would learn from personal experience that this terrifying new threat from the skies was the future of warfare. Such was the pace of Franco's advance that many press correspondents, especially those following his assault columns, assumed the capital would fall within hours. Some newsrooms believed that this had already happened, and the Hearst newspaper group's star foreign correspondent, the orange-haired Hubert Renfro Red Knickerbocker, even filed a description in colorful prose of Franco leading his triumphant troops into Madrid, a barking dog trotting behind them. 13 This was based on reports broadcast by Francoist radio stations in Lisbon and elsewhere. Meanwhile, as the brigaders marched through the city, the London Times was preparing its pages for the following day. The headline on its piece from Spain's capital city read Last Hours of Madrid. 14 General Kleber was a 40-year-old Red Army veteran with a generous shock of grey-flecked hair, a strong-boned face, thick eyebrows, and pinched eyes. He had a bullish look and an impatient, no-nonsense air which, mixed with his unspoken vanity, soon created enemies. A Ukrainian Jew, born Manfred Stern, he, like many men attracted to the international brigades, grew up within the now shattered frontiers of the Austro-Hungarian Empire. Kleber was also a distinguished former spy who had worked for Russia's GRU military intelligence in China and the United States, where he had organized the stealing of tank designs. He had passed himself off as a Canadian and traveled to Spain under the guise of a fur dealer. 15 Although his English was heavily accented and, as he himself admitted, there were a limited number of generals in Canada, and it would hardly seem possible for any of them to be on the side of the Communists. 16 A moderately informed student of European military history might have realized that this nom de guerre was identical to that of one of Napoleon's favorite generals. Kleber had studied medicine in Vienna and then joined the Austro-Hungarian army during the First World War, where he was captured by the Russians and taken to Siberia. Freed after the revolution, he had joined the Bolsheviks and fought with partisans in Mongolia. 17 As a trusted Russian agent, he was then sent to take part in an unsuccessful uprising in Hamburg in 1923, one of several failed attempts to spark a communist revolution across Germany. 18 Kleber had arrived in Madrid in mid-September 1936, initially to reinforce the Spanish Communist Party's military structure, which was still based around the large and growing 5th Regiment. 19 Even the Spaniards were not entirely sure of Kleber's proper identity, and he had to pretend that he had never before met the Russian advisors whom he bumped into at the War Ministry, where he became one of 5 senior communists, 2 of them foreign, including Vital Gaiman, assigned to the high command. He seemed both pleased and embarrassed to be given the rank of general, a ruse invented by the Spanish communists in order to convince the War Ministry that Kleber was important, experienced, and useful. This leap upstairs was excessive, he himself admitted. It would have been more fitting to have become a colonel or a major. But the step had already been taken. That did not stop him from proudly sporting a general's hat. Kleber was prone to falling out with superiors and had initially been expected to organize a behind-the-lines guerrilla army 20 but was otherwise well suited to the task ahead. He battled with the Albacete commanders over the number of battalions he could take to Madrid, eventually losing in a tussle over the Italians, whose original leader, the US-based lawyer Annibale Umberto Gallini, he considered a romantic windbag. Gallini had been replaced by the Italian Republican Randolfo Pacciardi, who insisted on a few more days' training and getting to know his troops. Pacciardi was clearly suspicious. "Who is this Kleber?" he asked. "They say he is Canadian, yet he speaks Russian." "But he is not Russian." "And who has made him a general?" 21. Kleber's new brigade had been meant to take part in a flanking maneuver against Franco's approaching forces and, on reaching Madrid 2 days earlier, after a long, bumpy journey, first by train and then in Russian-made trucks, was deployed around the outlying areas of Vallecas and Vicalvaro. 22 Kirka, Cornford, Sommerfield, and the rest of the group who traveled together from London had all joined a machine gun unit with the French battalion. They spent a damp, cold, pitch-black first night on the hills above Vallecas waiting for an attack that never happened. The brigade nevertheless suffered its first injury when one man accidentally shot himself. 23 They met retreating Spanish troops in tattered overalls and rope-soled canvas shoes from which their toes poked out, who somehow still found the strength to sing despite being wet, shivering, utterly exhausted, huddled together for warmth. 24 Some of the volunteers looked little better. The Germans and their subsection of Czechs had procured decent khaki uniforms, but the impeccable French commander Jules Dumont deemed his own men distinctly loqueteux, or ragged. 25. While Kirka and the section of 26 mostly English-speaking volunteers, with Bernard Knox as political commissar, 26 tried to puzzle out how to use some antiquated French Saint-Étienne machine guns, Franco was traveling to a country palace just 15 kilometers away in San Jose de Valderas. From there, he planned to await the conquest of Madrid. 27 In Seville, Francoist newspapers were boasting that he was a 4.60 peseta taxi ride from the Gran Via and that he expected to celebrate Sunday Mass in the capital that week. Reviewing the maps of the front lines, Franco could see that the city lay on the western side of a large bulge of Republican land which his troops blocked to the west and north. In the evening, as they tussled with the machine guns in an oat-strewn farmhouse attic, Kirka's section was surprised by the arrival of a cape-wearing general, Kleber, who greeted them in American-accented English with a short "Hello boys." 28 Sommerfield idealized men like this, and was easily impressed. He was a remarkable-looking man, large, with an easy manner, tremendously strong face, humorous eyes, deep voice, face like a rock, a man that exhaled a sense of power and reliability, he wrote. They complained about the complex French machine guns, which were famous for breaking down, and asked for more reliable British Lewis guns. Kleber promised to find some and, sure enough, these arrived the following day. It was only after Kleber had left that they found out who they had been speaking to. No one knew his nationality or where he had come from, there were only rumors and stories, Sommerfield recalled. 29. During his 6 weeks in Madrid at the start of the war, Kleber had watched with despair as Franco's troops bulldozed their way towards the capital. He blamed Largo Caballero and his military chief José Asensio for the Republican Army's failures. 30 Only Franco's determination to capture Toledo, where civil guardsmen and others had been holding out in a besieged Alcazar fortress since the July coup, had bought Spain's capital city the time it needed to start digging trenches and erecting barricades. The victory at Toledo finally allowed Franco to claim leadership of the rebel side and he was duly proclaimed its caudillo on 1 October. 31 It also gave the Russians time to start sending tanks, planes, and other arms to the Republic. 32 Kleber had himself fled Toledo shortly before it fell, Driving across the last open bridge with his translator, the elegant, blue-eyed Spanish composer Gustavo Duran, at such a speed that their car tumbled off the road, rolling down an embankment into a vineyard. They scrambled out, bruised and battered but relatively unharmed. 33. By November 7, Franco's troops had fought their way into the outer suburbs to the southwest of Madrid. A light Italian Fiat Ansaldo tank, barely big enough to squeeze two men into and armed only with machine guns, clanked its way into the streets near the Baroque Puente de Toledo bridge over the river Manzanares. A counterattack was launched by the Carabineros, the well-armed former customs force of the Finance Ministry, who had set up defensive positions behind the bridge's semicircular stone balconies and the Rococo statues of the city's patron saints, Isidoro the farm laborer and his wife Maria de la Cabeza. A soldier crawled up to the tank and hurled grenades to disable its tracks. The crew members were killed. Documents of vital importance were found on the corpse of one of them, Captain Guillermo Vidal Quadras 34, including the plan of attack for Madrid over the next few days. The documents revealed that, far from concentrating on the south, Franco's troops planned to enter from the west, traversing a large, walled expanse of parkland known as the Casa de Campo, crossing the river Manzanares and climbing the steep hillside up to the half-built university city. 35. That same evening, the volunteers found themselves heading towards the train station at Vallecas as a mass of troops and weaponry was shifted across the Spanish capital. As dawn broke and the drizzle stopped, they left the Mediodía railway station at Atocha and began their march up the Gran Via. 36. A giant poster warned the people of Madrid what would happen to them if Franco's troops entered the city. At Badajoz the fascists shot 2,000 people, if they capture Madrid they will shoot half the city. 37. While Madrileños were undoubtedly glad to see the 2,100 international volunteers from the 3 battalions that made up this first version of 11 International Brigade, Cox's earlier vivid description exaggerated the enthusiasm of the onlookers that morning. Those who made the march later recalled, variously, that the atmosphere was of sadness, silence, and defeat, or that people seemed serious-faced and the city muted. 38. Sommerfield felt that the city folk watched them march by like people who go to the theater to forget some calamity in their own lives. 39. It was, Ribeir said, as if they were yet another straw plug brought in to stem the flow of water into a ship that had already been ripped open. He felt proud, nevertheless, of his ragtag outfit, and as his men marched to war he forgave them the grudges, the wine, abuses and excesses of previous days. 40. Eventually, they reached the edge of the city, close by the unfinished university, with the snow-covered Guadarrama mountains forming a gentle arc in the distance. By now the sun was shining and they trudged along the as yet unsurfaced roads in University City, a bulky, unfinished showpiece of contemporary architecture, with the Commune de Paris battalion reaching a large, ugly red brick building. This was the Faculty of Philosophy and Letters, where Kleber was setting up his headquarters. To the west it overlooked, below a steep incline, plowed fields, the wooded valley of the shallow river Manzanares, and the Casa de Campo. Once inside the faculty building, the volunteers were struck by the contrast between their own filthiness and the richness of paneling and glass, of lifts housed behind ornamental doors, chromium-outlined radiators, glistening doorknobs, and graceful hanging lights. There were washrooms with shining taps, white tiles, wooden seats, shower baths, and crystal globes filled with green, translucent liquid soap. 41. It was only now that the Lewis guns arrived, the French Baptistas, the circular discs that fed ammunition into them camemberts. It was also when they first heard the deep-throat growl of the Italian Caperni bombers and the splitting roar of exploding bombs dropped close by, shaking the ground and sending blasts of hot air towards them. Those who had not yet felt fear, suddenly found it striking at their guts. Every morning from then on, the bombers passed overhead, dropping their bombs on Madrid and returning calmly until the small, snub-nosed Russian biplanes appeared, buzzing around the lumbering black Capernis as they made their way back to base. Sommerfield recalled seeing one of the latter in flames, before it hit the ground with a tremendous roar, and thinking that this, at least, was one less fascist bomber that might eventually target London. 42. While most of their comrades fell asleep, Sommerfield and Cornford managed a wash in cold water before they were hurriedly told to form up and then set up their machine guns on the ridge overlooking the Manzanares and, on the far side, the large, walled Casa de Campo Park. That morning Franco's troops had entered the park, and were rapidly pushing towards them. After minimal training, and with weapons they did not yet fully understand, the 1st International Brigade volunteers were about to go into action. Their role was to be front-line shock troops, to attack and be attacked, to kill or be killed. Their main qualification for carrying out this task in a foreign land whose language few of them spoke was the simple, idealistic conviction that they were doing the right thing. 9. No Pasaran, Parque del Oeste, Madrid, November 9, 1936. The damp soaked into the men's boots. Across from the Republican trenches, on the other side of the Manzanares, lay a narrow stretch of land bordered by a flint and stone wall. Built in the 18th century around the old royal hunting ground of the Casa de Campo, this 7-foot-high wall was punctured at intervals by broad metal gates. Somewhere beyond that was the enemy, though exactly where they did not know. 1 On the day that they arrived, Ribier estimated they were still 4 or 5 kilometers away, but the shells that greeted them on their first morning, showering them with earth, proved that Franco's forces were getting closer. The Republicans' forward lines were inside the park itself, manned by Spanish units. 2. Behind their positions lay the university buildings and, looming at the top of the hill on the edge of town, the imposing bulk of the Modelo prison on the corner of Monclos Square, where hundreds of pro-Francoist army officers and supporters were being held. 3 Both sides now knew that this was the most important sector of the front, as the Legionnaires and Moroccans pushed through the park towards the final barrier that blocked them from the city itself, the shallow river Manzanares. The untried troops of this 1st International Brigade had been given the task of helping to defend the exact stretch where Franco wanted his men to cross. This began in the parkland on either side of the railway crossing at the Puente de los Franceses, and, beside it, the low Puente Nuevo road bridge, and stretched north to the road crossing at the Puente de San Fernando. 4. The first enemy attempt to cross the river happened sooner than expected. By early morning on November 9, and apparently confused about their orders, one of the companies of the Edgar André Battalion had placed itself close to the river in the Parque del Oeste, or West Park. This was a mixed company of Hungarians, Yugoslavs, and others who did not fit into the otherwise German-speaking parts of the brigade. 5 The frightened volunteers mostly had no idea where the enemy was, or where the bullets that whistled around at intervals might have come from. Much of that shooting came from their own side. Shrubs and bushes took on ominous shapes in the dark, and were often shot at point 6. As another grey, misty dawn broke and enemy shells flew through the branches of the trees above them in the park, the Hungarians spotted a unit of Moroccan troops, who often wore red fez hats, or turbans, gathered on the far side of the river. With no orders to follow, but an obvious desire for action, the Hungarians' commander told them to charge down the hill and wade across the river by the railway bridge. 7 On the far bank, however, they ran straight into a wall of machine gun fire and retreated quickly. The Moroccans charged after them across the Manzanares, wading through the thigh-high water as the brigaders fled over the railway tracks on the narrow valley floor into the steeply inclined West Park. 8 Madrid's first streets lay a few hundred meters away up the hill, and it was around here that the fleeing Edgar André volunteers encountered Spanish Republican militiamen. 9 A momentary standoff saw both sets of Republicans wondering whether the other was friend or foe, a judgment made more difficult by language and the fact that both sides in the war wore identical helmets. Then the Moroccans appeared. The inexperienced brigaders and their equally novice Spanish comrades appear to have left large gaps between their sections, allowing some of the attackers through. Equipment and organization failed them. Machine guns jammed after firing just 15 to 30 rounds, and there were no hand grenades. The First World War Remington rifles also jammed. Volunteers spent as much time struggling to loosen the bolts as actually firing. It is despairing to pull the trigger but realize that you haven't shot. The comrade's gestures showed profound consternation and impotence, recalled one of those present. 10 With no telephones and runners often disorientated or injured, commanders lost control and small groups of men had to make their own plans. 11 With their clandestine and revolutionary street fighting pasts in Germany, Austria, or Hungary, this came naturally to some volunteers. Confusion, nevertheless, reigned. 12 To the Spaniards, however, these international volunteers already seemed special. Rafael Benols, a young Spanish militiaman who reached the West Park later that morning with a group whose officers had abandoned them, recalled being greeted by an international brigade lieutenant who wept with joy and shouted "Avanti camaradas," mixing up Italian and Spanish. "Those men in their thick corduroy uniforms seemed bigger than us," Benols recalled. "They were close to being overrun and we were reinforcements that they didn't expect." 13 With their short training, few hours of fighting and smattering of First World War veterans, the brigaders were already more experienced than Benols's unit. This was a war where most soldiers on the Republican side, including the brigaders, learned only as they fought. Many did not even know when, or how, to take cover. "We were like a pack of wild animals, with no one in command," recalled Benols. "Fortunately, the Internacionals made us hit the ground." 14 What happened next remains confusing. As the attackers crossed the West Park, the Spanish militia unit that was defending the rail and road bridges failed to detonate the charges designed to blow them up, leaving a potentially clear path for any tanks and other vehicles to cross. A handful of Francoist soldiers appear to have made it into the city streets, reaching as far as the corner of Princesa and Marqués de Urquijo streets, just 800 meters from the start of the central Gran Via. 15 At some stage a tank clanked noisily towards the square before stopping beside a fire engine that was fighting a blaze in a bombed school building on Princesa Street, where artillery shells and bombing raids were causing damage, and then turned back. Nobody knew which side it belonged to, but it was just a few hundred meters from the Plaza de España. 16 Panic, meanwhile, was spreading up the Gran Via. Mayaja and his staff bolted from the War Ministry, fearing that a section of the city was about to fall. Some attackers appear to have been aiming for the Modelo prison, where they probably hoped to free the hundreds of pro-Francoist officers. 17 Rumors spread of ordinary Madrileños arming themselves with sharpened knives and, in imitation of their forebears who turned on Napoleon's occupying troops to start the Peninsula Wars in 1808, killing at least one of the small number of Moroccan soldiers who had reached the outskirts of the Argels neighborhood. Perhaps they, or the rumor-mongers, were inspired by slogans placed in newspapers which urged, "People of Madrid, however high the sacrifice, we must prevent the mercenaries and professional assassins from satisfying their base instincts and savage lust with our wives and daughters." 18 At the headquarters of the motorized brigade, a group of leather-clad socialist motorcyclists whose low-slung Harley-Davidsons and other motorbikes were based in the Plaza de Chamberí, a panicked messenger rushed in carrying, incongruously, a piglet under his arm. "They're in the Calle de Ferraz," he shouted. This street ran parallel to the West Park, just 1 block away from it. "I didn't know what to do. If they'd given me a machine gun I would have used it," said Victoria Roman, a student who was working there. "Everything was obliterated except a passionate desire to defend the city." 19 In the West Park itself, however, the tide had already turned. As the Moroccan troops prepared to push forwards again, the volunteers once more acted on instinct, adrenaline, and a pent-up desire for battle. Nobody was issuing orders, but parts of the remaining 2 companies of the Edgar André suddenly stood up and charged down the hill, accompanied by some Spaniards. It was a moment of collective madness. "We were all suddenly possessed by the same drunken spirit," recalled one of them. 20 As the only political commissar present, and the closest thing this group had to a commander, the German volunteer Fritz Rettmann was amazed, reflecting later that there is nothing more foolish than to charge an enemy whose condition and strength are unknown. He knew, however, that he could not stop them. "All you can do is jump up in the same fashion, put yourself in front of them and rush forwards, he reflected. 21. The Moroccans were even more surprised by this impromptu attack, and they now turned and fled into a cluster of buildings on the other side of the Manzanares. The ragtag group of volunteers and Spaniards crossed the river in pursuit. Later that day, however, it became clear that they risked being marooned on the far bank, and orders arrived for them to turn around and cross the Manzanares again. Redman had to cajole the proud Spaniards, who were determined to stay. As night fell and the enemy set up machine guns to cover the railway bridge and the low Puente Nuevo road bridge beside it, the last men waded back through the cold water, before hastily digging themselves foxholes and falling, exhausted, into them. 22. The first 7 men to die in the uniform of the International Brigades fell during that rush across the Manzanares and in the fighting around the Puente de los Franceses, the Puente Nuevo road bridge, and in the West Park. 23. They were a typical mixture of the political exiles who made up most of the early recruits, 4 Hungarians, a Greek, a Yugoslav, and one of a number of volunteers who were deemed stateless. 24. Most had given home addresses in France. Another 4 men, including a Belgian and 2 Spaniards who had joined the Edgar André battalion, died over the same period in the Casa de Campo, perhaps on a patrol. A further 36 men, mostly Hungarians, were injured, meaning that a good part of one of the battalion's 4 companies had been put out of action within 48 hours of their arrival. 25. They had contributed to a vital moment in the defense of Madrid. It was, after all, one thing for the enemy to be driving through the poor, less densely populated outskirts across the Manzanares, as it had over the previous few days, and quite another for it to be fighting below the balconies of people living just up the street from the Plaza de España. Chicote's cocktail bar and the Hotel Gran Via, where correspondents stayed, were little more than a 20-minute walk away. Yet the attackers had been driven back. The International Brigades and several equally inexperienced Spanish brigades had arrived just in time. Franco's troops, used to rolling straight through poorly prepared militia groups, had discovered over the previous days that Madrid's defenders were far better organized and more tenacious. This first International Brigade was made up of men who had only reached Albacete 2 or 3 weeks earlier and were still learning, but they had proved their worth. As tales began to spread and propagandists stepped in to magnify these achievements, a legend was born. The brigadistas were the saviors of Madrid. They were the men who had delivered on La Pasionaria's famous, fist-raised pledge of no pasaran. They shall not pass. This was not really true, given that the people of Madrid and Republican units who had come here from as far away as northern Asturias were doing most of the fighting. It was, however, not completely false either. Franco's advance units had momentarily breached the great defensive line of Madrid along the river, but they had been thrown back. That had happened in the sector defended, in part, by the International Brigades. It had taken just 48 hours for them to be proclaimed Madrid's heroes. 10. Death in the Park, Casa de Campo, November 1936. The Casa de Campo's 17 square kilometers of rolling, rustic terrain was punctuated by the occasional man-made lake, ornamental pavilion, farmhouse, lodge, or laborer's hut, but was mostly covered in holm oaks, pines and thick clumps of evergreen rock rose, broom, and gorse. To one English volunteer it was like the bare parts of Sussex, only wilder and without houses. 1 Patrols and counter-patrols wandered through it, including those sent in by Kleber as soon as the brigaders arrived. 2 Small detachments of a half a dozen men sat, alone, alert and frightened, waiting for something to happen, shooting at their own shadows. Some regular soldiers of the Republican Army still wore the same uniforms as their opponents, bringing occasional mix-ups. 3 Snipers climbed trees and waited silently for targets to walk into sight. The stealthy troops of Franco's Army of Africa were especially feared. Led by Moroccans and legionnaires, these forces soon occupied a thick wedge of parkland, with the blunt point almost touching the river Manzanares. 4 As the 1st Brigaders took up positions, panic broke out just 5 kilometers across the river in the town of Pozuelo after a false sighting of Moroccan cavalry. 5 It was into this hunting ground that, On November 10, Kleber was ordered to send a company of men on the volunteers' first major attacking sortie, 6 joining a Spanish unit that set out from Humera, a village across the river on the far side of the park. It became, in the words of the veteran French battalion commander Jules Dumont, a veritable disaster. A company of 115 men, led by a hard-drinking, old-fashioned but experienced French officer called Lieutenant Blanche, sneaked through one of the perimeter wall's metal gates at 2 a.m. The brigaders were warned to watch out for green or white turbans and soon captured 2 Moroccan sentries, but then let one escape, who sounded the alarm. Instead of withdrawing before enemy reinforcements arrived, Blanche chose to make a stand, and when the entire company eventually tried to retreat through the same narrow gate, they were mown down by a single machine gun. A former Spanish bullfighter known as Chaparro ferried 23 of the dead and injured back after his fellow stretch-bearer was shot in the head. Blanche had taken with him a group of 4 machine gunners from the English section. Only one, a veteran of colonial campaigns in Asia called Joe Hinks, survived, firing his heavy Lewis gun from the hip and then lying hidden under a mound of fallen leaves for several hours. 7 Blanche was one of the 14 dead. All the platoon commanders were put out of action, and the 54 uninjured survivors had to be sent back to the faculty building to recover and reorganize. 8 Ribier blamed Blanche and the eau de vie he drank to give him courage. 9 As Franco's troops settled into their part of the park, Mayages sent the brigaders to counter-attack and join the flanking moves designed to cut the advancing enemy units off from their rearguard on November 13. First the Poles, and then the whole battalion were thrown into the attacks. The former were badly mauled, and many brigaders now experienced their first sight of dead or seriously wounded comrades. Fear, as a result, began to seep through the ranks. That night Kurtka heard someone near him shout in pain and start crying. "I asked who it was, but nobody knew," he said. "We heard later that is one of our gun crew who had shot himself through the hand by holding it in front of his rifle." 10 Such self-mutilation, known as blighty wounds to British troops, had been a common feature of the First World War, since it guaranteed a trip away from the front line to hospital. It was another way of running away. Perhaps this was also the moment when a pro-Francoist journalist, Victor Ruiz, who wrote under the name Lt Bibarumi, claimed to have spotted 2 Moroccan soldiers picking through the bodies of the dead for booty. The fallen Spanish militiamen had nothing on them but lice, while the large, well-built men and the round-faced blondes of the international brigades provided much better fare. 11 José María Peirman, a Falangist poet with a rich imagination, claimed to have witnessed the Casa de Campo covered with the corpses of Russian, Jews and Senegalese. It was proof, he said, that the savage peoples of Asia were on their way. Once again the barbarians, once again the attack from the east. 12 Republican attempts to push the enemy back out of the Casa de Campo all failed, not least because Franco's forces occupied the Garabitas Hill, which overlooked the rest of the park and gave a clear view of University City and the western fringes of Madrid, including the Royal Palace. Pinned back by artillery fire, the French battalion's commander Dumont watched from the top of an abandoned windmill as a huge build-up of enemy troops took place in the distance. Franco clearly remained convinced that this was the best route into the city. The brigade was still in, or on the edge of, the Casa de Campo Park on November 15. It was preparing for a new attack, to be led by the famous anarchist Buenaventura Durruti, who had arrived with his troops at the same time as a column of Catalan socialists and communists, when news arrived of a disaster. While Durruti and the Catalans had been preparing to launch their offensive from University City, they had been surprised by a Francoist assault. Durruti's troops either had not occupied, or did not know how to hold, the defensive trenches that the international brigaders had helped dig and handed over to them. 13 The Durruti anarchists had come from the more leisurely Aragonesa front and were not used to the intense warfare with heavy bombardments and close-up firefights that was becoming the norm around Madrid. Nor had they come across the experienced and professional army of Africa before. Even then, the Francoist attack almost stalled. It was not until late in the afternoon, after several failed attempts to cross the Manzanares, that the task of making a breakthrough was given to the most senior Moroccan officer in the Army of Africa, Commandante Mohammed Ben Mizian. New York Herald Tribune correspondent John T. Whitaker had previously witnessed him handing two, supposedly leftist, young women over to a group of 40 of his men in Naval Carnero and predicting they would survive only a few hours. Once again, militarily, it was the Moroccans who tipped the balance as first one unit, and then several more, waded across and fought their way into the nearest buildings in the university campus. 14 Darkness and the next day's mist allowed more of Franco's men to cross, and their progress was mapped in the names of the faculty buildings they took, starting that day with architecture, agriculture, and two other key buildings, a former, two-story country palace with an attached model farm, known as the Palacete, and an elegant, turreted French cultural center, the Casa de Velázquez. 15. The brigaders had been busily stocking up on cigarettes and brandy during what was meant to be a short rest in nearby Aravaca, but were suddenly bundled into trucks and ordered back to help contain the advance. 16 In a swift maneuver, they retook the lightly defended philosophy faculty and began a drawn-out, floor-by-floor fight for the nearby medical faculties. Though by now other parts of the campus were lost. 17 At times the fighting was fierce, with bayonets fixed. Opposing fighters found themselves in neighboring classrooms or lecture halls. Pickaxes were used to open holes in walls so that rooms could be quickly sprayed with machine gun fire. Grenades with their pins pulled were sent up to other floors in the lifts. One group of Moroccan soldiers was later found dead in a laboratory where it was assumed they had eaten rabbits and other animals that were being used for experiments with poisons. 18. For the next week, this 2-square-kilometer wedge of ground became the most important spot in the defense of Madrid and, hence, the war. This was Franco's bridgehead. The Republicans needed to either drive Franco's men back across the river or make this small patch of land at the gates of Madrid unserviceable as a point from which to organize the capture of the city itself, else, the Spanish capital would be lost. Many felt that was inevitable. From the safety of Valencia, Largo Caballero was already proclaiming that Madrid was not so important and that it would be a morale-boosting, rather than strategic, victory for Franco if he took it. 19 Much would depend on how the volunteers fought over the coming days. 11. Bulletproof Books, University City, Madrid, November 1936. The fourth-floor library of the philosophy faculty was new and, as yet, the tomes that lined its shelves remained unused, at least in this building, where nobody had ever attended a lecture. Jankirka and his band of intellectual machine gunners searched for sandbags to protect their positions, but failed to find them. Instead, they found a new use for the thick, learned volumes on the library shelves. The large glass windows of the building had long been knocked out and the south-facing rooms were in sight of the snipers. So now the thickest volumes in the library were taken out and stacked along the window sills. They were better than sandbags. We packed them tight against each other in double rows. The Maxim machine gun was put on the table in front of the first window with books on both sides to protect the men who were feeding the gun, Kirka recalled. Quantity came before quality. The small volumes were found to be too light. A prolific writer was preferred because he filled a large, heavy volume which did not crumple before a bullet. Indian metaphysics and early 19th century German philosophy proved the densest of all. They protected us well, those old, wise men, with their long beards and busy pens, he added. 2 After studying the impact of snipers' bullets on the books, they discovered that these rarely got past page 350 and began to believe the old stories about soldiers' lives being saved by Bibles in shirt pockets. 3 Days were bright but cold and nights were freezing, framed by spectacular sunsets and dawns on the snow-clad Sierras. 4 Nevertheless this, for now, was a relatively comfortable form of warfare. The enemy was some 600 meters away and, except when its artillery targeted them, fairly innocuous. 5 The sniping on both sides was largely ineffectual and the machine gun company decorated the walls of the room it occupied with posters they found of Segovia's cathedral and one inviting visitors to sunny Spain. These former pacifists were already discovering a certain frisson in the anonymous killing of the enemy. There was a movement and you fired and the movement stopped, you felt a momentary thrill of accomplishment, but it was impersonal, clay pigeon shooting, you did not think that you were making widows and orphans, robbing mothers of their children, said one of the company. 6 I think I killed a fascist, an excited Cornford, formerly the proud member of an anti-war committee. 7 wrote to his scholarly girlfriend, Margot Heinemann. 15 or 16 of them were running from a bombardment. I and 2 Frenchmen were firing from our barricade with the sights at 90, we got one, and both said it was I that hit him, though I couldn't be sure. If it is true, it's a fluke. 2 donkeys ignored the firing and wandered backwards and forwards, grazing on the grass until one of them was killed by jittery nighttime sentries who imagined they were under attack. The battalion cook sneaked out, retrieved the animal's corpse and served it for lunch. While this atypical group of volunteers reviewed the great classical tomes, pored over illustrations of Goya and Velázquez, and found themselves engrossed in Shakespeare or Wordsworth, the occasional bullet found its way harmlessly into the wall above them. They did not know that the worst danger lay in their own lines, where artillery units fired shells that often behaved erratically. One of these hit their room. It spattered the walls with shrapnel but, miraculously, did not kill anyone. Shaken young French volunteers trembled and wept. Several of the wounded had been taken to hospital before an apologetic German volunteer artillery officer appeared. I hope nobody has been killed, he told Kurtka. We have a lot of old ammunition and the timing is very bad. Kurtka wanted to know why the international brigades had not been provided with their own artillery unit yet. Hell knows, the German replied. Everything is made difficult and I don't know who is responsible, I think it's Mayaja, but you can't say it aloud. They are afraid the International Brigade is getting too influential. They don't like the 5th Regiment with whom the brigade was intimately associated because it's Communist 9. It was a truism of 20th century warfare that the soldiers at the front often knew less about the progress of war than newspaper readers or radio audiences sitting comfortably in their armchairs at home. In fact, the brigades were just beginning to obtain their own small artillery weapons, even if few people knew how to use them. With the front line just a short, 5-centimo tram ride away from the city center, however, it was not difficult to find Spanish recruits with a knowledge of mathematics who could be trained up quickly. Madrid schoolteacher José Mera had been called up by his trade union to join a group of teachers, university lecturers and school porters who, as Franco's forces threatened the city, gathered in a building on the Grand Castellana Boulevard without weapons. Only the sound of the number 8 tram ringing its bell the next morning reassured him that Franco's men had not yet broken through. Setting out for the front in his raincoat, collar, and tie, with a blanket under his arm, Mera bumped into a doctor friend whose knowledge of mathematics had seen him put in charge of the artillery battery now attached to Jules Dumont's battalion. He had persuaded Mera to join him, and a short while later he was with the International Brigades as one of the first of its Spanish recruits. The young teacher had been upset by the random murders by anarchist gangs of alleged enemies of the Republic, whose bodies Revere saw daily in the city's parks, convinced that they included good companions, victims of the hatred between parties that divides and weakens poor Spain. 10 He would have been even more upset if he had known that groups of prisoners were being taken out almost daily from the Modelo prison, which was clearly visible from University City, and murdered on the outskirts of town. Mera was impressed by the volunteers, however. I saw them lying in the rain night and day, completely silent, just waiting for the enemy. All of us who had suffered from the lack of discipline on our side and from the ghastly assassinations, who had become convinced that a war couldn't be won like that, saw in the brigaders what a real army should be like. 11. From their spot in the Philosophy Building on the north side of the Francoist pocket, the machine gun crew and a company of the French battalion had a privileged view of the fighting that raged over the coming days. A few hundred meters separated their comparatively safe berth from the ferocious fighting into which the other 2 battalions, Polish and German, were plunged as they tried to force their way south towards the Puente de los Franceses railway bridge. Their field of combat was the narrow valley floor and the steep stretch of land leading up to the main university complex. If they could reach the bridge, which lay just over a kilometer away, then the enemy forces on this side of the river would be cut off and could, eventually, be captured. 12. Francoist forces had taken and occupied Casa Velázquez, the elegant, twin-turreted mansion that had served as the French cultural center, which was now targeted with incendiary shells, lighting up the night as it burned to a shell. 13. All the modern campus buildings were shelled by one side or another, but new building techniques seemed to make them virtually indestructible. I saw the walls crumbling, but the structure was steel and the floors were strengthened with steel mesh, Kurtka said after the medical faculty had been shelled. After months and even years of bombardment the structure still remained, though nothing else was left, and in the ground floors and cellars of the skeletons, men were still living and fighting. 14. At the Palisade model farm, starving livestock bellowed and screeched in fright as German and Polish volunteers attacked, were thrown back and counterattacked. The front line moved backwards and forwards a mere 300 meters as barns, outhouses, and the main building itself, or parts of it, changed hands continuously. The elegant salons and grand sweeping staircase inside the palace were slowly destroyed. Entire sections of men were all but wiped out as they either attacked the building, or tried to hold it against the Moroccans and legionnaires. Franco's small German and Italian tanks created havoc, driving into the buildings and machine gunning anyone in their way. With no anti-tank weapons, brigaders were forced to improvise, trying to stop them with primitive Molotov cocktails or by crawling up to them and throwing grenades, stakes of dynamite or even iron bars into their tracks. 15. The cannon on the Russian T-26 tanks, which had arrived a few weeks earlier and were still mostly driven by Red Army soldiers, were far more potent, but rarely available. 16. In actions which saw relatively small groups of volunteers pitted against a handful of attackers, acts of personal bravery often made a considerable difference. Communists claimed that the ideological convictions of the men made them better fighters. This was more than just vacuous propaganda. Although some volunteers were adventure seekers, conviction of some kind had brought most to Spain. Hardcore communists, raised on tales of workers' bravery during the Russian Revolution, were sometimes courageous to the point of suicidal. Otto Stank, a German volunteer, was one such example. His extraordinary behavior during a fight over one of the Palisade farm buildings was both brave and foolish, but, most importantly in a fight involving relatively few men, it was also inspiring for his comrades. With his unit pinned down, Stank rushed at the enemy tanks, hurling Molotov cocktails. After the tanks turned around, he had then stepped out to hurl insults at them. He couldn't control himself anymore. He cursed the fascists, one of his comrades recalled. He said, "You rogues, you cowardly dogs, come on." Then they turned their weapons around and shot at Otto. Otto was blinded for life. 17. Despite the injuries he sustained in this moment of battle madness, Stank encouraged his colleagues on, lying in a corner of the farm building loudly singing the Internationale. This stirred his men into continuing the fight, though he may also have been trying to protect his own life, as they had already agreed to shoot him themselves if the Army of Africa troops, who had a reputation for hacking off the genitals of living men, overran them. 18. Singing was, at least, a way of proving that he was not so badly injured that he needed to be put out of his misery. The number of dead and injured climbed alarmingly. In one attack all but 6 out of a section of 36 Balkan volunteers from the Dombrowski battalion were killed or wounded, while the company commander appointed the previous day, a French speaker called Vernier, who Kleber described as bourgeois, but an honest anti-fascist and known only to his men as André, shot himself through the head. He had been in Spain for just 3 days. 19. The International Brigade still did not yet have a full record of their own volunteers, and he was one of many anonymous victims in the early fighting. Again, the German artillery officer told Kurtka that this level of casualties could not be normal. He had been through the entire First World War, including the Battle of Verdun, which had been one of the most senseless and bloodiest slaughters in history. Many of the brigaders in the French and German-speaking battalions had been on opposing sides in that war. Two such veterans were battalion commanders Jules Dumont and the Edgar Andrés Hans Kalla, who had lain in trenches across from one another near the infamous Dead Man's Hill at Verdun. 20 This is slaughter in comparison. There is something very wrong here, the artillery officer said. 21 Senseless losses, the volunteers had been repeatedly told in Albacete, would be avoided by virtue of their good discipline and training. It was turning out not to be true. Some wondered whether the Spanish High Command thought of them as disposable, a group of lunatics, radicals, or both, whose loss would not provoke problems amongst the rest of the army or amongst the populace. There was Verdun, but I never had this feeling of being doomed, said Kalla. I am afraid I'm getting very sentimental, but you shake hands with comrades in the morning and they are dead before the evening. 22-23. 12. A new brigade, Albacete, Chinchon, Cerro de Los Angeles, November 9, 1936. On the same day that the 1st International Brigade was marching up Madrid's Gran Via, those in charge at Albacete were trying to obey an order that left them flabbergasted. They were to send a 2nd Brigade to the capital immediately. They did not have one. A brigade was meant to have 3 or 4 battalions of 600 men each, organized into companies and sections, with various supporting units and officers or non-commissioned officers in charge of each of them. The Italian battalion that Kleber had wanted to take with him was the only one to have been properly organized. 2 others were being formed, a 2nd German battalion, which followed the now well-established pattern of naming itself after Ernst Thälmann, and another one named after André Marty himself that was mostly made up of Belgians and French. Half the men in these last 2 battalions had only arrived over the previous 48 hours. Arms and uniforms had not been distributed and basics such as kitchens and transport were not ready. 1. After the rapid departure of the previous brigade, Marty and his staff had decided that in future everything must be done more calmly and carefully. Not even 4 days had gone by, since we solemnly pledged that we wouldn't allow another brigade to go until it was perfectly trained and prepared, recalled Longo, who demanded that he be allowed to go with the Italians as their commissar. 2 Everything was improvised in even more of a rush and amid greater confusion than the previous time. 3 Ludwig Wren arrived from Madrid that morning and was immediately told that he was in command of the German battalion. This still had no company commanders and was actually only half German, with many men speaking no German at all. They included a company of Poles, another of Yugoslavs, Bulgarians, Turks, Greeks, and Armenians and small sections of Hungarians, Flemish and English speakers. 4 The medical unit spoke French. Winston Churchill's rebellious nephew, Esmond Romilly, initially attached himself to a group of 14 White Russians from Paris. Overall, the International Brigaders were an ethnically diverse group for their time, including everyone from Syrians and Armenians to Chinese and semi-indigenous South Americans, but these, the White Russians, were possibly the most incongruous recruits to the brigades. 5 They or their families had fought against communism, gone into exile and now sought a way to get home. Membership of the brigades, they explained to Romilly, was one of the few ways that could be achieved, which was why more than 250 volunteered to fight in Spain. 6 They were mostly middle-aged, taciturn men, often given to drink and nostalgia, and they received Romilly, one of the few native English speakers to have arrived at the International Brigade's HQ, with warmth. While the various national groups attempted to march or do physical exercises to get fit, Romilly found himself in an almost hysterical state of giggles as his uncoordinated Russian comrades panted and heaved and sweated, like pieces of rusty old machinery. 7 Eventually, he came across a group of a dozen or so English speakers, mostly British, but including some Irishmen, an American, an Australian tramp, and a man with 6 passports, 5 languages, and few front teeth who appeared to be Latvian. 8 Some of these men were originally from the English-speaking Tom Mancenturia, raised with the help of Tom Wintringham, which had spent the previous few weeks in Barcelona, waiting for somewhere to go. Since both the French and Germans were forming battalions, the English-speaking group voted to join the Germans, who now included veterans from the Thalmann Centuria on the Aragon front. 9 Together with a dozen Flemings and a handful of Germans, they now formed a 30-man Zug, as the Germans called their platoons, led by a gangster-faced Prussian known as Paul. 10. The last recruits to be incorporated into this new brigade arrived the day before the unit disembarked. 11 These men were hurriedly lined up and a loud voice called for those who had attended military schools, a common option for middle-class sons in the fractured remains of the Austro-Hungarian Empire, to come forward. Hours later a 31-year-old Russian called Alexei Eisner found himself automatically stepping out on his left foot and swinging his arms as he marched through the muddy field, counting 40 paces in French, towards the imposing figures of André Marty and Vidal. He knew how to march because he had been forced to enter a military academy in Sarajevo after his stepfather removed the family from revolutionary Russia when Eisner was 14. 12. "Are you German?" asked Vidal. "No, I'm Russian," Alexei answered. "You have to say that you are White Russian," said Vidal menacingly. Eisner was furious. "I'm too young to be a White Russian," he remonstrated. Vidal ignored the reply. "Birthplace?" he asked. "St. Petersburg." When Eisner added that he was now 31 years old, Vidal told him that he did not seem serious enough to be that old. "Make him a platoon commander," he shouted to someone standing behind him. 13. As one of the shortest officers in his mostly Polish company, Eisner found himself given a dozen of the smallest men for his platoon. 11 of his unit identified themselves as Jews. Most were originally from Poland, but were now studying in Belgium or working as artisans in Paris. Only 2 had ever fired a weapon. Unlike Eisner, who nevertheless dreamed of returning to his native Russia, most were communists. That same afternoon the new brigade was equipped with khaki coats, blankets, rifles, belts, boots, socks, plates, knives, spoons and every sort of underwear. 14 The corduroy trousers came in one size, extra large, requiring some people to hack off the leg ends. Then the men were told to pack their bags, because they were to move on that evening. Eisner assumed this meant they were being taken to a training ground, but his political commissar admitted that they were heading straight for the battlefront in Madrid. There was no time for training. They would have to learn as they fought. That, the commissar lied, was the most efficient way anyway. When Eisner asked whether it was really wise to take a group of largely untrained men straight to the front, he was publicly bawled out. If some people didn't know how to shoot, that was their fault. Didn't he know that they had come to Spain to fight, rather than to train? Or that the best soldiers were not those who had trained, but those whose political motivations were purest? Eisner controlled his anger. I realized that this desperate reply meant that, deep down, he felt pretty much the same as I did, he wrote. The commander of the brigade's French-speaking battalion, Captain Yves Eligu, was so vociferously forthright in the same opinion that Marty had him arrested. He had held his job for just 2 hours. 15. After supper the brigade marched out into a courtyard and Eisner studied his platoon, which was dwarfed by giant Germans and Poles. None of them knows how to shoot, he thought. How will we react under fire? Marty stood looking out at the 1,500 or so men with his large Basque beret slanting backwards on his head. I know that you are not all properly trained to fight at the front, he said. Anyone who feels unsure of himself can step out. You won't be accused of weaknesses. You can join the next brigade to leave. Nobody moved. 16. Marty then introduced them to an elegantly dressed officer with blonde hair and grey-blue eyes, wearing a carefully pressed huntsman suit and long, shiny boots. He seemed only to be lacking a Tyrolese hat with a feather sticking out of it in order to complete the picture of an Austrian landowner preparing for a pheasant shoot, recalled Eisner. The same man had aroused the curiosity, and suspicions, of other volunteers when he boarded the first-class section of a train in France wearing a fitted grey jacket and striped woolen tie fastened into place with a pearl pin, with a smart gabardine over his arm. When they reached Portbou, however, the man was greeted effusively by a woman wearing a distinctive Ukrainian-style embroidered linen dress and a small pistol hanging from her belt. The odd volunteers recognized her as none other than the Russian journalist Elisaveta Ratmanova, wife of the famous writer Mikhail Koltsov. 17. The dapper officer with the trimmed mustache rapidly won their respect, not least because Marty introduced him as the Hungarian revolutionary General Paul Lukács. It was not common to meet revolutionaries who were generals, or generals who were revolutionaries, said Eisner. 18. Nobody had ever heard of him. In fact, as only Wren and a few others knew, this was really mate Zalka, a Hungarian who, like Kleber, had turned communist after being captured by the Russians during the First World War. An innkeeper's son, and born Bela Frankel, Zalka had fought for the Bolsheviks and become a writer, taking his nom de plume from the town of Matsalka. 19. He already had experience of organizing foreign volunteer units, having led the section of his prisoner of war camp which decided to join the Russian Revolution. He had also run a Moscow theater and been a trusted diplomatic courier. 21. In German and then in Russian, Lukács told them he was proud to command their brigade, adding that both artillery and cavalry units would join them soon. 21. Most of his troops spoke Italian, French, or Polish, and did not understand him, but just the sound of Russian, the language of romance, revolution, and resistance, was inspiring to many. That night the new brigade marched to the railway station, spent a sleepless night on the train and waited wearily in the town of Villacanaz for trucks to take them to Chincan, 45 kilometers south of Madrid. Eisner looked in at the town church, where the images of saints and virgins had been smashed while paintings hung in tatters from their frames. He knew anarchists were to blame, but felt a shared guilt. Numerically they were an important part of the Popular Front, he said later. So their errors must inevitably be accepted as belonging to all of us. 22. Romilly's company managed 2 hours of chaotic training outside the town. He now learned to fire a rifle, something he had refused to do as a rebellious pacifist at his public school. An attempt at practicing maneuvers was interrupted when, a couple hours later, a motorcycle messenger tore up the road towards them. "I am sorry. I wanted all of you to have a thorough training, for 16 days at least," their company commander said. "We are leaving at once for the front." The men were bundled into sturdy Russian ZIS-5 trucks with wooden sides, many of them clutching bottles of the rough local wine that they knew simply as vino and which routinely also found its way into water bottles. Northern Europeans swigged this as if it was weak beer. They were informed that from now on anyone found drunk would be shot, but that did not stop the Flemish volunteers drinking so much that a handsome, blue-eyed blonde young man passed out. 23. The brigade reached Chincan, with its sunken circular central plaza forming a natural theater overlooked by balconies, at around 7 p.m. It was due to take part in an early morning attack on the Cerro de Los Angeles, literally the Hills of Angels, recently rebaptized as the Red Hills. 24. But Chincan was chaos. Some units got lost, the civilian drivers disappeared into the warmth of local houses and there were not enough trucks to transport them to the attack. Drunken members of the André Marty battalion had to be rounded up by their commissar. 25. Wren glumly accompanied Longo, also known as Gallo, who insisted on keeping the exhausted volunteers awake by making stirring speeches. The attack was eventually postponed by 24 hours, so that this new 12 International Brigade and others taking part could organize themselves properly. Lukács told his men that this had been a deliberate test to check the volunteers' readiness to scramble into action. It was a useful lie. The following day's attack revealed just how shambolic the new brigade was. A request for grenades had seen them supplied with pomegranates instead, since these shared the same word, granada, in Spanish. 26. Wren caught one of his soldiers loading a bullet into his rifle back to front and asked whether he had ever fired one before. "Not even in a fairground," the volunteer replied. 27. When Romilly tried to fire his own weapon, it did not work. Supported by tanks driven by Russian Red Army advisors, the brigade advanced up the broad, dome-like hill towards a high-walled hermitage and its accompanying buildings, from where Franco's troops dominated the surrounding countryside. It was a bright sunny day and the enemy machine guns had a clear view of the attackers as they struggled uphill, and the first casualties began to fall as the volunteers peppered the Hermitage's thick walls with ineffectual fire. When ordered to fix bayonets, some volunteers looked up the steep, rocky approach slopes to the sturdy buildings and refused to move. 28 The Italian volunteers had brought ladders, but they were of little use. 29 With the tanks gone, night falling, and the battalion commanders unable to communicate with Lukacs, the French and Italians retreated. Wren could not stop his men from following them. They argued that, in Spain, everybody went home at night. Some French volunteers, meanwhile, began to run back in panic, convinced that they were surrounded, an idea that appeared to have come from their own commander. 30 A random group of around 100 volunteers stayed near to the Hermitage, exposing themselves to possible capture, while Lukacs wandered the battlefield trying to find his men. 31 Eisner was one of the last to leave, after bumping into two Frenchmen. "Come on. The fascists have gone to bed, and our guys are having supper in a restaurant," they joked. 32 In the dark, many lost their bearings and argued with each other about what they should do next. 33 Heavy, wheeled machine guns with metal defensive plates were lugged this way and that by exhausted volunteers. So, too, were the wounded, as people tried and failed to find the medical services in the dark. 34 Even Wren was not sure where to go. 35 The author of war was crestfallen. "We arrogantly looked down on the Spaniards, calling them weak, but now the famous internationals had taken the first opportunity to turn around and go back to eat and sleep," wrote Wren. 36 Things took a turn for the worse when some of his men had to dig in using their bayonets, since no one had thought of providing shovels, and spent a freezing night in the open countryside, kept awake by an elderly Czech volunteer groaning in the cold. Some had already dragged their heavy, wheeled machine guns for almost 20 kilometers. 37 In the morning, they buried their first dead. 38 Eisner's platoon wandered the countryside all day long until they bumped into Lukacs himself, who found them satiating their thirst in a village fountain. 39 The following day a similar attack had to be called off because much of the brigade, along with some other units, could not be found. By this time Wren had lost his voice and was so exhausted that, after shepherding his men onto a transport bus, requisitioned from a smart hotel and boasting luxuriously soft, leather seats, he sat and wept in front of them. "I felt thoroughly ashamed, found myself a seat and wrapped my face in a scarf. I tried to stop my sobbing, but could barely manage it," the First World War veteran admitted. 40 The brand new but exhausted 12th International Brigade, after 5 days without proper rest and having failed to do anything remotely useful, slept deeply in Chinchon that night. Like many failed attacks, the attempt to take the Cerro de Los Angeles was soon pronounced to have been diversionary and, therefore, to have succeeded. 41 The men did not believe that, and some rebelled. A dozen Flemish volunteers refused to go any further and 20 Frenchmen, blaming their officers, were rumored to have declared themselves anarchists, saying they would not follow orders any more. 42 The French battalion's commander, Moulin, disappeared. There were rumors that he had deserted. He had only been appointed a couple of days earlier. 43 Another, more junior officer was said to have been either shot for repeatedly abandoning his men or, at best, sent back to Albacete. This was rumor, but Marty later recognized that a Belgian captain was shot for sabotage in Madrid in November. 44 Lukacs was angry at having to carry out an attack with no artillery. "If this had happened in Russia I should have called it sabotage, but here it seems to be nothing more than stupidity," he complained. 45 It did not always help that many of the lower-ranking officers, along with the political commissars, were so-called Mexicans, International Communist Party officials who had traveled to Spain straight from the USSR. Other volunteers spoke admiringly of the men who had traveled from over there and thought of them as supermen, the beacons who would guide us to victory. 46 Many boasted mysterious noms de guerre. The Mexicans, however, were clubbish and secretive, talking to each other in imperfect Russian and showing that, even across national groupings, they had a separate bond. 47. Amongst those who viewed them suspiciously was the Ladino-speaking French Bulgarian Cesar Covo, whose family spoke a language based on the ancient Spanish of the Sephardic Jews expelled from Spain in 1492. Although he was a faithful Communist Party member, Covo viewed the Mexicans as a mafia. They had a taste for mystery and all their conversations were secret, he said. Most had come to Spain in the same spirit in which, in other times, civil servants had gone to the colonies. 48. In practice, they fell into two groups, those who simply felt superior, and those who displayed calm, courageous conviction. The latter made excellent leaders, but were often too keen to lead from the front and expose themselves to danger. As a result, there were soon serious concerns that Europe's communist parties were sacrificing their most capable and promising young men. 49. The former group, meanwhile, could prove disastrous, as a section from Redden's battalion, who had been marched back 25 kilometers by a panicked officer, would soon realize. 50. By this time Eisner, who was able to translate into French for Lukacs, had been appointed head of his personal guard. 51. He soon discovered that Lukacs spoke to both his chief of staff, the Bulgarian known as Belov 52, and to the mysterious man who had originally been introduced to them all as the German worker Fritz, in Russian. 53. The latter did not, in fact, speak German at all, and was the Red Army officer, and future, distinguished Second World War general, Pavel Batov, who was the unit's Russian advisor. Belov, meanwhile, was the son of two famous Bulgarian revolutionaries who had fled to the Soviet Union in the 1920s. 54. His real name was Karlo Lakhanov and he would later become Bulgaria's foreign minister. All three of them, Eisner noted, came from over there. 55. The following night was much shorter. They were woken at 3 a.m. and bussed into Madrid. 56. As they were driven towards the city, members of the Balkan Company, where the languages ranged from Bulgarian and Serbo-Croatian to Turkish, Greek, and Armenian, tried to learn to pronounce the Madrid front's password Vivir Vencer, which proved an almost impossible tongue-twister. The city, now fortified for war, proved for many a disappointment. It was mostly tramlines and barricades, noted Romilly. 57. They had made it look like a part of London where the road is up and street mending is going on in a lot of places, with braziers heating the workmen's meals. Gustav Regler joined them at the barracks, having just been appointed as a political commissar in the French-speaking André Marty battalion, which was more commonly known as the Franco-Belgian battalion. 58. This was already proving itself to be a troublesome battalion, not least because it had had four, mostly incompetent, commanders in 10 days. 59. The French volunteers were as good as any others at fighting, but they also prided themselves on a Gallic form of cheekiness when out of the line, and a period spent waiting in a perfume factory saw them come out, smelling wonderfully. 60. Many went absent, catching trams into the city to sightsee, drink, or both. Patrols had to be sent out to find them, and when they were threatened with punishment, a significant part of the battalion came close to mutiny and demanded to be sent home. Such was the protest, that the only way to impose discipline was to invite those who wished to leave to put their names on a list. 80 of them did so, according to the disciplined, and disapproving, communist Raymond Hans, who said they were sent home immediately. A harsh Hungarian disciplinarian called Bekis was eventually handed command and took to giving his orders with a pistol in his hand, in case anybody argued. 61. On arrival, the first thing Gustav Regler found was a group muttering rebelliously about their officers and interrupted them. I said casually, when I'm afraid, the first thing I mistrust is my own arguments. 10 pairs of eyes glared at me. Who says anyone's afraid? Well, I certainly should be, if I were part of a civilian army and had had to put up with this kind of stupidity. Who are you, anyway? I'll tell you that later. First, I want to explain what is different about our army. We aren't tied to any one commander. We get rid of the inefficient ones and look for better ones. Our discipline is voluntary, not enforced. That is why we have commissars, advisors, who don't let anyone get above himself. Well, but where's our commissar? We haven't seen anyone who might have saved us from that mess. At this moment, stretcher bearers appeared bringing the dead into the barrack yard. There were 3, if I remember rightly. The rain had stopped. The wind blew back the ground sheet that covered one of the dead men. His face was already yellow, there was an exactly recognizable distance between us and him. His state of homelessness might at any moment overtake us. But there was a good safeguard against that kind of infection, to march on, to go forward. I saw that the whole troop was now standing round me, noting my reactions. Did they expect me to show revulsion or become voiceless in the presence of those silent forms? I pulled the ground sheet back from another face and said, "They can say no more. It is for us to speak and to act for them. These dead men must have a reason. A mutiny among their comrades would make fools of them, meaningless sacrifices. I must also tell you that I am your commissar, and that I want each company to choose a man who will keep me informed of your doubts and fears, your wishes and your complaints." 62. Marty had made it clear to Regler that he could use any kind of force to maintain discipline, even though these men were volunteers. "You will have full powers," Marty had emphasized. I knew exactly what he meant, and resolved never to use the powers in the sense that he intended, said Regler. 63. The following day, Lukács's men were driven further around Madrid and then to the elegant surroundings of the Puerta de Hierro Country Club on the north side of University City, close to the Casa de Campo. 64. This was where Madrid's aristocrats had, until recently, played polo and where Kleber's 11th Brigade now had its headquarters. From here they were to go into the front line at University City for their real baptism of fire. After the dismal performance at the Cerro de Los Angeles, there were good reasons to doubt whether this rapidly thrown together group of untrained amateurs were equal to the task of fighting against experienced, professional opponents. It was too late, however, to dwell on that, since they were now heading for the most important and sensitive spot on any front in Spain. 13. Save Madrid, University City, November 1936. After just 10 days fighting to contain the Francoist advance into Madrid, 11 Brigade's new and charismatic commander, Hans Kalle, contacted the headquarters at Albacete demanding reinforcements. "He had already lost almost 1/3 of my men, with at least 40 dead and more than 120 injured. 1 A quarter of the men from the German and French-speaking battalions were out of action and the Polish battalion had suffered losses of up to 50%. 2 Almost all officers and commissars in the Hungarian company were dead. Many of the more seriously wounded had shrapnel wounds to the head," he said, "and steel helmets would have reduced the numbers considerably." He worried, too, that the Spanish earth was swallowing up the flower of German communist youth. "Spanish land has been paid for with the blood of some of our party's best cadres. We can't sacrifice the best," he said. 3. Kalle had been promoted to replace Kleber because the latter was now in command of a wider sector of the front. 4 The 6-foot-tall, Spanish-speaking, easy-mannered German proved a popular brigade commander. He was a communist, was precise in his orders, understood the unstable Spaniards, mingled the methods of Potsdam with those of Alcazar, obeyed his party, because obedience flowed down to the troops, but leavened it at staff meetings and conferences with an almost French irony. Gustav Regler wrote. 5 He also wanted 230 replacements for 160 dead or injured, apparently because at least 50 volunteers were either physically or morally unable to fight. Some had already deserted. They were probably provocateurs or police informants, he said, revealing a communist tendency to see enemies within. Such was the chaos in which the battalion had been put together that not all the dead could be named. Indeed, half of the first 30 graves in a cemetery for the volunteers set up the following week at Fuencarral, on the outskirts of Madrid, would carry the inscription unknown. 6 Overall, however, the individual bravery of the volunteers was proving to be both remarkable and lethal. Kleber was desperate to relieve Kalle's men and, as soon as Lukács's 12th Brigade was ready on November 19, he ordered a handover. It was the start of a falling out between the two commanders who, despite their similar backgrounds, were very different men. Kleber seemed to delight in his status as general and resided in the glorious clubhouse of the Polo Club, while Lukács chose to be both closer to the front line and a less conspicuous target for bombardment by setting up his small headquarters in a dingy, roadside laborer's house near the San Fernando Bridge. 7 A poorly coordinated handover took place over the next 48 hours. 8 Lukács was furious that some of his men had been forced to take over in broad daylight, when the Francoists could both see them arriving and attack before they became accustomed to the terrain. To make things worse, Kleber styled himself head of the international brigades on the orders sent to Lukács. He later blamed his chief of staff for the error, but he had not asked for it to be changed. When the normally good-humored Lukács received the instructions, he was furious. "You must have translated that wrong," he reprimanded Eisner. 9. The international brigade's first general hoped his spat with Lukács would blow over, but his attitude alarmed Marty, and he now sensed that in Albacete they were beginning to record Kleber's sins of commission and omission. 10 The handover period was inauspicious for other reasons. In one of the more mysterious episodes of the war in Madrid, the charismatic Buenaventura Durruti was shot at University City on November 19. A bullet entered his chest and he died later in hospital. Some speculated that this had been a revenge attack by rival anarchists, though it was probably a stray bullet or a wound he clumsily inflicted on himself after mishandling his own weapon. 11 Although they detested anarchism, men like Lukács admired Durruti for his energy, sincerity, and lack of personal ambition. They believed he had been preparing to apply stricter discipline in his units and closer coordination with the other Republican forces. Lukács had barely finished setting up his 12th Brigade headquarters, when a Citroën car with a cracked windscreen drew up belching blue exhaust fumes. A small, scruffy, dark-haired Hungarian-speaking photographer stepped out and introduced himself as Robert Capa. 12 Endre Erno Friedman was the 23-year-old son of a Jewish Hungarian dressmaker who had only recently taken on the byline of Robert Capa. 13 Still relatively impoverished, he was just beginning to make a mark in Paris as a news photographer. Originally Lukács wanted to send him away, but Capa turned out to be charming, self-deprecating company. 14 Just tell him that he can't photograph me, he ordered. 15 Armed with nothing more than a Baedeker's map, Lukács sent Regler and another officer out to scout no man's land, saying they could take Capa with them. 16 At this stage, Capa had still not encountered real combat, and was happy not to get too close. "If shooting can be avoided, I don't mind," he told Regler, as they crept along the banks of the Manzanares, below frost-trimmed mossy branches, frightening a hare and bumping into Hans Baimler as he tramped around through the undergrowth, also looking for the front line. Regler was delighted by this small beautiful boy who everyone loved. 17 When bullets and shells began to fly overhead, Capa excused himself, saying he needed to change his trousers. "My guts aren't as brave as my camera," he explained. 18 That did not stop him returning several times to photograph the brigaders in University City, a place where, he later said, the abnormal had become normal, and which Delapre described as a good approximation of hell. 19 Spread over a dozen pages of the magazine Regards a few weeks later, Capa's pictures of volunteers in the trenches, huddled behind machine guns at University City, and helping women with their laundry, helped create the glamorous narrative of the international brigades. The text praised the volunteers for liberty and spoke of solidarity between our young people and the young people of Spain. 20 It was the first of many pieces of photojournalistic reportage and film that he and his partner, Gerda Pohoril, who had taken on the byline Gerda Taro, would devote to the brigades. He had met the small, stylish Polish woman from a well-off Stuttgart family 2 years earlier, and they had formed a dynamic partnership that was both professional and romantic. Self-confident and vivacious, Taro was 3 years older and added a dose of organized ambition to the duo. With her green eyes, carefully plucked, arched eyebrows and copper-colored hair cut boyishly short, the elegant Taro had more political baggage than the jocular Capa. She had been close to Willy Brandt's Socialist Workers' Party, SAP, and fled to Paris in 1933 after being arrested for distributing anti-Nazi leaflets. She was also a gifted photographer, and between them they were determined to turn Robert Capa into one of the great names in photography, even if she took some of his photographs. They had literally crash-landed into Spain early in August 1936, after being sent to Barcelona by VU magazine in an aircraft that had to make an emergency landing. By September they had already produced one of the iconic photographs of the war, the falling soldier, an image of a white-clad militiaman allegedly dying on the Córdoba front, but actually a post-shot taken miles away from the fighting. Although they liked to get as close to the action as possible, they did not worry too much about authenticity. If their pictures helped highlight the Republican cause as well, then even better. In fact, the two photographers, along with journalists such as Louis Delapree, Jeffrey Cox, and the New York Times's Herbert Matthews 21, were amongst the International Brigade's keenest international cheerleaders, lavishing them with praise and enlarging their mystique. The battalions of 12 Brigade walked through the rain towards the still poorly defined front line, unsure of exactly where the enemy was positioned. The handover had been badly managed, with some troops withdrawing before others arrived, leaving the newcomers to discover the front line for themselves, sometimes by moving forward until they were shot at point 22 as they advanced towards their ill-defined new positions. Some of the newly arrived Italian volunteers, who were positioned closest to the river, began to run and had to be turned around by their officers and commissars. Point 23 again, the fighting concentrated on a few hundred meters of rough, damp land and around the buildings closest to the Manzanares, some of which had been lost during the handover. Point 24 as rain fell, Romilly's English unit attacked and retreated constantly. Fierce fighting broke out over the smallest of buildings, huts, barns, and outhouses, often known simply as the Red House, the White House or the Green House. Point 25. The front once more was fragile, and the potential prize of the Spanish capital was both so great and so close that Franco insisted on repeated attempts at breaking through the Republican lines. Lukacs was amazed that this never happened. "Do you know why we can't see Moroccan Chilabos outside our window?" he mused out loud. "Because the enemy cannot even begin to imagine that we are just a wafer-thin line, and that there isn't a single reserve battalion between here and El Pardo 6.5 kilometers upstream." 26. On their second day at the front, Kovo's Balkan company retreated after seeing a building that had been occupied by their Polish company destroyed, while the commander ran from the rubble, covered in dust, stammering, There is no company. There is no Polish company left." 27. Some men did not stop running until they reached the outer suburbs of Madrid. Others stayed where they were, but found themselves at a loss about what to do. They had little ammunition, no food, and no officers. The enemy had given up for the day, but Kovo was sure that one more determined attack would see the Francoists drive straight through them into Madrid. Point 28. The Polish company had already lost all its officers and platoon commanders, so Ludwig Wren ordered the soldiers to choose new men to lead them. Point 29. Their new commander appeared the following morning and requested that they be tasked with recapturing the buildings they had just been ejected from. Wren asked why. "It's like this," he explained. "We ran. When the Polish Communist Party's exiled organization in Paris finds out, they will feel ashamed of us. 30. As a result, yet more Poles died. In 2 days, the new brigade lost 20% of its strength. Longo found that too high, not just because of the blood spilled but because of the disorganization it provokes in each unit. 31. Kovo was intrigued by the different fighting styles of the enemy. The Moroccan colonial troops rushed them head-on, urged forward by pistol-wielding Spanish officers who threatened to shoot anyone who turned back. The legionnaires, who, like the French Foreign Legion, also included some foreigners, came more surreptitiously, advancing from cover to cover. The former's lives were valued more cheaply, he concluded, making them dispensable. 32. When one Moroccan soldier became lost and ran backwards and forwards, terrified, in front of the faculty buildings occupied by Regler's men, there was a debate amongst those manning the windows about whether to kill him. The majority were against it, because one does not shoot a man in the back, and after all he was only a man, a victim of colonialism, said Regler. They killed him anyway. The volunteers did not shoot less well because they had hesitated 33. Each time the brigaders entered a building they found it draped with the dead and dying of the previous occupants, Spanish militiamen, Moroccans, legionnaires, or men from their own units. Though bodies could not always be identified. 34 They became used to the smell of burning flesh and what Sommerfield called the faces of men dying and not knowing it, greenish, livid, with impersonal, gasping mouths, a whole dance of shudderings and writhings and convulsions, an opera of moans and howls and whimpers. 35 The volunteers remained absurdly brave. Amongst their most ingenuous beliefs was that, although they had not been provided with armor-piercing rounds for their rifles and machine guns, they could defeat tanks. When the supplies of hand grenades arrived, the brigaders found these were tin cans filled with sticks of dynamite. A wick protruded from them, which was lit by a burning cigarette. They were, at least, plentiful. Many men had by now seen the Soviet film released that year, We Are From Kronstadt, in which brave Russian sailors run up to tanks and disable them with grenades. The technique worked occasionally with these handmade grenades, but mostly saw people machine-gunned or trampled to death. 36 A Spaniard called Antonio Col 37 gained a reputation as a Kronstadt-style tank killer, and Willy Willa, a German brigadier who had traveled to Spain before the international brigades were formed, was another skilled practitioner of this suicidal art. 38 Though he would soon die in action. 39 The sense of suicidal bravado was even more pronounced amongst the officers, who were mostly either enthusiastic young idealists or dogged veterans of clandestine activism, police beatings, and prison cells. Often the results of the volunteers' efforts depended not on how they fought, but on which side had the support of artillery or tanks that day. The latter were, compared to today's tanks, little more than tracked armored cars with small guns, though the Russian T-26s that backed the brigaders were far superior to the minuscule Italian and German machines. The same could be said for the Chatos, the Polikarpov I-15 biplane fighters 40 brought from the Soviet Union that began to triumph in the sky above them. Reden's disciplined Germans generally fought more sensibly. Within their ranks, Esmond Romilly's English group survived unscathed. Wren liked his diligent English speakers. He was especially pleased that, when his aristocratic family began sending messages that urged him to go home, Romilly declared he liked the Reds, and wanted to stay. 41 His group nevertheless felt guilty that they had suffered so little compared to, say, their Balkan and Polish colleagues in the other non-German companies of the Thalmann Battalion. While fighting raged daily in the waterlogged land beside the river and around the Palacete and Casa Velasquez buildings, part of the Franco-Belgian André Marty Battalion stayed in the relative comfort of the philosophy faculty. From there, they took potshots at a mostly distant enemy and watched as the buildings being fought over by their comrades went up in smoke. The rest of the battalion, however, were caught up in the bloodier floor-to-floor fighting in the medical faculty, though positions there soon became solidly established and their regular early evening attacks did little to upset the enemy. Frank Thomas, a Welsh mercenary who was one of a small number of British volunteers on the Francoist side, said the attacks always came an hour after nightfall. The attacks failed quite as regularly, with heavy losses to the enemy. Their only effect was the useful practice it gave us with our rifles and hand bombs, he wrote later. The sight of matches used to light hand bombs was the warning that attacks were starting. 42 Artillery and trench mortars caused his unit far more annoyance, Thomas concluded. This insistence on repeated, futile attacks saw the André Marty Battalion's losses rise to 280 out of 420 men, while their officers continued to perform poorly, even phoning Lukacs to complain that they were being shelled. He informed them curtly that, in war, this was normal. After several days of furious fighting, however, the front began to stabilize. 43 Franco was beginning to run out of reserves to throw at the defenders' lines, and relentless rain dampened the ardor of both sides. Eventually they fought themselves to a halt, and the University City lines would remain almost unchanged for the rest of the war. Lukacs's men began to be pulled out overnight on 25-26 November and, over the next few days, were replaced once more by battalions from 11 Brigade. 44 Eisner was struck by what 5 days of fighting had done to his exhausted, pallid comrades in their filthy uniforms. The playful rowdiness had gone, he observed. The danger, suffering and deaths of their companions had wiped away the layers of cockiness, removing the slight, unconscious theatricality in their words and gestures which were the inevitable result of the brigaders' special situation and the grateful attention and torrent of praise that they had been receiving from the Spanish people. 45 The trucks which took them away at dawn were now eerily roomy, but as they passed a mass grave, some still raised a fist and shouted, "Rot red front, 46. The two international brigades took it in turns to hold this line until early December. 47 As they tried to shore up their numbers with new arrivals from Albacete, some of whom arrived still in civilian clothes, carrying suitcases as if they had just stepped off a train. 48, and returnees from hospital, they also swapped battalions. The German-speaking Thalmann and Edgar André battalions were placed together in 11 Brigade under Hans Kalla, while the mostly Polish-speaking Dombrowski battalion joined Lukacs in 12 Brigade. 49 This was sensible, since orders were being mangled by interpreters and different nationalities had learned different fighting styles during military service, but it was also a sign that the national groups did not always get on well. 50 To the German soldiers it seemed, without basis or sometimes with basis, that the French chief of supplies was favoring his own Frenchmen, and vice versa. The Poles and others considered themselves badly treated by both sides, Kleber explained. 51 It also meant that virtually all of Lukacs's brigade, except for their commander, spoke French, since the Poles were mostly exiles from France and Belgium. Nobody knew, yet, that the lines established at University City would remain fixed. Attacks were still launched, but almost always failed as the lines of defense on both sides became firmly established, bolstered by a maze of trench networks. Expensive tapestries, towels, and carpets taken from the Puerta de Hierro Country Club provided the brigaders with colorful, if rain-drenched, canopies. 52 Artillery bombardments, mortar shells, bombs and sniper bullets continued to claim victims. As the death toll mounted, Kleber complained that his men were being sent on useless missions that simply brought more losses. On November 27 a group of 15 French communists held a meeting of their own in the philosophy faculty. Such meetings were often held discreetly, so that the 50% or so of non-communists did not feel excluded or ignored. 53 All those present agreed that our colleagues are demoralized and that there is flagrant incompetency in the military command, which means that they have twice been sent out to be butchered, the communists wrote in a report. This explains why many companions are now asking to go home. Naturally, we disapprove of that. Our battalion left Albacete with 420 men in 3 companies, and we have around 140 left. 54. Some deaths were caused by sheer carelessness. On December 1, as evening fell and the usual daily exchange of fire between the now static lines came to a stop, Kovo saw the telltale pale sheepskin jackets of 3 officers or political commissars walking down the steep slope towards his position near the river Manzanares. The setting sun picked out their figures as they strolled nonchalantly over a crest and down the hill towards them. The bulky profile of Hans Kalla was instantly recognizable, and the smaller man beside him was, evidently, his political commissar, the likable Fritz Velo, who called himself Louis Schuster. 55 Both were listening attentively to an even larger figure, an older man wearing a cap with ear flaps and a red star adorned with the hammer and sickle. This was Hans Baimler. Kovo watched transfixed as they wandered towards what everyone in the front line knew was a danger spot covered by enemy snipers. We tried to warn them by waving our arms and calling out, each in their own language, he explained. A group of Frenchmen shouted themselves hoarse, but the 3 men simply waved back before returning to their all-absorbing conversation. As soon as they reached the sniper's box, the patch of land covered by the sharpshooter, several shots rang out. Baimler was hit first, grabbing his chest and shouting, "Rot front! Rot front!" All three men then tumbled out of sight down the side of the hill. It seemed impossible to get to them. "No one moves," barked Kovo's Bulgarian commander, followed by his translators. But two brigade stretcher-bearers, including a 24-year-old, rugby-playing Parisian factory worker and Army Reserve sergeant called Théophile Rolle, had already thrown themselves down the hill after the injured men. 56. Both Baimler, the former Reichstag deputy, who had escaped from Dachau, and political commissar Velo died of their wounds. Lukacs was furious, blaming the pale sheepskin coats, since these both stood out in the countryside and identified their wearers as senior officers or commissars. "What idiot thought of handing those out?" he asked. "At this rate we won't have a single officer or commissar left." He banned the sheepskins from the front line, though Regler disobeyed him and wore Baimler's coat himself for the next 4 years. 57. A newspaper cutting of Stalin promising aid to Spain was the only item found in the coat's pockets. 58. A death notice signed by Lukacs and Kleber claimed that Baimler died heroically in an area that had not previously been under enemy fire. 59. He was now not just a hero, but a martyr, and his legend would continue to swell after his death. Everybody now competed to claim a part of the new hero, and Marty was enraged when an honor guard formed to greet the body on its way through Albacete was roundly ignored. The body was taken to Barcelona, a city with spare time for ceremonial, and buried after a multitudinous funeral procession down the Ramblas, behind a banner that proclaimed, "Vengeance for the death of Hans Baimler." 60. There was little that could be done about this exhortation in a city as far from the front as Barcelona. In Madrid, however, the sensation was that the Francoist advance had finally been halted. It was an act of heroic resistance, stretching over the month of November, in which the militias and people of Madrid had played the main part, and to which the international brigades had contributed with courage, blood, and a morale-boosting message that, despite the feeble response of the great powers, the world had not turned its back and forgotten them. Up to 4,000 volunteers had held a 2-kilometer stretch of the crucial front around the Francoist bulge on the city side of the river Manzanares, which was just 6 kilometers long. 61. Madrid had not fallen. "It has resisted, and will continue to resist," said Luigi Longo. 62. Franco disagreed, but realized he would have to find a different way to choke the Spanish capital. The volunteers of the international brigades would stay in, or near, Madrid, for the next 6 months. Their fame was spreading and more men were now setting out from across the oceans to join them. 14. Hail, the Savior of Madrid, Cinema Monumental, Madrid, November, December 1936. On the evening of November 11, the Monumental, a vast, state-of-the-art cinema for 4,200 moviegoers on Madrid's Calle Atocha, had been packed with a noisy crowd. There was nothing strange about this. Little more than a kilometer from the battlefront, despite the bombing and shelling, restaurants and cafes remained open and many militiamen could catch the metro or tram straight from the front into the center of Madrid. More importantly, the Francoist boast that their army would be sipping coffee or attending mass in Madrid that week had proved empty. There was no film at the Monumental this night, but rather the crowd had gathered to see Madrid's military commanders make their first public appearance. Italian Giuseppe Di Vittorio took the stage and presented himself as the voice of the international volunteers. He was amongst the senior communists who had set up the brigades and was now Kleber's commissar in 11 Brigade. 1 Di Vittorio reminded the boisterous audience that the world was watching events in Madrid. The past few days, with the forward march of global fascism finally being halted, represented the start of what he hoped would eventually lead to the liberation of the Italian people and of all the peoples of the world. The speaker who followed answered with a phrase that, along with the famous "No pasarán," "they shall not pass," was becoming common currency. "Madrid will be the tomb of fascism," he pledged. 2. Italy's left was as demoralized as Germany's. It was, however, less monolithic, with volunteer fighters in Spain coming from a broad spread of parties. The Italian experience of fascism and exile was longer, since Mussolini had come to power in 1922. 3 Wider anti-fascist coalitions, bringing together Republicans, anarchists, socialists, and others, had been in existence since 1931, with Carlo Rosselli's moderate liberal socialist Giustizia e Libertà one of the most prominent groupings. Socialists and communists, meanwhile, did not have the same history of antagonism as in Germany and had also begun working together in exile in 1934. The other parties, indeed, had been faster than the communists in recruiting volunteers for Spain, with the mixed but mostly anarchist Collana Italiana providing several hundred fighters to the Francisco Escaso Column 5 before the communist Gastone Sazzi Centuria was formed. 6 The Collana's shared leadership, with the social liberal Republicano, an anarchist and Rosselli jointly in charge, proved that anti-fascism was its sole unifying force. 7 In fact, at the same time as the Comintern was overseeing the creation of the international brigades, various Italian parties had already agreed to form a large Italian anti-fascist legion that would be at the service of the Spanish Republic. 8 The idea was abandoned once the brigades were formed and the Italian legion became, in essence, the Garibaldi battalion. Not everyone was delighted. Arriving here, I found myself faced with a completely different situation from the one I was expecting, complained one senior socialist, Amadeo Azzi. 9 In order to maintain balance, the Garibaldi battalion became the only one with 2 chief political commissars, Azzi and the communist Antonio Roassi. 10, as well as a Republicano commander in Randolfo Pacciardi. 11. Di Vittorio had belonged to several parties himself, but was now a communist who went by the alias Nicoletti. His flamboyant style of oratory, jutting out his chin with each defiant statement, reminded at least one onlooker of Mussolini, himself a former socialist. 12 Di Vittorio had escaped the roundup of communist leaders in 1926, unlike his philosopher colleague Antonio Gramsci, who was slowly dying from various illnesses suffered during a decade of imprisonment. Like Gramsci, Di Vittorio knew about the importance of publicity and propaganda. He was convinced that people across the world needed to be persuaded that the international brigades were living proof that the world's left could unite against fascism. Back in Moscow, the Comintern leadership agreed. This message of left-wing unity had been the great U-turn performed at the 7th World Congress in 1935, but that was an age ago in terms of the fast-moving politics of the 1930s. The other senior Italian communist in Spain, Luigi Longo, found himself having to explain to both Spaniards and volunteers exactly who these foreign soldiers really were. We are an expression of the Popular Front and make ourselves available to the Spanish people and government. The military units formed by our volunteers are an integral part of the Spanish army and are under its command, without interference from any other organization, said Longo, who would become Commissar Inspector General of the International Brigades. The Spanish flag is the flag of all of us, and we fight for its victory. 13. It was Di Vittorio's task to persuade the world that this contribution was proving valuable. Propaganda is best when contained in a well-told and mostly truthful story. It is even better with a hero. He chose Kleber. The false general would have to be made the savior of Madrid. Towards the end of November, Di Vittorio organized a press campaign designed to achieve exactly that. Soon Kleber's name was on the front page of Madrid newspapers, being hailed as the formidable general in charge of the entire international column. 14 In order to make him even more attractive to the press, Di Vittorio blew Kleber's cover, broadcasting and embellishing on his colorful past as a hardened, heroic fighter and veteran of revolutions, or attempted ones, in Russia, China, and Germany. Soon Kleber was being lionized everywhere. The poet Rafael Alberti, who had turned a sequestered aristocrat's palace near the Retiro Park into the headquarters of his alliance of anti-fascist intellectuals, 15 was especially gushing, Kleber, my general, with my voice, which is blood and memory / I salute you / salute. Spain is ours. 16. The embellishments grew and grew. Rumors even circulated that Kleber had personally captured the Russian Tsar's family. The general was, as usual, both furious about someone else deciding for him and delighted by the popularity. A simply scandalous history resulted, he admitted later, claiming that he had tried to fight off the journalists and blur over and deflect interest in my past in the USSR. 17 sections of his first interview, published in the popular weekly Estampa magazine, were reprinted by several Madrid dailies. He declared that victory would have been won already if we had been better organized. This was unlikely to win him friends amongst the Spanish military command. It is vital that anti-fascist fighters stop behaving as they have done in certain sectors, where some fight while the others remain where they are and loudly applaud those who act, he added. 18. Kleber was photographed meeting a foreign delegation in boots, khaki riding breeches and high-collared grey jersey and, separately, wearing a general's hat. The accompanying write-up called Russia his homeland and compared him to both the Italian general Giuseppe Garibaldi and a military hero of both the American and French revolutions, the Marquis de Lafayette. 19 With de Vittorio's help, Kleber convinced the great New York Times correspondent Herbert Matthews that he had once commanded an army of 56,000 men in China, taking them on an 8-month retreat over 5,500 kilometers. He also claimed to have spent most of his recent years in Canada, rather than as a Soviet spy in the USA. He was the man of the hour in Madrid, said Matthews, adding that in the troubled and anxious times that face the world it would surprise no one here if Emil Kleber were to prove an important factor. Matthews even claimed, quite wrongly, that Kleber led his troops from the front shooting a rifle with remarkable accuracy and demonstrating a courage that proved contagious. 20. Kleber's gruff charm, common touch, and gift for languages made him popular not just with journalists but also with the lower ranks. At the top end of the command chain, however, he riled people by criticizing the high command while blaming his own mishaps on underlings. 21 Senior Russians warned Kleber that he was straying into the dangerous arena of sensationalism. 22 With Stalin purging the military, it was not the time to be drawing attention to oneself. At military headquarters, meanwhile, Mayaja and his chief of staff, Lieutenant Colonel Vicente Rojo, seethed with irritation and envy. They accused him of lying about his victories, positions, the strengths of his battalions and, even, of refusing to join attacks or arriving late for them. What they really hated, however, was Kleber being awarded the credit for saving Madrid. Rojo spelled all this out in an angry report sent to his superiors on November 26, just 18 days after the volunteers reached Madrid. The press is indulging in a false and highly exaggerated bout of exaltation of this general, he railed. It is true that his men fight well, but no more than that, and that is something which a lot of men who are not under his command also do. As for his supposed capabilities as a commander, since these seem to need the prop of false popularity, they are also false. 23 Rojo complained. This general tends to try to dominate everything, both politically and militarily. And he has become a military idol to some of our political parties, and that is extremely damaging, he continued. All this added up, he claimed, to a deliberate and disgraceful attempt to undermine his own and Mayaja's authority. 24. Kleber also fell out with some of the Soviet advisors. One came to inspect Kleber's command post, found that he had withdrawn 2 battalions into reserve and flew into a rage. "Wrecker! I will arrest you and send you home under guard," he threatened, while Kleber's own staff looked menacingly at the intruder. "Who do you think you are? Who appointed you chief of this sector? I wouldn't even entrust you with a company." 25 Kleber did not realize that Rojo and Mayaja hated him. He was also convinced, too, that his staff loved him, although both Lukacs and his bourgeois 26 French chief of staff, Colonel Vincent, clearly did not. Unfortunately for Kleber, he had, by now, also made an enemy of André Marty. In December a meeting was held in Albacete about the problems Kleber causes. These included his insistence that more Spaniards be brought into the brigades, in part to save the lives of valuable communist cadres from numerous national parties who were dying on the battlefield, and in part so that the brigades were closer to the Spanish people. By now, however, a specific sort of deviance was being identified, known as Kleberismo. It was, according to Marty, a problem of commanders who did not realize that the prestige of the units they commanded in this period was due to the quality of their soldiers. 27 It could just as well have been defined as an attempt to outshine others, particularly Marty himself, but also Mayaja and Rojo. By the end of the month Kleber had been sent off to an inconspicuous advisory job on the Mediterranean coast, far from the front line. Even his rival Lukacs could see that Kleber was being mistreated. "They have behaved badly towards him, without gratitude or loyalty," he commented. "He is a strange man. If only he could add a bit of modesty to his other abilities, intelligence, courage, quick-witness, and command of languages." 28. This was not the end of Kleber's career in Spain, he was too valuable for that, but he would be given more discreet tasks from now on. Before he left, Lukacs went to visit Kleber at El Pardo. "I started off by telling him all the disagreeable things, that I disapproved of his behavior towards our brigade and that he had been wrong to give up command of his own. And then I told him that it is not completely false to call him the savior of Madrid, though no one deserves that honor individually," he told Eisner. "The people saved themselves. But there can be no doubt that at the crucial moment nobody did more to defend the city than Kleber." 29. While enemies circled around Kleber, the men of the brigades found themselves hailed as heroes wherever they went. On short furloughs into Madrid, they would be waved past controls, let off tram fares and welcomed into any military canteen, including by the anarchists, wherever they stopped. The German writer Alfred Kantorowicz, who had just reached the city, was amazed at their reception when a colleague called Kurt drove him to 11 Brigade headquarters, where he was to produce the unit's newspaper. Kurt's shout to the sentries, "International Brigade," is a phrase to conjure with here. It acts as a universal password and open sesame. The glamour and affection that clings to this battalion of French, Italian, German, Polish, Hungarian, Yugoslav, Belgian, English, American, and Czech anti-fascists make one flush with pride and pleasure at being allowed to belong to it. To be able to say, "I'm one of the 11th International Brigade," makes one much more respected hereabouts at the present time than any other rank, distinction, or reputation in the world, he wrote. 30. Women, bartenders, and newspapermen also loved them. The Spanish women were sometimes a mystery to the foreign volunteers, however, especially in rural or middle-class areas where tradition required them to be carefully chaperoned. Where that was not the case, the other nationalities were furious to discover that the Italians proved to be the most popular. Other volunteers either abstained from sex or ignored the warnings about the sexually transmitted diseases that sent many soldiers to hospital and queued up outside brothels. On the Francoist side, Hitler's Condor Legion set up its own brothels where men waited in disciplined lines, to the mirth of the Spaniards. Correspondents who cultivated brigaders could garner quotes without risking the front line and, since the latter had access to alcohol, cigarettes, and decent food, the attraction was mutual, though sometimes strained. At first they were delighted to see us. Not only were English volunteers news, but we could give them a lot of information about the fighting in the university city, Romilly admitted. But the limits of their generosity were severely tested, as we all lived off them. 31 visiting dignitaries also sought them out. When a delegation of British MPs visited, John Cornford and others ended up sleeping on the floor of Conservative MP Jack McNamara's hotel room. McNamara's parliamentary secretary and partner on trips abroad, where they were freer to enjoy their homosexuality, was the Soviet spy Guy Burgess. Both Burgess and Cornford had been part of the influential communist groups that emerged from Trinity College, Cambridge during the early 1930s. 32. More thoughtful newspaper correspondents saw the brigaders' presence in Madrid as a sign of a wider, deeper phenomenon. At the New York Times, Herbert Matthews had decided by the end of December that, in the words of one headline, Spain's war is international. While the volunteers accounted for no more than 1 in 10 troops in the capital, he told the newspaper's readers, they symbolized something far greater. It is quite possible that the influx of what may well be termed idealists from all over the world will increase apace, for one of the most striking things about this war is the depth of feeling which it has aroused among anti-fascists everywhere. They, as well as Hitler and Mussolini, are turning the Spanish Civil War into a World War 33. 15. The Battle of the Mist, Boadilla, 14–23 December 1936. As people back home counted down the 5 days left until Christmas, Esmond Romilly found himself stuck in crossfire in the woods outside Boadilla del Monte, a tiny village in the wooded countryside 20 kilometers west of Madrid. A Spanish Republican unit had retreated through the lines of his mostly German company of the Thalmann Battalion as Franco's forces, having failed to conquer Madrid with frontal attacks, tried to encircle the city. It was the fourth day of a fierce battle which pitted the two international brigades and a number of Spanish Republican units against Francoist rebels backed by German tanks. The Thalmann volunteers remained dug in but, in the general confusion, Romilly's group of 10 British volunteers from the same Zug platoon, thought they had received an order to advance. A ragged group of Spanish anarchists went forward with them. "I had no idea where we were going or what was happening," Romilly admitted. But as the crossfire intensified and they scrambled for shelter, the 18-year-old looked around and saw his close friend Joe Goff, an unemployed Luton humorist with whom he had made a pact of mutual protection, kneeling on the grass, his head hanging unnaturally forward and his gun pointed to the ground between his hands. I tried not to look at his head, it was sunk forward onto his chest. I felt I was in the presence of something horrifying. I didn't think about where we were, or the bullets, I didn't think about Joe being dead, I just thought it was all wrong, Joe's head being like that one. The survivors of Romilly's small zug of English speakers ran back through the woods, turning to fire at their pursuers, taking cover every few meters behind the short, wide-canopied pine trees. Small Italian or German-made tanks were driving along the trenches, machine-gunning those who had stayed. Romilly could see enemy soldiers walking along behind them, shooting the injured .2 bombers sent shrapnel up behind them as they rushed from ridge to ridge. Romilly and his band of English speakers were not the only ones running. That night the German company commander read through the first 7 English names on the roll call of Romilly's Zug: Avenir, Birch, Cox, Gillen, Goff, Jeans, Messer, all but one was greeted with the word gefallen, dead. 6 of the section had died, and 1 more was injured. 3 it had, in effect, ceased to exist. The 3 survivors would soon be shipped home. This was the first time that the first 2 international brigades, 11 and 12 brigades, had fought side by side. Despite the lessons learned at University City and elsewhere, their 3,000 volunteers, or however many were left, were unable to hold their line. Days of fog had been followed by rain. To Jan Kurtka the landscape looked brown and dismal, like Hampstead Heath in December, for it was here that the only English-speaking units in the brigades, the machine gun section of the French Commune de Paris, also now referred to as the Dumont Battalion, 5 and Romilly's Zug, finally met. Amongst the radical public schoolboys this was something of a reunion, since Romilly already knew Cornford and had a remarkably similar background to David Mackenzie, a rear admiral's son who had been schooled at Marlborough College. 6 I've come here to deny the report that I have been killed, Romilly would hear Mackenzie tell a journalist in Madrid shortly after this battle was over. The international brigades had moved to Boadilla hurriedly after deserters revealed that Franco intended to make a second attempt at blocking the road that ran northwest out of Madrid towards Galicia and La Coruña. 7 It followed a failed attempt to cut the road 2 weeks earlier and isolate the capital from those defending the mountain ranges to the northwest. With the combined use of aerial bombardment, tanks, and infantry by both sides, Wren saw this as the first proper battle of the war. Kurtka's unit had arrived in a bad mood, since they had been planning to spend the first afternoon on leave in Madrid. We were already climbing on the trucks when the alarm came through. 1 truck had already left and they had to chase it halfway to Madrid with a motorbike, and caught up with it just as the boys were sighting the first pub, he said. 8 Even then they had to wait for hours for the transport to arrive, huddled in the rain and stamping their feet to keep warm. The mist and rain constantly frustrated plans and disoriented troops on both sides. The Republican Army was still chaotically organized and basic defensive tactics, like digging proper trenches, were routinely disregarded. 9 Eventually, almost the whole of the first 2 international brigades, the saviors of Madrid, found themselves fleeing through the low pines in the sparsely wooded, sandy-soiled countryside around Boadilla del Monte. Kirka's commissar, Ribier, called it a moment of sauve qui peut, or every man for himself. Boadilla was one of the key points, and it was just in front of the village that Kirka and his company set up their 2 machine guns early in the battle. Like many of the villages that the brigaders were encountering, Boadilla reflected the social realities of life in the countryside around Madrid. The largest buildings were the church and palace of Infante Don Luis, a 3-story, neoclassical country house built for a member of the royal family in the 18th century. Apart from that, according to one brigadier, all the other buildings were hovels. It was Political Commissar Bernard Knox's final day. Soon we saw the Milichanos in front of us in full retreat, he wrote. As they came toward Boadilla and the main road, our orders were to cover their retreat and hold our position until further orders. The order to withdraw soon came. We did so by sections, one covering the other with fire as it came back. As our section was moving back, dragging the gun, I felt a shocking blow from a bullet and a burning pain through my neck and right shoulder, and fell to the ground on my back with blood spurting up like a fountain. John came back, with David, our Oxford man who had been a medical student. I heard him say, "I can't do anything about that," and John bent down and said, "God bless you, Bernard," and left. They had to go. They had to set up the gun and cover the withdrawal of our other crew. And they were sure that I was dying. So was I. As the blood continued to spurt, I could feel my consciousness slipping fast away. I have since then read many accounts by people who, like me, were sure they were dying but survived. Many of them speak of a feeling of heavenly peace, others of visions of angels welcoming them to heaven. I had no such feelings or visions. I was consumed with rage, furious, violent rage. Why me? I was just 21 and had barely begun living my life. Why should I have to die? It was unjust. 10. In later life, as a Harvard classics professor, Knox discovered this reaction was not untypical. Hector, in Homer's Iliad, had gone winging down to the house of death, wailing his fate, leaving his manhood far behind, his young and supple strength, while Virgil's Turnus fled angry to the shades below, causing the commentator Survey to remark that he was angry. Because he was young, 11 many other young men died the same way that day, on both sides. Jan Kirka recalled watching Knox's face turn a frightful white color as shrapnel shredded the scrub and pine trees around him. Then Kirka himself was hit. I must have roared with pain as my leg shot into the air, and I thought it had been torn off, though I was clutching it with my hands and it was shaking as if jerked by strings. I was lying on my back, though I did not remember having fallen, and I was conscious. John Cornford and someone else were bending over me, and the other man was cutting my trouser leg open and tying a string round my leg to stop the bleeding. I could not, at the moment, remember where I was or where I was going. 12 He tipped wine down his throat in an attempt to quench the sudden thirst brought on by shock and the loss of blood, and, with his leg bent, paralyzed and bleeding heavily, he was alternately dragged and carried back by Cornford and the others. Injured men were routinely transported back on mules, but even this option was no longer available. Leon, the aged gray mule that had been carrying the machine guns, named after either Trotsky or Blum, presumably because of his bony head, was too decrepit. A young Jenny they had found to accompany him had been caught in the crossfire. The French cooks, nevertheless, found a use for her. When the machine gun crew bumped into the stocky figure of their commissar, Ribier, the latter threw the injured Kirka across his shoulder. Kirka was eventually strapped to the front of a tank, from where he could see the retreating troops as they pushed past the officers who were trying to stop them. Once an anarchist runs, there is no stopping him, he scoffed. 13 After a long, bumpy, and painful ride to Madrid, Both Knox and Kurtka were carried into one of the city's grandest hotels, the Palace, which was now a hospital. The ballroom, lined with gold mirrors, had been turned into an operating theater, with 8 tables under the enormous crystal chandeliers. Individual rooms had been turned into wards. 14 Kurtka found himself in room 360, being tucked into white linen sheets under a yellow bedspread and looking bemusedly at a shiny, polished wardrobe. 15 As with Romilly's section, there was now little left of the English-speaking machine gun unit of the French brigade. To the dismay of those who had fought with them, the survivors were sent back to HQ Albacete to join a new brigade. 16 Boadilla, or the so-called Battle of the Mist, was the first operation in which a majority of the first 2 international brigades had fought together. The encounter revealed that while the volunteers could fight more or less efficiently at close quarters on the fringes of Madrid, maneuvering in wider spaces exposed the inadequacies of both the international brigades and the Republican Army as a whole. Raw courage and political conviction were clearly not enough, especially when attacking an entrenched enemy. By the time it was all over, Ribier was furious. He knew who to blame, or thought he did. Anarchists were the prime culprits, followed by the Germans. The former were a standard scapegoat and little was expected of them, the latter were his own companions in arms and included Romilly's now decimated Zug. The vitriol in Ribier's post-battle report reveals just how hard the dream of a Tower of Babel version of internationalism was to put into practice in a Europe where most workers had barely traveled beyond their hometowns. Since any failure of coordination put lives at risk, this was an important issue and one which aroused nationalistic and chauvinistic passions. At the start of the Battle of the Mist, the Thalmann battalion had reached their position too late because their captain had gone to lunch and left the order on his desk, or so Ribier claimed. 17 That had allowed Franco's troops to take the village of Boadilla, along with the fact that the French battalion was already 152 men, or around 20% short. 18 The fighting over the following days had been all about trying to stop the enemy advancing further and then pushing it back into the village. 19 A furious Dumont demanded, but failed to get, an apology, while his men muttered about treason and betrayal. 20 Whatever the truth, the consequences were undoubtedly grave. Had the village been held, the numerous casualties, the corpses of volunteers strewn amongst the scrub and pine needles in the woodland to its north, would not have occurred. Many belonged to the Thalmann battalion itself. The dead from Romilly's Zug were finally collected and taken to the new International Brigade Cemetery in the village of Fuencarral, to be buried alongside 18 German volunteers who died in the same battle. 21 Esmond Romilly returned to England soon after, publishing a well-received account of his experiences, Boadilla. In his write-up of the battle in the newspaper Todos Unidos, one of the many newspapers that would be edited by the international brigades themselves, Thalmann commander Richard Stamer, who had taken over from Ren 22, mentioned 20 model German proletarians aged between 22 and 24. In fact, their average age was 29. He failed completely to mention the English dead, or the Poles, Belgians, French, Swiss and other nationalities in his battalion who had been killed. 23 Even had he wanted to acknowledge these deaths, Stamer might have found it hard to discover all their names. The small, stiff sepia cards used to record those buried at Fuencarral, recycled from office use, with the previous annotations scribbled out, reveal the difficulties in identifying the dead. This was either because there was not yet a proper register, or the bodies were unrecognizable. Where names were not available, the cards offer up clues such as he has black skin, maybe a volunteer from Cuba, the United States or Africa, monogrammed red socks, or tattooed chest reads Souvenir du Maroc. Other tattoos on unidentified corpses included a serpent coiled around a dagger, a wristwatch, and a young man with hat. 24 The Germans' error of arriving late was made, in Ribier's eyes, more outrageous by the fact that they apparently looked down on the other volunteers. Ever since the Thalmann battalion had replaced the Polish-led Dombrowski, the Germans had tightened their control over 11 Brigade as a whole, and treated it as their own. A certain imperialism reigns amongst them, Ribier claimed. This spirit of domination is, without doubt, the result of the education imposed on the German people by the country's bourgeoisie. They only trust themselves. They spoil the German-speaking Edgar André and Thalmann battalions, while the French battalion remains the poor cousin. Dressed in their smart khaki uniforms, he added, they considered the French, in their motley clothes, to be inferior soldiers. 25. Ribier deemed the Germans' behavior childish and claimed the French were above that sort of thing, but he was voicing a sensation that was more apparent to the French than to others. It certainly was not true amongst 11 brigade senior officers, where news that Dumont's French were retreating for the first time ever had been taken as a sign of just how grave the situation must be. In one of the hagiographical and heavily censored official brigade histories, written by German volunteer, and, later, Thalmann battalion commander, Gustav Zinde, he claimed that, if you wanted to find Dumont, you only needed to go where the fight was the hardest. His name and the battalion were so popular among all the units, and when the French battalion was on the right or left wing, the battalions immediately whispered, "Today we need not be afraid, Dumont is to our right or left." 26. If the Germans thought they were superior, Ribier clearly held to an even older prejudice. A German Jewish mafia had installed itself in brigade headquarters, he claimed, making sure that they kept the most comfortable and least dangerous jobs for themselves. 27. 16. Stalin was still a saint, Albacete, November, December 1936. Many years later Gustav Regler, the German writer who had become a political commissar in Lukács's brigade, would recall his first meeting with André Marty at the International Brigade's HQ in Albacete. Regler had left Madrid at Kultsov's urging during the panicky days of early November 1936, when it looked as though Franco would enter the city, and decided to enlist in the International Brigades. 1. He came to Albacete with impressive credentials. Kultsov, after all, was considered to be Stalin's eyes and ears in Spain. Regler could also boast of a long friendship with the French writer André Malraux. The latter was not a communist, but his España squadron of a dozen pilots and old Potes bombers had been one of the first volunteer outfits to help the Republic. 2. Regler had expected a warm reception. Instead, he found himself under interrogation as Marty tried to work out whether he was a double agent for any of the multiple enemies who populated his paranoid Stalinist worldview. As he invited me to be seated in his office, I felt that he had decided upon a cat-and-mouse game. "Where have you been?" he asked. "What do you think of General Mayaja? Are the Republicans going to win? And then suddenly, when did you leave Germany? Whom do you know in Paris? Malraux. Aha! Where is he now? Did you also meet any anarchists?" Then abruptly, this time like a pistol shot, "Show me your membership card of the POUM." 3. Regler had not yet paid much attention to the POUM, Workers' Party of Marxist Unification, the breakaway Catalan-based communists led by Andrew Nin, who would welcome 600 foreign fighters into their ranks. It was viewed by Marty as Trotskyist, a hated rival to Stalinist-style communism and, so, a deadly foe, even if, in Spain, it backed the Republic. In fact, Nin's party was organizationally independent, although it shared Trotsky's view that Stalin's tactical pragmatism was a cynical maneuver away from pure and proper communism. 4. The meeting with Marty proved depressing confirmation of what Regler eventually saw as the unstoppable decline of his beloved communism, which was starting to turn into a world of hypocrisy which left me crippled in spirit. 5. Unlike most of the working-class recruits to the international brigades, Regler's elevated position as an intellectual had given him a privileged view of the increasingly cruel machinations of Stalinism. He had begun to suspect that something was going wrong the previous year, when he took part in a left-wing writers' convention in Paris. There the French author André Gide had publicly offered his allegiance to the Soviet Union. Gide was not a party member, but the communists were delighted to have one of Europe's greatest intellectuals, who would win the Nobel Prize for Literature in 1947, as a so-called fellow traveler. Regler himself had led the crowd of 5,000 into singing a communist anthem, but then been scolded for making a popular front moment look like a party event. While receiving this reprimand, Regler noticed how the other writers present in the room sat like school children who have been reminded that the cane is always in readiness behind the blackboard. 6. On a recent visit to the Soviet Union, Regler had seen how the cult of Stalinism, and its obsession with enemies of all kinds, was beginning to take hold. A friend had been arrested under new laws against homosexuality, even while Gide, a noted homosexual himself, was being paraded around the country like a public trophy. After seeing a factory worker taken off by an armed guard, a robot leading off a robot, for twice breaking a machine tool, Regler realized that mere negligence was now considered criminal. A failure of nerve, a slip in a calculation, a defect of raw material, a trick of wind or weather, it was all the same, all sabotage, he said. 7. Suspicion and fear were spreading rapidly, leading people to think one way but act and talk another. This psychosis, the daily possibility of a lapse into sin, was fostered on the highest level. Any act of kindness was to be viewed with suspicion, and there was no such thing as mercy, so that too was ruled out. 8. The most shocking purges of all had been announced the previous summer, while Regler was with the African-American singer Paul Robeson at a Moscow radio station. Robeson was giving a talk on Russia's own mixed-race poet, Pushkin, whose great-grandfather had been an African slave, freed by Peter the Great, and had just pronounced the Soviet Union to be the only country in the world where we can feel at home. Here there is no segregation, no foolish ban, we are all brothers. 9. He was then expected to sing, but instead an announcer read out in a shaky voice the news that the legendary old Bolsheviks Grigory Zinoviev, Lev Kamina and a dozen others were to be tried. Robeson was as shocked as Regler that these founders of the revolution were now enemies. It must not be, he cried out, and refused to sing. 10. In August, Regler had watched Kamina and the others enter the monumental House of the Unions for the show trials that saw them confess in order to protect their families and be rapidly executed in the Lubyanka basement. 11. He was reminded of similar trials in Nazi Germany and imagined the founders of the state, being consigned blood-stained to their coffins, while in the Kremlin a man who would let no other man near him sat sipping vodka and poring over the next list of victims. 12. Regler began to have nightmares in which he himself was being persecuted, and would wake up sweating. While all this was happening in Moscow, Regler followed the news from Spain. He was both alarmed and thrilled. Spain was the threatened friend in 1936, after Russia had proved to be the friend fallen into evil ways, he said. 13. His excitement increased when he discovered that the USSR was backing the Republic and that his friend Koltsov was now the Pravda correspondent in Spain. We shall support the Spanish Republicans. Stalin believes in revolutions, when they don't happen at home, a friend quipped. 14. Regler had enjoyed a privileged, if depressing, view of the events in Moscow. Ordinary, working-class communists across Europe could not be expected to share anything like that depth of knowledge. For them, the basic credo remained pure. Proof of that had come while they were fighting at the University City, when the 8th extraordinary session of the Soviets met in Moscow to approve a new constitution for the USSR. 15. This was Stalin's constitution, or so the brigadiers read in their own Popul and Armes newspaper, which was overseen by the commissars. It starts from the viewpoint that all nations and races have equal rights, that differences of color, language, cultural level of development, or any other difference between peoples and races cannot be used to justify inequality. The newspaper reported. 16. The aim was the abolition of misery for the majority, and of luxury for the minority. The success of the previous stage of communism meant that they had now reached a promised land where, finally, from everyone according to his abilities, for everyone according to their needs. Here were a set of ideals with which even those who were not communists could sympathize. 17. To many volunteers, in the words of a Canadian who later turned his back on communism, Stalin was still a saint. 18. To people in Republican Spain, this was mostly unquestionable. He was, after all, the only world leader of any standing, apart from Mexico's president, Lázaro Cárdenas, prepared to defend the republic against the fascist-backed generals. Some of those who traveled to Spain with no political affiliation soon came to appreciate the party's disciplined approach to warfare and joined the Spanish Communist Party. 19 For many, in any case, the goings-on in Moscow were irrelevant. They were in Spain, and the fight here was against fascism. That was far more important. Regler did nothing to disabuse his fellow volunteers of the idea that Stalin was, indeed, a saint. After his stormy meeting with Marty in Albacete, he bumped into André Malraux. Sitting in the corner of a shabby, fly-infested cafe, they read through the manuscript of Return from the USSR, which Gide had sent to Malraux so that he could help him decide whether to publish this evisceration of Soviet Russia, after a visit which had shattered his illusions. It was one of the first anti-Soviet tracts by an intellectual voice supposedly sympathetic to communism. Gide's messenger stood at the cafe doorway, talking to the bootboy and waiting to carry the reply back to France. The manuscript was like an unexploded bomb. I doubt whether in any other country in the world, even Hitler's Germany, thought be less free, more bowed down, more fearful, terrorist, more vassalist, it read. We were promised a proletarian dictatorship. We are far from the mark. A dictatorship, yes, obviously, but the dictatorship of a man 20. Both Regler and Malraux, who had visited the Soviet Union in 1934, increasingly shared Gide's opinions, but they also thought it best if the book remained unpublished until after the Spanish War. Hitler was an even worse threat. The rest of Europe, especially Spain, needed Stalin's Russia too badly. Gide ignored their advice and published with Gallimard later that month in Paris, unleashing a storm of criticism. His final line, possibly added because of the response from his friends at the International Brigades base in Albacete, held out the hope that Spain would somehow inspire the USSR to rescue itself, rather than the other way around. The help that the Soviet Union is giving to Spain shows us what fine capabilities of recovery it still possesses, he said. 21. As if to stoke the drama further, Marty sent for Regler again and was unctuous in his friendliness. It was all part of what one French volunteer would call Marty's baggage of inconsistencies. 22 Marty led Regler up to his wife's room and left him there. The tall, green-eyed, dark-haired Pauline Tourignac, who reportedly also controlled the camp's accounts, ran the International Brigade's incipient medical service and kept firm control of her husband. 23, spread a collection of pistols across her bed and invited Regler to choose one. I did so with deliberate coolness, bowed to the very good-looking woman and withdrew, scenting a suspicious mixture of politics and sex, he wrote. 24. Marty was not wrong to suspect that the international brigades might have been infiltrated by spies. He was just looking in the wrong place, for at least one of these was often by his side. Like many of the volunteers, Marty's quartermaster, Henry Dupré, had lived much of his adult life in a world of radical politics, colored by violence. Unlike the vast majority of others, he was a fascist. In the summer of 1936, the 41-year-old had helped found the secret Cagole fascist group in France. 25 Like other European countries, France had an array of fascist-leaning groups, but this one was especially dangerous because it both planned to overthrow the government and enjoyed the backing of the L'Oréal Cosmetics company owner, Eugene Schuller, and other wealthy industrialists. Some of the French volunteers had probably spent the previous couple of years involved in street fights with its members. If it was surprising to find a fascist in the ranks of the volunteers, then it was even more surprising that soon after HQ Albacete was set up, Dupré was appointed Quartermaster General, responsible for all supplies. 26 The reason for that, quite simply, was that André Marty liked him. Marty did not of course know he was a fascist and, paranoid as he was quite incapable of seeing that the biggest spy and saboteur of all was someone he himself had appointed to one of the most important positions in the brigades. Before Dumont appeared, indeed, he had wanted Dupré to take command of the Commune de Paris Battalion. 27 He even appears to have tasked him with spying on other military commanders and keeping an eye on anarchists and other potential troublemakers in the first French units. 28 Dupré claims to have joined the brigades with 20 other undercover Cagole members, all of whom were part of the group of 300 who left Gare d'Austerlitz train station in Paris on October 4, 1936. It is possible that he knew the communist world well, since, in the political turbulence of the time, a sector of the French far left had swung to the far right, following former communists, and future collaborationists with Hitler, like Jacques Doriot or Marcel Guitton. Dupré ingratiated himself with Marty, and fooled others, by outdoing them in his harshness and expressions of mistrust. If I was the general in charge, I would immediately execute the entire headquarters staff of the 1st 11 Brigade for sabotage, he told an astonished Giuseppe Di Vittorio at one stage. After that brigade went into action low on munitions, with faulty machine guns and short of food. After Dupré's men had injected a mixture of oil and black sand, or emery grit, into the gearboxes of several trucks, he angrily demanded that the drivers be placed before a firing squad without trial. 29 The impact of Dupré's malign influence is impossible to track. A boastful biography he wrote several years later is both unreliable and unspecific, talking of the sabotage of arms, munitions, and transport between October 1936 and August 1937. 30 Dupré claims that the success of the sabotage which his group of 20 infiltrators perpetrated was seen most clearly during the bigger battles. He exaggerated wildly, but his testimony suggests that the word treachery may help resolve several otherwise unanswerable questions. Why had so many machine guns and rifles jammed in the first few days of fighting in Madrid? He certainly claimed that the same emery grit had been applied to the Russian Maxims carried by some of the first machine gun groups. His later grandstanding is so outrageous that it is impossible to divine truth from lies. The only thing that remains clear are his beliefs, that he hated Slavs, that Bonaparte had been right to identify Russia and the barbarians from the east as the enemy, that only continental soldiers could keep the flame of intelligence and human dignity alive, and, lastly, that Mussolini was the only one doing that. 31 The impact of Dupré's treachery may be difficult to evaluate, but it cannot have helped when the brand new 13 International Brigade set out from Albacete in December. 32 Organization and training were still rudimentary. One of the battalions, the Chapiv, broke all Tower of Babel records with people from 21 nations in it. They included 20 Palestinians, who were mostly left-wing Jews from British-run Mandatory Palestine, 5 men from Luxembourg, and 1 Brazilian. 33 13th International Brigade was part of a larger force, which included the anarchist Iron Column, tasked with conquering the city of Teruel. This snowbound provincial capital sat just 160 kilometers from the Mediterranean coast, and there were fears that Franco might use it as a springboard to push east and split Republican Spain in two. The battle was to be planned and overseen by 2 Russian advisors called Voronov and Kolpaksy. The ground attack was launched on December 27, with the aim of separating Teruel from the rest of the Francoist forces, and starving it into submission. Shortly after the 3 battalions of this new brigade launched their attack, they were surprised to hear the voice of one of their own battalion commanders haranguing them on a loudspeaker. He had crossed the line to the enemy side and was now encouraging others to follow him. He may have been one of the 20 Cagole men who had allegedly joined the brigades with Dupré. As if this was not disheartening enough, his substitute proved incompetent, and the battalion of 490 men ended up being commanded by a lowly sergeant. 34 Once more, and despite professional Russian planning, the Republican Army failed to mount a properly joined-up attack. Artillery fire proved ineffectual, various Russian tanks were knocked out, at least 2 of Malraux's planes 35 were downed, the railway was not cut, and enemy reinforcements arrived from as far away as Madrid. Losses, in dead and captured, were so large that after a few days the 3 battalions were merged into 2. 36 The Chapiv Battalion, named after the Red Army's celebrated Russian Civil War commander Vasily Chapiv, carried the brunt of the fighting at Teruel. It launched 7 attacks up the terraced vineyards in order to take a strategically positioned cemetery, but was forced back each time. 37 The battalion may have been chosen to lead the attack because their commander, Hans Klaus Becker 38, had made them look so smart and disciplined on the parade ground, or simply because they were mostly German and mostly communists, like 13 Brigade's Moscow-trained commander, the outwardly jovial and phlegmatic Wilhelm Zeisser, known as General Gomez. 39. Becker was a communist who had been in exile in France. He was also a former German army officer, which may explain why some commissars, who deemed him a bad communist, mistrusted him. 40 To his critics, Becker was a poor leader. His mood swung violently. One moment he was physically attacking members of the French battalion because they refused to move without a French commander, the next he was moping and complaining, demoralizing his men by telling them they had been given an impossible task and arguing that they should return to Valencia, where they had spent a week awaiting an Italian beach landing that never happened. He argued with his political commissars, who opposed his constant orders to withdraw and disliked his tendency to blame junior officers. He had led his men unnecessarily through a valley covered by enemy machine guns, before insisting on giving a rousing pre-attack speech in a gravel pit that was known to be targeted by enemy artillery. Shells fell and, amid scenes of panic, 8 of his men died. By the end of a week of failed attacks, Becker appeared to have given up, was barely present on the battlefield, and had left the political commissars and company commanders to lead the men. Eventually, attempts at advancing were abandoned and, instead, the men dug a vast network of defensive trenches. Rather than concentrate on their own poor officers, however, the brigade leadership blamed the anarchists, claiming that they had deliberately tried to demoralize the volunteers. 41. Anarchists were always the easy scapegoat. They were especially disliked by senior officers and communists because some volunteers clearly found their ideals attractive. After the first attack, a campaign was begun amongst the volunteers to sow discontent and reduce their confidence in their officers, blaming them for the losses suffered, wrote Luigi Longo. 42 The volunteers were invited to desert and join the anarchist column where, the agents of discontent claimed, there were better physical conditions, frequent leave, and no need to be continually throwing oneself into such bloody attacks. 15 of them, indeed, ran off with the anarchists when they withdrew. 43 The volunteers were hardly to blame for being attracted by the creature comforts offered by the anarchists. Their own officers, after all, required them to cope with temperatures as low as -15°C over several weeks. 44 Marty blamed the sectarianism of a communist cabal led by a commissar called Sushnik for the fact that up to 250 had deserted on their way through Valencia. The Francoist side was delighted by 13 Brigade's early problems. It claimed to have put 250 volunteers out of action and captured 5 Russian tanks in a single day. Overall losses were worse than that, since the Chapi battalion alone lost more than 300 men. The Teruel attack ended in failure, and the brigade, having lost 800 of the 1,900 men it set out with, had to be sent 100 kilometers south to Utiel to reorganize. A pattern, however, had now been established. On the one hand, failure needed a scapegoat, in this case Becker, whose political purity was deemed suspect. On the other hand, and more dramatically for the vast majority of volunteers who had nothing to do with the political posturing and infighting amongst the upper ranks, it was becoming clear that new international brigade units were routinely suffering serious losses in their first combat operation. This was, perhaps, inevitable, given the lack of training, their use as shock troops, and the fact that these men were being forced to learn how to fight on the battlefield itself. In the chaos of the Republican Army, however, there was nothing strange about that. 45. 17. Sans Nom and the Poles, Southern Front, Andalusia, Christmas Eve, 1936. From the outbreak of the war in Spain, Alexander and Berta Surek had spent many of their free hours listening intently to their radio set. At their home in Rouen, they followed the progress of the battles and fretted about the victories of Franco's troops. Few people in the capital of Normandy shared their enthusiasm. None of their fellow Poles in the city were, like the Suecs, members of the Communist Party. Most saw communism as a threat to their Catholic religion. Even amongst the town's émigré Jews, more attuned to the horrors of fascism, there was a deep skepticism about far-left politics. Some also saw communism as a threat to their religion and, hence, identity. 1 Alexander Surek, however, sought freedom, sacrifice and the kind of adventure that could satisfy his desire to experience both action and the romance of revolution. 2 Poverty, rather than politics, had driven a large number of Polish Jews to France and Belgium over the previous decades. A visiting British Jew, Neville Lasky, was shocked 2 years earlier by the poverty, squalor, and filth he found in the Jewish quarter of Warsaw, which he deemed a teeming city of wretchedness. 3 millions of non-Jews were equally as poor. It made me despair of civilization, Lasky wrote. I have heard much of Poland, but nothing that I have seen or heard in any degree pictures what I saw with my own eyes. Few parts of Europe were poorer than this, and misery drove many Jews towards communism, according to one enlightened government minister Lasky met. While Germany began its journey towards genocide and the Holocaust, anti-Semitism was on the rise all across Central and Eastern Europe after the First World War. Countries with large Jewish populations like Hungary, Romania and, above all, Austria became increasingly aggressive. 4 In the words of one historian, in the 1920s and 1930s Central and Eastern European Jewry nearly everywhere faced the threat of communal degradation or dissolution, if not of physical uprooting and destruction, well before the final solution was launched. 5 The authoritarian government of Marshal Józef Pilsudski that ruled the Poland which had emerged, once more, as an independent nation in 1918, was by no means the worst. As the head of a country with large Jewish, Ukrainian, and Belarusian minorities, Pilsudski could not completely ignore its varied cultures. By 1936, however, his successors were actively promoting anti-Semitic legislation, and violence against Jews appears to have claimed several hundred lives between 1935 and 1939. 6 All this helped push a section of Poland's Jews further towards the Socialist Jewish Labor Bund or to communism. 7 Those who left the country often found a willing audience for their ideas among immigrant factory workers in France and elsewhere. As a result, only about 20% of Polish International Brigade volunteers came directly from their own country. Most were economic migrants living in France, Argentina, and Belgium. Almost a third were Jewish, against 10% of the population, and 15% are identified as Ukrainian or Belarusian rather than straightforwardly Polish. 92% were working class, much like the volunteers from other countries. 8 Berta Surek did not argue, but she grew restless as the time for her husband's departure drew near. They had been through much already. To begin with, she had agreed that, as an active party member, it was Alexander's duty to heed the call for volunteers. She, too, was devoted to the party. It had guided their lives since before they left Poland. Now, however, she sighed and suffered. Maybe I should go with you, she said. But the couple had a child, a young daughter named Helena. 9 Who would look after her? A Latvian, an Armenian, and 2 German refugees from Rouen had agreed to go with Surek. They were the only recruits he could find. Their goodbye party was, despite the political differences, held at the town's Zionist club, loaned to them for the occasion. You could say, Surek noted later, that, faced with war, they joined us like they did later in the Warsaw Ghetto uprising. They drank wine, but this was no celebration. Berta gave the only speech, holding back tears. Go fight for humanity and our children, she said, and, come back. Some in the audience cried. 10 Surek's group followed the now familiar route across the border, stopping first at the run-down castle in Figueres until there were enough volunteers gathered there to fill all the carriages of a train, which villagers still came out to cheer. Gathered in the bull ring in Albacete, the new arrivals were again asked to separate themselves into groups of former officers, non-commissioned officers, and ordinary soldiers. Surek was amongst the latter. Watching from above was a shaven-headed officer with blue eyes and scars across his skull. His pasty white complexion and pale eyes suggested that he must come from Northern or Eastern Europe. He wore high cavalry boots, breeches, and a leather jacket. There were no insignia on his cap to explain who this man, referred to as Walter, was, except that everybody knew he was commander of the new brigade that they were expected to join, 14 International Brigade. At Albacete, Surek soon ran into people he knew. Amongst them was an old colleague from the Gazerd, or Society to Settle Working Jews on the Land in the USSR. 11 The Gazerd had helped organize emigration from Europe and the Americas to the specially created Jewish settlement land around Birobidzhan, in the USSR's Far East, towards the end of the Trans-Siberian Railway. The town was situated just 80 kilometers from the southern border with China and lay closer to Alaska than to the Holy Land. The first settlers here had had to contend with terrible floods, while bears and tigers roamed the nearby forests. It was, nevertheless, a Jewish homeland of some kind. Nobody could imagine that, in the future, the Birobidzhan Jews would also face purges. The training procedures at Albacete had barely improved during the first months of the war. By the time Surek left for the front, heading with the rest of his battalion towards southern Andalusia, he had still not fired a live round. Most others had only been given the opportunity to fire off 6 bullets from a handful of antique rifles that were kept for training purposes. 12. Although 14 Brigade was mostly French-speaking, one of its 4 battalions, known as the Slavic Battalion, was made up of 32 different nationalities. 13 This was the so-called Sans Nom, the nameless battalion, formerly known as the 9th Battalion, International Brigades, and Surek had been sent to its Polish company. Its creation was so rapid that it could not even join the other 3 battalions when they first paraded in front of their commanders. Surek soon discovered that his new commander, General Walter, was a fellow Pole who, as he proved when showing his company how to dismantle their weapons, was obviously comfortable with guns. He was also perfectly fluent in Russian, and was beginning to have a workable command of both Spanish and French. 14 Walter's brigade staff, a mixture of Poles, Italians, Germans, and Bulgarians and French, spoke to each other in Russian. That this should be their lingua franca was another sign of how important the Mexicans were in the International Brigade's upper ranks, though a 50-year-old French socialist was in charge of its artillery. 15. The Red Army, once more, was providing the leadership. Walter was Karol Swachowski, a 46-year-old veteran of several wars and a former military instructor at a Comintern school in Moscow. Some of the Mexicans had almost certainly studied under him. Even more than Lukács or Kleber, who had interspersed their military activity with spying or writing, he was a full-time soldier, shaped entirely by the culture of barrack room and battlefield. His role in the Comintern school had been as commander of a training center for guerrilla fighters from communist parties around the world. 16 He was both the best and probably the harshest commander the brigaders would have, a man of considerable personal courage, but one who showed no mercy when it came to shooting prisoners or those deemed cowardly in battle. Len Krome, a Latvian-born volunteer who had moved to Edinburgh aged 17 and qualified as a doctor, recalled meeting Walter for the first time and wondering why he had been so distant. Krome suspected the problem was that he was not a communist. In fact, Walter's scorn reflected a different way of ranking people. "You dress and behave like a civilian," a fellow medic explained to Krome. The next morning, Krome stood nervously in a Madrid tailor's shop being measured for a uniform. Although Walter was not intellectual, Krome found his grasp of situations, and of people, uncannily accurate, crisp, and sophisticated. While his loyalty to communism and the Spanish Republican cause was unquestionable, his view of superior officers and hierarchy was often skeptical, not to say cynical. His remarks about people at the base, in Albacete and elsewhere, men like Marty and others, were caustic, scathing and often unprintable. Personally, I never learned to predict his reactions. His impact was always forceful, both at rest and in action. I don't think that I ever stopped being afraid of him. 17. Crome recalled several occasions when Walter had ordered the shooting of his own men or officers for cowardice, while also showing short shrift to spies and diversionists planted among us. He claimed to love the rank and file, however, stating that there were no bad soldiers, only bad officers. 18. He forced his men to train hard, but also made sure they had the best possible food, clothes, footwear, and quarters. Walter marveled at the way a brigade could be conjured up out of nothing. One of his battalions, he later reported, had been gathered, staffed, and armed in one day. 19. The order that formally created 14 International Brigade was issued on December 23, and that same afternoon, at 4 o'clock, the first echelon took to the southern front in Andalusia. 20. Despite this rush, the brigade was, in some ways, the best prepared unit to have left Albacete. It was the fourth of the international brigades, and the fact that a further 3,000 odd men could be put together in 4 battalions was a sign of just how many volunteers were pouring across the border into Spain. 21. Some 14,000 men had arrived in just 10 weeks, at an average rate of 200 per day. The Sans Nom battalion boasted 36 machine guns, giving it a firepower that previous battalions could scarcely dream of. Armament, however, is no replacement for training. Nor does it turn bad officers into good ones. There had been some conspicuously incongruous appointments. Major Gaston de la Salle, a dandified former French military intelligence officer who had allegedly taken part in the attempts to squash the Navy mutiny led by Marty in the Black Sea in 1919, was given command of the Marseillaise Battalion. 22. He was a straightforward mercenary, a soldier who enjoyed his profession and was happy to exercise it on behalf of people who might appreciate his talents, and pay him. In the Republican Army and the international brigades, he could expect, too, to be promoted to positions of responsibility more rapidly than in another army. Within the Marseillaise Battalion, former Great War British Army officer George Nathan, a Jewish Londoner, was given the rank of captain and put in charge of the first all-English-speaking company in the brigades. The 5 remaining members of Cornford's machine gun unit were also sent there, where they were joined by another prominent British writer and historian, Ralph Fox. British Communist leader Harry Pollitt was delighted, since he had wanted a writer to present as a new Lord Byron, imitating the latter's exploits in Greece. He had even been disappointed with the poet Stephen Spender for declining to play the role. 23. This company also included the well-known IRA leader Frank Ryan, who had led a group of 13 Irishmen into Spain as a counterweight to a separate column of Catholic volunteers who had gone to fight for Franco. 24. The ex-British Army officer Nathan arrived in Albacete in a mismatched outfit, half military and half civilian, cheap shoes and an old sweater. 25. He had clearly been through hard times. Though raised as an Anglican by his Church of England mother, he now defined himself as Jewish, since his butcher father came from an East London working-class Jewish family. He had lied his way into the British Army just before the First World War at the age of 16, after adding 2 years to his age. By the end of that war he had been commissioned as an officer, holding the rank of lieutenant. He was captured and, as part of a group who continually tried to escape, was sent to a remote Baltic island. As they are 5 rattling good men they will not mind, a former camp colleague observed. 26. Nathan left the army after being posted to India, apparently bored by the colonial life. Even more remarkably, given that he now had former IRA men under his command, he then spent time with an infamous auxiliary police unit in Ireland that served as a paramilitary group and worked closely with the British Army as it tussled with the IRA. While there he had almost certainly taken part in the murder of the Sinn Féin mayor of Limerick, his predecessor, and a city clerk. 27. The wife of one victim identified him as the plainclothes officer in charge of the group of soldiers who had knocked on their door. He rejoined the British Army twice but was eventually court-martialed, perhaps because he was a homosexual. After various failed attempts to get ahead as a civilian, Nathan tried to make a life for himself in Canada as either a farmer or salesman. This had gone so badly that the previous year he had been forced to ask for help from the British Legion. In Albacete, Nathan was given command of the English company only because there was no one else suitable to do the job. This produced a sudden and remarkable personal transformation. His boots, given a spit and Polish brush-up, glittered in the sunlight. His army greatcoat looked as though it had been tailored for him. His collar and tie were neatly set, and even his helmet had been cleaned. The chin strap was at the correct angle, recalled one of his company. 28 In a cut-glass upper-class British accent he confidently issued orders that his men automatically followed. He also soon began to carry a swagger stick and, with his neat mustache, looked and behaved like the quintessential British infantry officer. It was not a look generally favored by the proletarian fighters of the brigades, and some instinctively disliked him, considering him snobbish. Most soon agreed, however, that he was an exceptional leader of men. 14th Brigade's mission was to help stop an enemy advance that was pushing east from Córdoba. Alexander Surek's Sanznam battalion was the first to arrive, beating the others by a day. 29 As soon as the men descended from the camouflage train with its smashed windows into Andujar, in Jaén province, the local army commander ordered them to occupy a hilltop position known as Telegraph Hill, equidistant from two whitewashed country towns, Villa del Rio and Montoro, on the southern side of a loop in the river Guadalquivir. 30 Córdoba lay 50 kilometers to the west. The weather was cool but sunny that Christmas, and the newly arrived Central Europeans marveled at their first sight of palms and pomegranate trees. To Surek, the countryside on the way to Andalusia seemed as exotic as the Arabian desert. Lemon and orange groves painted the landscape with bright, unusual colors. Flat, open fields of wheat and cotton spread across the valley floor. 31 Endless rows of olive trees ran up the hillsides, sagging under the weight of fat, purple-black fruit bloated by the same winter rains that had swelled the normally placid Guadalquivir. 32 One reason that Franco's forces had chosen to advance in this direction from Córdoba was because it wanted the rich olive crop that was almost ready to collect. As a result, this attack became known as the Olive Offensive. Another was that the road here led to Madrid and the narrow Despenaperros Pass that divided this part of Andalusia from the flat plains of La Mancha and central Spain. 33 The Sanznam spent the night of 23-24 December in Villa del Rio, where Surek first came across a typical tableaus of the war in Spain. In a square, he looked on aghast as local people burned church paintings and smashed an altar, and imagined how shocking this would be in his native Poland. In another square he saw his first dead fascist, lying with a bullet hole through his forehead. He noted with puzzlement how handsome the man was, and wondered, could he have left relatives? 34 It was the naive observation of an as yet unbloodied soldier. The corpse Surek saw probably belonged to one of the handful of Franco supporters shot in cold blood by militiamen as villagers began to flee into the countryside. As in much of Andalusia, where the almost feudal division between landowners and peasants was starkest, villagers had backed the republic but concentrated on collectivizing or managing the land, rather than defending it. They had also settled old grudges left over from rural strikes in previous years and from centuries of humiliation. Landowners, rightists, and clergymen were amongst those shot or sent to prison in Madrid and elsewhere. Local caciques, land-owning strongmen, meanwhile, had formed armed bands to defend their estates and had been surprisingly effective at preparing Andalusia for a swift takeover by the rebels. Other landowners, such as those from Villa del Rio, had fled or were hiding in foreign embassies in Madrid. In a miniature version of the Alcazar at Toledo, a group of almost 1,000 civil guards, phalangists, rightists, and their families had holed up in a remote hermitage, the sanctuary of the Virgin de la Cabeza near Andujar, where, despite being supplied by air, they were eventually starved and bombed out. With its 700 men, 36 machine guns, 22 trucks, and 150 boxes of grenades, the Sanznam was the best equipped international brigade battalion to have been sent into battle so far. This probably owed much to the brigade's contacts in the Communist Party and also the goodwill generated by the brigadier's performance in the defense of Madrid. Supplies of second-hand weapons and munitions remained, however, as diverse in origin as the volunteers themselves. Overnight the men had discovered that only 4 of their 36 machine guns worked. That may have been because the 1915 Colt guns were famously prone to overheating and jamming, or this could have been the work of Quartermaster Dupré and his band of saboteurs. A volunteer mechanic and a watchsmith managed to hastily repair all but 6 of them, but only 2 were considered completely reliable. It was then discovered that the ammunition belts were empty, and there was only 1 machine to load them, the rest had to be done by hand. 35. Franco's army, while usually far better armed and always more professional, had some logistical problems of its own. The units heading in the direction of the Sans Nom had, for example, so few vehicles that they often had to move on foot. Unlike the brigaders, however, with just, at best, 5 days of training and 6 shots each, the approaching Francoist column had spent 5 months fighting in southern Spain and, in some cases, had been through years of colonial wars in Morocco. In all likelihood, they also had something that the Sans Nom lacked completely: maps. The battalion had to rely instead on local guides and Republican Army officers who appeared to know very little about what was happening on the ground. They could say nothing concrete at all, not where the enemy was, nor how far away, nor on what side of us, nor how strong they were, recalled Dusan Petrovic, a Serbian political commissar with 14 Brigade. 36. The local guides disappeared on the morning of the 24th as soon as the battalion found itself in a firefight. This began when a Francoist column ran into one of the 4 companies at a crossroads. The volunteers were caught milling around trucks that they had just started unloading. Some, indeed, still had not managed to get down from them. Lorries, munitions, ambulances, and tins of Russian food had to be abandoned as brigaders were captured or killed. 37 But this was just the start. As the surviving volunteers desperately sought cover, Italian Fiat CR-32 biplanes strafed their positions, and 200 Moroccan cavalrymen joined the attack. In one of the few successful cavalry actions of the war, the Moroccans and other Francoist troops trapped the brigaders in a pocket of land that backed onto the meandering Guadalquivir. 38. Part of Surek's Polish company, which had taken up a separate position, managed to cross a bridge and escape, but very few others did. 39 An initially disciplined retreat, which began late in the afternoon, with the volunteers holding onto their heavy machine guns, turned into a rout, with men fleeing towards the marshy banks of the wide, swollen Guadalquivir River, even though they did not know how to swim. Some drowned. The battalion commander, a Bulgarian Mexican known as Stomatov, real name Atanas Georgiev Delapchiv, was the first to cross on a makeshift raft, abandoning his men 40 and leaving them stranded on the wrong side of the river. Without maps and with few officers, they had no idea where to go. They broke up into ever smaller groups, independently seeking ways to escape. Some tried building their own rafts. Others went downstream to the bridge at Montoro. By now, both Montoro and Villa del Rio had been taken and the brigaders were met by machine gun fire. 41 Undulating Andalusian olive groves proved almost impossible to navigate, as the neat rows of trees played tricks on their eyes. The Moroccan cavalry galloped through the groves, hunting down volunteers. One group of brigaders was attacked at close range by Francoist soldiers who tricked them with raised fists and cries of "Salud camaradas." 42. Nightfall on Christmas Eve brought only relative respite. By night the Andalusian countryside is of a devilish uniformity, observed Nick Gillen, a self-confessed Belgian mercenary who commanded a cavalry platoon. On all sides there are endless interminable rows of olive trees and white-walled oil presses that glow in the dark. 43 Groups of brigaders formed and split up, sometimes mistaking each other for the enemy. Many fell asleep, exhausted, hungry and shivering, in the thickets by the river. In the dawn river mist of Christmas Day, some managed to cross the Guadalquivir on makeshift rafts, leaving their weapons behind or tossing them into the water. Others swam, making it across to the other side of the river. Euphoria at their timely escape was short-lived, as the Moroccan cavalry were now patrolling the far bank. One by one, or in their small bands, the men were picked off as they came out of the water. A party who took refuge in a cortijo, a country farmhouse, and sought comfort in its wine, were found drunk and fast asleep when taken prisoner hours later. Unarmed groups and individuals wandered the countryside for days, their clothes in tatters, driven mad by thirst, hunger, and the cold. The lucky ones stumbled upon the scattered farm buildings where local villagers fed them. Others, unable to find shelter, scavenged on bitter olives and grass. 44 of the 700 men of the Sans Nom battalion, only half made it back. 45. Franco's forces later claimed that they had found 300 corpses, piles of arms, and had taken many prisoners that night, December 24, while a Francoist newspaper boasted of the work of the Moritos, or Little Moors. The column's Jesuit chaplain, Bernabe Copado, declared it to have been an unforgettable day. Their units had lost just 20 killed and 16 wounded. They spent the next day dragging the corpses of dead brigaders into a mass grave and counting their war booty. 46. Many brigaders who survived the rout were in no condition to continue, according to a secret report written by political commissar Petrovich. Their morale was broken and, blaming their officers, some refused ever to fight again. 47. All were clear that they would never follow Stomatov into battle. Once more, an international brigades unit had been thrown into the front line without training and had suffered heavily on its first combat operation. The result did not surprise Walter, who arrived with the rest of the brigade just as the disaster was unfolding. All of these people were absolutely unacquainted, not accustomed to one another, and right off found themselves in battle, he explained later. Bedraggled, semi-naked survivors were sent to a hotel in the small town of Marmolejo, where they dressed in whatever clothes they could find in the hastily abandoned rooms. Some men found only women's clothes which they put on and then began dancing. Our laughter at their antics dispelled our sullen mood, recalled Surek. 48. None of this diminished the hatred for Stomatov, who had been met on his return by a furious Walter demanding to know what he had done with his battalion. 18. Men in rubber coats, Lopera, December 25, 1936. The rest of Walter's new brigade reached Andujar by train from Albacete on Christmas Day, though they heard little or nothing about the rout at the Guadalquivir River. 1. Sans Nom survivors were kept apart, so that they could not tell their tales of disarray and defeat. 2. The story of the international brigades was meant to be radically different. They were the saviors of Madrid and the elite of the Republican Army. Walter demanded to know why the Sans Nom had been so hastily deployed, and without reserves, before his arrival. He was told that the front had been crumbling and this had been an emergency. His ire was not calmed by the fact that the local army headquarters could only give him a vague idea about where that front line might now be. It might be 3 kilometers away or, maybe, 15. News soon arrived that Franco's forces were heading towards the town of Lopera, and may have taken it already, since this was the next logical target, so Walter was instructed to take his remaining 3 battalions there. He still had no concrete information on the enemy's whereabouts and was struggling to discover what had actually happened to the Sans Nom. As the size of the previous day's disaster became apparent, he sent out cavalry patrols of a dozen or more men to scout both Villa del Rio and Lopera. 3. In the former location they ran into gunfire and even the lightweight Fa-1 armored car 4 supporting them tried to flee, its driver forced back at gunpoint by one of the cavalrymen. At Lopera, however, they found a ghost town. The few remaining inhabitants were locked inside their houses and the patrol does not seem to have seen the bodies of half a dozen rightist civilians, including the 16-year-old son of the town clerk, who had been executed earlier that same day, before the last militiaman fled. Walter, meanwhile, was waiting for Spanish reinforcements to arrive as a reserve. These did not appear until December 26, a day he used to survey the terrain himself, setting out at night in his large black mod Ford car. An accompanying Spanish Republican colonel, stricken by fear, questioned if he was really needed for such an outing, especially after they were met by a hail of bullets, almost certainly from friendly militiamen, as they walked up a hill outside Lopera. 5 When his companions threw themselves to the ground, Walter told them not to bother. "Don't worry. If you've had time to hear the whistle, you know that one's not going to get you," he said. 6 The phrase was part of the common knowledge that veteran volunteers passed on to newcomers. The three battalions moved off towards Lopera at 10 a.m. on Sunday, December 27. A small Spanish militia unit drafted in to replace the Sans Nom brought their numbers up to 3,000 men. Slightly earlier, after attending Sunday Mass in the local market, a Francoist column of 4,000 men left Villa del Rio to cover the much shorter distance from there to Lopera. The enemy arrived firstest with the mostest, as the Irish volunteer Joe Monks remarked, and claimed the empty town and the surrounding hills that looked over open countryside. 8 This was a huge advantage in the run-up to what was said to be one of the crucial Civil War battles in Andalusia. 9 For centuries, southern Spaniards had lived in tightly packed towns and villages that were easy to defend, working the fields during the day and returning to them at night. Many, like Lopera, had church towers or castles whose crenellated battlements made excellent machine gun emplacements. While the Army of Africa veterans and some 2,000 Andalusian recruits, the ultra-conservative, Catholic paramilitary group whose members across Spain had been in training for years, settled in, the volunteers puffed and wheezed their way along rough tracks and across the soft-earthed olive groves. 10 Many had previously shed their blankets and greatcoats, not thinking the southern nights would be so cold. 11 14th Brigade's task was to attack a superior force which enjoyed the advantages of height, cover and spotter planes. Walter chose to attack on a narrow front from the northeast. The terrain was heavy going, with the final stretch towards Lopera requiring the attackers to cross open land and establish themselves on barren hilltops before rushing the town itself. But these hills did at least offer the opportunity of a successful attack, and the town of Porcuna sat on higher land only 4 kilometers to the south, allowing the Republican artillery guns positioned there to target the defenders. 12 This was to be a hammer blow, concentrated against a single spot in the defenses. It was the best possible plan, but success depended on courage and discipline under fire by untested, untrained soldiers. The attack began in the afternoon, 5 hours after the enemy had walked into the town and begun settling themselves on neighboring hilltops. 13 As the volunteers approached, they could see groups of Moroccans in dark cloaks running into positions from where they could produce lethal crossfire. 14 Nathan's English-speaking company led the attack, charging up the bare Andalusian hillsides, one of them appropriately named Calvario, or Calvary 15. On each occasion Nathan waved his swagger stick above his head and the men ran behind him, reassured, as Monks described it, by his serenity and the steadiness of Nathan's splendid shoulders. 16 As Nathan's men set out on the upwards rush to top of Cerro Calvario Hill, he urged them to cheer. Give them something to be afraid of. 17 His plan to storm their way into the town had to be quickly abandoned, however, because their rifles and machine guns jammed and they received constant fire from the neighboring Cerro San Cristobal Hill. Amongst those to die that day was 36-year-old Yorkshireman and writer Ralph Fox. 18 The company named the hill they were attempting to take after him and tried again, repeatedly, the following day. Above them, Fokker aircraft strafed and bombed freely in the absence of the Republican Air Force. 19 As the attack progressed, chaos grew and things increasingly went wrong. At one stage, one volunteer battalion began firing on another. Casualties mounted, attacking companies became jumbled and men began to run away or, simply, gave up on the attempt to advance. A French machine gunner called Collange found that, when ordered to clamber up to the crest of a hill, his 2 assistants remained at the bottom. 20. In the confusion, some officers urged units to flee, while others turned them back at pistol point. Large groups of men abandoned the front together and at least 150 men had to be brought back from Andujar. 21 One company disappeared altogether and the Marseillaise battalion's commander, de la Salle, could not be found. Eventually Gillen's cavalry platoon was given the full-time task of hunting down deserters and turning them around. 22 The attack, inevitably, had to be called off again for the evening. 23 Alexander Surek, who had been waiting in reserve with the remnants of the Sans Nom in Marmolejo, was unexpectedly called upon to join Walter's personal guard. 24 This felt like a promotion and he was inordinately proud, though he disgraced himself early on by accidentally firing his pistol into the roof during a visit by Marty. Surek accompanied Walter to the British trenches after yet another failed attack. The Polish general already had an affectionate relationship with the company, and had been thrilled to meet Irish veterans from two battles that he had studied carefully in Moscow, the fighting in O'Connell Street during the Easter Uprising of 1916 and, again, in 1922. What could the general offer? Valor, Surek wrote of Walter. 25 He stood above their trench and watched the enemy shoot. That made the soldiers nervous and they pulled him down. The general laughed, and so did they. Once again the general stood on a small elevation near the trench and observed the enemy's position through binoculars as bullets whistled by him more frequently. A terrified Surek decided it was his duty to stand there too, beside the commanding officer. Walter ordered him to sit down. If the comrade general sits down, then I will too. Bullets aren't choosy about their targets, he noted. Walter sat down, and in that moment a close bond was formed between the two men that would last for much of the war. Any Malingers attempting to drift away from the front line were met by an incandescent Walter. 26 At one stage, he found himself being approached by a horde of Frenchmen, led by de La Salle and his political commissar, who had left the line together. They were, in effect, on strike and refusing to fight unless they were fed. De La Salle, meanwhile, complained that the men were impossible to command. 27 Walter harangued them. Did you come to Spain to desert the front? What kind of anti-fascists are you? He demanded. A 50-year-old former Cossack and White Russian exile called Karchevsky, Walter's cold-blooded security chief, walked up to his boss and asked him in Russian, "Comrade General, do you want me to shoot them? I've everything ready." Walter shook his head, and instead organized food and made sure the men got on trucks to take them back to the front. First though, he took the commissar, a former Union official, aside and told him he was a shit of an anti-fascist. The men returned to the line weeping. 28. The following day, after part of the Francoist forces defending the town had set off to try to take Porcuna, a joined-up attack involving most of what was left of Walter's battalions made it into the outskirts of Lopera. 29 One French volunteer on a motorbike made several daring runs through the town's streets, spraying it with bullets from a submachine gun before circling around and roaring back. 30 When what seems to have been the same rider stalled his motorbike outside the town, Surek watched, amazed, while he elegantly and haughtily pulled on a pair of white gloves before smiling mischievously at Walter, who was watching from a ditch. On another trip, however, the man was caught by a bullet and killed. A handful of other volunteers also fought their way into buildings on the edge of Lopera. 31 A larger section of the attacking force had reached within 50 meters of the town when the defenders who had left for Porcuna returned and a surprise bayonet charge pushed them back. When the attackers tried again, they were met by machine gun fire that littered the hillside with dead and wounded. They were forced to withdraw. That night even the seemingly indomitable George Nathan sat hunched and exhausted under a blanket against an olive tree. The attack had failed and he had lost most of his company. 32. The next morning, as he surveyed the carnage through his binoculars, Walter realized that the battle was lost and his men continued to retreat. 33 Gillen described this as being carried out with joyous abandon. 34 In fact, Nathan's company withdrew in impeccable order, section by section, his men providing covering fire as they went. When some looked to be running too fast, he barked out a command, "Dress your files. Retire in proper formation." It was enough to stop any attempt at flight. It was an exhibition of cool leadership, commented one observer. 35 Unfortunately, there were not many volunteers left. At least 19 men from the all-English-speaking company had died, including the writer Ralph Fox and John Cornford, the latter having turned 21 just hours before his death. The Irish were hardest hit. Of the 13 men who had accompanied Frank Ryan across the Spanish border, 6 were dead and 3 more, including Joe monks, were injured. 36. A third of the volunteers were by now out of action, with some 300 dead, many injured and a considerable number of deserters. I have to admit that the International Brigade has suffered 30% losses, and is crushed. 37 The front's commander reported back to the Republican Army headquarters. 38 This message was intercepted and published by the Francoist press, which was both horrified by and in awe of the International Brigades. Only between 1 and 200 of the rightist defenders died. The losses included the famous bullfighter and notorious phalangist, José Garcia, Pepe el Algabino, who had joined a volunteer force of Seville señoritos, who, like the Hidalgos, the sons of someone of medieval Spain, each came with 2 horses and a man. They had played a terrifying role in the rearguard, exacting revenge on peasants who had ousted the local señoritos from their lands. 14th International Brigade, formed in just a week, had failed to take Lopera, but this was by no means a disaster. Over the previous 18 days, the enemy had captured 1,500 square kilometers of land east of Córdoba. That advance had been stopped at Lopera 39 and the road to the Despenaperros Pass remained in Republican government hands for the rest of the war. The international brigades may have brought the advance to a halt, but the cost in lives over a single week had been high. The acts of extraordinary bravery performed by some brigaders, whose corpses now littered the Andalusian countryside, contrasted with the cowardice and bungling of others. A few days after Franco's forces withdrew, a group of villagers were recruited to gather the corpses of the dead volunteers and pile them up beside the road running from Andújar into Lopera. Some were found still hugging the trunks or the thick, exposed roots of the olive trees that they had tried to use for cover. 40 The gruesome task of picking up bodies already half destroyed by bullets, shrapnel, or bayonets, made some of the villagers repeatedly vomit. 41 Intact corpses were dragged down the hillside on ropes tied behind mules. The locals were amazed by the quality of the volunteers' boots and the rubberized black coats worn by commissars like Ralph Fox. 42 Which were quickly removed and taken home. 3 piles of bodies were now heaped high in stacks bordering the Andújar, Lopera road. Gasoline was thrown over them and, as they crackled in the flames and dense black smoke billowed above the olive groves, the smell of burning flesh made the peasants retch once more. When the flames eventually died out, lime was poured on top, followed by a layer of earth. By the following spring the mounds had been covered over by luscious green grass. Years later children were still playing with the skulls that slowly emerged from the ground, lining them up along the road to scare passing travelers. 43. 19. Justice and a Different Kind of Army, Lopera, January 1937. The 2 failed Republican attacks at Lopera and Teruel, which overlapped in time, provoked consternation amongst the brigade's leadership. The narrative so successfully built at Madrid appeared to have been shattered. The international brigades were not invincible and the pro-Franco press wallowed in accounts of the number of dead and wounded and the large haul of captured munitions and equipment. In propaganda terms, the Francoist objective was to rid the brigades of their mystique and embolden their own troops, who had come to respect and fear the foreign volunteers, while demonizing them as murderous Reds. More worrying than the narrative, however, were the weaknesses that had been exposed in the brigades. Their successes in Madrid had much to do with the fact that they had been mostly required to defend. That was usually much easier to do, in terms of both men and munitions needed by the 2 sides. The ratio needed by an attacking force was always more than 1-to-1 and often required forces that were several times larger. The attacks at Teruel and Lopera demanded a separate set of skills, as well as considerable individual courage. It takes a different mindset to charge towards guns than it does to hide behind a wall or pile of sandbags and shoot at someone running towards you. It could be argued that the volunteers had been sent on impossible missions. Future attacks on Teruel would involve much larger forces. The problems, however, went deeper than that. Training, communications, leadership, and armaments had all failed. At crucial moments the attackers found themselves with jammed weapons or without ammunition. 1 Even the basic task of keeping men fed, watered, and warm had been inadequately carried out. For a hardened military man like Walter, the worst thing had been the lack of discipline. He had been personally constantly engaged in chasing men back into their lines at Lopera, while his cavalry and commissars hunted down Malingers and deserters. The Belgian mercenary Gillen estimated that some 500 men out of 3,000 had abandoned the line. Even amongst the well-led and disciplined English-speaking company, at least one volunteer deserted, declaring, "This isn't war. This is bloody madness. I've had enough." 2. All this coalesced with the tenet of Stalinist communism, that if something has gone badly wrong, someone is to blame, and that person is, at best, a saboteur or, at worst, an outright traitor. In war, treason is an invention the losers use to justify themselves, wrote Gillen. Treason explains everything. Who should be blamed? 3. He claimed it was Mieczysław Domański-Dubois, the communist Polish medical chief, who first pointed the finger at Major Gaston de la Salle. After the battle, the commander of the Marseillaise battalion had been arrested in the nurses' quarters at a nearby field hospital. For this, apparently, was where de la Salle had been spending his nights. A girlfriend had followed him from Barcelona as a volunteer nurse, and had brought her friends with her. This added further weight to growing suspicions about the former intelligence officer. 5. Those volunteers who thought they had joined an army which they were free to leave, whenever they wanted, and where strict military justice would not be applied, were now to find out that this was not the case. A court-martial was set up to try de la Salle in a classroom in Arjonala, where Walter had his headquarters. Marty, schooled in paranoia and mistrust, was in his element and soon arrived with a bulging file of his own and his mind already made up. A tribunal of 3 officers listened to the evidence, while emissaries from each company watched what one witness later called a show trial. The dry and unsympathetic political commissar André Huesler, who would later be deemed a traitor by French resistance colleagues during the Second World War, acted as prosecutor. Some of the allegations were absurd. Marty's rich imagination conjured up a network of fascist informants, all headed by de la Salle. He was in cahoots with anarchists and fascists in Catalonia, had worked for both the Bulgarian and Romanian governments, and was linked to other spies in Albacete. This conflation of fascists and anarchists, as if they were natural allies, was typical of Marty. He also claimed that de la Salle had ordered his own men to fire on another brigade's battalion, deliberately sent them on a suicidal charge with empty weapons, abandoned the English-speaking company, and had taken part in a feint by the defenders, who raised a red flag and tricked a group of volunteers, who were then met with gunfire. 6. An abject de la Salle leapt into a frenzy when he heard that he was being accused of treason, and had to be wrestled back into place by his guards. Nobody dared contradict Marty's thesis, and by the time the prosecutor had finished, some in the audience already knew what would happen next. As de la Salle received the sentence that he was to be shot, he began shouting at Marty, "You know that you are lying. Why have you condemned me to death?" 7. De la Salle was marched away by Karchevsky looking, according to Surek, as pale as the day he marched from the front with his battalion. Dr. Domański-Dubois, inseparable at Walter's side, followed. Moments later 2 or 3 shots rang out. 8. Command of the Marseillaise battalion passed, exceptionally, to a French anarchist, Demazin. 9. Although de la Salle's death later became a cause célèbre in France, few volunteers mourned him. The sentence was what any army would have handed down on charges like that, commented one junior officer. 10. Yet neither Stomatov, who had abandoned his battalion, nor a Luxemburger company commander called Rasquin, who had also abandoned his men at Lopera, while his second-in-command fled to Andujar, were tried. 11. Unlike de la Salle, however, Stomatov, for one, was a communist. His punishment was to be sent to the front line as an ordinary soldier. 12. The senior French officer Joseph Putz later suggested to Nick Gillen that de la Salle had been shot, not because of his cowardice and failure, but because of his relations with anarchists in Barcelona. Well, given that the anarchists are part of the Republic, that does not count as treason, retorted Gillen. 13 The Belgian concluded that it had all been designed as a warning to those amongst the often strong-minded and individualistic volunteers tempted to follow the men of 13 Brigade who had joined the anarchist ranks at Teruel. That, in itself, spoke to the growing rivalry between communists and anarchists in Spain, as the former expanded rapidly and threatened the position of what had become one of the two principal leftist forces in the country, along with the socialists. 14 Such was the paranoia about anarchists amongst the brigades, that one shell-shocked tank driver, a Russian called Solovyov, ranted and hallucinated continually about them from his hospital bed at the Palace Hotel, in Madrid, where Jankerka and others were being treated. "Anarchists will slaughter us all, they came for me, they told me about it last night," he would shout. 15 Either way, the volunteers were now aware that their only moment of absolute free will had been the decision to join the brigades. The army they had joined was just like any other, in that it did not tolerate deserters or cowards, executing them or putting them in punishment pioneer or labor units. This was not a decision of the International Brigades chiefs or of the Comintern, but of the Spanish Republican government who they now served. Whatever their motive for joining, ideology, moral imperative, adventure, unemployment, or a rush of blood to the head, they were now stuck. Many had assumed they would be in Spain for the few months that it took to win the war over fascism, or that home leave would be granted generously. They were wrong on both counts. 16. 20. Mothers and Jews, Algora, January 1, 1937. Bluma Ackerman can only have wept after reading the letter that arrived from her youngest son, Pete, telling her that he had followed his older brother Emil to Spain on October 27, 1936. Bluma was a Jewish woman of Polish origin. Her family, the Clippers, had moved to Belgium from Krakow in 1896 after her mother died. So, too, had many other impoverished Polish Jews. Amongst them had been her husband Joseph's family, the Ackermans from Rodom. The couple met in Antwerp and Judaism rooted their identity, with Yiddish as the tongue in their family home. Bluma had given birth to two sons, Emil and Israel, during the prosperous decade before Europe was torn asunder by a continental war. The family's history was full of misfortune. When Belgium became a battlefield during the First World War, they fled to Holland. Not long after their return, Joseph died. The boys found themselves entering adulthood in a country which had succumbed to the scourge of early 1930s Europe, rampant unemployment. However, like Bluma, Emil and Israel were strong characters. They made it through the hard times, working in mines and the diamond-cutting business. The boys joined Hashomer Hatzair, a Marxist Zionist group that originally sought to set up progressive kibbutzim in Palestine. They went on to become labor organizers, giving speeches and organizing strikes. Both were natural leaders, despite their youth. 1. The boys had also abandoned Judaism and the family's religious identity, though culturally they still referred to themselves as Jews. The youngest, Israel, changed his name to the Flemish-sounding Piet. Slight and short, with a pale, childish face marked by thin lips and topped by black hair, the 23-year-old looked even younger than his years. Piet, however, had a way with words and men followed him. He had already marched at the head of Antwerp's diamond workers earlier in the year, when they went on strike to protest against the murder of two socialists by local fascists. That could be seen as part of the years of skirmishing across Europe that had now come to a head in Spain. Soon Pete had a police file. An excellent orator, who appears to have an honorable profession, but, as soon as anything happens in the street, he is there, it noted. 2. In October 1936, both Pete and Emil joined the International Brigades in Spain. Their mother by this time had remarried and moved to Britain. The boys did not inform her of their plans. They knew she would have tried to stop them. They were amongst the first wave of recruits, leaving separately along with many other foreigners, including second-generation immigrants, some of whom, like Pete, had trouble gaining nationality, living in Belgium. Some 800 immigrants would volunteer from Belgium, including 350 Poles, 131 of them Jewish. Many of those, like Pete, had found a safe harbor in left-wing politics, where they could work on an equal footing with other Belgians. 3. A further 65 Jews with Hungarian, Romanian, Czech, Belgian, or other nationalities would also travel to Spain, bringing the total to 200, or 1 for every 250 members of the overall Jewish community in Belgium. 4. Jews, then, were far more likely to travel to Spain than other Belgians, who accounted for some 1,700 brigaders. This was part of a much wider tendency, since Jews were proportionally overrepresented in almost all national groups in Spain. They eventually accounted for at least 1 in 10 of the international brigaders, with less reliable estimates reaching as high as 1 in 5.5. On October 27, Pete wrote to his mother to explain why he and his brother had volunteered to fight in Spain. His letter reveals a raw and painful inner battle between filial love and idealism, in which the latter had won out. "My dear mother," he opened. "I beg your forgiveness for the displeasure that I have caused you. I ask that you forgive me for following the voice that called me, which is so much stronger than my own personal welfare and which has overridden everything related to that." The experiences and battles of the Jews, he argued, were akin to that of the idealists who traveled with him to fight fascism, even if it took them on different paths. "I don't know if one day you will understand all that I would have done to try to avoid you the suffering, but I have found it impossible. I know, mother, all that you have done for us, and all that you have sacrificed. Between your opinions and mine lies an unbridgeable gulf. We never agree. This gulf is not just between youth and age, or between faith and atheism. The two of us, you and I, are both Jews, but we are separated by an ocean of contradictions. One of us declared herself to be in favor of one thing, and the other rebelled, obstinately placing himself against that. What separates us is my need for action. If only those last words could explain to you fully what drove me, what came over me. Both of your sons have stayed on a straight, pure path through life. I never stole, mother, that you do know. You know, too, that I have never exploited my neighbor. I've never prayed. I have never spoken to God only to renounce him 5 minutes later. I helped people when, where, and however I could. Not all mothers can say that about their sons. I grew up in a society rife with injustice and oppression. I have suffered both as a worker and as a Jew. I was downtrodden, but I never bowed to those terrible blows, unlike so many of my childhood friends, and I never tried to find happiness through money. I was very young, as I'm sure you will remember, when I began to see the state of our society with clarity. There is one trait that I have developed clearly, that Jewish stubbornness when it comes to holding on to an idea. Do you recall, mother, how they promised to buy me a bicycle if I left the Hashomer Hazair group? I was 12. A bicycle. My dream, my ideal. But I turned it down. And do you remember the vast piles of money they promised me if I learned to cut a diamond? They tried to take me to a diamond workshop with Samuel where I could earn a lot of money. But I was never interested. I had sworn to myself that I would never bow to the power of money, because I knew that the quest for money is one of the main causes of misery and oppression, not just of the working classes, but of all oppressed peoples. 6. Pete's letter explains perhaps better than any other source why so many brigaders were Jews. Their experience of historical bigotry and the forthright anti-Semitism of fascism meant that their knowledge of oppression was greater than that of other working-class people who traveled with them, and with deeper roots. The pursuit of money is also the pursuit of power. Have not 99% of the pogroms in the world been organized to distract attention from the misery of the people by provoking hatred towards the Jews, while those who are really responsible, the authors of misery, laugh in secret because instead of attacking their power, people slaughter the Jews? Your children, however, have not tolerated this, have not stooped, have not stayed silent. 7. Over the previous 50 years, Europe's Jews had experienced waves of pogroms of increasing ferocity. These had begun on the western edge of the Russian Empire, the so-called Pale of Settlement, in the parts of Poland, Ukraine, Belorussia, Moldavia, and Lithuania acquired by Imperial Russia, as it ate up bits of the Ottoman Empire, the Polish-Lithuanian Commonwealth and the Cossack Hetmanate. Before acquiring these territories, Russia itself had had relatively few Jews, and it now ordered most of them to convert to Orthodoxy or stay in the broad stretch of land occupied by the Pale of Settlement that ran, south to north, from the Black Sea almost to the Baltic, with the lands of Germany, Prussia, and Austro-Hungary marking its western border. As a result, the Pale was home to an estimated 40% of the world's Jews. A first round of pogroms had been sparked when Jews were blamed for the assassination of Tsar Alexander II in 1881, with a second wave following in 1903 and a final bloodbath that saw up to 100,000 Jews murdered during the turmoil of the Russian Revolution, the majority killed by the revolution's opponents. Nothing on this scale had been seen in Europe since the mid-17th century, and by the time bloodshed was over in 1921, the movement for a Jewish homeland in Palestine was growing strongly. Even places such as Limerick in Ireland or Tredegar in Wales had turned on their small Jewish communities, attacking property or driving them out. A more extreme British example came from Esmond Romilly's future sister-in-law, the Hitler-adoring Unity Mitford, who insisted that her name be spelled out in full, for everyone should know that I am a Jew-hater, when she wrote to the newspaper Der Stürmer to say that, as a British woman fascist, the English have no notion of the Jewish danger. We think with joy of the day when we shall be able to say with might and authority, England for the English. Out with the Jews. 8. With the previous year's Nuremberg laws stripping German Jews of their citizenship, it was clear that Nazis and fascists were preparing to do far greater damage. Even then, as the Israeli statesman Chaim Weizmann said, the world often appeared divided into two parts, places where the Jews could not live and those where they could not enter. Zionism and left-wing radicalism were the main two political outlets for the growing sense of frustration and fear. It was this attraction towards the far left, especially amongst recent city-based migrants, that explained the high representation of Jews within the international brigades. Part of that attraction was what one observer called the moral affirmativeness, longing for justice, and universalist ethos shared by the Marxist vision and Jewish tradition. 9 In Belgium, particularly, the far left won Jewish converts precisely because it worked hard to highlight the relationship between anti-Semitism and fascism. That is what the athletes from left-wing Jewish sports clubs who had traveled to the Barcelona Olympiad in July 1936, such as Emanuel Mink, had consciously aimed to point out. It is also what Pete Ackerman sought to describe in the final sentences of his letter home. Please understand, Mother. You need to know, that I have not come to Spain out of selfish interest. I just had no right not to come, on seeing that in Spain lay the powder keg that was about to set fire to the entire world, that would perpetuate oppression, scientifically institute mass murder, and trample and animalize the whole of humanity. Once I'd seen that, how could I not go? How could I hesitate, even with my scarce abilities, to help prevent another world war and to defeat fascism? Don't cry, Mother, don't cry. And if you do so, please don't cry out of sorrow. Your son tries to be a man who both thinks and acts humanely. 11. If Bloema Ackerman did not weep when she received this letter from Pete at her new home in London, then she surely cried towards the end of November when she was informed that, during fierce, hand-to-hand fighting in the medical faculty of Madrid's University City, Emil had been killed. Her elder son had had an easy charisma and seductive personality, bringing him a series of glamorous girlfriends, and roles in the local theater club, that contrasted with Pete's need to be forceful in order to overcome his natural timidity. Emil had by this stage left the Communist Party, though this had not dampened his hatred of fascism or his desire to go to Spain. This kind of zeal was often shared within families, or small friendship groups in Belgium and elsewhere who took up the cause of Republican Spain and volunteered together. That same enthusiasm, indeed, would eventually drive the partners of both Ackerman brothers, Emil's widow Vera Luftig, and Pete's girlfriend Lia Berger, to join a group of a dozen volunteer Jewish nurses who traveled from Belgium to a hospital for brigaders in Ontinyent, Valencia. 12. The battalion Pete Ackermann found himself assigned to, the French-speaking André Marty Battalion, was probably one of the worst formed to date. It had proved incompetent at Cerro de Los Angeles and chaotic in University City. In both places its men had proved undisciplined and liable to rebel. Much of that could be blamed on its commanders. They had included an argumentative drunk, a panicky coward, a charlatan, and a pistol-wielding Hungarian disciplinarian. 13 All were removed in succession before the battalion was finally given a commander, Bernard, who knew what he was doing. Unfortunately, this was a brief interlude. Bernard was injured at Boadilla and replaced by Giafroy, another alcoholic. 14 Under such circumstances, political commissars were crucial to maintaining both morale and discipline. At Boadilla, Pete's company's commissar accidentally shot himself, and Pete was appointed in his place. 15 He was one of the few capable of transmitting the calm, courage, and conviction that volunteers expected and needed to see amongst their senior ranks. The battalion was sent with the Italian Garibaldis and the Polish Dombrowski to attack a series of small towns along the road to Zaragoza. They arrived damp and shivering and spent the night in a church, which had not been ransacked and remained just as it was when the local priests fled. Unlike some other volunteers, who expressed shock at the sight of anarchists destroying church goods, the men of the André Marty seemed fairly unperturbed, burning whatever they could find. There was no fuel other than paintings, frames, and parts of the altar. All this burned during the night, recalled one machine gunner. Tragically, many things were burned, including antiques of great value. When we left 2 days later and the people discovered what state we had left the church in, we felt distinctly odd. I and many other comrades have always regretted what happened. 16. On New Year's Eve, the same day that the Belgian government passed a law banning its citizens from fighting in Spain. 17, Pete was preparing his men for an advance on the small town of Algora, on the still poorly established front 110 kilometers east of Madrid, near the city of Sigüenza. The following day the André Marty Battalion did better than expected, taking Algora 2 hours ahead of schedule in an impeccably planned and executed attack. Their commander Giafroy, however, failed to communicate this to his own side's artillery and air force. As a result, the volunteers were strafed by Republican fighter aircraft and targeted by an international brigade artillery unit. The Russian pilots paid no attention to the desperate waving of Pete's companions, wounding several of them before flying on to neighboring Mirabueno, where the Garibaldis had also scored a quick victory, and accidentally killing 7 Italian brigaders. 18. The new year, however, had started with victory. Some of the André Marty Battalion celebrated by getting drunk, washing down the cured hams and sausages left behind by the enemy with wine and brandy. 19 Unsurprisingly perhaps, Giafroy also turned to the bottle rather than organize defensive positions against a counterattack. Late that afternoon, enemy troops approached Algora but, when informed several times that this was happening, Giafroy dismissed the idea. His men were seeing Italians, not Moroccans, he insisted. Earlier victory was soon tinged by tragedy. Pete Ackermann and a group of men walked up to what they assumed was a group of Republican troops, only to find themselves in an ambush. 20 Pete was badly wounded and struggled through the night. The 23-year-old died of his wounds the following day, just as reinforcements helped chase the enemy away. 21. Bluma Ackermann lost her only remaining son just 1 month after Emil had been killed. Some would later see, in their deaths and that of other Jewish brigaders, proof that Jews had not sat by passively as the Holocaust was prepared. These deaths were part of what one historian of the Jewish brigaders has called the prehistory of the Holocaust, essential to the story of Jewish resistance to fascism, though another notes that they mostly viewed themselves as cosmopolitans and universalists. 22 Pete was buried hurriedly, with nothing to mark his grave. His companions wrote his name on a piece of paper and placed it in a glass bottle beside him, in case somebody found the grave one day. Nobody ever did. 21. The final battle for Madrid, Los Rosas, Aravaca, Villanueva, January 1937. There was little time for Pete Ackermann's comrades to grieve. While 12th Brigade was conquering a line of modest towns and villages along the road to Zaragoza, Franco was preparing another mass assault to the northwest of Madrid. The aim, once more, was to cut off the road to La Coruna as a step towards surrounding the Spanish capital. The previous attack had been beaten back to Boadilla, leading Franco to conclude that any further advance would need a much bigger army. This he increased from 10,000 to 20,000 men. Again, these were the best he had, with 16 out of 23 battalions made up of legionnaires and Moroccan colonial troops from the Army of Africa. 1 If the previous battle at Boadilla had been the first real modern battle, bringing together air power, artillery, tanks, and infantry, this was the first major confrontation of its kind across open ground. 2 With 12th Brigade fighting in Algora and other towns to the east, only 11th Brigade was available to take part in the initial defensive action. The brigade was thrown into the line near Los Rosas and Villanueva del Pardillo. 3 With the aid of half a dozen Russian T-26 tanks, which claimed to have destroyed 25 of the tiny German Panzer I tanks, the French Commune de Paris battalion helped bring one of the attacking columns to a virtual halt near Pozuelo de Alarcon. 4 When a second advancing column ran into the two German brigades battalions, however, it plowed straight through them. Condor Legion observers, looking for clues about how to improve their techniques, took note of that. One of their pilots, however, was downed and his corpse identified by a Thalmann company commander as being an airman called Walter, who had served with him in the Luftwaffe. 5 The Thalmann battalion had quickly earned a reputation as the toughest, most disciplined and bravest of the 7 volunteer battalions. In its earliest days, claimed Marty, the battalion was almost entirely communist and 60% of its volunteers had already taken part in the revolutionary battles in their home countries. 6 Those men had provided inspiration and leadership during the chaotic first days in Madrid. 7 Its new commander, Richard Stamer, was a dogmatic, unimaginative communist who expected his men to show courage and absolute obedience. He had even created within what was already a shock battalion, small shock groups for the most dangerous tasks. Stamer himself tended to disappear in the heat of battle and was missing once more at Los Rosas as his battalion was almost encircled and fought its way to safety under the command of a captain, Max Hornung. 8 Stamer had gone to Madrid, leaving strict instructions that his battalion should not move. It obediently remained in place, at least initially, even after its flanks were left exposed because units on either side had retreated. Had the enemy been a bit quicker, they would have been annihilated, commented Marty. 9 The battalion may have enhanced its reputation as a fearless, disciplined fighting force, but it had failed to learn that wisdom can be better than valor. Proof of that came 3 days later in the same battle, when the Thalmann were defending a line along the edge of some woods near Aravaca. Once more Stamer disappeared, now feeling ill, and handed command to a lieutenant. This time, it was a disaster. The result, Marty wrote later, was that the battalion was virtually exterminated. 10 of the 200 men who went into battle, just 48 came out able to fight again, the rest were dead, injured or missing. When orders came for them to launch an attack, the reply was, impossible. The Thalmann battalion has been destroyed. 11 Only the quick thinking of a sergeant in the machine gun company, who ordered his men to concentrate their fire on 2 enemy groups who were threatening their flanks, prevented an even worse rout. Stamer, a rigid communist who clearly preferred a disciplined defeat to an imaginative retreat, attempted to have the sergeant court-martialed for disobedience. It was as if the Thalmann volunteers had to compensate for Stamer's own failings by ensuring that the battalion, even without him, was the most courageous of them all. Under Stamer, the Thalmann battalion increasingly saw itself as a fighting force ruled by and belonging to the German Communist Party. He himself was a true Stalinist, having joined the party aged 15, passed through the Comintern schools and spent the previous 3 years in Moscow. 12 While other units sought to turn the Popular Front project into a social reality, or, at least pay lip service to it, Stamer's battalion sneered at both non-communists and other international battalions, which it regarded as inferior. Stamer's rigidity and need to conceal his cowardice turned him into a bullying and sometimes splenetic demagogue. Those who did not obey orders to the last letter were treated as dangerous wreckers or saboteurs. His men were the best, he would boast, and they were right to feel superior to everyone else. That included even their German comrades in the Edgar André battalion, now that the Thalmann had switched to Hans Kahle's 11 Brigade, which also began to feel looked down upon. Marty worried that the Thalmanns were becoming as stubborn and disdainful in their attitudes as their sworn enemy, the Nazis. 13. Perhaps Stamer's worst trait was scapegoating. The sergeant who saved the battalion from an even bigger disaster was a typical example. Only the evidence given by an observer who was actually on the battlefield, praising the man's quick thinking, had saved him from punishment. The impression is that Stamer always tends to present the things that happen in his absence in the following manner: if things go well, he indulges in a round of propaganda for himself and his battalion, but if things go wrong, he blames the person who had to replace him, as if saying, "This would never have happened if I had been there. What a pity that I was ill," said Marty, who was himself displaying a growing Germanophobia. 14. Other international brigades arrived to help on the front at Las Rosas. General Walter's 14 Brigade was hurried north from Lopera and was soon in position beside the Garibaldi and Dombrowski battalions and fighting, for the first time, with the support of tanks. 15. It enjoyed some success, but the brigade was still learning. Walter found himself faced with a rebellion when an exhausted German company refused to go any further without rest and food, sending a delegation that demanded 16 to know why they were getting so little sleep and being rushed to another front so soon after Lopera. Walter was furious. They were part of an army now, he told them. It was a place where hierarchy was not just permissible, but necessary. There are no delegations in the army, he shouted. 17. Even his faithful aide-de-camp, Surek, wondered whether that was historically correct. Had not the Russian Revolution begun with soldier delegations, he mused. Walter knew he had no choice and invited the entire company to meet him in a wine cellar in the market at Gallipagir. He patiently explained where they were, showed them maps by candlelight, and told them that the battle was crucial. The government of Republican Spain has turned to its best soldiers. Could it be that it made a mistake with 14 Brigade? He asked. 18. The Germans assured him it had not, but they still wanted food and a few hours rest on the cellar floor, having spent the previous day squeezed into trucks that had been caught in a huge snarl-up of military traffic. 19. By the time this third and final failed attempt at blocking the main route between Madrid and La Coruña was over, the entire 11 Brigade was down to 600 men, almost a third of its strength. 20. It had to be sent away, to Murcia, to reorganize and rebuild. The international brigades involved in the battle had, once more, fulfilled their role as shock troops by plugging gaps in the hardest sections of the line. A 10-kilometer stretch of the main La Coruña road that reached the outskirts of Madrid at Puerta de Hierro was now cut. The front had been about to give way and, in the words of one historian, the capital had not lived such a critical moment since 15 November 21 when the Francoists crossed the river Manzanares into University City. Franco's army had strengthened its hold on almost all the land immediately to the west of Madrid. 22. The defenders, however, had done just enough to prevent this fresh offensive from achieving its aim, and there were plenty of back roads leading north into the mountains that were still in Republican hands. Franco's commanders put their failure to advance any further down to the Republic's professional foreign commanders. 23. The price had been enormous. Many of the brigaders who had arrived in Madrid in October or early November, just 2 long months earlier, were now dead or out of action. Few would see the war out. 22. Bethune, blood and bombing, the coast between Malaga and Almeria, February 1937. Norman Bethune was, as so often happened, in a hurry. The mercurial Canadian physician was not famous for his patience, nor his sense of discipline. The son of an uncompromising backwoods evangelical pastor, Bethune had found his own form of religion, and pastoral mission in medicine and socialism. Pale-skinned, with a strong-boned face and receding hairline, the 46-year-old doctor was tough, energetic, and erratic in his enthusiasms, but nobody could doubt his passion for either medicine or the Republican cause. For 2 months Dr. Bethune had been running an innovative mobile blood transfusion service, which carried refrigerated blood to front-line hospitals around Madrid. His Canadian blood transfusion service was just one of a patchwork of international volunteer medical services provided by Quakers, anti-fascist groups, communist organizations like International Red Aid and others. Queues of Madrileños could be found at his doors every morning waiting to give blood, while 2 battered but specially adapted vans transported the vital supplies to front-line Republican hospitals and casualty centers. In a war where many things had to be made up on the spot, this was one of a handful of groundbreaking initiatives to refrigerate blood, the miraculous savior of soldiers, but previously only available at rearguard hospitals, and transport it close to the front, where it saved many lives. Bethune had been a brilliant and ambitious chest surgeon at the Sacré-Cœur and 2 other hospitals in Montreal, but was forever restless. His wide-reaching interests stretched to art, war. He had served in the First World War as a stretcher-bearer and then as a Royal Navy surgeon lieutenant, and the socialization of medicine in an age when almost all doctors outside the USSR charged for their services. A wild and oscillating character, he could swing from charismatic to capricious to cold-heartedly cruel. In Montreal, he saw himself as a big frog in a small pond. 1 Although Bethune was only a recent adoptee of left-wing ideas, he had embraced these with typical, obsessive enthusiasm. Spain beckoned strongly. With the backing of the recently founded to aid Spanish democracy in Canada, similar to committees that were being set up in many other countries, he reached Madrid in early November, during the intense fighting at University City, to set up a Canadian medical relief organization. Within 24 hours of arriving, police had burst into his hotel room and begun to interrogate him. They thought that the combination of his military bearing, thin mustache, suit, tie, and pork pie hat gave him the look of a fascist. The fact that he had been chatting to Austrian journalist Ilse Kulksar, whose boyfriend was the writer Arturo Beria, at the bar in the Hotel Gran Via had, apparently, helped arouse suspicion. Why had he been grilling her for information? Immediately afterwards he swapped his bourgeois-looking jacket and tie for a yellow turtleneck and shaved off the mustache. 3. A chance meeting with the Italian communist Tina Modotti, a former model, Hollywood actress, and talented photographer, who was now an official at Socorro Rojo, as International Red Aid, a sort of Comintern Red Cross, was known in Spanish for, allowed Bethune to contact the international brigades. He soon met, and got on with, Kleber and other volunteer officers. In typical fashion, however, Bethune impatiently rejected the advances of a brigade's medical chief whom he disliked and was then turned down by the one he did like. 5 In the end, he had to invent his own role, setting up his transfusion service in a luxurious 11-room apartment in the Salamanca district of Madrid, where the city's wealthy had traditionally lived and which was being spared by Franco's bombers. The place soon became famous as a refuge for newspaper correspondents and other hard drinkers. Some guests, including the British scientist J.B.S. Haldane and Daily Worker correspondent Claude Coburn, stayed for days or weeks on end. Various young women traipsed through the bedroom of the magnetic Bethune, drawn by his energy and flamboyant intellect. Bethune himself drank heavily and would occasionally disappear to bed for long stretches of time with his girlfriend, the Swedish former marathon dancer and war reporter Katja Rothman. 6 Described as a giantess with red gold flowing hair, she doubled as an occasional administrative assistant for the transfusion service. 7 Her father had co-owned the liberal Karlstad's Tidningen newspaper, for which she wrote. Katja was one of more than a dozen female war correspondents, mostly from Scandinavia, Britain, Germany, and the United States, whose work in Spain established that this was now also a woman's profession. Like many of the journalists who had stayed in Madrid, she was also an ardent Republican supporter. Such was the anarchic and occasionally raucous nature of his independent outfit, that Bethune, his team, and various hangers-on, were eventually arrested as suspected spies. All were released, except an Austrian named Hermann Hartung, who was believed to have been shot, but actually survived the war. 8. Bethune was not the first doctor to set up mobile transfusions in Spain, nor did he develop the best technique, but he was one of several pioneers who separately devised ways to take blood to the front-line hospitals where it was needed most. During his time as a stretcher-bearer in the Great War, he had seen many soldiers lose blood, go into shock and die. He knew that rapid transfusions, as opposed to the arm-to-arm ones often delivered much later in hospitals a long way from the front, would save lives. 9 Bethune explained his process in a letter to his backers in Canada. We collect 1/2 to 3/4 gallon daily, mix it with sodium citrate, 3.8%, and keep it just above freezing in the refrigerator in sterile milk and wine bottles. This blood will keep for about a week. Already arranged by blood types, the bottles were delivered to front-line medics in 2 refrigerated vehicles. 10 Volunteers from the brigades were amongst the chief beneficiaries. Bethune called this a glorified milk delivery system, but it would save many lives over the coming weeks. Indeed, with the battles around Madrid raging through the early part of 1937, this soon, briefly, became the world's busiest mobile transfusion service. After I had given a transfusion to a French soldier who had lost his arm, he raised the other to me as I left the room in the casualty clearing station, and with his raised clenched fist exclaimed, "Vive la Révolution!" Bethune recalled. He recovered 11 such experiences, thrilled the restless doctor and fulfilled his desire to be both important and close to the action. Early in February 1937, Bethune found himself in Spain's temporary capital, Valencia, visiting officials as he sought to extend his service, and they tried to work out how his unit and, more importantly Bethune himself, fitted with similar initiatives. It was here that he first heard talk of a devastating attack on the southern port city of Malaga. This was the largest city in a narrow corridor of Republican land that stretched along the southern coast from Estepona, 45 kilometers from Gibraltar, to the foothills of the Sierra Nevada mountain chain, south of Granada. 12 A winding road that ran east along the increasingly narrow coastal plain towards Almeria, more than 200 kilometers from Malaga, provided the only route in and out. This was where Bethune, part adventurer, part humanitarian 13 as one colleague described him, and his 2-man team decided to head in the mobile improvised blood vans, an old, wood-sided Ford station wagon and a 2.5-ton Renault truck. They were excited by the thought of being near the front again. Madrid was the hotspot in November. We were there. Now Malaga, and we'll be there, one of Bethune's assistants exclaimed. 14. The team left Valencia late at night on February 7, just as resistance in Malaga was crumbling, and motored down the coast towards Spain's southeastern corner near Almeria. As they drove, Francoist gunboats pounded Malaga from the sea, and 2 separate columns advanced on the city. One of these columns was made up of 10,000 Italian troops from Mussolini's so-called Corpo Truppe Volontarie, CTV, a fascist militia army which would soon outnumber the International Brigades 15, which had landed in Cadiz the previous month and was about to enter Malaga's largely defenseless streets. In the almost total absence of government aircraft, the so-called legionary air force provided by the Italians was also free to do as it wished. "The first sentence we shall pass in Malaga is the death sentence," the Francoist General Quippo Delano had pronounced in one of his drunken, inflammatory radio broadcasts. 16 He remained true to his word. Amongst the first to flee the city were those in charge of Malaga's defense. Kleber, the now semi-disgraced savior of Madrid, was hastily drafted in to help reorganize this, but his demands that local military commanders be sacked were ignored. 17 Kleber now modestly referred to himself as a lieutenant colonel, several steps down from his controversial Madrid title of general, and could do little more than accompany the Spanish officer in charge as he also moved east, having lost all control. 18 Panicked militiamen from anarchist and other units were left leaderless, outgunned and undersupplied. The militias encouraged people to abandon the city and surrounding villages, warning of an imminent massacre on a scale of the one perpetrated in Badajoz. There was nothing unreasonable about this, since some 20,000 citizens would eventually be executed in Malaga, many after being prosecuted by Franco's future prime minister, Carlos Arias Navarro. 19 The anarchists' own history of assassinations almost certainly increased the fear of indiscriminate revenge and terror. Over 200,000 people were suddenly on the move, streaming out of the city and nearby villages in cars, trucks, buses, or on mules and horses, but mostly on foot, in thin, rope-soled shoes that provided scant protection from the sharp stones on the dirt road. A sandstorm slowed down Bethune and his team, and they were still in Alicante when news reached them the following morning that Malaga had fallen. This only increased Bethune's determination. What he did not know was quite how many were now fleeing the city, or that at 8 that morning, fighter aircraft had begun strafing civilians on the ground, or that, 2 hours later, the great guns on the Canarias warship started to target the refugees. This was to become the routine of the next 5 days, as unarmed people were strafed and bombed while crews on the vessels just offshore could be seen celebrating their best hits. Eventually, the refugees took to walking by night and hiding by day. Lost, frightened children desperately sought mothers, fathers, and siblings amongst the mass of people marching, or limping, through the dark. Unaware of this, Bethune left Almeria with his 2 assistants that afternoon, leaving behind one of their blood vans, which had broken down, and soon ran into the first few groups that had fled Malaga. As they traveled west, the density of human beings grew until they crested a rise and saw a solid column of people crossing the wide plain below them like meandering black ants. As they drove down the road, beeping their horn to clear the way, they could see that many were barefooted or had simple rags tied around their feet. Children outnumbered adults, with each family typically comprising between 3 and 6 offspring. They also passed retreating soldiers, who muttered about fascists somewhere behind them. Bethune's team urged him to turn around before they ran into Mussolini's Italian troops, but he decided to plow on. He pointed to the sign on the edge of the Renault truck which read Servicio Canadiense de Transfusion de Sangre al Frente, the Canadian blood transfusion service for the front, and declared, "See that, boys? To the front we go 20. Around them was one of the largest refugee columns seen in Western Europe since the First World War. While Bethune put their number at 150,000, historians have since suggested up to twice that number. 21 They needed transport, food, or water, rather than blood. In yet another prelude to events across the continent a few years later, it was the first European refugee column ever to be systematically strafed and bombarded. 22 As one of the few foreign witnesses to what became the worst single atrocity of this war, Bethune later published his own account of what he saw, accompanied by photographs of young children, including those lying down to recover or die beside the road. Imagine 150,000 men, women, and children setting out for safety to the town situated over 100 miles away, he wrote. There is only one road they can take. There is no other way of escape. This road, bordered on one side by the high Sierra Nevada mountains and on the other by the sea, is cut into the side of the cliffs and climbs up and down from sea level to over 500 feet. The city they must reach is Almeria, and it is over 200 kilometers away. A strong, healthy young man can walk on foot 40 or 50 kilometers a day. The journey these women, children, and old people must face will take 5 days and 5 nights at least. There will be no food to be found in the villages, no trains, no buses to transport them. They must walk, and as they walked, staggered, and stumbled with cut, bruised feet along that flint, white road the fascists bombed them from the air and fired at them from their ships at sea. 23. The medics pressed on through the mass of people in their large Renault, and slowly made their way to the town of Motril, where they believed the front line to be. 24 As they drove, Bethune counted around 5,000 children under the age of 10, at least 1,000 of them barefoot and many of them clad only in a single garment, though temperatures plummeted at night. 25 20 kilometers short of Motril, Bethune could go no further. He turned the truck around, opened the doors, and within minutes it was full of children and pregnant women. Bethune ordered his men to drive the refugees to Almeria and come straight back for more. Meanwhile he and his assistant, Thomas Worsley, stayed behind and spent the night in a cowshed, sharing an open fire with refugees. The following day, he walked on 17 kilometers to investigate conditions, as the Renault ferried people back and forth. Government aircraft were noticeably scarce, but one of those that did arrive, a Republican bomber, crashed into the sea beside the beach and Bethune ran down the rocks to help rescue the aircrew, making tourniquets out of wires he pulled from the wreckage. The bombardments and strafing left families scared and traumatized, under terrifying assault from both sea and sky, and nowhere to run. They threw themselves into ditches, scrabbled in the dirt, fled into the sugarcane fields or simply panicked, losing children and other family members. One group tried to hide beneath a carob tree, but found it already occupied by the corpses of another family. One child had turned black, another was also colored, and a small boy had neatly combed hair. The parents were dead too, a survivor recalled. 26 Elsewhere, a dead young woman was found propped upright against a roadside tree, a child still trying to suckle at her breast. A desperate father was seen to shoot his 2 children and wife before turning the gun on himself, and a young man riding on a donkey carried his sister's corpse in front of him, determined to bury her properly when he reached Almeria. The road was so littered with corpses that, at night, it was difficult not to step on them. After finishing an exhausting series of sorties in the now struggling Renault, the team returned to Almeria. There things worsened, with what Bethune called a final act of barbarism. Air raid warnings suddenly rang out and 30 seconds later bombs began to fall on streets clogged with refugees. The attack came as Bethune sat in a garage, watching the engine on the Renault being repaired, and he was showered with stones and glass. They deliberately dropped 10 great bombs in the very center of the town where on the main street exhausted refugees were sleeping huddled together on the pavement. He reported. 27 He dusted himself off and ran outside, picking up what he found to be the lifeless bodies of 3 young children who had been in a bread queue. The street was a shambles of the dead and the dying, lit only by the orange glare of burning buildings. In the darkness the moans of wounded children, shrieks of agonized mothers, the curses of the men rose in a massed cry higher and higher to a pitch of intolerable intensity. 28 He estimated the dead in this attack at 50 civilians and 2 soldiers, with a similar number of wounded. According to Jankerka, Bethune returned to Madrid from Almeria a changed man, looking like a biblical prophet, his face burned, making his disheveled white, wispy hair the more striking. 29 The Canadian was a regular visitor to Kurtka's room 360, in the improvised hospital in the Palace Hotel. Madrid's other grand hotel, the Ritz, had also been made into a hospital. Buenaventura Durruti had died there, in room 27, in November. Bethune's ambitions to extend the transfusion service, however, were soon dashed. He could not speak Spanish, was not prepared to follow orders and had rival Spanish doctors offering similar and better services. During this time he wrote his pamphlet, entitled The Crime on the Road, Malaga to Almeria, which did much to win sympathy for the Republican cause in France and North America. He was also encouraged to leave Spain, where his mercurial personality had made too many waves. His services as a medical expert would, however, soon be welcomed by the Chinese army as it fought Japan. When Bethune died 2 years later, from blood poisoning, Mao Zedong himself wrote the eulogy, praising his absolute selflessness. 30. In mid-February, the remnants of 13 Brigade arrived in the city. Orders had been issued on February 6 for an international brigade to travel to Malaga's defense, but it was far too late for that now. Almeria's streets were packed with famished and orphaned children, and some brigaders secretly chose to give up their rations to the locals they encountered, hiding from their own quartermasters and cooks as they did so. 13th Brigade followed the same route that had been taken by Bethune's blood transfusion team, along the infamous coast road, looking to engage an approaching enemy. As far as we could see, The road was full of people, German volunteer Ewald Munchke recalled. A torrent of human beings, men, women, children, old people, and youths, ragged, their shoes torn or barefooted. 31 A rousing version of events, almost certainly vetted by commissars, had the Chapiv battalion and others flying their flags and singing marching songs as they made their way along the coastal road. Some 250 unarmed militiamen, many of them young boys, turned around and joined them. This allowed 13 Brigade, which had received few reinforcements after the debacle at Teruel, to bring itself almost back up to strength. 32. The international volunteers helped to establish a new front line by taking a series of towns and villages, starting with a small fishing village overlooked by a Moorish fort, Castel de Ferro. This feat sounded better in the telling than in reality. They had found the fort empty, Capodilano's troops and the Italians had not yet arrived here. A notice pinned to the local police chief's door, addressed to the Francoist troops, explained that the chief was also a Francoist and asked if they could please avoid sacking his home since he would be back as soon as possible. 33. The brigaders handed over the coastal section to Spanish Republican soldiers and moved up into the mountains, where they recaptured another 7 towns and villages. 34 In fact, they mainly found themselves moving in unopposed. In Pitries, high up the mountain, the enemy simply abandoned its positions. The brigaders took over their headquarters and answered phone calls from the Francoist command in Granada, asking what was going on. 35. The Republican line now stretched up to Spain's highest town, Tremlett, and to its tallest mainland peak, the Mulhassan. It was easy defensive terrain, where potential attackers had to navigate deep ravines and winding mountain tracks. British writer Gerald Brennan, who later published South from Granada and the Spanish Labyrinth, had established himself here in the village of Yegan in the 1920s, enjoying the isolation while greeting the likes of Virginia Woolf, Lytton Strachey, and Dora Carrington as occasional visitors. 36. For the Tyrolese volunteers of 13 Brigade, it was a delightful return to mountains, precipitous valleys, and snow, while rugged Hungarians enthusiastically set off up to the highest spots. The less hardy city folk and industrial workers, however, remembered the intense cold and the hunger, with the French practicing the tradition of organizing, Republican army jargon for fixing, scavenging or pilfering supplies, from amongst the local orchards. Many of the young militiamen who had joined the brigades on the coast road were illiterate Spanish farm boys who now had to be taught both to shoot and to read and write. Most were used to resupply the small outposts of half a dozen men positioned in spots overlooking the narrow mountain tracks, where mule trains picked their way along paths carved into the steep mountainsides, which made the brigaders giddy with vertigo. 37. In military terms, there was little to do during this time. Enemy lines were too far away, and only the occasional artillery shell produced casualties. Freezing nighttime temperatures were the volunteers' worst enemy. Not surprisingly, most remember this period with relative fondness. On clear days, they found the views looking south, over the glittering Mediterranean, spectacular. From the mountaintop, Berliner Rudolf Engel thought he could see the far-off coast of Africa through his binoculars, and to the northwest you could sense the splendid city of Granada, not too far away. 38. Around this time Bernard Knox, who had seen himself winging down to the house of death after taking a bullet to his carotid artery at Boadilla, was told he was well enough to leave the Ritz Hotel Hospital. There, a Spanish volunteer nurse took his temperature by feeling his forehead, a skill she claimed to have learned from watching American films. He too had been making occasional visits to Kurtka's room and had witnessed Jan's temporary roommate, known only as 74, the number scribbled on a piece of paper stuck to the man's forehead, cry out for his mother, "Ay mi madre! Ay mi madre!" as he passed away. Knox could now move freely and decided it was time to go home to Britain and be properly treated. On the first leg of the journey, from Madrid to Albacete, his train pulled over to let another one pass, and the future Harvard and Yale classics professor saw what he deemed an encouraging sight. As it rattled past, I saw men waving and giving us the salute with the clenched fist. Evidently, these were reinforcements for Madrid. As the coach passed, I saw that it displayed a long white banner that read "The Yanks are coming." 39. 23. A valley called Jerima, Pindoque Railway Bridge, February 11, 1937. The muddy waters of the Jerima churned their way past the concrete piers of the iron railway bridge over the river at El Pindoque, 25 kilometers southeast of Madrid. One fierce rain had swollen the river and, of all the places where Franco's army might choose to cross, this seemed the least likely. The bridge was long and narrow, designed only to carry wagons of beet to a large sugar refinery, near the town of Arganda del Rey. Sleepers were bolted directly onto the bridge's iron structure and the river was clearly visible through the large gaps between them. A narrow metal workman's walkway provided the only reliable, foot-sure path, but this was 200 meters long and very exposed. It appeared almost impossible to attack. 2. By now, February 11, everybody knew that Franco would need his armies to cross the Jerima River at some point, as he launched yet another attempt to surround and throttle Madrid, but nobody knew where the main thrust would come. Some of his troops had pushed towards the far bank of the Jerima over the previous 4 days, sweeping aside the mostly untried Spanish conscripts who were unable to stop the strongest attacking army yet seen in this war, some 20,000 men, 3 columns, backed by new weapons developed in Hitler's and Mussolini's factories. A large part of the international brigades, 10 of the 16 battalions 3, found themselves either at the river's edge, held nearby in reserve, or on their way to a battlefield that would soon be dubbed the Verdun of Spain. 4 Behind them, just 10 kilometers away, sat Franco's target, the road connecting Madrid to the temporary capital, Valencia. 5 Franco's commanders were aware of the difficulty of their task. Of all the acts of war, the most risky and difficult is always to cross a river, and more so when it is as large as the Jerima, said Victor Ruiz, the pro-Francoist journalist who accompanied them. Just as daunting were the steep walls of the valley on the other side. The aim, nevertheless, was to cross the Jerima, capture the road and, so, strangle Madrid. 6. Tasked with guarding the Pindoque Railway Bridge, and in command of a company of fresh recruits, was a young officer known only as Lieutenant Martin. 7 He had just arrived from Albacete, and many fellow officers in the Franco-Belgian André Marty battalion had not yet met him. 8 On February 8 Martin's men had marched through rain and mud to replace a Polish Company 9 and take up defensive positions on and around the bridge. 10 Cables dangled off the bridge's metal structure attached to sticks of dynamite and ran to a nearby farm shed, from where they could be detonated by the brigaders if necessary. Machine gun posts were placed in the middle of the bridge and on the near side. No one, however, was posted to watch the far bank. 11 Although it was known that Franco's forces were somewhere on the other side, they were still largely invisible, except from the air, where the Republic's Air Force of Russian planes launched raids when the weather permitted. In fact, the enemy was not far away. 12 On clear days, from hills and ridges with names such as La Marinosa and El Espolón de Vallamadrid, Francoist artillery and spotters enjoyed a magnificent view of the bridge defended by Martin and the flat valley land around. They were also free to bombard a 5-kilometer stretch of the main Madrid to Valencia road at will, forcing any traffic to divert. 13 Supplying Martin's company was difficult in these circumstances, made worse by the atrocious weather, meaning that his men received their food cold and only by night. 14 The young lieutenant had set up his 3 machine guns and posted sentries. That night, the men fell asleep in huddled groups, confident that they would have due warning if Franco's men attempted to cross the bridge. For 2 nights, as the rain poured down and the paths and tracks turned to mud, they were undisturbed. In the small hours of February 11, however, a platoon of Moroccan regulars, full-time soldiers from the Army of Africa, slid silently down the Jerima's clay riverbanks to a fordable stretch of water 1 kilometer upstream. 15 Brigade Commander Lukacs had left the Republican side unguarded along most of the 12-kilometer sector between the 2 main bridges, believing that the river here was impassable. The regulars crept up to the guards with their curved kumaya knives, slitting throats and hurling grenades. In a matter of minutes, most of Martin's sentries were dead or out of action. The cables leading to the bridge were also cut before the dynamite could be detonated, though a single, loud blast sent the final section of the metal bridge up in the air, only for it to come to rest at a twisted but usable angle. Meanwhile the rest of the André Marty battalion were finding their way through the dark from the north, wading through the slippery mud, towards high ground above Pindoque Bridge. They had been due to march to their new positions through the small hours, leaving at 3 in the morning, but the Garibaldis, who were replacing them at a road bridge near Arganda del Rey, were late and so they set off at 5:30 a.m. The aim was to occupy a series of hilltop positions behind Martin's company before daylight, and so give the Republicans command of the valley floor. 16 For 3 days they had watched as the enemy tried to approach the bigger road bridge, a solid, iron construction that was Franco's expected target, near Arganda, but Republican artillery had kept them pinned back. 17 The bad weather began to clear. 18 After an hour of walking, the men of the André Marty battalion heard the noise of rifle and machine gun fire, grenades, mortars, and the loud blast of dynamite being detonated, coming from the direction of the Pindoque Bridge. 19 Violent flashes of light bounced off the water, though the brigaders could only guess at what was actually happening. 20 As dawn approached and the volunteers got closer, the sound of firing diminished. By the time the battalion's commanders made it to the crest of a hill and peered down in the early morning light into the valley, they were met by the desperate sight of Lieutenant Martin's men on a hillock below them, trying to hold out against hundreds of Moroccan soldiers. 21 They looked on hopelessly as the volunteers were gradually overrun and killed. Another band of Martin's men in buildings nearby were just as efficiently eliminated, though at some cost to the Moroccans. At first, the newly arrived André Marty men assumed that the Pindoque Bridge had been blown up. 22 But, as the morning river mist lifted off the valley, they looked on in horror as fascist trucks arrived piled high with iron plates, which, once laid across the tracks, made the bridge passable again for the invaders. The bridge was beyond the range of the battalion's machine guns, there was nothing the volunteers could do about it. 4 wounded soldiers from a Spanish section of Martin's company managed to escape and were able, in stumbling French, to explain what had happened. In essence, the André Marty battalion, 12th Brigade, had let the enemy in. 23 Franco now had his route across the Jarama. 24 Suddenly the remainder of the André Marty were spotted by Franco's artillery observers on hilltops across the river, who then directed a continuous barrage at their positions, forcing them back off the ridges. A few observers stayed behind to watch as Moroccan cavalry units poured onto the bridge and down its final, steep section. The horses had to be led by their reins, shying and slipping on the wet, muddy metal plates. Some of the animals fell into the river, one was left dangling from the metal structure, its head submerged in the flooded waters. 25 For over 3 hours Franco's forces continued to cross the bridge, all the while under attack from Republican aircraft, which in turn were targeted by rapid, accurate anti-aircraft fire from the new German 88mm flak guns. 26 Soon there were more than 2,000 cavalry and infantrymen on the Jarama Valley floor, or hidden in the thickets along the river. It was a sign, one of the observers commented later, of just how meticulously planned the attack had been. 27 A young brigade intelligence officer jumped on his motorbike and, negotiating the mud and artillery shells, set off to inform 12th Brigade Commander Lucax. Peering through his binoculars, the battalion's French Commissar Armand Maniou spotted a Spanish officer on a grey mount harangue his Moroccan cavalrymen, who then set off on a charge at the ridge occupied by another group of André Marty men. Whoever has never witnessed a cavalry charge cannot really have a proper idea of the grandeur of this act of war, wrote Ruiz, as he praised Franco's Moors and Saracens. The Moor is always a fine, even magnificent, soldier, but he is at his singular best when mounted on a good horse. Unlike other cavalrymen who use their horse's body as defense, the Moor likes to rise up on his stirrups, grab the saddle pommel and stand tall with his torso stretched out, leaning forward as if to protect his mount from bullets with his own chest. They charge off with no second thoughts, in a marvelous race to be the first to reach the enemy. 28 The Moroccan soldiers charged the ridges in waves of 500 men, their high-pitched battle cries terrifying the defenders. 29 Over 100 international volunteers of a 2nd André Marty Company, commanded by Raymond Hance, set up 4 machine guns on the ridge and gazed down in amazement. Apart from the Garibaldi Battalion, who were trying to make their way along the valley floor from the north, but were kept away by an intense, pinpoint artillery barrage. 30, the André Martys were on their own. They were all that stood between Franco's forces and the crucial road linking Valencia and Madrid. We knew we had to hold out, even if we were all slain. If we didn't hold on, there was nobody else behind us to stop them, said Manu. 31 The only reinforcements to reach them were 3 Russian T-26B tanks, which dashed towards the bridge. 32 However, 2 of these were soon disabled by German anti-tank guns on the other side of the river. 33 Despite being unable to move their machines, and with Moroccan soldiers banging on the hatches, the 2-man Russian crews refused to leave their tanks, which sat in the middle of the Jarama battlefield for hours. Led by the bald-headed Russian advisor Dmitry Pavlov, and still mostly manned by Russians while Spaniards and international volunteers trained to take over from them, this tank brigade would nevertheless play an important role in the coming battle. With limited munitions and little chance of resupply, the André Martys delayed opening fire until the dismounted Moroccan cavalry were halfway up the slope, some 500 meters away. 34 Though this was probably a little early, there was scant cover available to the attackers. Soon the hillside was littered with wave upon wave of Moroccan dead and wounded. The same scenario was repeated several times, until the fascist commanding officers realized that the sparse remains of the International Brigade Battalion could only cover part of the ridge, and that they could easily be outflanked. Meanwhile, the ravine behind the ridge filled with injured French, Belgian, and other volunteers, deposited there by stretcher bearers since the brigade's medical unit had not been alerted in time to join the battalion. Fortunately for those volunteers, the Moroccans approaching them were mistakenly shelled by their own side. 35. Armed mainly with grenades and knives, more Moroccan soldiers crept through the thick bushes until they were just a few meters away from the André Marty positions. After half an hour of close fighting, the order was given for the battalion to retreat. The brigaders gave up their positions early that afternoon and fled into the ravines, leaving their wounded behind. 36. Werner Heilbrunn, 12 Brigade's popular chief doctor, watched it all unfolding through his field glasses, frustrated that he could not get to the injured men left in the ravine. The doctor was like a beggar monk, who wore his cap tilted across black hair, emphasizing a gaunt face and deep-set eyes. Regler described him as the embodiment of kindness, prudence, and courage. 37 An exiled German Jewish psychiatrist, Heilbrunn was one of the 200 volunteers who had traveled to Spain from the fast-growing Jewish communities in Mandatory Palestine. 38 He was not a communist, but believed Hitler had to be stopped somewhere. He regarded the Führer as a fool who knew nothing whatever about the Jews and had been successful only because the masses were so immeasurably uneducated, said Gustav Regler. He was also much loved by the new Spanish recruits who were now joining the battalion as its international volunteers were killed or wounded. 39. That evening Heilbrunn described how he watched the André Marty battalion, hitherto the most disappointing, notoriously troublesome and ill-disciplined of all the early battalions, bravely trying to hold out against Franco's armies. They were better than any creed deserves. Schaefer, the Alsatian, stood firm until a shell splinter got him in the stomach. Baumann went on firing his machine gun until he ran out of ammunition, Heilbrunn told Regler. Baumann went on using his revolver until he was bayoneted. He was lucky that he didn't live to see what happened at the end. The wounded were lying on stretchers on the road to Chincan. I wanted to get them away, but at the last minute I was warned not to try. The Moors slaughtered the lot. I saw it happen. 1 or 2 tried to crawl away. 40. Franco had now gained a foothold in the Pajares hills that rose up from the valley on the east side of the river. His soldiers reported finding 140 bodies, André Marty men, and taking just 17 prisoners, some of them French. 41 The attackers went little further, however, as they were immediately bombed and strafed by Russian aircraft. 42 Franco's commanders were, nevertheless, delighted. One entire column and half of another had crossed the Jarama during the day, and the rest would follow over the next 24 hours. Victor Ruiz rode down the muddy tracks to a house 50 meters from the river and could scarcely believe that Franco's men were on the far bank and fighting their way up the hillsides. He claimed that a lack of artillery support for the thin line of defending volunteers had been crucial. It had been a crime, he declared, to leave the international brigades, who still have orders to oppose our attack, without this attacking and defensive weapon that is today so absolutely necessary, the artillery gun. 43. A wounded Mania was mocked for exaggerating when he made it back to the battalion headquarters with some stragglers, protesting that this was a major offensive. Over the following days I would be proved right, he said later, blaming his commanders for their poor knowledge of enemy plans. 44 Mania was indignant when the André Marty battalion was then accused of having fallen asleep on the job. Those accusations are unacceptable, he said. In fact, Brigade Commander Lukacs bore much of the responsibility. He had sent the 1st Company to the Pindoque Bridge on its own, 4 kilometers from any support. It was an isolated and vulnerable target that had been easily destroyed. Once Franco's troops were across the river in such numbers, there was little that the André Marty battalion could do beyond slowing them down. The André Marty battalion had been decimated, but they had managed to buy time for others to arrive. The Polish Dąbrowski battalion now moved into position behind them and linked up with the Garibaldis. 45 The Dąbrowski also joined the first of a series of tank raids against the attackers. The Poles followed a group of 14 Russian tanks that burst onto the plain, firing at Franco's men from their flank and behind. 46 Once more, however, the new German anti-tank guns came into their own, taking out 5 of the vehicles. It was, nevertheless, an effective way of disrupting the attackers' plans, and such tank sorties would be used repeatedly over the coming days. The situation was still dynamic. While the Dąbrowskis were being pushed back, they were at least maintaining a defensive line in the northern part of the Francoist Bulge on their side of the river. To their south, however, the hills rising from the plain were poorly defended and there was little to prevent the enemy marching across them to the Valencia road. During the day Hans Kalla's 11 Brigade began to arrive and stretch the line south, though only the Commune de Paris battalion arrived during daylight on February 11, while the Thalmann appeared that night and the Edgar André on the 12th. 47 Like the other brigades, 11 Brigade had been training to take part in a Republican offensive and were now somewhat confused to find themselves forced to defend. 48 Indeed, one Thalmann company made up of keen new volunteers from Scandinavia started off with an over-enthusiastic charge that saw several killed on their first day of action. Overnight, the situation worsened. The next bridge downstream, at San Martín de la Vega, was taken on December 13. February in a repeat of the Pindoque railway bridge incident, with Moroccan soldiers again fording the river at night and this time catching a Spanish Republican Guard unit unawares. Once more, attempts to sabotage the bridge failed, leaving just an easily avoided hole halfway across. As this was a more substantial road bridge, a greater volume of troops were able to cross quickly, who then fought their way towards a soon-to-be infamous hill known as El Pingarrón. If the previous day Franco had seen 1.5 columns cross the Jarama, he now had all 3 columns there, and he could push towards the Valencia road, which lay just 10 kilometers away. 49. The brand new 15 International Brigade was also on its way. This included a mostly Bulgarian and Yugoslav battalion, the Dimitrov, recruited in part by the senior Yugoslav communist Josip Broz, also known as Tito, who, despite numerous alleged sightings, never did travel to Spain. 50 Yet another mainly French-speaking battalion, the 6th Février, and the American Abraham Lincoln Battalion had also been formed, but the latter did not arrive at the front for several days. Instead, the defenders were joined by a battalion based around the survivors from the British company who had fought at Lopera with 14 Brigade. This initially bore the name Saklatvala, after one of Britain's first communist MPs, Mumbai-born Chaperji Saklatvala, who represented Battersea North, though it would become better known as the British Battalion. 51. 24. The British, San Martin Road, Jerima Valley, February 12, 1937. 6 months earlier, Tom Wintringham had stared out at the mountains behind Huesca and imagined what it would be like to have an army of international volunteers supporting the ragged Republican militiamen fighting there. His idea had originally been scoffed at in Britain, but now he commanded a whole battalion of British volunteers. Wintringham was proud of the men he led onto hills above the San Martin Bridge Road early on February 12, though he had no idea that this had been taken by Franco overnight. Like the men under his command, he believed they were joining a Republican offensive. In fact, as he was soon to find out, the British battalion was now at the southern end of a line of poorly connected international battalions, half of which had arrived over the previous hours, in the hills overlooking the river Jerima. Fulfilling their role as shock troops, these were required to be the first buffer against a Francoist offensive that, with the conquest of the second bridge, had just grown considerably in intensity. If a British battalion in Spain had been formed relatively late, this was mostly because the Communist Party of Great Britain had been slow to organize. By the end of 1936, however, the sight of groups of suspicious-looking young men gathering at London's Victoria Station had become commonplace. 1 When questioned by plainclothes police officers from Special Branch, they claimed, fairly implausibly, to be going to spend a few days in Paris, or to be day tripping to Dunkirk. 2 Few of these men had passports or had ever been abroad in their lives, many belonged to an unemployment-hardened British working class, though a number also came from Australia, New Zealand, and other dominions or colonies. Some already carried the memories and scars of fighting Oswald Mosley's fascist black shirts on London streets or blocking their path as they tried to march through the city's East End at Cable Street. Others had taken part in hunger marches or the mass trespasses at Kinder Scout, in the Derbyshire Peak District. Although it was possible to travel to Spain independently, recruitment was mostly through the Communist Party offices in King Street, London, where volunteers could be expected to be quizzed not just on their suitability for warfare, but on their politics too. None of this background, however, had prepared the 9-stone amateur boxer Walter Gregory, a volunteer from Nottingham, for the squalor he witnessed in Madrigueras, where the battalion's training camp was based. Gregory, who had gone through periods of unemployment, was shocked by the almost unbelievable poverty. "I felt myself to be no stranger to hardship," he said, "but compared to the poor peasants of this part of Spain, the unemployed of Nottingham were affluent." 3. It took time, however, to get used to the local habits. The British volunteers shared, and grumbled about, the diet of beans and beans. They downed coarse red wine in the local cafes as if it was beer, often ending up asleep under the tables, and had to be reminded that their hosts, the Spaniards, rarely got drunk. Most of the Irish volunteers who joined them were keen drinkers, and this became a point of contention when tensions flared up between the two groups, provoking at least one fistfight and ending in a stormy meeting, during which the Irish debated whether to move to the new American Abraham Lincoln Battalion. Most of the new Irish volunteers were Republicans and, like their leader Frank Ryan, some were experienced IRA men who viewed the British as their historic enemy and oppressor. "I can understand that," said one British volunteer, before an Irish communist argued that distinctions must be made between anti-fascist working-class comrades from Britain and British imperialism. Most decided to leave anyway. Marty was furious and future Irish recruits were directed back to the British Saklatvala Battalion. 4. An additional problem was the quality of some of the recruits. About 10% of the men are drunks and flunkers. "I can't understand why you've sent out such useless material," Wintringham wrote to Harry Pollitt, head of the British Communist Party. "We call them Harry's anarchists." 5. A proportion were rumoured to be tramps or unemployed men who had been recruited from the embankment in London and had no enthusiasm for the war, according to one political commissar. 6. The battalion's original commander, Scottish journalist Wilfred Macartney, was deemed to have impeccable revolutionary credentials, having spent 10 years in Parkhurst jail for a clumsy attempt at spying for the USSR. He was also a wealthy man with a generous inheritance which he spent, when not in Spain, on high living and expensive hotels. 7 With a Lenin school-trained political commissar, Londoner Dave Springhall, this was, nevertheless, a highly politicist and motivated group of men. 2/3 were communists, from a Great Britain party with a total membership of just 11,500 members in December, though a significant, if uncountable, proportion had simply joined in order to ease their path to Spain, helping to raise membership by a further 900 over 4 months. 8 One of the best company commanders was a London bus driver. 9 The core of the battalion were the survivors of Nathan's company at Lopera, which, in turn, contained several of those who had marched up Madrid's Gran Via with the 1st International Brigade 3 months earlier. Most of the others had some sort of military training, as First World War veterans or Army reservists. 10 Their 5 weeks of training at Madrigueras, with just 15 or so rounds of ammunition fired by each man, was ridiculously inadequate by the standards of a normal army, but a luxury in Spain. There was every reason to expect them to be good. 11 Those expectations were about to be put to the test. The men were glad that the enthusiastic and unpretentious Wintringham, a keen student of military history, had replaced Macartney. They did not know that Marty and others were beginning to look at the Scot with suspicion, or that Marty had arrested Wintringham's new American girlfriend, the petite and vivacious, as Kirka's girlfriend Kate Mangan described her, journalist Kitty Bowler, when she appeared in Madrigueras with information about how to maintain the battalion's machine guns. A grumpy, rumpled Marty interrogated Bowler personally. Behind a roll-top desk sat an old man with a first-class walrus mustache, she recalled. He was sleepy and irritable and had pulled a coat on over his pajamas. He reminded me of a petty French bureaucrat. To my surprise, my mass of Spanish papers did not interest him in the least. Even my UGT Socialist Trades Union card and pass were thrown back in my face, contemptuously. My past was all that interested him. At the end of an hour he read out the charges and they shocked me out of my certainty. 1. Traveled from Albacete to Madrigueras by truck without pass. 2. Penetrated, literal trans of the French, into a military establishment. 3. Interested yourself in the functioning, bad, of machine guns. 4. Visited Italy and Germany in 1933. Therefore you are a spy. 12. Bowler had been released after several nights of interrogation, claiming that they were furious because I didn't break down and weep as they expected a woman would. 13 Neither she nor Wintringham, who was already married to a fellow British communist whom he planned to leave for Bowler, knew that she was the subject of a secret expulsion order. Above Wintringham, as commander of the new 15 Brigade, was the ambitious Mexican Janos Giles, known simply as General Gal. He was yet another Austro-Hungarian who had joined the Red Army. 14 Gal quickly earned a reputation as one of the toughest, most ruthless officers in the international brigades. For him, anyone who committed a mistake deserved the firing squad, so that they could not repeat the mistake again, recalled one volunteer. 15 The High Command liked him, however, and within 3 days he would be put in charge of the entire division, with his political commissar, the Yugoslav Vladimir Kopic, a gifted baritone who serenaded visitors with revolutionary song 16 and rode a handsome Charger 17 with the elegant composure of a consummate aristocrat, taking over 15 Brigade. 18. 3 days earlier, weeping villagers had waved the British off from Madrigueras, the tears of one local particularly affecting a young recruit. For all my education and her lack of it, she knew more about life and death than I did, he wrote afterwards about the tearful local woman who sent him off with a pocketful of mandarins. She foresaw what I did not, that many of us would not come back. 19. The final day before the British took up their positions at Jarama was spent practicing with their weapons, for the first time for some newcomers, before being moved towards their start point at 7 a.m., given a hearty breakfast at the cookhouse and told they were about to fight for all the peoples of the world. 20 They were well armed, the weather was dry and they felt confident. As they clambered up towards a plateau covered by olive groves, the sun grew warmer and their legs heavier. They began to jettison anything that was not strictly necessary, leaving the olive grove like an abandoned fairground, according to Jason Gurney, a South African sculptor. 21. There was an extraordinary variety of objects amongst the debris: hand grenades, ammunition, machine gun spare parts and clothes and equipment of all kinds. But the personal items which had been jettisoned provided the strangest part of the collection. Books of all kinds, though Marxist textbooks, which were large and heavy, lay fairly near the bottom of the hill. The rest were an amazing variety, ranging from third-rate pornography to the sort of books which normally fill the shelves of the more serious type of undergraduate. There were copies of the works of Nietzsche and Spinoza, Spanish-language textbooks, Rhys Davids's early Buddhism, and every kind of taste in poetry. 22. Some things had not been discarded. One volunteer still carried with him his mandolin. Another was equipped with Shakespeare's tragedies. 23. Soon the British were on the plateau. Ahead of and below them, not yet visible, lay the Jerima River itself and the valley. Far off to the right Wintringham thought he could discern the distant shape of Madrid and, beyond that, the snow-clad peaks of the Sierra. 24. They could hear the newly created 6th Février Battalion already fighting on their right. Some, less accustomed to the sounds of war, mistook the sound of distant machine gun fire for that of cicadas. In the skies above them, a dogfight played out. 5 of the sluggish, twin-winged German Heinkel 51s had turned to fight 7 of the nimble, single-winged Russian Polikarpov I-16s. The men cheered as 3 of the German-manufactured aircraft dived into the ground. The Russian planes were still outperforming their German and Italian counterparts, though the latter were introducing newer and better models, while both sides were also now using anti-aircraft guns which left puffs of white smoke in the sky. 25. It was, however, still relatively peaceful by the time the 400 men of the British battalion reached the crest of the escarpment at the edge of the plateau. 3 hillocks sat just below them. One was covered by short, thorny trees and topped by a small white farmhouse, a second was conical and almost bald of vegetation, and the third, which was closest to the 6th Février Battalion on their right, was little more than a sharp-pointed, symmetrical knoll. 26. Beyond that the land dipped down into a valley and a road ran towards the bridge near San Martin that Franco's men had taken a few days before. 27. Approaching briskly up the slope towards the British volunteers came the familiar figure of an immaculately dressed, pipe-smoking officer, nonchalantly swinging his cane. George Nathan, the hero of Lopera, was now a senior brigade staff officer. "Your battalion's a bit late," he informed Wintringham matter-of-factly. 28. It was only now that Wintringham realized that this was not the big attack they had all been expecting to take part in, but a defensive counter-attack. 29. They could see enemy troops in the distance, heading towards them on this side of the river. 3,600 Moroccans, supported by 1,000 legionnaires, were approaching. His battalion was outnumbered 3 to 1. 31. The advance companies had not gone far down the hill towards the valley when the shooting started, and Wintringham decided to defend from atop the 2 larger hillocks. The machine gun company, when and if it was ready, would occupy the ridge above and behind them. His men were now, however, in perfect view of Franco's artillery spotters, with very little cover and no entrenching equipment. As they retreated back up the hill, their inexperience showed. Some men stood up to shoot, or left themselves silhouetted, from below, against the skyline behind them, and were swiftly mowed down by machine gun fire or caught by Moroccan snipers. An experienced Scottish sergeant sobbed out loud as he shouted at the younger men, "Get them off the skyline." 32. The ensuing battle between professional Moroccan troops and city-bred young men with no experience of war, and no competence as marksmen was brutal. 33. Without maps, and with communication difficult, each company had to fight for itself. 34. Bayonets and helmets were all they had to scrape at the ground with as they hurriedly tried to construct parapets. Soon dead bodies were being used, bullets thudding into them. For the next 3 hours the battalion experienced the sort of intense bombardment familiar to veterans of the First World War. The sound of shrapnel tearing through the air was terrifying. "Your stomach just turns to water," said one, putting the reaction down to beginner's nerves. 35 Those who made the mistake of gathering at the White Farmhouse, an easy artillery target, were amongst the first casualties. It was, a First World War veteran claimed, worse than the Somme. 36 One shell-shocked company commander was found weeping uncontrollably behind the hillocks while his men fought on the other side. 37 Soon they would baptize this place as Suicide Hill, and, against Wintringham's wishes, they were ordered to cling on at all costs even though they risked being surrounded. In front of them, the soldiers of the Army of Africa used their skills to approach silently through the gullies and thick underbrush, with only the small puffs of smoke from their rifles giving them away. 38 They were followed by legionnaires, one of whom later recalled the shock of running into the brigadiers. "We were advancing virtually without losses, and it all seemed like a walk in the park, until we bumped into 15 International Brigade," he recalled. "Those guys were well prepared, especially ideologically, and were not at all the type to run at the first sound of war." 39 The British also enjoyed the advantage of occupying higher ground. This was considerably reduced, however, by a lack of proper ammunition for their machine guns. The heavy, wheeled Maxim guns had been dragged up the hill and through the thick, crumbling soil beneath the olive trees. 40 The machine gun company commander, Harry Fry, had already realized they had been provided with the wrong ammunition. Attempts to remedy the situation, however, were held up by a drunken British driver who ran the ammunition truck off the road. 41 This reduced the battalion's firepower considerably, since the 5.42 Maxims on the ridge overlooking the three hillocks could jointly fire 2,500 rounds a minute. That was slightly more than the battalion's several hundred riflemen could manage with their Russian Mosin Nagant rifles 43 whose clips needed reloading after 5 shots. Without the machine guns, the chances of holding on to their positions were considerably reduced. 44 One of the most formidable characters in the battalion was Fred Copeman. Born in a Suffolk workhouse and raised with his fists before him, he had joined the Royal Navy and become a heavyweight boxer. He was dismissed from the Navy in 1931 after taking part in the Invergordon Mutiny and then joined the Communist Party. Copeman had spent 6 months in prison for biting a policeman's bottom during a demonstration and signed up for the International Brigades the day after his Scottish girlfriend asked him why he wasn't going to Spain. Foul-mouthed, quick-tempered, and prone to bullying, some thought Bloody Fred was certifiably mad. He was, nevertheless, made an officer. 45 Furious at the lack of machine gun support, the 30-year-old charged off to shout at Fry and, then, at Wintringham. By this stage a bullet had scraped Copeman's head and a piece of shrapnel was lodged in his thumb, but he was so maddened by rage he barely noticed. A trip to the dressing station to have his wounds tended to saw him come across the crashed ammunition truck. Somehow, he and a political commissar managed to carry 2 boxes up the hill to the line, just as a reserve truck also appeared with ammunition. "Of course there's fucking, blinding, sodding ammunition," he told Wintringham. 46 The machine gun ammunition belts had to be loaded bullet, by Copeman and others, which meant they still could not provide covering fire as the enemy crept ever closer and the men in the advanced companies began to retire. 47 The latter were killed or wounded by their dozens as the Moroccans surged onto the hillocks above them. Men ran blindly in panic and those who survived often became lost. One overwrought rifleman recalled that he did a bit of squealing and screaming for his mother, before being found by a Spanish Republican unit. 48 Ironically, the lack of machine guns eventually played to the British battalion's advantage. The Spanish officer leading the Moroccans was now convinced that only a thin line of riflemen stood between them and a breakthrough that would take them to the Valencia road. He ordered his men to charge up the open slopes towards the ridge, just as Copeman's machine gun company finally loaded its weapons. Dusk was creeping across the valley as the Moroccans clambered up the slope, in 4 long lines. Mounted officers in blue and red cloaks waved them forward with sabers. .49 You'll never see how many men you can kill in a short time, Copeman told the machine gunners after ordering them to rake the hillside from right to left and back again. But don't fire until I say so, because if you do, there's anti-tank guns over there. They'll blow us right out of the bloody ground. They don't know we are here at the moment, so good luck. You haven't been noticed up to now. 50. It was hard to make the men hold their fire until the Moroccans, who were still killing stragglers from the advance companies, were just 50 meters away. They waited, nevertheless, with dry mouths and trembling fingers. 51 Copeman steeled their nerves, using his sailor's experienced fists when necessary. One young Irishman threatened to open fire, and to hell with Fred Copeman, he recalled. There was no time to argue the point. I sailed into him and laid him out. 52 Someone else quickly replaced the dazed machine gunner. Then they opened fire. Copeman had been right. It was like mowing down wheat, as he recalled. You might think to see men mown down as if a scythe was going through them wouldn't be possible, but this is literally what happened, another remembered. 53 Up to half a battalion of Moroccans, some 250 men, were put out of action in just 3 minutes. The rest scrambled for cover, scurried back down the hill or fell, feigning death. Copeman ordered his men to fire behind them so that the enemy could not retreat, and then had them systematically rake the ground where soldiers were playing dead. By now the machine guns were beginning to overheat and, with no water supplies, the men urinated into their helmets and poured the contents into guns' cooling jackets and over red-hot barrels. 54 It was a desperate, miraculous, last-minute victory. Further up the as yet incomplete line, and unaware that a second bridge crossing had taken place, Hans Kalla's 11 Brigade was trying to occupy the central space between the other two international brigades. At first he concentrated on trying to link up with Lukacs's men and the Dombrowski Battalion to the north. Soon, however, his 3 battalions found themselves fighting the new enemy column that had appeared to their south as it tried to advance through the vast olive groves. The interminable rows of trees proved disorientating for attackers, while the defenders were able to use the thick, gnarled olive trunks as cover for machine gun emplacements. Amidst the trees, Francoist artillery spotters found it difficult to distinguish between friend and foe, or even see where Pavlov's tanks were hiding. From his command post at a hilltop military radio telegraphy station, Kalla watched as his battalions ran out to attack from behind Pavlov's tanks, or retreated slowly in a backwards and forwards game that cost many lives, but favored his men more than the attackers. The main problem was to make sure that all the battalions linked up and that Franco's men did not spot the gaps between them. 55. Losses mounted and almost all battalions suffered moments of confusion. Spanish troops in the new mixed brigades, many of them new or poorly commanded, proved erratic. Rather than dig in to hold a newly conquered position, they frequently ran back when Pavlov's T-26B tanks turned around to refuel. These were discovering that, while they were still far superior to the small German Mark I panzers, whose crews were trained by the future Second World War tank commander Wilhelm von Thoma 56, and Italian Fiat Ansaldos, they had a serious opponent in the new German 37mm Pak 36 anti-tank gun. 57. Nighttime on February 12, and the usually abstemious Lukacs drained a glass of brandy under the olive trees to celebrate the fact that his 12th Brigade had held on. He had chosen his favored toast, "War is such a terrible mess." The survivors of his André Marty battalion, 130 men out of a unit that had boasted some 353 days earlier, had been withdrawn and, embracing their former reputation, rampaged angrily through Arganda, raiding its cellars for alcohol. 58 They were eventually given the task of guarding the Arganda Bridge again. A disconnected line of international brigade battalions looped through the hills to the British battalion's position. The latter's last gasp victory, meanwhile, had allowed it to hold on until night fell and the battle ended. Most of the men retired to eat and sleep in a sunken road that sat 100 meters from the ridge, which was now their forward line, while the enemy established its line on the hillocks just below them. 59 attempts were made to collect any remaining dead or wounded. Some men managed to haul themselves back out of no man's land in the dark, but that night Jason Gurney discovered dozens of men with shrapnel wounds lying on stretchers at an abandoned field dressing station. Many of the men had already died and most of the others would die before the morning. They were chiefly artillery casualties with appalling wounds from which they could have little hope of recovery. They were all men whom I had known well, and some of them intimately. One little Jewish kid of about 18 whose particular blend of Cockney and Jewish humor had given him a capacity for clowning around and getting a laugh out of everyone even during the most depressing period, now lay on his back with a wound that appeared to have entirely cut away the muscle structure of his stomach so that his bowels were exposed from his navel to his genitals. His intestines lay in loops of ghastly pinkish brown, twitching slightly as the flies searched around over them. He was perfectly conscious, unable to speak, but judging from his eyes he was not in pain or even particularly distressed. This was almost certainly Maurice Davidovich, a courageous young stretcher-bearer who had helped bring many of the wounded here before being hit himself. 61 man of whom I was particularly fond was clearly dying from about 9 bullet wounds through his chest. He asked me to hold his hand and we talked for a few minutes until his hand went limp in mine and I knew he was dead. I went from one to the other but was absolutely powerless to do anything other than to hold a hand or light a cigarette. Nobody cried out or screamed or made other tragic gestures. I did what I could to comfort them and promised to try to get some ambulances. Of course, I failed, which left me with a feeling of guilt which I never entirely shed. 61. After just 8 hours of fighting, the British battalion had been reduced to half strength. 62 stragglers were forced back to the line at gunpoint, with Copeman and the Anglo-Egyptian André Diamant, who had taken command of one of the companies. Finding almost 100 men in the wine vaults of a farmhouse, they had to threaten to throw a grenade in before the men agreed to leave. 63 Only 2 of the original company commanders were left, and one of those was the nerve-racked former Welsh Guardsman Bert Overton, who was prone to breaking into tears and was fast becoming a liability. A company of young Spaniards clad in rope-soled shoes and with no blankets to protect themselves from the night cold now joined them. They had become separated from their own unit and, accepting the British battalion's Filipino translator Manuel Lizarraga as their commander, stood shoulder to shoulder with the British over the coming days. 64. The 13th of February dawned another bright day. Elsewhere on the front, almost all the volunteer battalions had been fighting, though some were just coming into the line. From north to south, there was now an almost continuous line of volunteers, with the Garibaldis, the remains of the André Marty, Dombrowski, Commune de Paris, Thalmann, Edgar André, Dimitrov, British and 6 Février ranged along the crests and through the olive groves. At full strength, that would have accounted for 5,000 men. A further 2,000 or so volunteers from the Abraham Lincoln Battalion and 14 Brigade were about to arrive. It was in their hands, largely, to stop the Francoist offensive. In simple terms, the aim was, once more, to save Madrid. For men like Marty, this was the internationalist dream come true. Volunteers from almost a quarter of the world's countries were here together, fighting under the banner of anti-fascism. Equally as important, to Marty and the founders, was that all this had been organized and led by communists. To the men waiting to engage with the enemy as the sun rose over the Jerema Valley on February 13, that was the least important point. In terms of dead and wounded, the previous day had been the worst in the International Brigade's short, if intense, history. There was nothing to suggest that this day's fighting would be any different. 25. Disobeying orders, Jerema Valley, February 13, 1937. The survivors of the British battalion crept back into position while a sickle moon still hung in the sky. 1 In the valley below, a brigade-sized detachment of enemy troops was at rest. Wintringham had placed Fry's machine gun company out ahead, with a magnificent field of fire across the conical hill and neighboring slopes. His 5 machine guns were able to keep attackers at bay for several hours. Wintringham knew, however, that their weakness lay on their flanks. His men had still not joined up with the Franco-Belgian 6th Février Battalion across the main road on their right. To his left the line defended by the International Brigades was reinforced by Spanish troops from the Communist 5th Regiment led by Enrique Lister, a gifted, 29-year-old military leader who had studied at the Frunze Academy in Moscow. 2 Further to his right he could also see that the Dimitrov Battalion was under fierce attack. 3 Wintringham was ordered to relieve pressure on the other battalions by sending his men charging 600 meters down towards enemy machine gun positions. He refused. Instead, he led a fake attack with 40 men, which managed to distract the enemy for a short time. 4. At 3 o'clock that afternoon Wintringham was once more ordered to launch a frontal attack. Once again, he disobeyed. He believed that commanders in the field should have the freedom to snatch at opportunity, alter plans rapidly, bluff, use surprise, switch forces and transport from one line to another. 5 This was a personal interpretation of a democratic army, and not one his seniors shared. He did not know that, to his right, the French and Belgians of the 6th Février were also refusing to advance. 6 An early attempt to follow similar orders had seen their commander and political commissar killed. The burned-out husks of 2 Russian tanks, just 30 meters in front of their lines, were a reminder that the other side now had highly effective anti-tank guns. It seems they were at the limit of their physical and moral resistance, 15 Brigade's own historians admitted in a draft, but accurate, version of events that day which would be taken to the Comintern archive in Moscow. 7 Wintringham's refusal to move was, at best, insubordination. At worst, it was viewed as a form of rebellion or cowardice. However sensible it may have seemed, it was also a sign that those in command of the thin, irregular line of units defending the hills that led to the Valencia road had lost control. Neither Gall nor Kopic could sway battalion commanders like Wintringham. The British battalion's own defensive line crumbled when Company Commander Bert Overton panicked during an artillery bombardment and ordered his men to run, thereby exposing the machine gun company's flank. It was now that the attackers repeated an old trick. A group approached, giving the fist to forward anti-fascist salute and shouting "Vivan las Brigadas Internacionales," and "Camaradas," 8 Once more, the similarities in the uniforms worn by both sides allowed them to sow confusion, and the British thought they were either Republican soldiers or deserters from the other side. It was not until they were 30 meters away that Fry recognized the officers' uniforms as being those of the Spanish Legion. Fierce hand-to-hand fighting ensued, but Fry and much of his company were captured. They were marched 400 meters down the valley where a Spanish officer ordered the Australian-born volunteer Ted Dickinson, who had looked scornfully at his captors 9 to step in front of the firing squad that many assumed would now kill them all. 15th Brigade's own historians recorded what happened next. Dickinson, knowing what was coming, displayed marvelous courage. He stepped smartly out of the ranks, marched toward the trees indicated by the fascist officer, turned about, and with the word "Salute comrades," fell with fascist bullets in him. Then suddenly a German officer appeared. German advisors were increasingly present, much like the Russians on the other side, whispered to the Spanish officer, and they were moved further up the valley. Thus, in that moment their lives were saved. The reason is obvious: the political value in British prisoners as a means of propaganda were apparent. 10. They were lucky. Red opponents before Madrid, Condor Legion commander Wolfram von Richthofen noted down later, French, Belgian and English prisoners are taken. All shot except for the English 11. Wintringham himself received a bullet in the knee soon afterwards. The British were rescued, once again, by nightfall, when they retreated back towards the sunken road. This may have been when some British volunteers were embarrassed to discover that, as they retreated, a group of militia women remained firmly at their machine gun post. We'd gone back a bit, and some of them were actually running. And here we came across 3 women sitting behind a machine gun just past where we were, Spanish women. I saw them looking at us. You know, I don't know whether it shamed us or what. But these women, they stayed there, recalled Scottish volunteer Tom Clark. 12. To the right of the British, both the 6th Février and the Dimitrov battalions received the setting sun with similar relief. None of them were at more than half strength by now. Further north, the Dombrowski were similarly demoralized after having obeyed orders and left their trenches to charge across a valley behind Pavlov's T-26B tanks before being chased by Moroccan cavalry in the closing daylight hours. 13. A Francoist cavalryman remembered the excitement of pursuing them across country. It was an amazing spectacle to see how all the squadrons set out on a frenzied gallop, in perfect lines that were 4 deep, treading on the heels of the internationals, he recalled. 14. The Dombrowski paid dearly. As they scrambled back towards their original defensive line, enemy units circled behind them. The Poles ran out of ammunition and fought with bayonets 15 before retiring to new positions that, nevertheless, still stood between the enemy and the Valencia road. 16. At least 50 Dombrowski were dead and another 100 had been wounded, though the other side had also suffered heavily. 17. That night, by complete accident, a very flare launched by the enemy landed on top of the British ammunition dump in the middle of the sunken road. Panic broke out. Some thought it was a gas attack and fumbled with the masks they had been given. The same jittery company commander who had provoked earlier panics now ran off shouting liquid fire, and urging his men to follow. Only the reappearance of Jock Cunningham, a tough, experienced Scot who had fought alongside Cornford, Kirka, and Knox at University City and had dragged himself out of the bed where he was recovering from flu, with 60 stragglers, allowed order to be restored. 18. The next day the British battalion crept back into position. Many still had not eaten since they began fighting 2 days earlier, but Cunningham provided a fresh input of energy and morale. The 33-year-old Scot was a natural leader who had served in the Argyll and Sutherland Highlanders and been jailed for organising a mutiny over the conditions the regiment encountered when stationed in Jamaica in 1929. In the early hours the British charged the position where Fry's men had been taken, forcing the enemy back and recapturing some machine guns. Only 215 of the original 400 men were left. 19. Supplies, including water, were scarce and the sun beat down. Machine gunners had to run up and down the line, asking men to give urine for the Maxims cooling jackets. 20. Little happened until early afternoon, when they had been told that Russian T-26 tanks would be coming up on either side of them. When the rumble of tanks was finally heard, they were heading towards them from enemy lines. Behind them, according the 15 Brigade chronicler, swarmed Moors. 21. It soon turned into a rout. The slaughter was terrible. One would see 5 men running abreast, and 4 of them suddenly crumple up, one survivor recalled. 22 Small groups, including one led by the so-called boxing parson from Killarney, a lapsed Church of Ireland priest called Reverend Robert Hilliard, held out briefly. Hilliard was an ex-evangelical, Cambridge-educated, Olympic bantamweight who, when drunk, had entertained his comrades by putting on his best parson's voice to deliver a benediction in the name of Marx. Although injured, the 33-year-old managed to escape, only to be killed days later when a bomb fell on his hospital. 23 One volunteer watched as his wounded comrades were bayoneted to death by the attacking Moroccans. Often it took more than one man to complete the task. The first would let fly with his bayonet, and the chap would grab it, as it came down, but then another would get him in the side. A group led by André Diamant stopped several times to turn and hold the enemy back, but even this was eventually forced to withdraw from the final ridge. 24. Many men fled back to the cookhouse, where Frank Ryan was amongst those who heard a rumor that the entire front line had been ordered to retreat. Now there was no line, nothing between the Madrid road and the fascists but disorganized groups of weary, war-wrecked men, said Ryan. 25 Trucks full of able-bodied soldiers were racing away, while the wounded and dying from the dressing station lay around moaning and screaming. A panicked British doctor urged his people to go while the going was good, jumped onto a passing truck and shouted at the cooks, "The fascists are coming. Poison the soup. Poison the soup." Defeat, and its consequences, seemed to be staring them in the face. "I thought the war was over," one New Zealand volunteer recalled, as he made plans to grab as much ammunition as he could and disappear into the woods to wage solitary guerrilla warfare. 26. Hungry men crammed into the cookhouse, from where they had set off 2.5 days earlier, grabbing tins of garlicky sausages. Across the slopes and fields, groups of weary Spaniards and lost Slavs or French speakers from the Dimitrov and 6 Février, which had both lost around 2/3 of their men 27, had collapsed in utter exhaustion and shock. Cunningham and Ryan tried to raise their morale. There was now a gap in the line, they said, and it needed to be filled again. Each persuaded a group of several dozen men to follow them back up to the last defensive ridge. The two groups merged together in the early evening gloom and began to make their way along the road that had separated the British and 6 Février positions. By now there were 140 of them. Suddenly Ryan shouted, "Sing up, yes sons o' guns." It was, he said, the sort of thing he had previously shouted to raise morale before banned Irish Republican demonstrations. Slowly the men began to sing a tune whose English words may not have been intelligible to everyone, but whose melody was instantly recognizable. "So comrades, come rally, and the last fight let us face. The Internationale unites the human race. 28. This was the Internationale, the anthem of leftists across the world. For those present, it was one of the most remarkable moments of the war. Stragglers still in retreat down the slope stopped in amazement, changed direction, and ran to join us. Men lying exhausted on the roadside jumped up, cheered, and joined the ranks, recalled Ryan. 29. I looked back. Beneath the forest of upraised fists, what a strange band. Unshaven, unkempt, blood-stained, grimy. But full of fight again, and marching on the road back 30. A large group of Spaniards and others also joined them. By now there was at least half a battalion's worth of men. One of those present still struggled to believe it when he retold the story decades later. "We were stone mad when I think about it," he said. "We found ourselves in a small army. Going forward, with Cunningham in front. 31. A single, brooding figure stood by the road waiting for them as they advanced. This was their divisional commander, the usually cantankerous Colonel Gall. He ordered them to stop for a moment while he talked, quietly but seriously. He said that the decisive moment of the battle had come, that the battalion had shown a quality of endurance that he had rarely seen in many years of warfare, and that our retreat had left a gap in his line he could not fill with any other unit. One brigadier remembered. 32. They believed him. Cunningham led them along the road, which he had not walked before. He inadvertently passed the forward posts of the enemy's fragile front line before swinging the men off the road and up towards the positions previously held by the British. As darkness fell, pandemonium broke out. Neither side knew where the other was. The Moroccans in the forward posts in front of their line panicked and ran, convinced that they were being surrounded and unable to work out how many men were now attacking. Individually or in small groups the brigadiers moved through the dark, attacking machine gun posts, charging with bayonets and sowing panic. Commands were shouted in English, French and Filipino-accented Spanish. Eventually Ryan, realizing they were back in one of their old lines, ordered the men to dig in. Cunningham and others had to be persuaded to turn back and join them. The line was re-established and the hole was plugged. The Dimitrovs had managed a similar feat to their right, and during the night Spanish units began to arrive to fill other gaps. 33 Only 80 of the 630 men in the British battalion had escaped unscathed, but here, and all along the front, whether defended by international brigadiers or Spaniards, the Valencia, Madrid road was safe. 34 Even those on the other side recognized the bravery of the brigadiers. It must be candidly admitted, with some national pride, although I still consider their cause a false one, that the latter presented us with more solid opposition than we were accustomed to, wrote Frank Thomas, the Welsh mercenary fighting for Franco. 35. By February 19, 15 Brigade estimated that the British, 6 Février and Dimitrov were jointly down to 490 men. At least 450 were dead or wounded and a similar number were missing, lost, captured, or had deserted. In terms of manpower, 3 battalions had effectively been reduced to just 1. Reinforcements were needed desperately. Fortunately, the brigade had another whole battalion waiting in reserve. It was the same outfit that Bernard Knox had seen from his hospital train, the Abraham Lincoln Battalion. 26. The Yanks are coming, Jeremiah Valley, February 16, 1937. To those who had watched them training, there was something quaint and old-fashioned about the Americans. Some struggled to work out why, until they realized what they were wearing, matching doughboy uniforms worn by the servicemen who fought in Europe during the First World War, mixed with thick blue shirts. It was rather like watching a newsreel from 20 years earlier. Unlike the sometimes middle-aged veterans of the Garibaldi Battalion, or the hardened political and economic exiles from Germany, Poland, and elsewhere, there were many younger men amongst the volunteers arriving from the United States. Almost 40% were aged 25 or less, and a surprisingly high number were students, with the City College of New York, CCNY, a particularly rich source of recruits. One later American arrival, 33-year-old Brooklyn writer Alva Bessie, would find himself nicknamed Papa because of his age. 3 Like the Canadian recruits who joined them, many also had first or second-hand experience of migration. 1 in 5 were not yet U.S. citizens. The proportion of foreigners rises to 1/3 if those who thought of themselves as dual nationals are included. 3/4 of Italian Americans had migrated as adults. 4 Not surprisingly, a good number had Spanish surnames, suggesting that they also came from immigrant communities. With so many immigrants, and some 70% of them Communist Party members. 5 The Americans were another group of the devout and the displaced. As in other battalions, too, a disproportionately high number of their volunteers were Jews. At least 17% of those with U.S. citizenship declared themselves Jewish, and a reasonable overall estimate is at least 1 in 5, while the U.S. volunteers historian Peter Carroll estimates more than 1/3. 6 The battalion also absorbed volunteers who had arrived from other countries, with Cubans, Canadians, and Irish accounting for almost an entire company. Meaningful military experience was, sadly, often lacking. 7 So too were obvious leaders. James Harris, their 1st Battalion Commander 8 was a former Army sergeant who could often be found in a drunken heap. 9 One early political commissar was so ideologically driven that he began castigating the mayor of Villanueva de la Jara, the town 60 kilometers from Albacete where they were sent to train, for not collectivizing his land. 10 To begin with, the townsfolk there had kept away from them, lowering their shutters and, if they were women, running away when approached. The brigaders blamed this hostility on a few undesirable elements among the French who preceded the Americans, and who became constantly drunk, caused nuisances, molested the townspeople and even went so far as to attack the local women. 11. The battalion had a section of 60 Cuban-led Hispanics, many recruited at the leftist Julio Amela Club in Harlem and headed by the charismatic, capable student leader and exile Rodolfo de Armas. Their Caribbean charm and shared language helped win over the townsfolk. The 40-odd Irish who had left the British battalion, and who now wore green handkerchiefs around their necks, were even bigger drinkers than the French, but less aggressive. Villagers deposited those who could no longer walk unassisted at the barrack gates every evening. 12. 27-year-old university economics professor Robert Merriman would soon stand out as a natural leader, and not just because of his broad and imposing 6'2" frame. Merriman had had 2 years' experience with the Reserve Officers Corps at the University of Nevada and, like Tom Wintringham and Ludwig Wren, was genuinely attracted to the military life. His steadying presence would become essential, since the lack of effective command and discipline in the battalion's early days clearly exacerbated problems such as drunkenness, talk of leaving to join other parts of the Republican Army and outbursts of anti-Semitism amongst some former sailors. 13. By the time the Americans assembled in Albacete's bullring to be harangued by Marty and told they were going to the front, some still had not fired a weapon. A convoy of mismatched trucks arrived and began to unload greased 1914 rifles and helmets. By now a meeting of volunteers, from which a drunk Harris was absent 14, had confirmed the name of the battalion. It was one that avoided any suggestion of radicalism 15 and was bound to garner sympathy back home, the Abraham Lincoln Battalion. Nonetheless, these were profoundly politically motivated men. According to Merriman, they were strong individuals with strong beliefs. 16 They even sent a political delegation to the International Brigade commanders to lodge a series of complaints, and were chastised for behaving like naughty children. 17 It is not clear whether, at this stage, Merriman was a Communist Party member or not. 18 He had previously lived in the USSR, where a diplomat deemed him the type of person who values too much his own freedom of speech and action to subordinate himself to any organization which maintains rigorous discipline. 19 Merriman had traveled on his own to Spain and had begged his way into the brigades just as more organized groups of Americans arrived. After sailing across the Atlantic, the other Americans had sat, wide-eyed, on the trains going south from Paris listening to tales of daring do from European volunteers who had swum rivers, sneaked across frontiers in the middle of the night, dodged police, and hitched rides on hay carts in order to join them. Merriman jotted his own thoughts down in a diary: men may die, but let them die in a working-class cause. Men die and mean to die, if necessary, so that the revolution may live on. 20 His wife Marion, a University of Nevada graduate who had also lived in the Soviet Union, shared those ideals, and soon traveled to Spain to be with him. The men of the Abraham Lincoln Battalion started dying even before they could go into the line. Sent in trucks towards the front on the cold, moonless night of 17 February, the French drivers of the leading two vehicles took a wrong turning. 21 Amongst those riding in the first truck was Walter Grant, a 25-year-old pastor's son from Marion, Indiana, whose conversion to left-wing causes had been accelerated when the Ku Klux Klan lynched 3 men in his hometown. 22 The two trucks, driving without headlights, crested a rise and then drove down the hill towards the San Martin Bridge and straight into the enemy lines. They were machine-gunned off the road by a group of legionarios and all 17 men were killed. The legionnaires later claimed that all but one of the Americans had died during a brief exchange of fire after the sleepy men scrambled from their crashed trucks, while one wounded prisoner was meant to be sent to hospital but had his throat slit by Moroccan troops who later scavenged through the wreckage. 23 In fact, the legionnaires, with just one of their own men injured, were not interested in taking prisoners and almost certainly executed them. The rest of the battalion might have met a similar fate if one of the doctors, William Pike, had not decided to double-check which turning to take, and led them in the right direction. 24 Ordered to dig into a reserve position in the second line, the Lincolns experienced their first bombardment the following morning. 25 What the hell are they trying to do, kill us, somebody quipped. Nobody seems to have laughed. 26 As the sun rose, artillery, enemy aircraft and heavy machine guns began to target their positions. For the first time, they saw comrades killed or wounded. 27 Fortunately, they were not yet needed in the front line, and the next few days revealed that leadership remained an almost crippling problem. Their drunken, erratic commander Harris repeatedly disappeared, then reappeared after a few days, leading the men on a shambolic, moonlit training maneuver that placed them perilously close to the enemy's front lines. He had to be replaced by Merriman. 28 It was not until the 23rd that the Lincolns received their full baptism of fire. By now the two sides were fortifying their positions into permanent lines, but the Republican commanders thought they had a chance of trapping the entire attacking army, now without reserves, on their side of the Jerima. Late in the afternoon, the Lincolns were sent on an attack through a field of widely spaced olive trees and low vines. 2 tanks led the way, but one was hit, shooting flames high into the sky, and the other one turned around. The Cuban section charged close up to the enemy trenches, where grenade attacks put a number of machine guns out of action, but Rodolfo de Armas and many others were killed or wounded. 29 Many of the Lincolns were stranded in no man's land during daylight, while others tried to dig new positions. All of their 8 machine guns either failed to work or broke down. 30 The Dimitrov Battalion and Spanish 24 Brigade, on either side, had not moved forward with them as expected, and they later complained that the Franco-Belgian 6 Février had simply refused to advance during the same attack. Enemy machine guns, mortars, and snipers picked away at anyone who moved. Many volunteers stayed where they were until dark, hiding behind olive trees or trying to dig some cover for themselves, while listening to the moans of the injured. Eventually, the firing stopped and they were ordered back. Up to 20 men were dead, and another 40 or 50 were injured in the action. 31. 4 days later, after 73 poorly trained men arrived, some still in civilian clothes, the Lincolns were sent out to support an attack on the hill called El Pingarrón. 40 of the newcomers had never shot a rifle, and the attack itself, which had been intended to be in support of the Spanish 24 Brigade, became a suicidal assault. They had still failed to make their machine guns function properly. More seasoned units along the front were by now openly ignoring orders from commanders who seemed determined to imitate the worst strategies of the First World War by throwing men against machine guns and well-entrenched rifle companies. Others scrambled forward cautiously a dozen meters or so, but stopped when pinned down by machine gun fire. After the attack effectively failed to start across the rest of the front, the Lincolns were nevertheless ordered to go forward anyway. 33 They were the only ones to do so. The promised tanks and aircraft appeared only briefly. A colorful, roughly edited report lodged in the International Brigades archives tells the story of the disastrous February 27 attack. About noon the men went into the attack. The sun was hot. Group by group hopped the trenches, charging the fascists who were only about 250 meters away. A few groups got over with scarcely any casualties. The enemy machine guns began their ugly work. They grazed the sandbags all along the line in a constant staccato. Heavy firing came from both sides. Bullets sprayed in the direction of the Lincoln Battalion like the heavy pounding of a riveting machine. Crossfire from many machine guns made an impenetrable stone wall against advance. More groups and sections went over. Many got wounded as they climbed the parapets to go over. Some comrades from amongst the recent arrivals, uninformed and inexperienced, went over the top with full packs on their backs. They charged like a cyclone toward the fascists. Many wounded men crawled back to the trenches safely, many were killed in the attempt. 15 Brigade Commander Kopic had received this order from the commander of the division Gal 34, who demanded categorically that the Lincoln Battalion advance immediately and occupy the enemy positions at all costs. All Merriman's messengers had been wounded, and just as Comrade Dave Springhall, a humorless Londoner who was one of the brigade's political commissars, was approaching, Merriman personally went over the top of the trenches to give the signal for a more energetic advance. At the same instant Springhall and Merriman were wounded. Merriman got a bullet through the right shoulder. 35. In the ensuing chaos, command passed through several people's hands quickly. 36 One volunteer, appointed mid-battle, admitted, "I don't know about military things a fuck." 37 of 263 men who went into battle, only 150 were left in the line the following day. 38. By now it appeared that almost all of the section of the front was on strike, and even battalions in the same brigade were no longer supporting one another. 15th Brigade's own historians admitted that the Dimitrov, one-third of whose Italian company had already died, had refused to join the Lincoln's advance, while only a dozen men from the British battalion did so, and were mowed down. 39 The Americans showed discipline and great courage, not a single man remaining in the trenches. The attack failed, but it was not the fault of the Lincoln Battalion, they said, before adding the entire 15 Brigade is now demoralized. 40. The brigade's new commissar, Frenchman Jean Chaintron Barthel, who had already lost a brother in earlier fighting, met the International Brigade's Chief Commissar Luigi Longo a few days later and complained that the demands made of 15 International Brigade had been too hard for such undertrained troops. 41 Our brigade had been through a harsh baptism and now lacks the impetus to go on the attack. It has reached the limit of physical endurance. In my opinion, the order to attack given by the General Staff on the 23rd and 24th was impossible, but was carried out anyway. We have suffered heavy losses and damage to the morale of the comrades. 42 Barthel blamed a lack of training. I have seen volunteers weep because they did not know how to use their rifles or machine guns, he said. To make things worse, it had begun to rain heavily, adding further misery to the already cold and blustery weather as the wounded struggled back or were carried by stretcher bearers who constantly slipped in the mud. Some died of exposure in no man's land. When all the Lincoln survivors were moved into a reserve position the following day, there was, in the words of their own historians, almost an insurrection amongst the American volunteers. 43 They angrily demanded a meeting with Commissar Barthel. This was held in the courtyard of the same cookhouse where Frank Ryan and others had, 2 weeks earlier, led a group of weary men singing back into battle to the tune of the Internationale. Now the tone was bitter and suspicious. The Americans claimed that fascists on the brigade staff had deliberately plotted to have them wiped out. In poorly translated French, Barthel tried to point out that they were breaking the rules of the army they had joined. Madrid was in danger, they were expected to follow orders, and meetings like this were simply not allowed. The rugged individualists who, according to the International Brigade's own scribes, had supposedly been knocked into shape during training, refused to believe him. That, he was told, applied in a capitalist army, not in a people's army. The Americans' own commissar, Samuel Stember, who had stayed safely back in the cookhouse during the fighting, later accused those who challenge the military or political authority of being self-seekers who are no less guilty than the deserters who have been sentenced to hard labor in the labor battalion. The meeting had proceeded as if they were framing demands against the capitalist class, he complained. We have learned by bitter experience that wherever committees dominate and endless discussion follow, there the gates are open for the fascists to enter. The disruptive elements hide within such committees, he added, slipping into cliched Stalinist rhetoric. There was no punishment meted out, but if these disruptive elements try to do their nefarious work again, severe measures will have to be taken. 44 Stember was removed shortly afterwards. The rugged individualists won that battle, at least. The Jerima line had now been stabilized. It was not, however, the end of the Lincoln stay at Jerima, where desultory fighting punctuated long stretches of calm for months and First World War-style trench warfare brought occasional flurries of action. During this period of stalemate their chief obsession, along with combating lice, boredom, the cold, and lamenting the absence of women and tobacco, was food. The Lincolns came to worship their Japanese chef, Jack Shirai, who found alternatives to the tough mule meat that made their mouths feel as if they were full of rubber bands. 45. The Lincolns would not leave the front until June 17. By then a Scottish volunteer called Alex McDade had written them a song that, set to the tune of the Cowboys' lament Red River Valley, soon became their anthem. 46. There's a valley in Spain called Jerima. It's a place that we all know so well. For 'tis there that we wasted our manhood. And most of our old age as well. Oh, we're proud of our Lincoln Battalion. And the marathon record it's made. Please do us this little favor. And take this last word to Brigade. You will never be happy with strangers. They would not understand you as we. So remember the Jerima Valley. And the old men who wait patiently. The long wait in the trenches of Jerima over the next few months was a sign that Franco had accepted he could not break through here. It meant, too, that the defense of this crucial line had been a victory. Madrid remained free and the route to Valencia was open. The international brigades could claim much of the glory. 27. Mussolini at Guadalajara, Brihuega, Torija, Trijueque, March 9, 1937. Giovanni Pesse had read the newspapers. So had most of the Garibaldi battalion, now at rest in barracks just outside Madrid at El Pardo, having finally been withdrawn from the tedium of the Jerima front 5 days earlier. They knew that a fresh Francoist offensive had been launched in the province of Guadalajara, 60 kilometers east of Madrid, and that the bulk of the unprecedented 41,000-strong attacking army was made up of fellow Italians, so-called volunteers from Mussolini's fascist militia expeditionary force, the Corpo Truppe Volontarie, CTV. So when they were ordered to pack their kit, check their weapons and prepare for departure on the afternoon of Tuesday, March 9, Pesce knew they were probably going to fight their countrymen. The Garibaldini were frustrated, however, to see other battalions, such as the Thalmann, Commune de Paris and Edgar André, pile into trucks before them. Then their brigade commander, Lukacs, arrived in a large green motor car and inquired if they were really prepared to battle fellow Italians. "If there is a single battle that we should fight in, it is this one," the anarchist adjutant Giorgio Bracilarg replied. "Italy is not Mussolini. We must prove that." Lukacs asked whether they would treat Italian prisoners properly. "We're anti-fascists, not assassins," came the reply. 1. Whilst the Garibaldis had waited in the courtyard for the trucks to take them to the front, their temporary commander, former railwayman and communist activist Ilio Barantini, had warned them that the enemy was well armed and numerous. It was, however, a chance to avenge their comrades in Mussolini's jails. He told them, "You must be worthy of these fighters, of the Italy that struggles and fights, that does not bow to the arrogance and the tyranny of fascism too." It was still remarkable that men like Giovanni Pesce, who had grown up in a single-room shack by the coal mines at La Grande Combe, southeast France, were setting out to kill, and try not to be killed by, other Italians on Spanish soil. 3. After dark, as they drove off towards the front into the cold, damp night, Pesce and his companions took swigs of brandy and loudly bawled verses of the Bandiera Rossa, red flag, to keep up their spirits. 4. The German-speaking Edgar André Battalion and the French Commune de Paris of Hans Kalla's 11 Brigade had been the first to arrive in the rush to halt the Italian thrust towards Madrid. Other international battalions were just beginning the task of gathering their men and equipment in order to join them. Everyone recognized, however, that this battle had special meaning to the Garibaldini. Italy's own civil war was about to start on the stony, wooded and, above all, bitterly cold stretch of Spain's central Meseta plain that is known as the Alqueria. The previous day, 3 divisions of Mussolini's CTV had launched a surprise attack, striking west along the main highway towards Guadalajara and Madrid from Algora, where the body of the young Belgian Jewish volunteer Pete Ackerman lay buried beside a bottle containing a scrap of paper with his name on it. This broad, well-kept road, popularly known as the French Highway, linked Spain's capital city to Zaragoza and, eventually, Barcelona. The Italians had gained some 20 kilometers of this road on the first day, a sixth of the distance to Madrid from their starting point. Their belief that they could reach the capital in a week did not seem unfounded, especially as they advanced a further 20 kilometers down the same road, which followed an almost straight line through gently undulating countryside, on the day that Pesce and the Garibaldini set off to join the defensive line. A second prong of the attack, meanwhile, was already at the gates of Brihuega. This strategic town lay in the bowl of a deep valley at the center of the Alqueria region. The third, entirely Spanish division was pushing along the broad valley of the river Badiel to the north and, beyond that, down the valley of the river Henares. This was the start of Franco's fourth major attempt at taking or encircling Madrid, after the offensives at University City, La Coruna Highway and Jarama. The war had grown in dimension with each major offensive and, in terms of the number of attacking troops, this was the biggest so far. 5. Just as the shock troops of the international brigades had played a crucial role in the previous major battles, so it quickly became their task to absorb the initial shock of the attack launched by Mussolini's men. The latter were experimenting with what they called Guerra Celere, fast war, which would soon be better known in its German version as Blitzkrieg. This involved the rapid conquest of land in assaults spearheaded by tanks, supported by artillery or aviation and followed by motorized infantry, who, in Spain, were moved swiftly in the hundreds of trucks that the Italians had shipped with them. With the Republic caught unprepared, every extra hour that could be gained by slowing down Mussolini's men was potentially invaluable. Over the next few days, a large part of this task would fall to the international brigades who, between the start of the war and the end of March 1937, had registered a total of 18,714 foreign volunteers as having joined their ranks, including 2,124 Italians. More than 1,000 volunteers were already dead, and many more were injured or missing. The level of loss was already making it difficult to maintain 5 full brigades of up to 3,000 men each, along with an increasing number of smaller international artillery and tank units as well as the training camps, hospitals, and logistical bases they now needed. 6. While Mussolini had been preparing his troops to fight a large land battle on Spanish soil, the process of appeasement had been continuing apace around the rest of Europe. Over the previous weeks, countries including Britain, France, Portugal, Hungary, Ireland, and Canada had all approved some kind of ban on joining the international brigades. American passports were stamped not valid for travel to Spain, and the Multinational Non-Intervention Committee had begun the process of setting up controls on the Spanish border. On March 8, the International Board of Non-Intervention had formally come into being, with hundreds of land and sea-based observation officers operating under a Dutch vice-admiral. A Danish officer, Colonel Lund, was in charge of watching over the French border. This took the non-intervention farce to another level, since Germany, Italy, and Russia were all board members. Maritime patrols were also initiated, with Germany and Italy given the task of patrolling the entire eastern seaboard. The latter simply used this as cover while their own invisible pirate submarines set about sinking Republican shipping. This made passing the frontier somewhat more difficult, but boats, and sometimes buses, still carried people into Spain. Volunteers also began to use routes that involved hiking over the Pyrenees at night, and more than 1,000 were now arriving every month. The French authorities closed their eyes a little, since the government was, according to Jean Chaintron Barthel, under pressure from the workers. 7. The attack by Mussolini's troops had originally been planned as the second part of a pincer movement coinciding with the Jarama offensive. Given the size of the Italian army in Spain, that plan might well have worked, but it was not ready in time for Jarama. The international brigades claimed some of the credit for that, since 13 Brigade had helped slow the Italians down by harassing them on the Motril front. Despite the vast convoys of vehicles needed to transport Mussolini's army, Republican intelligence had failed to realize what was being planned. 2 Italian divisions had been moved nearby in mid-February, yet the Republican command was convinced that the next attack would come near El Pardo or at Jarama. 8. Mussolini's generals had concluded that the failure to break through at Jarama proved that Franco was too cautious and conservative. They had already practiced their guerra celera in Abyssinia and were determined to prove that they were the true masters of modern mechanized warfare. Spain was an ideal stage for that. Mussolini's wider ambition was to control a large swathe of the Mediterranean, the Mare Nostrum of the Roman Empire, with Spain as a lesser ally. 9. If his men could conquer Madrid, where Franco's men had failed, that would establish him even more firmly as the leader of the greatest power in the Mediterranean basin. The Italians had detailed plans, over 40,000 well-armed troops, their own air force, and an exaggerated sense of self-confidence. Their army was made up of 3 black shirt divisions drawn from the fascist militias, nominally volunteer units that acted as part of Italy's military reserve, with names, Dio Voli / God Wills It, Fiamnir / Black Flames, and Pennaneer / Black Feathers, heavily laden with fascist symbolism. Though commanded by regular army officers, they were mostly made up of reservists from the Milizia Volontaria per la Sicurezza Nazionale, MVSN, many of whom came from the poor peasantry of southern Italy, enticed by the regular salaries and other promised rewards. Their ethos, nonetheless, was fascist, and they saw themselves as participating in a glorious crusade to spread Mussolini's credo around the Mediterranean. 10. Completing Mussolini's army in Spain was the Littorio division of regular soldiers, led by the white-bearded General Annibale Bergonzoli, also known as Barba Elettrica, or Electric Whiskers. 11. More than 85% of Franco's attacking army for this new offensive, then, were Italian, the only other direct Francoist support on the ground coming from the 6,000-strong Spanish-Moroccan Soria division. On the Republican side, the bulk of the troops remained Spanish, but some 3,500 volunteers from 11 and 12 international brigades would do much of the fighting over the first few days. The Italians' shared victory in Malaga had persuaded them that they were vastly superior to the Republican army, if not to Spanish soldiers in general. Their previous campaign in Abyssinia had been the bullying of a poor, underdeveloped country by a modern, industrialist power, but to Mussolini it was proof of fascist Italy's glorious future. The Italian dictator, who was sailing towards Libya on the recently built Italian Navy flagship Pola, was following the campaign intently. 12. The Russian advisor Kirill Merezkov, a 27-year Red Army veteran and future Marshal of the Soviet Union who went by the nom de guerre of Pavlovich, visited the Guadalajara front on the first day of the Francoist attack and was shocked to find no real defensive line. Instead, a largely imaginary 80-kilometer-long front was defended by scattered units of the Republic's largely untested 12th Division, who were positioned on hilltops and at road junctions. In other words, the gently undulating woodland and clay fields of the Alqueria region lay wide open to attack. 13 Beyond lay Guadalajara and the road into Madrid. The main thrust of Mussolini's men was along two roads that ran west across a 10-kilometer wide plain. This was bordered on one side by the river Tajuna, with the main crossing point at Brihuega, and on the other by the steep escarpment that overlooked the valley of the river Badil, where the Soria division was advancing. The French highway ran parallel to the escarpment, almost touching it at some points. A string of small, dirt-poor villages, populated by one- and two-story peasant houses 14 stretched along it from Almadrones, where the first day's advance halted, to the town of Torija. A solid, square medieval castle was a sign of the latter's strategic importance, overlooking both the plain and the entrance to a narrow valley where the French highway dipped down towards Guadalajara. The attackers, 4 Italian divisions and the Soria division, outnumbered the original, inexperienced defensive force by 6-1 in men and by much more than that in tanks, artillery, and machine guns, according to a report drawn up later by the gaunt and bespectacled Red Army advisor to the international brigades known as Simonov, aka Valois, whose real name was Boris Similov. He exaggerated the ratios, which were probably 5-1 in men, but thousands of trucks and some 140 armored cars and tanks mounted with heavy machine guns and flamethrowers accompanied the fascist armies. In terms of the most important infantry weapon, the machine gun, the imbalance was even more stark. The Republicans were outnumbered 20-1.15. Detailed plans had been drawn up. The Italian aim was to punch through this front and, within a week, link up with the Jarama forces to complete an encirclement of Madrid. That, they believed, would bring a swift end to the war. By March 8 the 4 divisions were in place near Sigüenza, and ready to advance. Republican spotter planes arrived in the afternoon and were amazed to see a tail of trucks and Fiat Ansaldo tanks stretching back for 10 kilometers along the French highway, as several hundred Italian vehicles readied to push further forwards. 16 A unit of 7 Republican T-26B tanks was not far away and reached the front line by midday. Together with a Spanish infantry unit, they slowed the Italian progress by launching a series of daring, lightning raids, copying the tactics that had proved so effective at breaking up much smaller attacks at Jarama. The superior firepower, armor, and maneuverability of the Russian tanks proved crucial once more, with just 7 T-26s capable of stiffening the resolve of the inexperienced Republican infantry by slowing the progress of an Italian division of 10,000 men, who ended the day 5 kilometers short of their target. The Republican command, however, still did not believe that this was the big attack they had been expecting somewhere near Madrid and took only limited measures to reinforce the front. 17 They decided, instead, to wait. The next day Mussolini's men continued their rapid advance before running into sustained resistance from the international brigaders and others. Late in the afternoon, at a crossroads on kilometer 83 of the French highway. They were already more than halfway to Guadalajara and had covered a third of the distance to Madrid in 36 hours. If they continued at the same pace, they would be in Madrid in 4 days. This did not quite live up to the boast of General Rota that, by the end of March 9, we will be in Guadalajara, and within 2 days in Madrid, but it was still a serious threat to the capital. The Republican command had belatedly realized that the attack was serious, and Hans Kalla's Edgar André, accompanied by a Russian advisor known as Alberti, and Commune de Paris battalions reached the crucial crossroads at kilometer 83 late in the day. Ludwig Wren recalled a desolate plain, barren and shrouded in mist, where the damp chilled the men's bones and the slightest breeze cut through them like a sharpened knife. 18 The brigaders appeared as the inexperienced Republican troops who had faced the enemy over the previous 36 hours retreated once more, having seen their own half a dozen tanks turn around to refuel. In the distance, 24 Italian tanks were rumbling slowly down the road. 19 Earlier in the day, Kirill Merezkov had visited Colonel Lacolle, the sapper officer in charge of the 12th Division, and found an unshaven man in a dirty undershirt, woolen socks, and night shoes. Colonel Lacolle now arrived at the crossroads and was shocked to see 24 fascist tanks trundling towards him. "What are they doing?" he asked. "Heading for Brugge," came the reply. Lacolle immediately ordered his driver to hurry back to the town, shouting, "I have family there." According to a disgusted Merezkov, he raced past the German Edgar André battalion from the 11 International Brigade, without even stopping to find out who they were or where they were going. 20 As a result, it was the Red Army veteran Merezkov, Wren, Kalla, and Lister, whose men were also on their way, who huddled over a map together and decided to make a stand at the crossroads. This was an important junction, with the Ruhr Straight country road leading southeast to Brugge, just 8 kilometers away. 2 huge poplars had been felled to block the road. 21 These and a single trench line were the only existing fortifications. Strangely, the Italian advance ground to a halt after a shell set fire to the Edgar André's ammunition truck. While everyone waited to see whether this would explode and devastate everything around it, it didn't. Night fell, drawing the curtain on the day's activity. In the meantime, the last of Kalla's battalions, the Thalmans, arrived and were told to install themselves in woodlands southeast of the crossroads. In the darkness, they immediately became disorientated and disorganized. 22 Though the Republican army was still chaotic, it had learned much over the previous 6 months. Teams of trench diggers were now brought in during the night, allowing those due to fight the following day to rest. That felt like luxury to the International Brigaders. It was, however, impossible to dig more than a few feet before hitting solid rock. 23 This meant less protection not just from enemy bullets but also from the icy winds and stinging rain that swept across the plain. On the right-hand side of the road, scrubby woodland and some gentle undulations in the land provided the only real cover. While the Thalmans tried to reorganize themselves in the damp, dark woods behind them, the other 2 battalions spent a calmer night waiting to see what the morning would bring. Their line was barely 2 kilometers wide and could be easily outflanked, but there were no other units available to extend it further. 24 The balance of force, then, was heavily tilted towards Mussolini's Italians. The weight of experience, however, lay on the other side. By now, all 6 volunteer battalions in 11 and 12 international brigades had been fighting for 5 months, Franco's 3 previous attempts at taking Madrid having served as their training schools. The officers and men who had survived the offensives at University City, La Coruna Highway and Jarama had learned much. They could defend, they knew, in theory, how to attack, and, above all, they could maintain their weapons and manage on scarce resources. They had no anti-tank guns, but had learned how to use special, armor-piercing ammunition in rifles and machine guns. In the middle of the night on March 9, 2 armored cars appeared, bringing them a stock of these precious, red-tipped bullets. 25 These, they knew, were usually given only to the best marksmen. They received word too that some of the better Spanish units in the Republican army were also being hurried to the Guadalajara front. Most of these men were experienced, reliable, no longer prone to panic and equal in ability to the best international brigades. None had arrived yet, but the knowledge that they were on their way was a reassurance since those Spanish units already based in the Alqueria could not be relied on. "We call those units positional," explained Merezkov, meaning that they might hold a position they were familiar with, but could do little else. 26. Under the guidance of the Russian advisors, a neatly defined triangle of land was turned into the defensive battlefield. It was bounded by three unusually straight roads and had Touraja, Brigades and the crossroads at kilometer 83 of the French highway at its points. A first defensive line was meant to stretch between the latter 2 points. Behind that, the rest of the triangle was made up of mostly flat, rain-soaked fields and forest. It was a risky strategy. Touraja was the only reliable escape route for the defenders. Encirclement was a real danger and the longest side of the triangle measured just 15 kilometers. The tanks and trucks of the Italian Fascist Expeditionary Force could cover that distance in under an hour. The Republicans still had only a vague idea, however, of how large the approaching army was. 27 Nor did they know exactly where to find it. In fact, one of General Rota's divisions, advancing down another road, was already at the gates of Brigades. 2 corners of the triangle, Brigades and the crossroads at kilometer 83 on the French highway, were under immediate threat and only thinly defended. The rest had no defense at all. When a grey, cold day dawned on March 10, the volunteers peering through the drizzle from the crossroads could see what to expect. Just 3 kilometers down the road ahead of them, artillery batteries were being drawn up into firing positions and Fiat Ansaldo tanks were rumbling towards them. Mussolini's confidence in these tiny tanks, armed just with machine guns, was misplaced. So, too, was his general's inability to see the importance of having anti-aircraft and anti-tank weapons that could match the German guns that had been so successful at Jarama. Swedish volunteer Sixten Olsson, also known as Rajaby, recalled witnessing his company commander, a grumpy, 40-year-old manual worker from Berlin called Emil Wendt 28, exhorting Spanish tank commander Ecobedo Ferrer, who led a platoon of just 2 T-26 tanks, to engage with them. The damned line of tanks up on the road starts filling the forest with shrapnel and noise, but now Emil loses his patience, runs over to our tanks and half begs, half forces one of them into action. He stands tall on the tank, shouting his orders at the driver, with shrapnel flying all around him. The first shot hits too far away. Emil goes mad with rage. "Damned saboteur, you damn hillbilly, haven't you ever seen a cannon before? Well, shoot, you blubbering idiot." Bullseye. Emil goes mad again, but for the opposite reason this time. "Hombre, beloved hombre, una más one more, bueno, bueno. Not far enough." In an instant he changes temper again, showering the unfortunate Spaniard in the worst verbal abuse of 5 different languages imaginable. Another bullseye. Emil has lost every sense of civilized behavior, dancing a wild war dance up on the roof, while one ball of fire after the other points out the idiocy of the Italian boldness. 29. Needing little more encouragement, Ferrer raced forwards to disable 2 more tanks before spotting a group of 20 being refueled further down the road. Charging towards them, he opened fire and disabled several while setting several fuel trucks ablaze. In the chaos, the 2-man tank crews ran for cover and Ferrer was able to retire, blowing up or machine gunning some 15 infantry trucks along the way. For close on 2 hours, he had almost single-handedly held off the fascist advance. This remarkable act of daring, on its own, was enough to oblige the Italians to reorganize, gaining precious time for the defenders. When the next attack came, it was not supported by tanks and was easily repulsed, allowing 11 International Brigade to hold the crossroads all day. That night Rajaby and the Edgar André men toasted Wendt in either cognac or black wine, and never before has a company commander been so celebrated in such an unconventional way. 30 They were toasting a man who would die the following day. 28. The Italian Civil War, Brigades, March 10, 1937. At much the same time as Emil Wendt was performing his war dance and Eccobato Ferrer was driving his tank at the enemy on the morning of March 10, Giovanni Pesce and the Garibaldi battalion were struggling through the mud on either side of the undulating road that led from Torriglia to Brugge. 1 Lukacs had set up his command post in a square, four-story aristocrat's country house, the Palace of Don Luis, two-thirds of the way to Brugge. From there, they had spread out into a line on either side of the road, forming the southern edge of the defensive triangle, and walked towards Brugge. They were still not sure whether the town remained in Republican hands. In fact, the Italian fascist expeditionary troops had marched into Brugge that morning. 2 An angry Wren claimed it had been taken without a shot being fired. 3 Already a veteran of several battles, Pesce had celebrated his 19th birthday just over a fortnight earlier. His company dragged their heavy Maxim machine guns through clay-like mud and puddles of icy water into the fields beside the road, having been told not to dismantle them into smaller, lighter parts. They might be needed at any moment, they were reminded. 4 When the Maxim sank almost as far as their axles, they were hauled onto the stronger men's shoulders. The Russian version of this gun weighed 60 kilos, though the iron protection plate was often carried separately. The Garibaldi's orders were to block the road to Torriglia and work their way into the hills northwest of Brugge. They were due to be joined, during the day, by the rest of 12th Brigade, the Polish Dąbrowski and a rebuilt André Marty, which now had so many Spaniards in it that it was often called the French-Spanish Battalion. All were still under the command of the ever-elegant Lukacs. When they were just 3 kilometers short of Brugge, Pesce saw a motorcycle heading towards them. As soon as he spotted them, the rider screeched to a halt, backed up and raced off in the opposite direction. They had seen, briefly, their first Italian enemy. The enemy had also seen them. As they continued forward, troops appeared walking towards them. Before they could distinguish whether they were friend or foe, machine guns opened fire. The Garibaldis found themselves face down in the freezing mud and puddles, being shot at by fellow Italians. It was now obvious to them that Brugge had already been taken and that this was where they must make their stand. Pesce was aware of the size of the task. On this line, in front of the Guadalajara road, there is only our battalion, a few hundred men, when thousands would be needed, he wrote later. The first group of advancing troops then disappeared, giving the Garibaldi time to move 3 of its 5 companies into the woods overlooking the road, while Pesce's machine gun crew and 2 other companies dug themselves into the quagmire of mud in the open land on either side of it. Barantini produced a flash of the morale-raising gravitas expected of a former political commissar. At this moment, on this line defended by the Garibaldis, Madrid's fate will be decided, he told his men. 5 Soon the CTV's light Fiat Ansaldo tanks were clanking down the road towards them, spraying men and mud with bullets, and this miniature Italian civil war claimed its first victims. When Pesce and the other heavy machine gunners returned fire, however, the thinly armored tanks turned around. Lukacs's other battalions reached the Palace of Don Luis and the village of Fuentes de la Alqueria later on March 10. The Dąbrowski were immediately ordered to deploy on the right of the Garibaldi, just as the attackers built up what might have been a dangerous flanking maneuver. Crucially, 10 T-26 tanks now arrived to support the brigade. When another attack began on their left flank, threatening the wide, empty space that separated them from Calla's 11th Brigade, the André Marty battalion was deployed and, with help from the tanks, brought it to a halt. It's hard to say how events would have unfolded if the 12th Brigade had arrived a few hours later, Samolov observed in his report. 6 Lukacs now had no reserves. Meanwhile, the Italians were planning a much stronger attack from Brugge for 4 p.m. with a force 4 times as large as 12th Brigade. By the time this happened, however, another 3 Spanish battalions had appeared and one was sent to him. The Spaniards arrived just in time, allowing him to place them beside the Dąbrowski and thwart yet another flanking attempt. A large gap still existed, however, between the 2 international brigades. When Wren and Calla visited Lukacs that evening, driving down a road clogged with refugees, they agreed that if more reinforcements did not arrive soon the Italians would turn us into sausage meat. 7 Fortunately, there was a series of delays. The weather was still too bad for either side to fly reconnaissance aircraft. It also reduced visibility on the ground, making it difficult to explore terrain. Both sides were often confused about where the front was, especially in the forests where patrols wandered about blindly, and a number of prisoners were taken when they simply walked into Republican lines by mistake. It was not always clear, either, whether the Italians they met were friend or foe. "Don't shoot, we are Italians," one side would shout. "So are we," the others would reply. The first Garibaldi volunteers to die at the hands of their countrymen were 4 members of a patrol who were captured, tied to a tree and executed. 8. Pesce was part of an overnight forest patrol that found itself with a particularly magnificent prize, the entire headquarters staff of one of the Littorio Division battalions. To begin with, neither side was sure who had captured whom. "Arrendativi! Surrender!" the Italian CTV soldiers shouted. "Arrendativi voi! You surrender," 9 Pesce's companions replied. Eventually, it became obvious that the regular army soldiers of the Littorio Division were surrounded. Their battalion commander, Major Antonio Luciano, surrendered with 2 other officers and 46 men from his machine gun group. "He told us that he had been called up for Spain, and had simply obeyed orders," Pesce recalled. He also requested that, if they were going to shoot him, they do so quickly. Under interrogation that night, Major Luciano became the first reliable source of intelligence about the size of the approaching army. A skeleton defensive line was now in place, but the Italians had numerous reserves to throw at it, and 12 Brigades' right flank was, as Samolov described it, hanging in the air. 10 There were also plenty of other routes available that would enable the fascists to march on Torija and bring defeat. The results of the first stage of the operation should be recognized as quite favorable for the Italians, said Samolov. Almost half of their forces had yet to enter the battle, and they had the possibility of launching maneuvers on both flanks. 11. The following day, March 11, Pesce and his companions, though soaked to the skin and frozen, were still in place. So too were the 5 other international battalions. More importantly, there was now frenzied activity behind them. Major Luciano's sensational information about the size of the enemy army had, overnight, forced the Republican command to recognize the extent of the threat. A new army corps was being rapidly organized to counter it, with 2 divisions to cover the flanks and 1 division to defend the crucial triangle. The latter division was to be built around the 2 international brigades and would include many of the Republic's very best troops, led by Lister and the equally legendary, if unpredictable, Valentin Gonzalez, known as El Campesino, the peasant. Lister himself was placed in charge of the whole division. His men, however, would not arrive until the following night. 12 Until then, the 6 international battalions would have to do much of the fighting. By now the rest of Republican Spain had also woken up to the fact that an Italian army was fighting its way towards Madrid. A clever Republican slogan, "Spain is not Abyssinia," had been coined, and proved hugely popular. It tapped into Spanish pride and became a rallying call for defense. 13 The might of the Italian expeditionary force was, however, about to be launched at what all sides now recognized as the Republican weak spot, Torija. If what Wren called this large pueblo with its miserable houses 14 could be taken, the fascists would be at the gates of Guadalajara and the international brigaders would struggle to escape. At 10:30 a.m. on the morning of the 11th, an artillery barrage announced the beginning of a day-long attempt to dislodge the Garibaldis and destroy the defensive triangle from the Brihuega corner. Icy rain was falling and the men were soon shivering, fingers numb against barrels of guns and rifles, in their wet, frozen uniforms. It was a challenging start to their most difficult day yet. Mussolini's forces, however, were still confused about exactly where the Garibaldis and the rest of Lukács's brigade were situated. They seemed to have assumed that they would all be hidden in the forest and that the road from Brihuega to Torija formed a sort of no man's land. The following morning two disorientated Italian trucks drove along the road up to the brigaders' lines and only stopped when Pesse machine-gunned their tires from his foxhole beside the road. They had been carrying supplies, including letters, newspapers, and parcels, to Italian officers in Brugge. Leafing through the newspapers, Pesse read that Mussolini was now boasting about a rearmament campaign that would provide Italy with 8 million bayonets-armed men. Il Duce was sure that the courage and tenacity of our legionaries will overcome all enemy resistance. Crushing the international forces, international brigades will provide us with a hugely important political and military success. I inform the legionaries that I am following their progress minute by minute and that this will be crowned with victory. 15. Shortly afterwards another two trucks drove up, apparently believing that the first two simply needed towing back. The Garibaldis were so well dug in that, even though they were just a few meters away, the new arrivals could not see them as they descended from their cabs, lit cigarettes, chatted and tried to attach chains to the other vehicles. A short burst of fire encouraged them to surrender. 16 Two Italians fell to their knees, weeping and begging for mercy. Their officers had told them that captured troops were routinely shot. It took them a while to understand that this would not be the case. Fiat Ansaldo tanks appeared once more, turned around and then returned with artillery support. As attacks continued during the day, Pesse began to fear that they could not hold the position. The attrition and cold conditions sapped the men's morale. The occasional shout of "No passeran" provided only momentary cheer as the fascists advanced through the forest to their left and took an old hunting lodge known as the Palace of Ibarra. 17 On the road, however, the red-tipped, armor-piercing rounds being used by the Garibaldi volunteers caused havoc with the lightweight Italian tanks, which Pesse deemed easy to perforate. 18. The fighting on the French highway was much harder and the Edgar André and Commune de Paris eventually lost control of the crossroads. That afternoon, for the first time, General Rota put his flame-throwing tanks at the front of the advance. These appeared by surprise, spitting 20-meter-long bursts of flame, turning anything in their path to charcoal and leaving behind puffs of oily black smoke. As a killing weapon, the flamethrower may have been less effective than a machine gun, but this was more than compensated for by its ability to strike terror into the hearts of even the most battle-hardened soldiers. The truth is that they were frightening. The tank advanced, spewing flames at us from its tube. But when we realized that the flame only traveled 15 or 20 meters and that it then immediately went out, we realized that if we protected ourselves well the tank wasn't that dangerous, one commissar told Alexander Rodimstaff, a 32-year-old, beret-wearing Russian advisor who was to play a major role in the defense of Stalingrad. 19 By then it was too late. The Italians had found a way through. The Edgar André Battalion, positioned on the right side of the highway, suffered worst. They were eventually left with just 1 out of 7 machine guns functioning, before their positions were overrun by fascist infantry and much of the battalion was wiped out. 20. Platoon Commander Sixten Rajabi was one of a handful of Edgar André walking wounded who limped back along the French highway, convinced that there were no reserves behind them and the battle was lost. In my section, there were 2 of us left. The company commander Emile Wendt had been killed by a dum-dum to his head. So we moved backwards, those of us who could move, Rajabi recalled. I tried to gather up abandoned weapons, a light machine gun, 2 rifles, and 3 heavy hand grenades. Then I felt a blow to my hip. A bullet had gone clean through, just a few decimeters in from the widest part of my body. But it didn't break any bones. I could walk, barely. After a while I had to drop the grenades, then the rifles. It was too heavy, carrying it all. I saw a big German walking there. That's the picture I remember the most clearly. He wasn't carrying anything, which I thought was wrong. You should make use of everything you can. So I asked him if he couldn't help carry something. Then he lifted his shirt, and I saw the blood pulsating from a hole in his chest. Someone else took care of the machine gun. Some Spaniards gave me a hand, so I could limp on. Then suddenly we saw the second line. It was there, after all. 21. The reinforcements Rajabi saw were probably from the Spanish 50 Brigade, who were positioned at around kilometer 77 on the French highway near Trijouaquet, with a platoon of tanks and an artillery battery. This is also where Mussolini's men halted for the night. They were now just 4 kilometers from Torija, and the defensive triangle had been squeezed to almost a quarter of its original size, occupying a sliver of land measuring no more than 14 square kilometers. More dangerously, there was still a large undefended gap between the main block of Kala's 11 Brigade men on the right-hand side of the French highway and Lukács's 12 Brigade. If the attacking troops found the gap, then Torija would likely fall soon after. For Samolov this was the moment of maximum jeopardy. A crisis situation had developed again, he admitted. It was even worse than the evening of 9 March. Then the snow, which had already appeared sporadically, started to fall solidly. 22. When dawn broke on Friday, March 12, the battlefield was dusted with snow, which soon began to melt into pools of muddy slush. The fascist advance was 4 days old and poised just short of a crucial target at Torija. This must have been the night when Pesce, who wrote a memoir of the battle 16 years later but was unsure of dates, walked northeast into the forest with 4 men to reconnoitre the fascists' positions. At times they were just a few meters from other Italians, though these soldiers were mostly concentrating on staying warm and, if possible, dry. Crawling through the mud to a spot where they could look out over the highways that curled down the hillsides into Brugge, the party saw the headlights of numerous trucks entering the town. Some were towing artillery and groups of men were marching through the dark. 4 hours later they reported back to Barantini, the CTV was preparing for another push. 23. Rota had decided to throw the last of his divisions into the battle. Some 24 battalions were now quartered in or around Brugge. These were to be sent against the Garibaldis and the other 3 battalions commanded by Lukács, including, now, a reserve battalion of Spaniards. At the same time, the fresh regular army Littorio division was expected to smash its way through on the French highway, take Torija, and drive a wedge between the 2 international brigades. 24. The situation was increasingly critical and, with the Italians looking likely to break through, the following day Lukács received orders to sacrifice his entire brigade if necessary. 25. On the French highway, the Republican aim now was to recover Trijouaquet, the last village before Torija, which had been taken by Mussolini's soldiers the night before. The task was given to Lister's newly arrived men, while the Thalmann and Calas borrowed Spanish battalion, named La Pasionaria, tried to widen the front towards 12 International Brigade. A gap still existed between them, and a tank unit was ordered to guard it. Bad weather and organizational chaos prevented the Italians from launching their own attack until midday. The snow and rain were beginning to wreak havoc with their mechanized divisions, which were now restricted to the main roads. Engines would not start, the snow-blinded drivers covered the roads with slush and caused vehicles to slip off the road. Then, suddenly, the clouds lifted. The Republican Air Force, stationed nearby, finally took off. Airfields were still waterlogged, so only a dozen light fighters could take to the air, but these quickly found an entire Littorio regiment backed up in trucks over a 5-kilometer stretch of the French highway. Arrayed in a continuous long line, they made a perfect target. The fighters strafed at will, provoking chaos. Trucks blew up, ran into each other and threw men, machinery, and munitions into the snow. Some stood blazing in the middle of the highway, while shocked Italian fascist soldiers shivered in the cold. This meant the Littorio division did not reach Trijouaquet until midday, by which time Lister's men, accompanied by 2 companies of tanks, were counter-attacking towards the village. They now found themselves forced to cope with the full Italian offensive and were pushed back to within a kilometer of Torija. At the same time, Italian infantry and tanks streamed out of Brugge to attack Lukács's men, while a CTV battalion slogged through the mud into the gap that separated them from 11 Brigade. The commander of the Republican Air Squadron had flown a reconnaissance mission over Brugge that morning and found it overflowing with Italian fascist soldiers. He calculated that at least 800 vehicles were in the area, 400 of them squeezed into Brugge itself. At 2:30 p.m., just an hour after the Italian attack began, he reappeared with his entire squadron. The troops packed into the narrow streets of Brugge or gathered in their starting positions for the attack were an even easier target than the trucks on the French highway. Soon the streets of Brugge were littered with burning vehicles and the corpses of men and animals. Lister chose to counterattack at the moment when Italian morale was beginning to ebb. He was heavily outnumbered in men, machine guns, and rifles, but the balance of tanks was now just 2-1 against him. The superior quality of the Russian vehicles turned that into an overall advantage, with one observer boasting that our tanks were driven right over their tankettes, which just crunched. 26 Lister's infantry also waded into the muddy fields of the defensive triangle from the French highway. This was now so small that tanks could avoid the mud and drive along the roads that marked its edges to fire at will on the enemy. Trapped in the mud, with tanks bombarding them, the Italian infantry lasted just 20 minutes before fleeing. That saved Lukács's men from being cut off, and El Campesino's troops arrived after dark, closing the gap that separated them from Calla's men. For the first time in Spain, Mussolini's men had been pushed back. The distance was not great, but the momentum had changed. The tide had begun to turn in the Italian civil war being fought on Spanish soil and, to the satisfaction of Pesce and the Garibaldi volunteers, Mussolini's swaggering fascism looked set for its first major defeat in over a decade. Not a single Republican tank or aircraft had been lost that day. The capacity of the international brigades to resist attack had, once more, proved vital. 29. The Battle of the Loudspeakers, Palace of Ibarra, Brugge, March 13, 1937. The armored truck that pulled up in the forest by the Palace of Ibarra near Brugge looked nothing like a weapon of war. In fact, there was something monstrously comical about it. Lying on its side, with its giant square mouth hanging off the trailer and its point balanced above the driver's cab, lay a bizarre machine that looked vaguely like a slumbering Eiffel Tower. This was, in fact, a giant loudspeaker known as the Altavas del Frente, big enough to bellow Italian phrases at the men crouched behind their weapons inside the hunting lodge's thick, low walls. One of the Garibaldi's propaganda team was talking into it. "Allo, allo, Italians, peasants, soldiers, officers, listen to the voice of the country. Return to your homes. Your wives and children are waiting for you. Return to your homes, you do not have to die." Young people aged 18, who together with the over 50s were sent to Spain as cattle to the slaughterhouse. They told you that you were going to Abyssinia, but they took you to Spain. They promised that you would work, but they brought you to a massacre. 1. First employed at Jarama, the loudspeakers had quickly become one of the political commissar's favorite tools to weaken the enemy's morale. Amongst those writing the propagandist scripts, together with leaflets dropped on Mussolini's men, were the International Brigades Commissar Inspector General Luigi Longo, and his wife Teresa Nos, who edited the Italian Brigaders newspaper, Il Volontario della Libertà. Day and night, the commissars blasted out slogans warning the Italian militia volunteers in front of them of their mistake and promising them a warm reception if they deserted. Central to the message was the idea that Mussolini had tricked them into coming to Spain against their will. This was mostly a lie. Like the groups of Portuguese and Irish volunteers who had also joined Franco's side, the vast majority of the CTV militia had known exactly where they were going. 2 A small number probably did not, or not until it was too late for them to abandon their unit without punishment. More importantly, however, this story of Mussolini's wicked trickery guaranteed them decent treatment when captured. It was also the story that the Garibaldis and the Spanish Republic wanted the world to hear. The only true volunteers were meant to be in the international brigades, who were on the right side of history, politics, and morality. The only way, therefore, that the working classes could have been recruited by the other side was through lies and deceit. Listening to the loudspeaker broadcasts, Giovanni Pesce reflected that this was what he himself wished to believe since, like most Garibaldini, he felt no joy in killing ordinary fellow Italians. "We must not tire of enlightening them," he said. 3 Gustav Regler agreed. "That was what I had come for, to point out the new frontiers and abolish the old. The revolution in ideas. The true civil war in all its tremendous novelty, to bring about the disintegration of the enemy, to unmask the lying propaganda. To restore humanity in the midst of murder. For this was, unsurprisingly, the tale many captured fascist prisoners told their interrogators, repeating the stories broadcast by the Altavas del Frente or read in Republican leaflets. They had thought they were going to Abyssinia to police Italy's new colonial conquests in return for land to work, they claimed, and had only been told they were going to Spain to shoot at fellow Southern European peasants after they had boarded ships at Gaeta. Instead of disembarking in Africa, they had found themselves put ashore at Cadiz and then moved north to the freezing Alcaria plain. We protested to our officers, but they threatened us. Then they promised the war would be over in a few days, that it would be easy, one of them told Pesse after he was taken prisoner. Others admitted they had known they were coming to Spain, but it was simply a way to escape unemployment. 5. Proof that the propaganda was having some impact came from the Italian artillery, which tried constantly to put the loudspeaker car out of action. According to Pesse, prisoners were soon telling them how enormous the impression produced by the speeches pronounced in Italian was, as many soldiers have then begun to reflect and became convinced we were right. 6 Nobody appears to have worried that their excuses suggested that they would have happily killed Africans in Abyssinia instead. The exception to that were the Abyssinian volunteers in the international brigades themselves, a handful of whom had joined the Garibaldi. When Regler arrived here, he came across one of them, whose father had been hanged by Mussolini. He was delighted at the opportunity to take revenge and greeted Regler by drawing a finger across his throat. "Mio giorno, my day," he announced. The Dombrowski Poles, positioned beside the Garibaldis, also had little patience with Mussolini's troops and bridled at being ordered to scatter leaflets near their lines. Like the Abyssinians, the Poles simply saw men who wished to kill them. If the Italians on the other side are so ready to desert, why aren't they shooting their officers? "We aren't the Salvation Army," one of them protested to Regler. 7. Whatever the truth about the CTV militiamen's motivations, when the Garibaldis prepared to storm the Palace of Ibarra the following day, March 14, Ilio Barantini warned them not to believe their own propaganda about facing innocent, weak-willed fools. The hunting lodge and forest around it were defended by highly driven soldiers from the ardently fascist Lupi Battalion, the Wolves, he reminded them. "Keep in mind that it is a fortified place, commanded by officers who are fanatical fascists. They will resist and shoot until the last man," he told them. "You know that we can't match the superiority of their arms. We only have our courage." In the assault that followed, he was proved right. The sturdy shooting lodge had to be reduced almost to rubble by tank and machine gun fire. Then it was stormed. The defenders were eventually surrounded, but when Garibaldi officer Nunzio Guarini invited them to surrender, the answer came in the form of a hand grenade, which killed him instantly. In the bloody battle which followed, the Garibaldis were helped by men from the André Marti Battalion and Asturian miners armed with explosives. Eventually, the palace was conquered and a further 262 Italians captured. 9 This helped ensure the Garibaldis' control of the forest, whose edges now became their line of defense. Any attack would have to advance over open ground towards troops, artillery, and tanks hidden amongst the low oaks and thick scrub. There was, in any case, little chance of that happening. General Rota had decided the previous day, when his forces had first been obliged to retreat, that the offensive stage of the battle was over. He blamed the weather, but his inability to foresee how this might trap his army on narrow, slushy roads while it was attacked by aircraft, tanks, and infantry was mostly to blame. The stubborn defense of the two international brigades, the courageous attack of Lister's men and, above all, the skirmishing tanks and roaming, low-level aircraft, had stopped the Italian advance. So, too, had the Commissar's comical loudspeakers. As Rota tried to hold on to the land conquered so far and set about establishing a defensive line on 14 and March 15, the Republican Army began to prepare a proper counterattack. 10. Rota's Army Corps still had more men and weapons than the three Republican divisions that had been created to attack it, but morale and Russian hardware evened out the balance. The major Republican attack came on March 18, with Lukács's brigade given the task of occupying Brugge itself. That afternoon, after the clouds parted, a wave of 70 aircraft launched a devastating attack on the town and positions around it. Next, the brigaders discovered how difficult it was to attack across the waterlogged fields and the clinging, clay mud of the Alcaria, with several tanks becoming stuck. Lukács's men moved slowly, but, by the end of the day, the Italian division in Brugge was almost surrounded. The Republican commanders would later rue the fact that, on other side of the town, the inexperienced Republican 70 Brigade failed to shut off the one remaining exit route. Brugge itself was by now so cluttered with burning vehicles and panicked men that the only way out was on foot. The motorized units around it, meanwhile, fled down the only open road. At nightfall, the 1st International Brigade units entered the town, finding the Italian 1st Division's hastily abandoned headquarters, with all its paperwork. More than 300 fascist soldiers had fallen captive, along with 150 machine guns, 6 tanks, 30 artillery pieces and a vast stock of munitions. Over 500 Italians lay dead in the forests, on the muddy fields or in the rubble and twisted metal in the streets of Brugge, which Samolov described as looking like an entire cemetery of burned and destroyed vehicles. 11 As the town's inhabitants emerged from basements and cellars, the brigaders experienced, for the very first time, the joy of being received as liberators. This moment would be attributed to the Garibaldis, but members of the Polish Dąbrowski later complained that their role in the victory had been deliberately suppressed for propaganda purposes. Having defeated one of the 4 Italian divisions, the Republicans aimed to destroy another the following day, March 19. The target was the regular Army Littorio division deployed on and around the French highway. The aim was to carry out a pincer movement that would force it back past the crossroads at kilometer 83 and trap it on the next few kilometers of road. The attack was timed to start at 2 p.m. Before it began, however, Rota decided to withdraw his army. Reserves were drawn in from other fronts to create a line of defense, and by 11:30 that morning, intelligence from the Republican Air Force reported that trucks from the Littorio division were driving back up the French highway. Looking down on the trucks' canvas canopies, the pilots were unable to say whether these were empty or full of retreating men. When the Edgar André Battalion eventually confirmed that a full retreat was underway, the pursuit began. The Littorio division was strafed from the air and chased by tanks. The Edgar André, joining Lister's troops, advanced unopposed past the crucial crossroads at kilometers 83 where so many of its men had died a week earlier. Lister's tanks charged on another 12 kilometers before meeting the Italians' new defensive line while, elsewhere, the infantry units that had proved so adaptable over small stretches of terrain, found it much harder to maintain the momentum of a long pursuit over unfamiliar countryside. By nighttime it was clear that the Littorio division had been thrown back, leaving large amounts of war materiel behind, but also that it had managed to escape. 12. Once again, it became clear that the Republican Army's impressive ability to improvise effective defense did not mean it could also attack well. The following day, March 20, the Republican pursuit continued, but stalled when it met a strong defensive line that had been set up at kilometer 95 on the French highway. Republican spotter planes, however, found Italian convoys on the road behind it. Trucks stood 2 or 3 abreast, moving slowly or standing still in traffic jams. 67 Republican aircraft took part in what a later generation of English-speaking military pilots would have called a turkey shoot. Trucks crashed into one another, men ran into the fields, and the convoys ground to halt. A 10-kilometer stretch of the highway became one continuous target, which for 20 minutes the planes strafed in long, straight runs. Soon the road was choked with burning vehicles, exploding fuel trucks and wounded, dead, dazed or panicked soldiers. Alghero was full of Italian corpses. The aircraft returned soon afterwards, repeating their assault on the convoy. Several hundred vehicles had been destroyed, and Samolov calculated that this one day's destruction added an extra month to the time the Italians would need to rebuild their forces. 13. When the Republican infantry attacked that afternoon, expecting to join the pursuit, it found a stubborn wall of resistance. The few prisoners taken that day turned out not to be Italians, but Spaniards. With the Italian attack crumbling, Franco had brought in his own troops to shore up the front. This was still 30 kilometers further forward than before the original Italian advance, but, to the chagrin of Mussolini, the Italian army corps had been defeated. It was a huge blow to Il Duce's reputation. For the first time, his chest-puffing arrogance looked like hubris. Even Franco's Spanish generals now laughed at their pompous Italian counterparts. Officers at Franco's headquarters in Salamanca reportedly stopped saluting their Italian superiors. Frank Thomas, the Welsh mercenary who had joined Franco's legion, and would soon desert, found the German ground troops just as delighted as his Spanish comrades. Being friendly with several Germans in a nearby tank corps, I had heard the news about Guadalajara quickly, and the Germans were, paradoxically, since they are Italian allies, as pleased as we were, he said. 14 Franco's officers composed a song with the line, "Guadalajara is not Abyssinia, here the Reds are chucking bombs which actually explode." The Italians would stay, and play a major part in the war, but from now on Franco increasingly took his advice from Hitler's commanders. For the Republic, the Battle of Guadalajara had been a resounding victory. The world heard about it soon enough. Herbert Matthews of the New York Times claimed that Guadalajara is for fascism what Berlin was for Napoleon, referring to the Spanish War of Independence in 1808 and the first major defeat of a Napoleonic army. He also pointed out, however, that whenever it looked like the Republic might be winning, Hitler and Mussolini stepped up their aid. It is all very logical and very obvious, but sooner or later it must either stop or be made so overwhelming so as to ensure a quick victory for Franco. The other alternative is a European war, he wrote. 15. The men of the Garibaldi Battalion, meanwhile, had won their miniature civil war, even if they had taken little satisfaction in killing and capturing so many fellow Italians. That seemed tragic. 16 For those who had been waiting for the Republic to recover the initiative and begin the process of defeating Franco's fascist uprising, the battle provided a first injection of optimism. The tide, they believed, had finally turned. It was no longer a question of no pasarán. They shall not pass, but of avanzaremos. We will advance. 30. Blue Nose and the Deserters, Valencia, April 20, 1937. Augusta Licour slept overnight in a park in Valencia in the warm late spring, pretending to be a deserter from the international brigades. The following day he began his search for the man known only as Nez Blue, Blue Nose. This was the nickname of the man who acted as the chief conduit for those French volunteers wishing to escape Spain and return home. Licour, a political commissar who was on a special mission for André Marty, carried a fake ID card identifying him as a French volunteer called Paul Rahart. The commander of the International Brigade's headquarters had briefed him personally, ranting about suspected traitors. Marty, as everybody knew, saw spies and saboteurs everywhere, Licour observed later. It is true that there were some of these, but they were far cleverer than him. 1. In the morning, after spending the night in the park, Licour loitered by the gates to the French consulate in Valencia and approached two young men who were carrying a large cauldron of food from there to the neighboring French school, which enjoyed diplomatic protection and was known to be where deserters were housed. 2 They advised him to go to the Café de Francais in the port and ask for Blue Nose. There, he met two French deserters who had arranged to see Blue Nose in the consulate that afternoon, and tagged along to the meeting. Blue Nose, he discovered, was the same Captain Yves Eligo who had briefly been given command of the André Marty battalion but had been sacked before it had even gone into action. After carrying out various tasks in the rearguard, the 49-year-old former notary's clerk and French Army Reserve officer had abandoned the international brigades at the end of January 3 and now worked with the consulate. Licoeur was then taken to the French school where a group of at least 17 deserters had been gathered together, and were being fed, prior to repatriation. Some had been here for 2 months. It was no paradise. Most men slept on the floor, he wrote. For a single fountain provided water and somewhere to wash. The volunteers did not go out, since they faced arrest by police and feared being shot for cowardice. He listened to the men's stories and decided that they were not the dangerous bunch of Trotskyists or fascist spies that Marty had told him to expect. I soon realized that these were neither communists, nor Trotskyists, nor anarchists, but mostly adventurers who had come for a change of scenery rather than in pursuit of any ideal, he said. Once they realized that they were involved in a real war, that was being fought with real bullets, with all the crudity of Spain and its civil war, they wanted to put an end to such a risky enterprise. 5. When it came to punishing the men, Licoeur preferred leniency. He even felt sorry for some of them. One wanted to return home to look after his sick parents, another appeared to be clinically depressed about not having heard from his family for months, while yet another was seriously ill. 6. I concluded that even if we momentarily brought these men back to their senses, even if they agreed to return to the brigades, they would always remain, with some exceptions, undesirable and even dangerous elements by their example, and in my opinion it was better for us to decide ourselves to repatriate them, he said. 7. This would be done by expelling them from the international brigades and from Spain, and also informing the trade union or political party they belonged to of what had happened as a way of shaming them in front of their peers and home communities. When he revealed himself, however, and made this offer to the men, Licoeur found himself preaching in the desert. 8. The deserters worried that they were being tricked and would be shot, and so demanded official confirmation of the offer. This came the next day on a piece of paper signed by Marty, but when the men saw his signature they turned on the brigadier who had brought it. Licoeur had to draw his revolver, Republican militiamen rushed in to help him and a scuffle broke out. The men, who later blamed Blue Nose for their reaction, were taken off to jail, or hospital, and the following day Licoeur repeated the offer, adding that those who wished to rejoin their units could do so without punishment. To his amazement, they all now opted to stay. He knew why. They pictured themselves lying abandoned in the countryside with a bullet in the back of the head, he said. 9. Rumors that deserters were being quietly shot were rife in the brigades. Documents show, however, that those who fled the enemy and were subjected to court-martial were, at this time, receiving 6-month prison sentences. 10. Only Eligu, arrested the following day, and a 50-year-old artillery commander called Jean Chevalot were actually sent to prison. The former passed through the International Brigade prisons for the next 2 years, despite his pleas that he had only signed on for 3-month service and had been employed by the French consulate when arrested. 11. Documents found on the deserters revealed a deeper current of dismay and disillusion. Chevalot carried 2 letters from former comrades in his artillery section who had abandoned the brigades to join, in one case, an anarchist unit and, in the other, a Republican Army artillery school. Both men were relieved that their letters would not be read by a military censor. At last I can write freely, starts the letter from Alphonse Guichard 12, who added that he was still proud to be fighting fascism by working at the artillery school. Here I have learned what politics is. I shall never be a communist or a supporter of the Soviet regime. I was almost put before the firing squad because of a letter that Papa sent to Spain. The other letter writer, Marcel Nouri, asked his family not to broadcast the news he was about to give them, since he did not want it used against the Republican cause. I have left the international brigades, he announced. I came to Spain full of enthusiasm. It was the crowning moment of our revolutionary life. But now we have witnessed the end of our dream. Progressively, the army of comrades has disappeared to make way for harsh militarism, With ever-increasing favoritism imposed for the Germans and Russians, he appears to mean both Red Army advisors and the White Russians in his artillery unit. We Belgians, Italians, and French have realized that we are now submitted to the will of a German-Russian high command with a Prussian mindset that we do not share. 13 The verbal humiliation of their beloved commander Chevalot, a professional artilleryman and former First World War officer, by the choleric General Gall during the Jarama battle, had finally persuaded Nuri to desert the brigades for an anarchist unit. "I repeat, I am still a Bolshevik," he insisted. Gall's temper was infamous. British volunteer Jack Shaw recalled how the general had jumped out of his staff car on spotting Shaw and his comrades, a group of dirty, unwashed, and starving men marching to the rear, as they had been ordered to do. "Holding his pistol to my head, he shouted and cursed at us for being deserters and cowards," he recalled, adding that Gall insisted that he and another volunteer were immediately locked up. The story had, however, a happy ending when Gall called them to his dugout the following morning. There he stood before us, an abject figure, tears in his eyes and asking our forgiveness. He told us he was ashamed of his actions and promptly made up for them by providing us with what we considered at the time to be the finest things in the world: food, hot and appetizing and plentiful. The question can be posed, in what other army would a high-ranking officer bow his head and apologize to two ordinary soldiers? This is why the International Brigade was different. 14. The brigades were also different amongst themselves, especially when it came to punishments. The British, for example, refused to think of those who were merely absent without leave as traitors and did not shoot deserters, since this was seen as absolutely catastrophic for morale. Many of them claimed, I think honestly, that they had been told when they joined up in England that they were signing on for only a limited period of some months and would then be able to return home, admitted John Angus, a British commissar at one of the prison camps set up for their own men by the International Brigades in 1937. When it became clear that this was not the case, men began to complain that from volunteers we have become conscripts, to be kept here until we are wounded or killed. 15 The fact that some men were allowed home, either definitively or on leave, while others were not, simply enraged volunteers further. Rumors that officers and senior Communist Party cadres were being treated preferentially were sometimes, but not always, correct. 16. Desertions were just one disciplinary problem and, like the others, fell into the remit of the political commissars. Refusing to obey minor orders, arguing with officers, or commissars, brawling, harassing civilians and, above all, getting drunk were issues that the brigades, like almost all army units in history, had to deal with. More serious cases inevitably arose amongst the 35,000 men. Thieves, thugs, conmen, and rapists were found in all ranks. Pillage, espionage, treason, incitement to mutiny and other cases of a characteristic gravity could all bring the death sentence, though the first of these was widely tolerated. When jury members from the British battalion were asked by a prosecutor to hand down a death sentence to an ammunition truck driver who had taken men away from the Jarama battlefield, they instead sent him to a labor battalion for 15 days. 17. Guardhouses, labor camps, jails and pioneer units, sometimes called labor, fortification, disciplinary, or engineering units, coped with most troublemakers. According to a set of instructions issued to 15 Brigade in March 1937, volunteers could spend between 15 days and 3 months in pioneer companies for crimes such as disorder without conscious will to sabotage, violations of ordinary law, desertion, repeated drunkenness. 18 Anything less than that simply required a few days cooling off in the guardhouse. These units were amongst the most dangerous to belong to, since they were often required to dig or repair trenches and observation posts or lay barbed wire along, or ahead of, the front line at night, where they were targeted by snipers and enemy night patrols. You may last a week or you may last a month. But just by the law of averages, you're bound to be knocked off, complained one survivor. That was an exaggeration, and such units were a common feature of most armies, but fear of them helped maintain discipline. Men sent to these units were not allowed, in principle, to bear arms to defend themselves as they carried out work at the front, in the first lines or elsewhere under very rigorous discipline, and under good guard. 19 Nor did they receive wages, wine, or cigarettes. One way for volunteers to avoid the pioneer units was, ironically, to commit a more serious crime, such as conscious disorder, serious violations of ordinary law, or to be suspected of espionage, without formal evidence. 20 The latter category was, obviously, open to abuse, and at least one of the camps set up to hold men who were deemed undesirables. 21 Turned into a nightmarish place of sadistic abuse and torture. 22 These camps came into being after the spring of 1937, with one located at Chinchilla and another, Camp Lukacs, near Albacete, run by Vladimir Kopac's brother Emil. 23 As many as 1 in 10 brigaders are believed to have passed through Camp Lukacs, where John Angus was a commissar, as punishment for fairly minor misdemeanors. Most men seem to have been treated decently, but abuses were also committed by some of the more hard-line guards. If Camp Lukacs was sometimes tough, it was not nearly as terrible as the camp eventually set up in the run-down medieval castle at Castelldefels, just south of Barcelona, which at any one time housed between 255 and 400 international brigade prisoners. 24 Inmates here could be starved, beaten, and left without water, with the jail becoming so infamous in the town that rumors about it spread as far as Barcelona. Those living near the castle sometimes would pass water over the wall, and international brigade officers would be stopped in the street by locals complaining about the abuses happening there. 25 The Castelldefels terror reached its peak under the sadistic command of an alcoholic and dictatorial French lieutenant called Marcel Lantes, known as the Hyena. 26 Even the guards were scared of Lantes, who threatened them with his machine pistol and locked up those who argued with him. When an officer called Alfredo Vinet was sent to investigate the conditions in which the brigade prisoners were being kept, he was disgusted. After mornings at the beach and long lunches, Lieutenant Lantes would return to the jail in a bullying mood. He had surrounded himself with a gang of thugs who applied his rule of terror to both inmates and guards, with one, an illiterate Belgian called Charles Verstappen, reasoning that this was reasonable since the inmates were enemy agents who had come to Spain to damage our cause. 27 Verstappen, who signed documents with a thumbprint, was not the only guard who had been infected by the spy mania of the brigades, with others claiming that any agents of Hitler and Mussolini deserved their beatings, though, if this had been proven, they would have been shot as traitors. Some of the worst violence was reserved for those deemed to be helping deserters or working with a man known as Le Flem Gaston, who had replaced Blue Nose at the French consulate. Rations at the castle jail were minimal, mass punishments common, and a small group of prisoners were systematically subjected to beatings, terror and torture. Vinet found a group of 10 men locked away in a dungeon similar to those used in the Middle Ages, one of whom had been there for 75 days. The physical situation of this detainee was pitiful. When I asked the rest how many days they had spent inside that dungeon and the reason they were locked up, they all gave different dates and said they didn't know the reasons. 28 Danish volunteer Poul Erik Dreyer was sent together with an Italian and an Englishman to a tiny, windowless punishment cell squeezed into a hole under the stone staircase of the castle, where there was room for 3 men and bucket. The ceiling was so low that we had to crouch. The Englishman went mad. I don't know how long we were there before they let us out, but the Englishman was a shadow of his former self, a walking cadaver. 29 Rumors abounded about men who had been taken out and shot at Castelldefels, and of a mysterious Chinese prisoner, Sen Sen Sempfli, who was routinely humiliated, being forced to walk on all fours or drink water laced with urine. 30 It was not until September 1938, when the castle housed 400 prisoners, that Marty finally admitted that something needed doing about it and, saying that his great error had been to ignore what was going on in Castelldefels, sent a senior Serbian officer, Svetislav Djordjevic, to sort it out. His instructions were to tell the men they could either rejoin the brigades or go home. He arrested Lantes, who was tried and imprisoned. 31 Djordjevic's claim that all but 1 man returned to their units does not hold up to the evidence given by those who were there.